Ouais, Chalet, Chalet, ouais, Chalet, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche droite esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Hello everyone and welcome here to the B stream at 6 Invitational 2025. Yes, we've made it after a long year of Siege. We are here at the pinnacle, the start of the end, the piece de resistance. I am Fluke. This is not Hap, you might notice.
Some of us have made it.
Some of us have made it.
Some of us haven't.
We're waiting for a couple of people that they're a little bit late.
That's all right.
For now, I've got you.
In the meantime, we can work together.
Yeah.
To provide the best for the B stream. I'm excited. Like, obviously, 6 Invitational, very important event as it is. But for me, having done the grand final last year, now making it to this SI again, I'm excited that, and I'm hopeful that we can have an event that can somewhat match what we had last year. You know, it's been a big build-up. It's been a big year throughout 2024 as well. We've had some great events. I thought Montreal was fantastic, especially in the way that culminated with the win for W7M and the storylines coming into SI. You know, you've got the likes of BDS, FaZe, always there, always knocking on the door. Can they finally get through? You know, so we've got a lot of storylines where there's underdogs. You've got teams that have expectations to do well. You've got teams that probably have no expectations to do well. A lot of those probably from APAC.
Well,
to be honest.
Let's see what they can try and pull out of it now, is obviously what are they playing for? a lot of money.
A lot of money.
A lot of money. And I love the art style to this tournament as well, by the way. The giant Metropolis-style hammer.
There is a $35,000 in the bottom right there, but you can't really see it.
Teeny tiny $35,000. I mean, it's nothing to scoff at, but you don't want that. You don't want 17th to 20th. You don't want 13th to 16th. You don't want anything but that fat old million at the top there. And that is what they'll be playing to. And obviously, we have a breakdown of our groups. So, left to right, A, B, C, D. Today, we'll be starting a little cute bit in C.
Yeah, like randomly they were like, let's just start Group C.
Let's start with C.
To get A and B, let's just go straight to Group C. But no, honestly, I think when you look at the groups, there's probably one that stands out. Or maybe even two that probably stand out as having a lot of heavy lifters. Group B, you can't really turn your eyes away from it with FaZe, Furia, Shopify, Rebellion, Secret, Paul CAG in there as well. They've got themselves the Group of Death from APAC, respectively. And then Group D is one I've really got my eye on as well. There's Pro, W7M, SSG, Oxygen. Not many probably going to give them much of an opportunity here, but if they play their best, I think they certainly could surprise. And Scars really kind of look to me as the team. Can they represent that APAC region, do well at this event?
For a lot of people's money, they're the best hope. They're a well put together team. They have the experience, and this is how we're going to break our way across the day. So if this is your first 6 Invitational and you've somehow ended up on the B stream of all places, there are 2 streams. There is obviously on the A to I was going to say left. People can't conceptualize. They are on our left, but they're on visually twitch.tv/rainbow6. You'll have Joel versus Team Liquid opening them up, and on here.
These are the days, though, where as a Siege fan, you've got to be the most excited because there's so much on. You've got the A stream, you've got the B stream. It goes for like 8 hours or something ridiculous. So obviously strap yourselves in, pick the games that you kind of want to watch. And there's really no bad games when it comes to SI.
No. And if you're unaware of how the sort of groups filter, we'll probably go into more of this with proper graphics later. But only one team doesn't make it out of groups, technically. Only the team that is in 5th place gets eliminated. This is their phase 1 done. The others have slightly better footing, depending on where they finish. But who's it going to be?
I mean, that's the main one as we go to Falcons here first up, a team that were sensational in Montreal, led by Robbie. Really made that superstar name for himself at that event. I feel like he was ranked 1, 2, or 3, something along those lines. He was definitely a top 3 player at the tournament. Unfortunately for Falcons, when it came to the quarterfinals, that game against VP, 6-4, 6-4 in the opening 2 maps, and both times unable to actually get the job done. And I felt like they should have gone through the top 4. I felt like they were, over the course of the games, the better team. But when it came to the crunch, when it came to those clutch moments, they didn't quite have the same experience as a Virtus Pro.
I mean, you look at the history of Falcons as a sort of roster for the MENA region as well. They were that initial poster child of MENA is here, welcome to the new era of Siege. Then at the start of this year, they dropped off. You didn't really get them getting international performances. They had to rebuild themselves, which they did massively. Big roster changes. And here, this is one of the first times that they've doubled down with the roster, that they've come into the next event with the same sort of setup from Montreal. They're going to try and get it to load. Obviously, you'll notice that Eden is not behind the team at this time around.
Still hanging around.
Still hanging around.
Still there with the team.
But again, this is technically full-strength Falcons for maybe the first time at an SI especially, let alone at an international event, and they're up against PSG Talon, a team with the opposite sort of story this year.
Yeah, Fabian's children. PSG Talon started the year really, really well in terms of 2024, and I felt like maybe they peaked a little too soon. This was a roster with, when you couple in, the help of Fabian and Pengu, for example, it was meant to be a project, a long-term project. And they, of course, a weaker region were able to rise very quickly, very rapidly, and with that then exposed probably some issues within the roster. They brought in Rumatic, it didn't work, lasted like 3 months, and then left. Of course, they've got Gotti in now as well. The big thing for me is we see the lovely Fabian. I miss that man. I gotta find him and say hi.
Yeah.
Is how much have they been able to do behind the scenes? Because this is a team that, of course, qualified on points just barely when it came to that 3-team tiebreaker. So they didn't have to go through any LCQ shenanigans, but they obviously haven't been playing well at the back end of 24. So I hope they've worked really, really hard behind the scenes.
It's the strangest statement you can make about this PSG Talon team, is that if they didn't beat BDS back in Manchester, then they wouldn't be here right now. They would have had less, like 40% or 40 less SI points. They weren't playing very strong around the time the LCQs were on. Would they have beaten CAG? Would they have beaten Thirex even? Who knows? Yeah. But at the same time, that sentence is, they beat BDS. They are one of only 4 teams internationally to beat BDS. They are one of only 5 teams the whole year to beat BDS. It is a terrifying statistic, but it shows the possibilities of this team and what is sort of cooking. Can it be ready now?
Yeah, I mean, we'll head to the map vetoes as we continue to kind of discuss the prospects for a team like PSG Talon and Falcons, who I think are in, as you said, sort of opposite sides of their 2024 campaign. Consulate will be first up, which is a very intriguing map. It's basically the map that for Falcons is one of their least performed maps. So for PSG Talon, who aren't necessarily a Consulate team, but they've had that workshop time. You know, speaking to some people, of course, they've been able to try and expand their map pool, as all teams try and do coming into 6 Invitational, this being one of them included. But it's more chosen on the fact that for Falcons, they're not that great on Consulate. So this is going to be a little bit of a separator. As for Chalet, I think Falcons, this is the kind of map they should absolutely thrive on, try and get chaotic. Robbie on the entries on Chalet.
I was going to say, you think of Robbie on this map, you think of how you break into Chalet is you have a decent entry. Yeah, it's a statement you can make across a lot of maps, but the chaotic layout of Chalet, how it sort of, compartmentalizes itself versus other maps, it is great for Robbie if he's here, if he's showing up, if he's sort of balling. But first time on SI, what's going to happen? Again, as you said before, Consulate, a good one for PSG Talon, but Labs. Now this one is the one, where I'm sort of sat there thinking, okay, if we get to 3 maps, I can see Falcons doing very well on Labs. They have a great record on it throughout the year. They're very happy to come here.
That's their map.
And if you're PSG Talon right now, you want this done in 2 maps. Otherwise, you're starting off on a loss.
I do want to quickly clarify as well in terms of the graphics. So where the team logo is, you can see the little defender or attacker icon. That, of course, indicates that is that team's starting side. So PSG Talon will start defense, Consulate. Falcons will start defense, Chalet. And then if we can get to Nighthaven Labs, then it means that PSG Talon will begin on the attack, which, coupled with what you were kind of just saying there as well about Falcons being really good on Labs, them getting to start on defense, we know how notorious that map is. I think it puts a lot of emphasis looking at this map veto that for Consulate and Chalet, never mind, they're actually going to start on defense.
It's a correction.
Even with the correction, I think the point still stands. The first 2 maps are very pivotal for PSG Talon, because if we do get to Labs, I think there's enough of a buffer there that for Falcons, they should be strong enough to win that. And honestly, coming into a game like this, I mean, both teams have got some heavy expectations here. PSG Talon have really not been doing well towards the end of 24, so they probably want to start this tournament off on the best footing. And for Falcons, it's all about, can they carry that momentum of Montreal now into 6 Invitational? You do not want to start with a falter. You do not want to start slow. You want to try and bring that energy that you had in the arena from Montreal, bring it over to SI, and just kind of pick up where you left off.
It's exciting, right? This is the moment. Okay, because you look at SI as a tournament, you look at players that have sort of never been here before. A lot of them, teams have experience, haven't. This game is 2 regions that, on the grander scale, don't have a lot of experience here, don't have a lot of ground broken here, but 2 teams that have had impressive performances throughout majors, impressive performances that have taken us by surprise. We love surprise stories here at 6.
We just love surprises in general.
We just love surprises in general, but this opening game for these 2 teams, I mean, the one that sort of pulls themselves into it, the one that sort of puts the difference onto it, the one that walks away with this win, they're probably going to be confident that they're going to make their way out of groups. They set themselves up for that idea of, okay, look, we've beaten 1 team. That might be all you technically need to get out of the group, to escape it, and to find yourselves, eyeing up the next setup, eyeing up the future.
Well, do you think Group C is one of the trickier groups to actually ascertain who's actually going to be eliminated? Because you've got Raza, you've got Talon, you've got Falcons, BDS, Dark Zero. Now, look, I think Dark Zero, BDS, they absolutely run away with this group. Falcons, you would imagine, should be too good for this group, as long as they continue the path that they've been set lately in previous events. So for me, it comes down to then like a PSG Talon and a Raza. So if you're a PSG Talon and you're playing Falcons, probably the only other team outside of Raza in this group that you might be able to get something from, puts a bit of emphasis on this game. And that's the beauty of the SI group stage, is that all the maps and all the games matter when it comes to the points, when it comes to the system. You don't want to be last. You also don't really want to finish 4th.
No.
4th is not that great. You go straight to the lower bracket. You're going to make the longest run possible in terms of going through phase 2 to try and get to phase 3. So really top 3 minimum is your goal, with top 2 being, of course, where you really want to place, especially first, being able to get that extra advantage in the upper bracket. So the beauty of the group system that we have, it puts emphasis on all of these games. It means if Talon can beat Falcons, I would almost go as far to say that they can't probably finish last in the group.
No, entirely right? You know,
I probably shouldn't say can't. I should probably say shouldn't finish last. They shouldn't.
You know, anything. The magic of SI. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. I mean, you know, as we said before, it's the sort of split of this team as well. They have these meteoric performances, PSG Talon, and then they are the lowest potential qualified team here from SI points. There was a difference of about 20 points between them and not being here. They couldn't even be in control of that because it was being Sources Major that they weren't at, but Falcons were. Falcons had such a good performance that they were able to skyrocket themselves up in towards the top 16 and get themselves here and set up and ready. And Raza, I think they're the second lowest overrated because they used to be E1.
E1, yeah.
But that's a team that does have a good potential online.
They're going to be the underdog team that could definitely spoil and cause an upset. I think that's the way that I would look at Raza. But yeah, for Falcons, I mean, one thing that people need to keep in mind, progress is not always linear. Like you're not always just on this upward path where it's just, you know, improvement. You do have some stumbles. And I do wonder, and I'm a big Falcons fan. I really enjoyed the cast that I was able to do in their match against VP. And in some ways, I was very disappointed they couldn't finish out, get top 4. I felt they deserved it. I felt they were one of the more entertaining teams in Montreal, coming from phase 1 through to phase 2, then into phase 3. You know, It's not an easy path to do, but it does now mean for this roster that there are the expectations. There are the expectations on someone like Robbie now. Like he has eyes on him coming into this tournament as one of the top players in the world.
And Falcons as a roster or as an organization, they've tried different rosters. They've tried international players before. They've had international players for one day sometimes at international events to try and, you know, piece things together or a couple of days.
Yeah.
They are settling, and that's a great thing for a team, for the longevity of how far they can go, how locked in they can get, how sort of deep the map pool is. All of that only ever comes with time. You don't have to keep resetting yourself to square one. Now, as we said before, the only real change coming through into this tournament is the man behind the team itself. Other than that, you know, we're getting a MENA team that maybe for one of the first times ever in general hasn't had trouble getting into a tournament and getting themselves set up, and we can see them with the gloves on, ready to go from the first battle.
Yeah, I think Falcons is the kind of team that, for me, how far can they realistically go in this event? And they are one of those teams that's in that conversation. Whereas a PSG Talon, a Raza, it might be limited to like phase 1, phase 2. Falcons could easily get to phase 3. Team to watch for sure. Social predictions, though, for this particular map, slightly in favor for PSG Talon. Of course, it is their map pick coming into Consulate. 55% to 45. We can finally get underway. Falcons will begin on the defense as we kick off 6 Invitational 25 here on the B stream. The A stream's already kicked off. I think I heard James.
I can always hear James
yelling.
Just like nightmares.
It's certainly not. It's not Pengu.
No. Pengu is too chill, too calm, too Danish. Here we go. I mean, here we go. What else do you say at the start? The precipice of everything. Goodbye, Blackbeard. Yeah. Now, if you're unaware of the recent Blackbeard changes, he is pretty frustrating at the minute. Some teams have sort of thrown themselves in. He is a point man. It's a shield. He's almost entirely sort of replaced at least Sledge in the sort of changing things. I think Buck as well with the recent changes lost his hard breach charge. So you're probably just going to see limitations there. Zami, get rid of Kivas. Damos as well. It's a standard sort of thing, especially when you're against a dueling team. Do you think that's PSG trying to remove the sort of Robbie opening impact? Anything that can stop Robbie, great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to put all your eggs into one basket. I think Falcons are a team that's not just Robbie. Like, it's not just the Robbie show, but there is that emphasis on him because of how good he was in Montreal. Falcons are a team, just as much as they've got a superstar playing Robbie, others can definitely stand up. We've seen that from J-Lad, Hasham. We've got Dolphin guards who I think are more than capable, especially in the late round situations for those two respectively. So I'm very curious to see how this game's going to play out, because for PSG Talon, again, it's all coming into this tournament as a prep team, like a workshop team. They didn't have to play LCQ. They haven't really been playing that well. So they've had more to work on, to improve on, versus a team like Falcons. Of course, fresh off of Montreal, things have been going great. So it's more about just making sure you keep things nice and tidy. You don't have to worry about this massive improvement, which is, I think, the difference. For a team like PSG Talon, with Fabian in the wings, I hope they've been working hard to find those improvements. Otherwise, it could be an early exit for this team.
I mean, you don't want it to be, right? And let's be honest. Let's be truthful. You are from within the region. I've covered the region for a very, very long time of sort of APAC, Oceania, Korea, Japan. There's never huge hopes. And SEA is probably maybe one of the only areas where we've seen some of that break with Bleed, with Joel, with how that's sort of gone on. At this point, we need something from Korean Siege, I'd say, especially to reinvigorate themselves, because you always kind of want them to succeed internationally. With starting here with the steady approach, Mozzie obviously with slight pest change really stepped himself back up in towards the pit, right? Got himself a little bit more option, and, you know, Robbie playing loose as the pressure comes on towards admin.
I like the Sen's pick here for PSG Talon on Consulate. It's an operator that does see some use on this map. Of course, with the ROU changes, you can activate shield screens. Knight yourself from... Robbie was a little bit astray. Doesn't even make it out of the window, but I think for PSG Talon, they have to come into this probably looking to be aggressive, looking to try and make some set plays, be the kind of team that's setting the tempo. If they can do that, they might be able to offset the defense of Falcons, but alas, opening pick does go the way of Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, not entirely sure where that piece itself together, but look at the circling pressure here. Now, they have to play a corner. Chalet is trying to offer some support. You've got guards in the vending machine to cover their retreat as well, so they're not going to get themselves sort of, like, entirely picked out. It's more grenades, more utility, and they almost missed the moment. They do get the secure, but if Misa had not got that locked down, it would have been a bit of a tragedy. Now, we said they're not going to focus too much on one player. They focused on one position here. All of this time, all of this utility, the frag grenades, everything has been put towards this. They've got none left. They've used 6 to remove that player from that position. I don't know how many sort of drones they've sacrificed to the altar of Robbie, but at this point, they still have to do the actual work. And this, the choke point, down the vending corridor, down on towards this, forcing this player out of position. You know, guards, he's playing the perfect operator. They can't just cover it with smokes. They don't have the option. The Sense Wall can play against some of it now with the changes towards it, but they still have to be sharp behind it because it's a straight, flat fight.
Love this view, of course. Vulcan canisters still available. And then the fact that you've got the 3 gas babes onto Chalet means there's a lot of stall out time remaining for Falcons, and we've only got 50 seconds left in the round. PSG Talon absolutely will need the next pick. Vital. They're all stacked together. It's going to be hard to actually funnel in through because of those Vulcan canisters. Soldier does indeed find the kill onto Dov, so it suddenly opens up the door. But the time will be the biggest factor, unfortunately, for PSG Talon here. Yes, they got the extra player. Still so much utility available for Falcons. Only 30 seconds to make the push. Got to get the next couple of kills.
They send it right into guards guarding, and he's able to push himself in. He sprays through, as I said, with Hasham getting the back end of Yas. They just did not have enough time. The swing into the shotgun. Chalet opened it up with a strong first pop and then finished it with 2 more, and that is the worry, right? Okay, it's the first defense. It's a powerful site, but if they get themselves 2 in their own heads, something we've seen PSG Talon suffer from before, you know, Falcons, they'll get themselves in. I'm still going to sort of sit there and say if we get to a 3rd map, statistically, you favor it there. You know, it's just, it doesn't quite feel snappy enough right now.
I mean, the issue is also the site coupled with the defensive approach from Falcons, which is, you know, sit back, you've got the utility, find a way to then just kind of get PSG Talon to funnel on through. Yes, it's a 4-on-3, Emmy, with 40 seconds to go, and you may think there's an opportunity there for PSG Talon, but I never really felt like that opportunity, viewing from the outside in, that they had much of a chance because of the way that Falcons had set up themselves defensively. They also win the round off the back of someone like J-Lad. Robbie really didn't have an impact into the round, so these are all really good signs for Falcons in that opening round. For PSG Talon, they probably didn't do a whole lot wrong necessarily. I thought the early middle portions, you know, you're getting a couple of picks, you're getting yourself into the building, but such as with Consulate, you can get into these kind of choke point corridor situations where if you haven't cleared out utility, I'd love for them to, you know, have like a Twitch, for example, clear out those Vulcan canisters earlier, put pressure on the site earlier, other than just trying to worry about getting into the building, because they did that. It's like job 1, we got into the building, now we got to clear out the site. Oh, we don't know how to do that. We don't have the utility for that, and that was the issue.
False start. for PSG Talon, and, well, let's see if they can try and drive themselves into a slightly different position. Obviously, you'll see a lot of teams still hold this in a similar manner. Get yourself above the site, get yourself locked down around the CEO desk and console, and then try and hold it with some angles. It almost seems a little bit of the reverse of that. We've got Falcons lurking around in the basement underneath, can still play against it. They've barricaded and castled and stretched themselves across the ground floor itself, but otherwise they're trying to be a bit more reactive. They haven't really fully locked themselves into specific holes above or below. The hatch is still soft, but I think slightly broken, so they get some of that reach. They've extended the whole map. They know that time was a big factor in the previous round. They know that they're going to try and stress that immediately again.
Yeah, PSG Talon also the kind of team that can have pacing issues. Back in Korea, this is probably one of their weaknesses, or probably the weaknesses of the region, right? Where time efficiency, time management, the tempo isn't always the greatest. And on a map like Consulate, you really do need to try and get as much map control as early as possible. You're probably going to have to take some of these lurk battles as well, depending on if they're provided by Falcons, if they're, you know, spreading around. Right now, first floor only for Falcons, keeping it very linear.
It's just a minute 20 left. They're face checking to clear above. They're using the Monty. They're still
the Monty needs to be used more aggressively here. Go down server stairs, try and push, try and get information.
Look at what they're clearing. Yeah. They're clearing admin. They're face checking and going around. And again, you're just looking at your watch and looking back up. It's like you're waiting for a bus.
That's what I was saying. Yeah,
none of them are going to bring
time
themselves
management
in.
is not great.
A minute on now. Everybody's still locked in. They're still aggressively holding skylight positions as well. Those here on the top of the yellow are about to find themselves under the first bout of pressure as the vertical falls to their favor. It's a wider fight that Ryder's got to win, but he lost this last time. Will it be the revenge? It's a double C4 and a shotgun pop. Twice in a row, Gelada's been able to take care of Ryder with the same gun in probably a similar way, but now 30 seconds, 2 C4s, 1 more for guards to get himself the third, and that is a Falcons round as convincingly as you want.
I mean, it's the same as the opening round, Emmy, where it's, again, Consulate, the kind of map where you put so much emphasis on getting into the building, you think you're going to have to play some rappel, or you think you've got to go fast entry, top floor, move around the map. And PSG Talon are putting a lot of emphasis on that. I think a lot of their lineups that they're bringing and the time in which it takes for them to get into the building is actually good. The problem is once they get there, once they get into that position where it's like the next step in the chain, they're just crumbling. They don't know what to do because Falcons aren't presenting. I would imagine they've anticipated coming into a map like Consulate. Falcons are what you would consider a rather aggressive team when they're really, you know, firing on all cylinders. That Consulate's the kind of map you can roam around, you can lurk, you can play off-angle positions, you can be aggressive, you're going to play into your Nitro cells. But they're not really doing that. I mean, we saw the Nitro cell there in the last round, 3 chosen now in this round, but Falcons are keeping, you know, close angles. They're tucked in, they're holding the corners, they're making sure that PSG Talon can't just waltz into sight. They're keeping it rather locked down. They're playing really good methodical defense here on Consulate, and that's where PSG Talon are struggling. They are struggling because Falcons are not really giving them any kind of opening that would give them, say, an advantage where they go up 5 versus 3, and then they can just simply throw numbers onto sight. So they're having to do it the hard way.
Falcons, when they found themselves at the Montreal Major, they actually came away with, statistically and percentage-based, the best attacking win rate of any of the teams that were there. 54.79%. You know, BDS was 53 in second place. And you're sort of looking at this first half and them pulling themselves together on defense, which is technically a side that they struggled with more, but not by a huge amount more. And it just gets you that sort of sharper idea of when we talk about how the team has doubled down, how they've got themselves sort of more sorted, locked in, you know, and get themselves living in. I'm not entirely sure if and where they boot camped, if they sort of got themselves, but it feels like a team that has, that's for sure, and that's not always something that you can sort of say about a lot of teams, especially on the first day of SI. Now, if this round goes away, you can assume we'll get a timeout from the side of PSG Talon. They've snuck themselves in on towards Secret. They're going to try and crack their way around the back. The shield is going to be the front-facing problem. They're doing it much sharper, much earlier. There's the breach coming around, and you know it's a very noisy operator. You assume Falcons is going to start screaming for a bit of support.
I will say, Consulate's the kind of map that you may think favors attack or is better for attack, but looking at some of the numbers since November last year, 137 rounds played to Consulate globally, 62.8% defensive win rate is actually number 1.
Wow.
Which is a quite staggering stat for this map, which, you know, can be considered quite open. But when it comes to the sites, that's where it's not so open.
They have the Echo ready round on the side, waiting for Soldier to go deep. All of it's being pinged, and they just want to try and hit him with the old 1-2. Get him shot, get him knocked, and get him rocked out of there, and suddenly PSG Talon will be swimming themselves into danger without a paddle to try and slow themselves down. Here, you think about the past 40 seconds of play, and they've been able to broach and break themselves across one room. They're the closest towards the site they've been at any of the rounds so far at this point, but they're still unable to grab a player. There's no back towards this push as well at the minute. It's all generally straightforward, apart from one player on the side of Spiral, the spray. Either side, the pings are coming out, but they pull themselves back in. They cannot find that knock, that route, that right way in towards a problem that Falcons have created.
Well, they brought the Twitch this round, so that's helped them in terms of the utility battle towards the site. 40 seconds now. Good shot and contact. Misa will find the opening pick onto guards, and this is a little bit better from PSG Talon. They're actually now in a position where they can take these fights moving into the site, unable to do that in the opening 2 rounds.
There's a shotgun ready to go, and once again, it finds itself a connection here. Falcons have been so deadly on the close angles. Jalad gets one round the back, and round the back we go. Robbie gets the double, and PSG Talon are adrift in a sea of Falcons here who just say, all right, time's done. Rotate round the back and, I mean, mop it up. There's only really one way to describe it.
Yeah, timeout. Timeout, Fabian. You got to talk things over. PSG Talon, this is where I don't want to be too negative. It's day one. They're doing good things. I know it doesn't seem like it, but you got to remember Falcons are a much, much better team over the course of 2024 as we progress through. They well and truly overtook a team like PSG Talon. Falcons are a team that can and maybe even should make phase 3. Talon not quite in that bracket. They're getting good entries. Their time management isn't the greatest, but it's probably better than what I've seen previously when it comes to the local region. The issue so far for Talon through 3 rounds has been the on-site ability to take fights, to get in, to cause conflict. They're just unable to do that. When it comes to actually pushing into Falcons, they're just losing every battle, despite the fact that Misa got the opening kill, which I thought, hey, maybe this is where things can open up a little bit. No, they are not careful for the flanks. They give Falcons the flanking opportunity to get in from behind. They then lose all the other contact fights after that opening engagement from Misa. So that's been the issue for PSG Talon, is they're not getting any kind of like lurk battles, so we're not seeing roam from Falcons, so therefore giving an opportunity for Talon to kill roamers, to have numbers. They are just not capable of winning a 5-on-5 or a 4-on-4. When the numbers are equal, Falcons are up. And we've seen that so far defensively from them on Consulate. They've looked great. Robbie, of course, much better from him in that round. But what I love the most for this Falcons team is all 5 players can contribute in various ways. I did think it was good from Talon to bring the Twitch, and we saw the impact of that, getting rid of some of that utility on site to aid in their quest to try and actually hit the site, but it just wasn't enough. So 3-0, timeout. Fabian gives them a little wake-up call. We'll see if they can turn it around. They probably only need like 2 attacking rounds.
Yeah, it's the sort of swing of things, right? Is where they are falling apart is mid-round adaptation. There's nothing that's really coming together.
The early game's fine.
Yeah, exactly. And you can talk about time management. There are teams that have been built on time management. There was a whole meta that was built on time management.
Robbie almost getting rid of Ryder, and that would have been quite big. We know how good Grim is on Consulate.
Soldier's gone.
Oh, Soldier
to a shotgun as well. Bottom yellow. Okay. Tried to find his way in. Okay. We didn't see the full breakdown of that. Where was it exactly?
Was that on the scaffolding? Oh, it was.
Yeah. Out the window. That was 2 spawn peeks attempted. Ryder does get revenge on towards Hasham, who's otherwise usually playing the sort of backline position, but, Hasham, for all his talents, hasn't been the biggest
That's
threat.
fine. Vulcan canisters would be already placed.
Yeah,
so
it's not the one that you need to sort of lock down. It's not the one that can you get yourself back into a 4 versus 4. You've lost the lion.
The Scopos is interesting. I like Scopos on Consulate, and it's the kind of operator that has some very niche site choices and the way that you want to play it. I actually felt like when Scopos came in, I was like, oh, this is going to be an operator that teams are going to, with a good skill level, find a way to get the most of it. We haven't really seen that, though.
Wow, this might be finding the way to get the most of it. He's tucked himself in close on the corner, and he changes
Just
off.
switched off.
And he's baited into it, guards! prepped and ready.
Good bait.
Saves the shell. There's one more for his tally. Jalad gets Gotti, and that puts us in a 4 versus 2.
And Robbie doesn't get a stat for that. Like, you won't see that in terms of the figures, but like, he's a big reason why they've gone and got that kill. Played the scope post perfectly. Good little bait. Great teamwork from Falcons. I mean, they had PSG wrapped around their finger in this 4th round, which is concerning. Coming out of the PSG Talon timeout, it seems like things have actually gotten worse. Falcons have pushed the pressure up. This is the first round we've seen them spawn pick. This is the first round they're taking middle of the round contact fight. So Talon, in the opening 3 rounds, had a lot of it on their plate. But now Falcons have flipped the script and they've found a way to get aggressive. Robbie shuts down Yas along with Ryder, and with that double kill, it's 4 rounds in a row to begin 6 Invitational. Falcons.
I mean, what a moment. You know, you put it very perfectly there, is Falcons got aggressive. It's one of my favorite things that we'll see a lot of the top teams do that sort of find themselves towards the end of the competition always, is that they let the timeout happen and then they change the game. They make it harder. They make it worse. Because the worst thing that happens is you have a conversation, you go, right, this isn't working, let's try and do this. And in the words of Mike Tyson, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face.
True.
Spawn peeking, taking players out, getting aggressive is punching them in the face, is shaking them off, and then suddenly that minute of building each other up goes entirely out the window. They're led in perfectly by the bait, a very noisy shell change. They thought they could try and pop around the corner, but it was just all so well rehearsed.
And for those that missed the pre-show, you know, a lot of the discussion was around the map veto selections. Consulate, a map in which Falcons haven't got good statistics on, neither really PSG, but clearly looking to counter-strat, really looking to go to Falcons' weaker map pool, for example, rather than go to PSG Talon's strong maps themselves. They've opted to try and go for a weak map of Falcons. It's not shaping out to be that way. Nighthaven Labs, of course, the deciding map, we know is a very good map when it comes to Falcons, and so there was a lot of emphasis for PSG Talon if they were going to win this series or do well in it. The opening 2 maps, crucial. To start 0 and 4, absolutely not ideal, but I did bring up that defensive win rate statistic on Consulate, so I'm not completely giving up on PSG Talon yet, but the next 2 rounds, incredibly crucial. And a jump out from Hashem. Ryder is dead. Hashem does get traded, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's just 1 for 1. You lose the Solus, you lose the Nomad.
So, I mean, the bad news bear sort of here is, I talked about it before, the international performance that we had of PSG Talon on this map.
Ooh, hello.
Yas does set themselves back up, and you know, a lot of death within the opening minute.
This is probably better for PSG Talon.
Oh,
this is where Falcons have to be careful to not get too overly aggressive in the early portions of the round. PSG Talon, where have they struggled so far in this map? Late round execution.
Yes.
So if you're giving them these kills early on, it's going to allow their late round execution game to be a little bit more simplified, because it's going to be like a 3-on-2 or a 4-on-3. That's going to favor PSG Talon. Falcons don't really want to be losing any more lives here. You've still got 2 Nitro cells available. Fall back, play side, play defensive. Yes, Talon's got 1 extra up, but you know that they struggle when it comes to pushing into the site.
Now back into the angles of setup, and obviously a slight nerf towards the side of Legion. Slightly less sort of regeneration on those gadgets. But when you have time, you can, you know, reevaluate your defense. It's a very mobile setup. If you look at what they've got with the Mozzie, with the Legion, with how active the Solace technically was by throwing themselves out of the building, it's mobile in their defense here. And, you know, as I said before, that's where they've been able to press them. PSG Talon, they're having to check and recheck. Guards checks Yas out of the building. Finds the cut here on towards the long bench, and now once again you can see, because the defense is so mobile, the operator
Talon need to hit side then.
Exactly.
You need to hit side.
They need to stop playing into this game that Falcons are doing, where they're moving themselves around there, changing it. There's a great take from above. We have a minute. They've got the body advantage once again. They're finally putting some pressure on towards the site. Will we see what is turning into an actual finished approach here?
I feel like they're almost just going through their checklist still, which this is not the kind of round in which you just naturally go through the checklist. You have to flow with the punches. Falcons are providing them. It's a 3 versus 2 with 40 seconds left. You know, you're droning out sight. You're trying to be ultra cautious. I get that, but you need to almost play to the round, and the round is quite scrappy. J-Lad towards yellow stairs, Dob over towards main. I mean, there's only 30 seconds left and not playing together. This is a very open defense right now. PSG Talon need to make the most of it. Here comes the drop in towards Piano. Gotti just got to stick that plant down successfully. If he does so, it's going to be very difficult for Falcons to get back into this. And they're going to double push together. Plant has not been denied, but it will be a free kill. They should know very well that they need to clear up above. They lose one, and Dov now in a 1v2.
This is a very tricky position if PSG Talon play it right. They're spraying through. They can't get the connection, but there it is. PSG Talon finally find a little bit of cool air in what felt like a desert of pain. They're able to get themselves a first round. Now, as you said, 2 might be enough. And the point I started to make before someone threw themselves out of a window and rudely interrupted it was, well, of the 3 rounds that they were able to take when they played this game internationally, when they played this map internationally against FaZe, 2 of them were on attack, only 1 defense on the second half. Now, you are up against FaZe in that showdown. They are one of the best teams currently in the world. But still, statistically, PSG Talon were doing better on their attack than they were on the defense. So they want to definitely try and get this one locked in, keep Falcons as far away from the possibility of a first map point as possible, because this is where Talon need to be getting them talons out, digging them in.
Jeez, Sammy.
Sorry. Get used to it. You and I actually, we did one cast together last this side, didn't we?
We did.
I have no memory of it, but I'm sure it was great.
It was amazing.
It was a long time ago.
What do you mean you have no memory of it? You tweeted a picture of it today.
I did. I actually really like that.
That's a memory of it.
We look so happy in those photos.
You know, look, right now, I think 4-1, Falcons probably apt. PSG Talon, they've done enough right in this half that getting at least 1 is merited. It was certainly better in that round. I think Falcons, though, again, I'll double down on it. They kind of played into the allowing of PSG Talon to actually get around there because they were so overly aggressive. It's just that risk versus reward factor. There's every world in which you just wipe the floor with them early in the round and it's all done, all she wrote. But, you know, you gave them an opportunity to get a couple of kills. They've realized that Falcons are amping up the pressure, and they did a very good job in at least getting good trades off the early spawn jump.
Different approach this time round. Instead of trying to find their way in via secret and trusting behind the shield and finding themselves stuck in the maze, it is a straight breacher. Classic take. They're going for the clear above piano as well at the same time. They're making sure that they're not leaving it all as a single player, I think it was, as the only one.
Well, you get the breach open and then you just rotate off and get to work upstairs. That's going to be the main talking point for PSG Talon, though, is can they then deal with the on-site?
Exactly.
That's going to be it.
It's an option. And you know, they've made what is passive threat. That's now an opening. That's something they have to turn their backs to. And as you said before, the previous round, you had Falcons throwing themselves out of the building. Dov has thrown themselves right up to the precipice of a fight.
Well, he had the eco drone there, Robbie, just to get some information. Misa finds the kill onto Chalet, and that is absolutely perfect. The more of these battles on this first floor that they can win, get control of rooms like piano, and get that vert pressure down below, is going to significantly increase their chances of winning this round. And if they can find a second attacking round based on the statistics, hey, there's every world in which they could have an incredible second half on defense where teams are doing quite well on for Consulate. Up spiral right now for Robbie. And again, you can't put it all on his shoulders, but he is 5-2 now, and Falcons have looked their best when he's at his best.
Well, look at the response to how Falcons are playing this round. They're not just throwing themselves into fights this time. They've realized, okay, maybe we got a little bit too silly with it last time.
They're very versatile. They're a very versatile team.
And here, the pressure, the breach above, they're just going to try and snap the side of that hatch and make sure it doesn't get shot out. Another C4 kill from Guards. This is 3rd, I think, for the half.
On the buck as well, so you don't have that skeleton key. If you can kind of keep Miso in towards piano, get the floorboards opened up, that can help a lot, but that's not going to be an option now. And you got Robbie on the roam. Beautifully watched, though, and won by Gotti. And with that, Talon suddenly find themselves with the player advantage.
30 seconds, though, and this is the moment where it's sort of sunshine or rain that might be about to fall on the parade. There's Guards locking himself down inside. Takes care of Ryder, who really has struggled to get his teeth into this opening half of this opening map. They have the crossfight. They have the fire. This 15 seconds is going to feel like 3 by the time they get through. But there's Soldier getting the first. The pillar power position of Dove is on one side. Hashem's on the back. There's the spray. They just didn't check it. 5 seconds, as I said. There's the break, and he looks away at the worst possible time. Can he even get in the building? I do not think so.
I mean, incredibly well played from Dov. Really big power position that wasn't cleared out properly. It seemed like an afterthought from PSG Talon. They rushed it towards the end, Emmy. Absolutely rushed it. They did, again, so much right in the middle and early portions of that round. Got some critical kills. I loved the shutdown on the roaming Robbie. That felt like a big influence in the round. Alas, again, when it came to that on-site execution for Talon, it was messy, scrappy, all over the place. And with that, it benefits for Falcons. They go 5-1 up from the opening half. They absolutely dominated that entire half. 5-1, I think a very apt scoreline. It should be said, if you want to try and find some positives to PSG Talon, there certainly were some there. They weren't completely awful by any means, and they did a lot of things right. But Falcons looked very clinical, very clean. How often in that half, Emmy, did you see them make mistakes? Very rarely.
Oh, yeah. It's, you know, it's again, the sort of idea that we built into at the start of this is how much this team is just locked down with it. How much this team is sort of, you know, confidently said, we're, you know, locking in on game. We're ensuring that we saw our successes from Montreal. How do we improve them? How do we keep going up and up and up? And how do we build on the sort of setup that we have here? Obviously, we've had a little bit of back and forth in terms of the entry statistic. We've had a struggle, I think, with some of the trade game that's coming out from the side here of PSG Talon, and we're missing a couple of big players on the side of it. You know, Ryder, as I said before, hasn't really been able to get in, but also Yas, 1 and 5. The superstar of the region, the one that was once heralded as being the best Korean player, hasn't been able to get himself into the gun game here.
Second half we go. And PSG Talon go onto defense, and there's every world in which they can string a couple of rounds together. Of course, they've already used their tactical timeout. So far, it has not been required of Falcons. The big thing for me, though, is Robbie. This is one of the, if not, I was going to say one of the best entry players, but really over the last 6 months, he's basically the best entry player in the world. And we look at this game right now, he's 0-0.
Yep.
So he hasn't really been in these opening engagements. He's only 5-3. He hasn't quite got to that Robbie status just yet, which is really good for Falcons. Why? Because they're 5-1 up.
Threading the needle of bullets here as they're actually going to opt away from it. They're not entirely throwing themselves in towards the gauntlet of the fight yet. Obviously, the pressure of time is now on the side, but this is a sort of setup to a quick take. The pressure is on the back end. They've got themselves on towards console window, and Chalet, well, he's found the head, and this is the break, right? Immediately on towards the pressure. Misa finds Dove in the meantime, stops them being able to just flood themselves through, past bathroom, past the break on towards the console desk itself. But at this point, what PSG Talon have is no eyes on the site. It's being planted, tucked around the corner. I say that, I lied. Yep. The Echo drone had the watch, and they move out because they're worried about somebody throwing some gadgetry in. It's how you hold it, how you move it, and now, what do PSG Talon do to try and retake the territory?
Well, the good news as well for Talon, they still have a Nitrocell. If Gotti can get into a position to actually utilize this, they've still got this drone up as well. Finally, shot down for good. Is Gotti in a position, though, to get this Nitrocell over, up into CO? The answer to that is no. Trying to push up close to Soldier. Does get the kill onto J-Lad. And Hashom is down, leaving Robbie in guards as the duo against the 3 of PSG Talon. We talk about this default plant position, that if it is successfully planted, it is very difficult to retake, but Talon do have the numbers.
Hashom is still down. They don't want to risk trying to get him up at this point. They know they just need to watch it. The win condition is the kit. Now they have the extra player on the wall, but they were watching and waiting. They bought themselves a moment, but at this point, PSG Talon, you need to try and lock it in, but you've lost everybody. Robbie absolutely ripped them apart on the rappel. And that was, if the second player had been caught as they hopped out the window, it's all ifs and buts and maybes. But at this point, the only sort of lock in there is the first plant, the first round, the first attack is a Falcons. I mean, a 6th setup here. They could be about to get the first map.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I mean, I will say, it's one of those weird ones that, because, again, we always kind of say it. If you can get that default plan into CO, how often do you really see teams get the retake?
One of the hardest in the whole,
it's one of the hardest
whole maps.
It's a 3-on-2. You've probably got to do a better job than that. I'm not saying you got to win it. I'm not saying that had to have been a win for PSG Talon, but I needed that to come down to like a 1-on-1, something crazy. Try and really get spicy with it. In the end, Falcons just kind of cleaned them up as the duo. I mean, incredibly well done from Falcons to get that plant, considering it took them a while to deal with the Yokai drone. That got like 2 bursts off. Gotti, of course, couldn't get his Nitrocell involved over from meeting, and that couldn't make it over to CO. So I think there was definitely some things that PSG Talon did well in that round. Played off the Echo perfectly. They obviously tried to deny it for as long as possible, but Falcons, they had a game plan that was set. I loved seeing Robbie as well on the Flores. Like, this is one of the best entry players in the world, and he's doing the team thing. He's got himself a role. for that round, and he's also done that. He gets a couple of kills. Suddenly he's 8-3. It's not like the greatest game of all time, but he's just quietly putting up the effort and the numbers. 6-1 lead. Match point now for Falcons here on the opening map, and the map pick of PSG Talon, who unfortunately are going to have to go straight back to the drawing board after this map if they can't find a way to get things rolling.
Well, the sort of split of things is, you know, every single team will get 1 day off in phase 1. Some of them it's at the start and some of them it's the end. They still have 4 games in a row, but for PSG Talon, it's actually dead on, bang on in the middle. And they open up with their 2 technically easiest games, but this one is not easy at all so far. And then they follow up onto Raza, so their story could be done in some ways in the opening 2. Soldier finds guards, at least find some revenge here, but the fact that obviously with, you know, you talked about Robbie in that entry statistic, he's finding himself more here, on towards the split of their attack, and well, Hasham, he's found himself in towards the site. Do they know is about to be the game? They have a good idea, the pings are coming through, and he somehow wins it! Bottom to the top, but traded out. There's Ryder getting one more. That was brilliant for a split second from Hasham, but unfortunately, he couldn't quite take all of the bodies that PSG Talon had stacked up on towards the doorway itself. A minute 30. They're at the man disadvantage, and they're going to try and come in from the same doorway, but it's sprayed through the soft. Well played and placed from Ryder. Dov, at this point, I think he's just going to slow the pace down. Don't let PSG Talon build on it. See if you get a freebie for the trouble, but at this point, I think it's similar to the round Falcons lost in the first half, where they just sort of threw themselves at the opponents. They did the same here. It hasn't quite worked.
I think that's something that Falcons still have in their repertoire, for good or bad, even.
He's saying no.
You could even
No.
You can make an argument that for Falcons, this is maybe something that, do you think about
what
trying
is going
to take
on
out of their game plan, where they have these rounds, they try and go ultra aggressive, and it just doesn't work, and then they kind of give a couple of rounds away. It's fine though if you're up 6-1.
Oh yeah.
If you're up 6-1, go for it. You know, either you're going to finish at 7-1. Or it's going to be 6-2, and then you probably just go back, play some normal siege. Dov can just talk things over, of course, and prompt your timeout.
I hate that, Dov. The way the camera flips from the left to the right. He's doing this for all the viewers at home.
It's not really Dov's fault, though, is it?
He's trying to make us all seasick.
It's the observer's fault.
True. Who's observing for us?
Nova.
Nova. What are you doing, Nova? Your fault. 50. I mean, we knew at this point they were going to slow this down, because it does 2 things. One, it lets the team talk about it, you know, be like, that was silly, be like, Hasham, that was insane, how'd you get that kill? 2, it stops PSG Talon being able to go, right, let's set back up, let's go in. It makes them a bit colder.
I mean, can I say, though, as well, for PSG Talon, I think they enjoy that little minute break.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, unless they're just, like, that ultra-focused, locked in for the 3 players there, and they're just, like, sitting an inch away from their monitor, but he's going to come around the corner, he's going to come around the corner, he's going to come around the corner. Yeah, then maybe it's not that great, but I think they should be smart enough to look back and say during that minute and a half, hey, we should talk things over a little bit in the background. And of course, they already used their timeout after the 3rd round, so they haven't had it for a while. So that's also an impromptu break for them. 6-2 scoreline. Of course, you're on defense. Right now for PSG Talon, this is all about just also getting the reps in. You know, they did not play in Montreal. Like, they haven't played at this level for a little while now. So this is a good opportunity for them to just try and dig some rounds away against the Falcons roster that has grown in experience. Absolutely. So you might not win this, but even if you can get it back to like a 7-4 kind of game, at least you then benefit from getting the reps in.
At this point, we find ourselves steering our way towards maybe for an approach. You know, I think some of the selections here that's coming out from Falcons, especially looking at Hasham on the Amaru, it really gives me an EU Siege vibe. I know I'm from EU Siege, so I'm always going to have those lenses, but when you're going for the clear up the top, it's all about pace, baby. So they're going to throw themselves up towards the top floor, get it cleared as quickly as possible, drop down, and just sort of raindrop it as you sort of do traditional things. And it's what Falcons have been doing really, really well here. They've been quick and sort of snappy. They've been making their approaches and making their controls, and even the attempt to take the sort of console tucked plant and the tradition there is sort of locked in. Here,
well, the issue for PSG Talon for me is they've been struggling with their on-site attack and defense.
Yep.
So then you think, okay, well, if we're struggling in that department, maybe we should get aggressive, play roam game, play lurks. I don't think they can beat Falcons at that game.
No.
And that's the issue. You're just kind of behind the 8 ball in 2 approaches, so you kind of have to just double down, play on-site defense, try and really repel Falcons for as long as possible. Get that clock down. That's going to be the big one. So can you bring stall out utility? You got the smoke, you got the tuber. Obviously, you got the bandit as well. Try and keep main breach locked down. All of these things for PSG Talon is all about, can we delay time for as long as possible?
We find now some of the control here on towards long chair and seating on the ground floor. They're watching and waiting to try and get a catch on it. Otherwise, nothing as of yet. As I said, it's quick clear on towards the top, opening 40 seconds, and Robbie's now happy to start droning his way down and start having a look towards the control. And, you know, you sort of, as I said, you approach this like cafe. If you've got the top floor locked down, then you can sort of move down a set and just take it staircase by staircase. It is an awkward one. It's a boxy shape to try and get their rotation way back round.
That should benefit Talon. I think that should. If Falcons are going to really clear top down, by the time they get to site, Talon should be in a position where the time management should be on their side. I'd be curious to see what they kind of do with it, but that's probably what they want the most out of this round. Get that clock down, get it to about 30 seconds before Falcons go for that push. Then things get a bit scrappy. Talon can find themselves in good power positions on site to be able to deal with the eventual push from Falcons. Of course, they're just going through the checklist. As you said, top down, clear these floorboards, open up, try and get main breach. There's a little bit of pressure from yellow stairs. I don't think Misa should be getting overly aggressive, though, on the smoke. Does find one, but traded immediately.
I mean, up and down there, really. They threw themselves fully on. They had the catch. They had the loose player. And this is one of the things that we didn't quite get from PSG Talon.
Now they're opened up on defense, though.
Yep, exactly. It's sort of put themselves in a good position, but Falcons did the thing that PSG Talon weren't doing, where they had a man on the back end of the catch. They compartmentalized the approaches. They said, look, let's take this, okay? We need 2 here and 1 on the back of it. Great, we've done this job. Let's pick up. Let's move to the next job. They are taking things on an individual sort of basis, but with a team dynamic. There's a C4 back. Yes. Nice Chalet gets a little bit of a lockdown. 40 seconds. It's 3 versus 3. There's still some bits of utility, but you're looking.
Well, main breach is getting stalled out because of the Zoto canisters. So, yes, they did lose Misa, who still had a gas babe available, but clearly the emphasis for PSG Talon actually coming to fruition. This time dilation has been positive. They've still got main breach locked down because of those Zoto canisters. It will get open with 20 seconds remaining, but this is exactly what Talon wanted.
Where is this Maestro camera? Could this be a break here? They're tucking themselves in on the plant, and the call comes through. So they're knocked out of it. Now they're able to try and swap their way around, but they don't have a shot. They fully relied on it, and now it's a cover, a sprint and a swing, and a 3 versus 1. But guards, he's had a couple of big moments just before. He's 10-4 as well. He gets himself tucked. He's going to try and watch for the cross. Bit of barbed wire damage, and he's just going to spray onto it. Gives his position away. So now he's going to pick up sticks, find a new home, and a place to rotate here.
Watch breach, watch breach.
On the breach. He's behind you, my friend. They're going to get some of the audio. It's an easy pull apart, and guards picks himself up. Move around. It's a 3 versus 1. Please work like it's a 3 versus 1. He swings as he's reloading for a second there. They get the plant. They get the defuse. And PSG Talon, the Zoto canisters that you pointed out, I think were one of the biggest difference makers there.
Yeah, I mean, the time was the difference maker. Like, PSG Talon actually really smart of them to come into this round and say, well, what's our ally? It's probably time. You know, because we're not going to beat Falcons straight up. We need to get it to 20 seconds left. They're down a couple of players, but we're also down a couple of players. That's okay. The main breach stall out because of the tuber round, those Zoto canisters, was the biggest factor in that time, being so low, so little, before Falcons could get the plant down. And even then, when they did get the plant down, there was only 1 player left up. They didn't really have anything set for a proper post plant. Despite all of that, PSG Talon still almost threw the round.
Now think about the sort of almost throw the round and the split of this last time. Last time we were here, PSG Talon, you know, they almost were able to stop the kit. They were almost able to pick up 2 kills on the outside, make it a 3 versus 1. It was a technical 3 versus 2 because there was a downed player. This could have been a PSG Talon round by almost the same difference that the previous round could have been a Falcons round. It could be over. It could be closer to tied up right now. So both these teams are still sort of playing with this sort of very thin margin of success. Falcons, if they double down here on a site they've already won, game's done, map's done, move right on.
7 of 9, Emmy, opening kills. Falcons' favor. So that's a big statistic in a game where it's a 6-3 scoreline, but it's 7-9 in opening kills.
Yeah,
I always put a big emphasis on opening kills because I think it's a decent metric to look at. Now, all of these rounds haven't necessarily been converted, but it does show that Falcons are doing a lot better in the early portion of the round. We know they're doing better in the middle portion of the round, and the late portion of the round far and away a lot better. The 6-3 scoreline, very much deserved here for Falcons. In fact, I'd go as far to say they really should be looking to close this out now, 7-3. Like 7-3, 7-4.
Oh, yeah.
Anything beyond that, and PSG Talon have done a tremendous job of getting back into this game, but also coupled with Falcons, maybe really just letting that foot off the pedal. Now again, PSG Talon, they need to probably play again about stalling out. How do we take the time off of Falcons? How do we get this game down to the last 20, 30 seconds? We don't want to engage them here at a minute 50.
Yeah.
We don't want Falcons hitting sight with a minute remaining. We want them hitting sight with 20 seconds. So it's all about stalling for PSG Talon.
Dove driving the Ossa forward. You know, I talked about this sort of position, how this long, narrow coolway on vending, stacked with Goyo canisters, stacked with the Warden at the back end of it, and stacked with the cover, is one of the trickiest, if not the trickiest parts of this map to ever cover on a hold, on an approach. The C4 does not catch anybody at this point, but there's now an awareness that there's players underneath, but they're clearing it. And at this point, Falcons, I would say, have done that first step cleaner, faster, and smoother than what PSG Talon were ever able to do. But this is the tricky bit now. Stepping in, covering that divide. They're using the Ossa. They're going to force themselves in towards the first fight here on the top of the guard desk. But actually, Robbie's seen an out in. He's seen an approach. They've seen that they have the cover on the default plant spot.
He expects backup.
I mean, after this goes through, they might just try and stick it. There is one player underneath, though.
Well, he was expecting the backup, but the backup never arrived. And with that, it was eventually a PSG Talon defender that was able to get out of there. 50 seconds, still a lot of time remaining, but this is a win right now for PSG Talon. This feels like the first round that we've had where it's 5v5 at this point in the round.
There is a C4 and a Valk cam. They're going to try and lead it through. They're going to not be able to withstand the smoke there, and that's some very precious damage done to your man with the kit, because now he's even more susceptible. He's going to tuck himself back in, but surely this C4 will be the next connection. That smoke
Where's the gas bait?
Do some response, do some push. It gets it finally! At the thinnest possible margin. We talk about it before, and there's a cold kit with 20 seconds. They've got to try and throw themselves in here. The final divide I talked about before has proven itself insurmountable once again. A 1 versus 4. PSG Talon just locked it down.
That's better. That's much better for PSG Talon. And you can see it in Fabian's reaction as well. You can see how excited and happy he was with the way in which that round was played and executed, and it seemed like the kind of round in which they really stuck to the game plan and executed it the whole way through. Yeah, there was one player stuck over towards meeting, but like it didn't matter, or projector or whatever. Like, you were able to get that player out, then you were able to stop the default plant. You did pretty much everything you needed to do in that checklist. There was a very brief moment, though, where there's gas pay from Gotti. It was in the corner, but Chalet was still planning, and I was like, how is he not dying?
Sometimes you're gifted a little moment, and he tried to make the most of it. And to be honest, that's why I was like pining for the C4 Fjords.
And the C4 came through, which was really, really well played.
They probably trusted that that smoke canister was stopping the plant. And at that point, honestly, I think a deciding factor of that point, if a Falcons player that wasn't involved in that plant just held down their left mouse and made gun sounds so they didn't hear that the plant was continuing, they would have been able to stick it because they wouldn't have heard it.
If that C4 doesn't come through, Falcons win the round and we're done.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I know the big statement is always, it's very easy for us to see all the moving parts. That is our job. And it's so much harder when you're in that environment and you know timing your utility. Yeah. Because if you're right and you use your C4 5 seconds later, then you've won the round. If you're wrong, you lose the round. And in margins.
Well, there's all the semantics. The biggest takeaway for me in that round is PSG Talon had a game plan, they followed through with it, and they executed it. Falcons, you don't have to really look too much into them. They didn't do a whole lot wrong. It just obviously tried to get default plan. I think they're starting to, I would hope for Falcons, figure out, okay, PSG Talon are literally just sitting sight. They're bringing delay ops. They're trying to just get that clock down to as late as it possibly can go. We need to pick up the pace. We need to split up. We need to try and roam a little bit. Try and keep PSG Talon on their toes. Find a couple of angles. Camera, of course, was being watched over through Dungeon, up through Spiral now for Hashon, but this is better. You need to have a different avenue of attack right now for Falcons. Keep trying to play default Siege, and PSG Talon is starting to catch on.
It's almost a bit of a worry because Hashom, as I said before, he snuck in last time we were here. He got a kill and then got dropped. They had the full read. This time he's taken a similar route through, but he hasn't done the next step. He's just going to sit, wait, let the pressure come through. He does not want to give them the man advantage. Now he starts to make his move. As they've gotten a little bit closer, they're making a bit of noise, and there's almost a part here where I'm like, Hashom, don't risk it. Wait for the team. Play it as the 5 versus 5. You're stacking themselves up, and they're stacking the defense, as you said, where they're waiting. They're putting the time in. They're letting themselves go. And if they have a man advantage, that is just going to be the biggest possible boon to them.
PSG Talon have not won a round where they've got the opening kill so far in this map. That is a staggering statistic where we've gone now through 10 rounds in which you haven't won a single one where you have the opening pick. Dov with the opening pick onto Gotti. Finds a second, though. I thought maybe following that statistic, it could be a good thing for Talon, but no, not to be. They have been shredded. The pace has been amped up here from Falcons. This is what they are capable of, Emmy. At a moment's notice, they can just flip the dial all the way to maximum, hunt them down flawlessly, taking out PSG Talon. A little bump in the road.
Yeah.
They got over that bump, and in the end, they take the opening map here.
I mean, it's sort of what I was pining for there was, look how sharp that was as a 5-man approach. All of the exploding on towards the positions, all of the pressure on towards the site below and above was at exactly the same time on the back of a Dockerby call. It was the first time I'd really think that they properly operated that attack to that level, and as you said, look how good it is. Look at what they're capable of and look what they're able to do. They push it over to the line to a 7-4, but remember it was a 6-1.
It was.
And that is one of those things where they'll probably be like, okay, why were we slow there?
I wrote down as well prior to that round, PSG improving with layups. This is good. Looking good here. Falcons, though, now win with pace. It's as simple as that. They understood that they had to pick up the pace and find a way to break through PSG Talon. They do that well. In the end, they take the opening map of Consulate. We've got a break. When we come back, of course, we'll head to Chalet.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche droite esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame, a gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou pra mim, pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou pra mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei pra ele não, que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso.
Meu nome é Juan Fernando e eu estou falando de São Paulo, capital. Meu pai, ele é jogador de xadrez e eu acabei seguindo um pouquinho do jogo. Eu gostava muito de ficar pensando e eu achava muito interessante o xadrez por causa disso. Mas ele conheceu o tênis e foi aí que também ele acreditou em mim e que investiu em mim para que eu seguisse a carreira como jogador de tênis. Quando eu comecei na carreira, eu jogava por diversão. Ao passar do tempo que eu comecei a jogar a federação, não se tornou só um jogo mais por diversão, mas para mim se tornou também um jogo competitivo. Nossa, eu lembro que eu treinava de cerca de 3 a 4 horas todo dia. Fui vice-campeão 2 vezes de campeonatos da federação. Sempre tinha o treino depois que a gente treinava com as raquetes e tudo mais. Quando eu estava fazendo a parte de academia, que é no pós-treino, eu estava fazendo bicicleta e quando eu estava pedalando muito rápido, acabou de que o banco caiu. Eu senti um leve estalo. O banco caiu, sabe? E foi lá. Eu senti a dor e perdi um pouco da vontade de jogar tênis. Desculpa. Eu fazia não só porque eu gostava, mas
Wow, that was, I would say, a quick one, and then it sort of started to find itself as a bit of a battle. But Falcons, they locked it down here, 6-1 up over their defensive half. A little bit of a stumble, you could say, as they got themselves onto attack. But as soon as they found that fluidity as a 5-man team, a flawless round.
Yeah, we played 11 rounds overall, and of those 11 rounds, we saw 9 opening kills won by Falcons. So, is the scoreline justified here? PSG Talon? Yes and no. I want to say in both camps, I felt Falcons were the better team certainly on the map, well-deserved win.
Yep.
And arguably, as we saw 6-1, they probably could have won earlier. They could have won a 7-1, 7-2. Credit to PSG Talon though. They identified that things were not working. They couldn't win the on-site battles with, say, a minute remaining, so they certainly weren't winning the mid-game. They couldn't play into the roam game either. And we evidently saw that in the very last round, where Falcons picked up the pace, wanted to try and take the fights around the maps. So what did they do? They just started to bring the layoffs, see if they can get the clock down to 20 seconds. Things like main breach from being opened up, try and deny default plant positions, and it started to work, and that got them some rounds. 7-4 though, aptly, probably a fair scoreline.
I mean, look at the cost difference between the two teams, especially. It was something that I sort of commented on at the end of the first half, was we had very little trade coming out from the side of PSG Talon. They weren't able to respond towards players being dropped. And then, as I said before, when Falcons were on their attack half, the shutdown of positions, there was always extra bodies there. There was always support structures there. The defense, the setups, there was Mozzie, it was also, a bit of Solace, there was mobility, there was Legion. They kept themselves moving around the map. That kind of worries me. Because we are going to Chalet, a map where that playstyle, that aggressive ability,
it can.
It's so rewarded.
Yeah, it absolutely can, and I do agree with your sentiment, and I worry with you.
We're so worried.
We're so worried.
So much fear.
I think for PSG Talon, if you want to play devil's advocate, they've got the opening map out of the way. It's been a little while since they've been in the limelight at this level. And I think that was a good chance for them to figure out very quickly, here's the things that aren't working and here's some things that are working. And then we're going to take that into the second map. I'm not saying they're going to win Chalet by any means. You got to remember they're also in a group with Razar, who I'd say are pretty much similar kind of level to PSG Talon, right? So it's all about gaining from this match as much as possible in terms of information, especially, for Fabian. This is going to be a really good opportunity for him to go and have a look and see, okay, these are the areas that we still need to improve on, and these are some of the areas that maybe we can lean on in those do or die maps and say, okay, well, this is what's working for us. Let's try and play to our strengths rather than trying to improve the weaknesses in such a short span of time. Chalet is going to be a very, very tricky map for them to navigate against a team like Falcons. I'd be very surprised if we do get to Labs. And even if we do get to Labs, as we were saying in the pre-show, it's a map that's very strong for Falcons. So Falcons absolutely in the driver's seat here to begin 6 Invitational 25. We'll see if they can drive this one home pretty quickly or take the long route.
I mean, you know, I'm not going to say it's the perfect start for Falcons on a sort of map setup. I'm sure they would have liked a 7-0, but it's a damn good start they've had looking into this. And as we sort of said before, you know, across these 5 days, some teams have their entire run of games, and some of them will have a break in the middle. At this point, the side of Falcons, they have their break day immediately after this. They're off tomorrow. They can sort of go away with the lessons taken. They can watch Dark Zero, BDS, Raza, the teams that they're following up with. PSG Talon, they're back in tomorrow against Raza.
Oh, I don't like that for them. Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Then they have
I would
the
have
Raza
preferred
game.
them have the day off tomorrow and then come in and play Raza.
Or they have, say, BDS or Dark Zero, a team that is much sort of on a supposed level above them, then a break to focus on the Raza game. Because, again, only one team is eliminated from each group. Now, the way you finish is better for buys and seeds and how far you can get along it, but you don't want to be the 1 of 5 that gets knocked out this early. That Raza game is PSG Talon's lifeline.
Yeah,
right
and
now.
you don't get the day off to really put everything into it and to really nail home any kind of practice. Yeah, that's an intriguing little pickup, Emmy, and I think that's going to be quite telling going into that game. Is will PSG Talon have the time, actually, in the end, to get themselves ready for that? Now, I will say, Devil's Advocate, they're playing early today.
They are?
They're playing very early today. So, you know, if this finishes quickly, what's the time now? Local, like 11, right? They'll have the rest of the day to do a combination of, you know, VOD reviewing and deep diving. Where did things go wrong? Right. We're at 6 Invitational. You don't go on a holiday now.
No.
You don't finish this game and then go on break. Maybe you have a small break, have lunch, come back, reconvene. Get the whips cracking, Fabian.
Get him out there. Get him working. And
Get him working. Do you think Fabian's going to go let them sit in the hot tub?
Oh, no.
Absolutely not.
I mean, the most famous quote clip we have is Fabian behind G2 when they won it, 2 years ago or however long it was, and he has that great speech where G2 are on the precipice of failure, and he swears a lot, and he bleeps a lot, and he does whatever, and then they go on to win the whole thing. If you've not seen it, and you don't have an example of what Fabian could be like as a coach, if you just search Fabian speech, you will find it on the official channels on YouTube, because it is epic. It is everything you kind of need a coach, and he probably can't be as harsh with some teams, but maybe only because of a language difference, because I know that man, and that man has one thing, and that is, we are better than what we are doing. Let us win this game of Siege.
They could win this whole event, and he'll still find a way for them to be...
Oh, yeah. He, you know, we had the pleasure of working with him when he was sort of on the desk, which he was great at, but he hated, because this is what he lives for.
I think he hated it because he was next to Fresh.
He also did have to work with Fresh. They were a little bit of a double act, a little bit of a, you know, Laurel and Hardy situation. And he's very passionate, and that's the sort of thing. And the players, you know, they're driven. Even though the results haven't been their way, there are these sort of quotes floating around from Fabian, from people behind the team, that say that the team is at the strongest it's been. Stronger than when it was.
Really?
Yeah, they believe that this is how they're better than they were at
I mean, you
Manchester.
have to believe that in some ways, though. You've got to have that self-confidence as a roster that we are at a point where we feel like we are the best we've ever been, especially coming out of boot camps and practice and workshopping. This is where you got to feel you've prepped well enough coming into this event. And if you don't feel you've prepped well enough coming into this event, well, you've done something wrong. So, I don't see any issue with them saying that. Grim's going to get banned out. Damos is going to get banned out as we head into Chalet. Second map of this best of 3.
Okay, the Grim being... Grim... I like the journey of Grim. Obviously, it's an older journey where he's introduced him and was like, what's his deal?
Who is he?
And then they buffed the interaction of how his gadget works, how quick it can work, and, you know, all that stuff. And then it's like, oh, Grim is dangerous. These first step in. It was something that PSG Talon were using a bit, but I wouldn't say massively effectively on their approach. But on the split side, Guards, who was one of the, you know, sort of star players, if not the star player of the last map, was fantastic on it. So remove the Grim, get it gone. It's not part of our attack, but it's definitely part of theirs. Let's try and limit them. I like how Hashom I was going to note that he's the only one without a background of his roster or his team. And I thought maybe he'll change it in the downtime. No, they were too busy having the team talks. I don't know. Yeah, you may have just seen a quick pop-up. I want to joke about it, but who knows if that's...
You want to joke about what?
Nothing. There were no sounds that were heard.
I thought you said you want to joke about a bird.
Yeah.
In reference to Big Bird. We were talking about Big Bird
We were
before.
talking about Big Bird before, as in what kind of animal are they? They
Well, it mainly started because of the Great Emu War of 19-something.
No, I didn't want to bring up
I know.
the toughest moment in Australian history.
Imagine losing a war to an animal.
Yeah. I think there was more than one.
Well, yeah, I mean... a specific species.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, we did.
You definitely
They
did.
won.
Do you know a more impressive bird?
Big Bird.
Big Bird and Falcons.
Ah.
This is quite a bird-themed game, actually, because we have Falcon and we have Talon,
Yep.
which I don't know if they're a specific
We
bird.
have Fabian.
Their logo is a bird.
Fabian's like a bird.
Yeah, and Hashom makes Scotty fly like one.
That's not good either. Smoke off the board this early on. And Talon, again, what was working for them back on Consulate were the layops. So you've lost one of those. That's a great start for Falcons. PSG Talon trying to spread the map a little bit here with Ryder towards Mez. Falcons are just getting to work, though. They don't look like they're messing around at all.
Yeah, they have themselves locked in. Hasham can obviously go and get the control of that phone. The calls come out. They force the players that are loosey-goosey around on the top floor to slowly pull themselves back in. But at this point, you're thinking, what is your impact here, lads? They've gotten themselves the full control here across the top. They're cracking open above the site itself. They are knocking on the door of trying to get a plant back in. You need to support them before it turns into a 5 versus technically 1, because one of those two on the site was Clash. There is a take. Hasham removed by Yas. Good angle. Great gun. Take that engagement. And as he gets droned out in a power position on towards blue, he's going to rotate. Misa aggressively playing the Clash above. Went for some fact-finding adventures, but the only fact they found out is that bullets hurt as Robbie gets Ryder, gets locked down. And this is that encircling Falcons. The pace has been so continual. They're breaking their way in towards the site, and they pop around the corners unexpected. There's a little bit of back and forth, but now it is just the top floor, and he misses his moment. Oh, he almost caught one of them by surprise, but trigger discipline is not there for Gotti. A 3 versus 1 post plant, and I love how Falcons just kept stepping. Job, next job. They made sure that there was never a moment for PSG Talon here to breathe, and once again, pretty confident in saying that this is a round going Falcons' way.
I mean, the reality is a lot of the issues from Consulate immediately show up in the opening round here of Chalet. Now for PSG Talon, they lose the opening kill. Another one there for Falcons. PSG Talon couldn't get the delay game working. Falcons take site. Plant goes down, 3-1. I mean, that's quite confronting if you're PSG Talon, that you clearly can see what's not working for them, and yet they cannot, for the life of them, find a way to win in these disadvantaged positions. Either win the site without the delay, either win the opening kill game. Like, they're just not winning any aspects here that Falcons are dominating in this series in any of these rounds. Like, and that is making this a very one-sided game. If Falcons go 1-0 up on Chalet, they just continue where they left off from Consulate, and you have to wonder for PSG Talon, if you cannot get that delay game to work, have you got any other avenue whatsoever? Should you start spawn peeking? Should you start trying to just actually say, you know what? Yeah, Falcons are good in the roam game and the mobile game. Let's just try it anyway, because nothing else is working. We can't beat them on site. They're getting plants down. Unless you have someone like the Smoke, like Misa, who's still alive, delay, get that clock down. Nothing's worked for Talon ever since.
No. It was a great approach from the side of Falcons as well, is because they, again, played the game that they needed to play. They weren't, needlessly chasing players around the back. They didn't seem like they had to keep checking and rechecking. They had their first job, which was the take on towards the prep line on the back of the bar. They moved then on towards the open area and fireplace, and then they moved on towards the site itself. They didn't play around trophy. They didn't go for bedroom, where you had a couple of bodies that at that point were just trying to get themselves back towards the site. The Clash alone on the back end of the kitchen here, and now, they're getting themselves locked in. They're smelling the ground around Gotti and seeing if they can try and make this the first point of breach to broach here. But otherwise, at this point, you're just watching Falcon circling and wondering if PSG Talon have the wherewithal to hold out there. Pop the E1D, they're moving slowly over the top. When will the drop come?
Oh, well, it's a double battle. Hasham got himself all tangled up coming out of Mudroom. Wanted to take the battle towards Library Stairs, but Gotti goes and grabs him. And with that, PSG Talon find a rare opening kill, but the advantage is no longer there. Lost immediately to the hands of Robbie with the next kill on to Soldier. Makes it a 4 versus 4. And again, I remind you of that statistic from Consulate. Talon have not won a single round where they've got an opening kill in this series. This could be their first. Now, especially with that advantage regained in the 4 versus 3 with Guards and Hasham on the floor. All up to JLab, Robbie, and Dov to try and bring this round home for Falcons.
How can they start piecing things together? Now, Robbie has stepped up at the start of this map. Not that he was missing on the first, but he's showing his colors more on the second. At the point as well, it's a little bit more spread on the opposing team. Chalet and Dov haven't been able to get themselves a kill yet on towards this. The pressure starts to cook itself across the bow. They're looking at the box potential plant here, and there's nothing really to long arm stop it. No C4s, but there is aggressive positioning. There goes. Kill on towards Ivy. Yas holds himself tucked. There goes the kill on towards the balcony with the kit. At this point now, it's just letting the players be spread around.
Guards really doesn't want to leave.
Guards is laser focused right now. Guards is, this is like a...
Welcome to the Guards stream.
This is like when you have the people that like do React content, but they don't ever react. They're just like there on the content. That's we're on Guards is like React content. Oh, he's gone.
By Guards.
By Guards.
That was much better for PSG Talon. And more than anything, you go back and you say, okay, they got an opening kill. They go and win the round off of that. The big one as well was probably their second kill. It's one thing to get that opening pick, then Robbie gets a response. It's 4v4, and you think, okay, here we go. Falcons are going to start to gain that ascendancy once again. But then Yas gets a pretty much free kill onto an unsuspecting member of Falcons. From there, you've got the advantage. Double down into triple down, and it becomes a rather confident and comfortable round as well for PSG Talon. I think that's probably the first time you can say that for them so far in the series. So 1-1, early days, Chalet, defensive round. You take that. Now we head over towards kitchen and dining, and I think you've got yourself into a position where you can just play above, play a pretty stock standard default defensive setup here on Chalet. Falcons are going to have to play into it. They have to respect the vertical hold, so they have to go and try and pressure in towards dining breach, try and get obviously up above as well. We do lose one, fortunately, but
I'm assuming this will be a rehost.
we'll get a rehost immediately.
Immediately. No messing. No messing around. Well, we'll be back in a moment. A little bit of a computer problem, but hey, it's the first day of an SI.
Is that on the bingo card for Fresh?
I mean, it would be the free space, really, at this point. Getting the...
Trying to see, is it a monitor issue from what I can gather? It looks like it is, yeah. I mean, I'm going off of the fact that there's cables coming in and out of the monitor being changed.
Well, they might have done is swap the whole computer.
You reckon the whole computer?
Apparently, that's like the easiest thing to do. Is if a computer goes, they just have like, or another one ready that they can just like.
They just have multiple computers just ready to go.
Listen,
it's like a pit stop.
Yeah, yeah. It's like they're like
doing the quick change.
Gone. I once did a content. I did some content at Manchester Major, where I was walking around and they were like, interact with everything, and I unplugged one of the monitors whilst all of the like.
Why
admins,
would you unplug the monitor?
No, they weren't playing.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't like in the middle of a game, like, ha yeah, take that, fair play. And I did it whilst like eye contact with the refs, and they just gave me the dirtiest look. So I was messing with their work. So, my bad.
I mean, it's one of those weird points in the juncture of the map where it's, it's 1-1. I don't think really having this little break is going to benefit necessarily anyone. But if anything, it allows PSG Talon to kind of just stew on a good round. Like sometimes, you have a bad round into a rehost and you're sitting there just wanting and desperately wanting to get back in to try and rectify the mistake. But for PSG Talon, it's like, hey, that was better. And we can kind of sit with that in our stomachs for the next couple of minutes or whatever as we get through this rehost, this technical issue that is being clearly sorted out. But it's a better feeling when you've just won the round.
Yep.
And you've finally done something really, really well for PSG Talon. They can kind of sit back and they can have that to just kind of stew on for good reasons. Falcons aren't necessarily stressing. They're already at one map up in the series.
Yeah.
They'll bounce back here on Chalet and get a couple of rounds and everything's going to be all peachy. But for Talon, it's good that they can just sit back, feel a little bit better, a little stress relief. You know, Fabian can't yell at them right now either.
No, yeah, mainly because the rules dictate the coach isn't allowed to talk to players during a tech timeout.
I wonder if that's water or coffee for Fabian.
I think it's...
James tricked me before.
What do you mean?
Well, he had a coffee cup, and then he was like, do you want some? And then he opened it, and it was just water.
Why-
It's water in a coffee cup.
Why
we
is
have
it-
glasses.
That's so weird. It's like you shouldn't drink a cold drink out of a mug.
Exactly.
Like, it's just wrong on like a moral level.
I don't like my water with paper.
It's messed up.
It's messed up. But yeah, I think for PSG Talon here, I mean, like, what is a pass mark? Is it even in the win territory? Like, can they lose this 7-5 and it's like a proverbial pass mark? But can you even do that at an SI? I don't know.
I mean, it's still this tricky sort of scenario for them because the first round was very not convincing.
First round was bad.
Second
Second round was good.
round was so much better.
So can they find the consistency?
That's it, right? Is how do they lock in? Because their attacks weren't great.
I need
on the
to see
first map.
PSG Talon lose rounds that they've played well.
Yeah.
And I know that's a very difficult thing to see, and the reason why it's difficult is it's typically assigned to the best teams playing the best team. So when you get the top of the top, you know, like a FaZe versus BDS, like they can lose rounds where they've played well.
Oh yeah. You will expect to beat the best teams on their best day.
Yeah.
Right, and that's just something you have to deal with. To win SI, you have to be the best team of the best teams.
Yeah.
There's no two ways about it. It's almost the argument about sort of BDS is that they've had such a good year statistically. We'll all break it down soon, I'm sure, but they can't do it in the biggest game against the biggest team. It's an entirely different league you find yourselves in that you still have to prepare for. And as you said, the earlier you can sort of see that stresses from a team is when you get the full taste of it. We often don't feel like we get the full taste of these teams because we don't see their loss at their best. We don't see their limitations. They never hit them.
Well, I'm hoping this technical pause isn't going to go for too much longer, but I did want to quickly touch on, as we're talking a little bit about those caveats. Falcons, for me, the biggest thing right now is they're getting all of these opening kills outside of that previous round, and that was the big turnaround for PSG Talon. I said coming into that round, like they hadn't won a single round through the entire map of Consulate and the very opening map of Chalet. They hadn't won a single round where they got an opening kill. Like, that is a strange stat.
Yep.
So they had, I think, 2 opening kills on Consulate, lost both of those rounds. Like, that is quite staggering at this level to make 6 Invitational. And through one map and then the start of a second map, you haven't won a single round with an opening kill. Finally able to rectify that and win the round in the condition that they did is a big turning point for Talon. If they can find better consistency here on Chalet, there's every world in which we could get to Nighthaven Labs. I think they are good enough that they can take this map against Falcons. I don't think the gap between these two teams should necessarily be that massive.
Oh, no. This is, the first map and the result that came from it was because Falcons were the only team in the first half of that game. And this is the sort of worry if we get to the second half of this. If PSG Talon, their time on the defense right now in Chalet is to build confidence for when they get back on their attack, where things so abysmally fell apart. And if they don't, and if this turns into maybe even like an even half, attacks. Generally, you'd say they get themselves sharper here on Chalet. Still, they were being run over by the defense of Falcons. And it's a defensive style that works super well on Chalet.
Well, I see more tech people. It looks like we're going to have a bit of a break here. Unfortunately, 1-1 on the second map of this series. Short break. When we come back, we will continue with PSG Talon and Falcons.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm tryna play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Não sei nem dizer assim, porque é realmente a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma. Não aguentei, foi muito bom. E uma das coisas que a gente mais falou foi: aqui a gente vai ter muita história para contar.
Meu nome é Lorena Miller, eu tenho 31 anos, sou de Manacapuru, que é o interior do Amazonas, mas eu moro em Manaus já há bastante tempo. Bom, aqui em Manaus a gente tem bastante coisa, mesmo limitado, né? A gente sabe que aqui na região norte é um pouco difícil, algumas situações que nem tudo chega para cá, o acesso é muito difícil. Mas assim, né, é o pulmão do mundo. Então é uma parte muito importante, não só de Manaus, do Amazonas, mas da região norte e do Brasil inteiro, né? Tem a Zona Franca, que fica aqui, então muita coisa é produzida aqui, mas realmente a parte cultural, a parte turística, realmente é um dos maiores focos. Eu sou professora de Educação Física da rede pública, né, a rede municipal. Meus alunos sabem que eu gosto muito de videogame, principalmente de Rainbow, né, porque sempre quando tem alguma transmissão que tá mais ou menos no horário de trabalho, às vezes eu deixo eles fazendo alguma atividade. Tem TVs em algumas salas, eu deixo lá para eles assistirem junto comigo enquanto eu escrevo alguma coisa no quadro. Bom, quando eu mostro o jogo para os meninos, né, quando eu mostro o Rainbow, eu sempre falo para eles essa questão de cooperar, que a comunicação, como você fala, se posicionar faz muita diferença. Na área da educação física, a gente tem a questão do tempo e espaço, nós temos a questão da lateralidade. No jogo, é a gente se posicionar de uma forma correta. Então, a gente fala, vira para a esquerda, vira para a direita, olha tal canto. Então, tudo isso faz parte também do ensino da educação física. Então, sempre eu tento trazer algo que eles possam entender que isso eles podem levar para a vida inteira.
E aí, amigo, o que tu acha que vai rolar nesse EV aí? Como é que vai ser?
Ai, eu espero que pelo menos tenha brasileiro na final, né? A expectativa pelo menos é essa.
Do jeito que tá todo mundo jogando, eu acredito que vai ser difícil, né? Eu torço muito pelos brasileiros, mas assim, os times gringos são muito fortes. Eu tenho muito medo. O Canadian lá, um cara que joga muito, morro de medo. Sabe, poder ver tudo isso de perto, sabe que acompanhar esse pessoal, um cenário desse jeito, põe todo mundo ali na tua frente, pra mim...
Vai ser muito louco. Cara, a gente estava assistindo o Invi de 2023 e aí quando apareceu o anúncio, tava todo mundo em pare, ouvindo, conversando, e quando aconteceu o anúncio, era gritaria, era eu me tremendo, e era a gente chorando, e a gente foi à loucura. Então, desde o dia do anúncio, a gente falou que iria. Eu não consigo nem explicar porque eu sei que vai ser uma experiência única. Eu espero que seja algo muito incrível, que eu vá ver os meus amigos, conhecê-los finalmente.
It's been a quick day, especially for us NA fans, unfortunately, but we have to keep you waiting a little bit for what might be the best match of the day, maybe the only 3-mapper. He's looking out the window, FaZe playing patiently. 3 seconds to go, they know they don't even need to make a move. 7-3 for FaZe Command.
Olha o Vita, olha o Vita, olha o Vita. Consegue fazer o punch, o Vita King. Vai se proteger. Tem cobertura da FaZe, muda completamente o jogo. Rocha consegue eliminação, mas o Vita atrás. No escudo. De um lado pro outro, chama o Vita King pra dançar. Ele se protege, 20 segundos no relógio. Vita King não vacila, vai dançando de um lado pro outro. Colocado no pulso, a Virtus pra mais calma. Tem jogo ainda. 10, 9, 8, 7, é nosso! Chama pra...
Jazz. Welcome back. A little jazz fill, little drum fill to bring us back in. Thank you for bearing with us as we found ourselves on the wrong side of a Chalet. Now we're on the right side of it, where we're back in. Falcons won a very convincing round. PSG then won one right back.
Yeah, fortunately the rehost as well happening rather early in this particular map, which means that we're not missing really too many numbers. Yas finds himself 2-1. 2-1 as well for Ryder, 2-2 for Soldier. It's really only Robbie on the side of Falcons actually with the stats that are looking quite nice. 4-1. A 191 EPS for Robbie in the opening 2 rounds of Chalet. But yeah, that was the most convincing round from PSG Talon for sure that we've seen from them in the series. So they get themselves on the board nice and early here for Chalet. All tied up 1-1. Again, this is the map pick of Falcons. They were incredibly dominant on Consulate. For those that missed the opening map, they won that 7-4 after a 6-1 lead. Far and away better. Opening kills have been a real big struggle for PSG Talon. Their ability to win site battles has been a big issue as well. So they've got a lot to overcome still.
Waiting. Patiently. Holding out and hoping that they can gift it. And I talked about Gotti had a little bit of a lack of control on the previous time. Now, Hasham, waiting, patiently, hoping that Gotti will suffer on the wrong side of it. Drift one step too far in. He didn't pull the trigger when he had an option.
I mean, Gotti's the only one with a Nitro Cell as well. So not one that you would want to lose early. Opening pick for Falcons. Really no surprise there when it comes to what's been the case. I don't know where Misa is going on that Azami. Outside of the piano balcony, a man was waiting for him. Gotti will fall as well. No Nitro Cells available. And it's a 5v2 just like that. Falcons, they just sweep through in the opening portion of this 3rd round. Dominance from them. When it gets to this point in the round where Falcons are roaming around and they're pushing and they're looking for kills, PSG cannot go with them.
I mean, what a systematic shutdown it's been. It's now a 1 versus 1 on the site, but you know very quickly it's not going to be. There it is, a swing round, and Falcons, a beautiful take there on towards the top of box. They've rolled the smokes out, cover the door onto Ivy, make sure the player on piano cannot stop the breach happening, and at the same second, I don't know if it was a misthrow in Kiba to try and cover the window and they wanted to opt for something else. In fact, I say I don't know. I do know, because otherwise, why would you Kiba what was? And it just... It turned into like a Hail Mary attempt there from PSG Talon, but when the attack is so precise that they're using their smokes to cover their utility coverage, you know that there'll be some sort of emulation of, well, they're probably holding that window. They're probably waiting for that moment.
I mean, the concern for me is the overarching statement that is PSG Talon can't match Falcon. In a lot of areas, they can't match them. They can't match them in gameplay like that. You know, Falcons say we want to just pick the pace up, try and take these fights earlier. You know, a minute and a half remaining in the round. Let's try and amp up, push, clear out angles, take fights, get aggressive. Talon don't want to play that style because they know they're not going to beat them in that regard. But even if you don't play into that style, Falcons are going to do it anyway. They're going to force you to play that way. And that's the biggest issue. Is Talon just don't have the firepower to be able to match that. And if you want to avoid it as much as possible and you're playing those delay operators and you're sitting back playing site, you're giving up map control. If you're giving up map control, then Falcons have got the better time management anyway to be able to get through the checklist, especially on a map like Chalet, which is not as bad as, say, Consulate. So there are a lot of issues here, a lot of alarm bells ringing for me for PSG Talon. I don't know how they actually can win this. And I kind of hope, I want to see them win it, because I want to see how they end up doing it.
Well, not like that. Lad finds Misa.
You lose your lesion as
already.
well. I mean, that's a big loss.
I mean, think about the last time they were here as well. As I said, they systematically took what they needed to. They're doing a similar thing here, except it's the opposite end. They're going for a west main take. They've got themselves already prepped. Hisham with the new Blackbeard, great at holding the angles.
On Consulate.
Has all the cover here for their body as well. So that, you know, you've got to swing that, hit a headshot, and they'll probably be able to make snappy work of you before you do it. The loose players above might turn into a bit of a forced out. Probably should have won that, but didn't. Just sort of wounded Robbie, slow down his approach by a split second, but otherwise they're in now and they've got the bedroom.
Yeah, I mean, for Robbie, he's a smart player. He doesn't have to get overly aggressive. He knows it wasn't the cleanest entry into bathroom. He just throws out a frag grenade, falls back. They're just trying to clear out Piano, goes back onto the balcony. And they've just been able to systematically push PSG Talon back a little bit. You got the player advantage. You're starting to get that map control. Like, Talon are not winning in this round really at all, unless someone like a Yas over towards the mezzanine at the big window. Can he find a pick? Maybe someone from Falcons just gets a little bit lackadaisical. But I love the rotate now from guards. Get main breach opened up. Essentially signaling to PSG Talon, you've got to come back to site now. You've got to respect this.
That's it. I mean, they've got two players on the site itself. One floating around the top of blue and one on the top floor. They are spread out, and it's something where Falcons, they've been able to see opportunity and smash their way through to it before. The longer they leave this, the more dangerous it becomes. You have to have an impact, but you might also just get yourself entirely caught out. Their one rotate route right now is down on towards blue, get themselves tucked towards the site. They're doubling up. They might try and make a push across the top floor as the breach on towards red happens. They're getting themselves eyed up and angled towards that little default plant spot behind the wall itself on the barrel. Here's the drop from above. Here's the cover of the plant. Here's the fight. The Blackbeard hopped up on towards the top itself. Cannot find the fight. They're inside and out. Immediately back and forth. They're waiting for the swing round. Moved into a frag grenade, but at this point, they're just clarifying the space into theirs at this throw in. 3 versus 2. Round the back of blue. A 3 versus 1. Once again.
Oh, nice him. Are you serious? Oh, it's like Batman. He's literally just dropped down and just punched him in the face. I mean, that is just devastating for PSG Talon. They got picked apart in that 4th round across the board, forcing the tactical timeout. A 3-1 lead now for Falcons. And that was a dirty, dirty round.
I'm speechless a little bit at that.
I didn't think that was possible.
I mean, Gotti had some awareness that somebody was on the top ropes, and then they're able to sneak their way around with a hop over.
But the team play there from Falcons executing into site was perfect because you had 2 key positions that you really needed to do, which was blue and back of wine. And so you do that by sending the frag grenade in towards the blue corridor. Player can't then swing. Then you can clear the other player in towards wine. So they played it really, really well where they isolated these defenders and then just took them out one by one. And then also, if you're PSG Talon, like, what is some of this positioning? You had one player fireplace, you had one player up on the mezzanine that eventually tried to go down fireplace stairs, but you're getting pushed in from boiler. You're getting pushed in through wine. So, like, why are you doubling down over towards fireplace? Like, what are you guys doing? That was one of the worst rounds from PSG Talon. And what's, again, not really all that surprising is the issue with this roster and this team is consistency. They can play well. Saw that with the 2nd round. I thought it was a very good round from them. We gave them the plaudits and the praise, and I think that's what we want to see more from PSG Talon. But it's rounds like that, and it's rounds like the previous round that concern me, that they can't quite mix it with the top teams. And Falcons, they are a top team. They're a very good team. They're on that precipice where they're really trying to break in and be a solidified top 8 team that's knocking on that top 4 door. That's where they're kind of at the moment. PSG Talon, not even in the same stratosphere.
Talking about stratosphere.
Okay, segue.
Robbie is playing out of this world right now. Although it says a 4-0 currently, I think it goes up to an 8-1 if you add it. I think he was 4-1 before the split. Our data is a little bit slower from this side, so I think he's about to be on an 8-1
You might be
total.
right.
He is now. There it comes through.
Good spot. And what's intriguing as well is the 0-0 entry.
Yeah, he's, you know, the team has rotated itself around, whether they're giving him more support to play his role proper, whether they're just giving him...
He has one entry kill the entire series, Emmy, which is staggering.
I think this is...
1-0, but still.
I think this is what they've angled for. I think they've tried to pull away from him being all or nothing, because if you have such a great player, you want to try and make sure that they have the grounds to work with. It's a 5-person game. How do we give someone that's this strong in gunfights the best possible chance of them to win those gunfights? Maybe it means someone else takes the first step. It could be.
You know, I can't believe I'm finding a reference here, but someone like Donk in CS is the kind of player that he's so good, you just send him in first anyway, and then you just clean up the scraps. He might go and get 2-3 kills. Robbie was doing that in Montreal. Like, he had a plus 26 entry stat. Like, he was just walking in, killing people. Eventually, he would die, and then the rest would clean up the scraps. Well, he does lose this opening engagement. And again, it's not the be-end all. When it comes to Robbie, now he's finding other ways to impact these rounds. But yeah, I am a little concerned about his entry stats so far through the opening 2. Fortunately, those concerns basically mean nothing, because he's still fragging out anyway. Not in this round, though. 4v4, minute and a half remaining in the 5th round. PSG Talon, again, if you're having consistency issues, it means you are doing some things right. So you can have a bad round, then a good round, then a bad round, and a good round. That in itself is not quite a positive, but it does mean we could be shaping up for one of their better rounds here.
Now, the only player on the sort of first map for the side of Falcons that wasn't at least +1/+2 was Hashom. He ended up even for the game. Now, look at him. Although he does die when I make the comment, he's still 3-1 since the rehost.
Guards gets a freebie.
Huge player. No,
you had the pick! Wait, what?
He won!
What?
And that is the thing about Blackbeard. There's the swing round. They're going to try and get the stick in the plant at this point. He's not entirely in sort of contest for it. He's baiting the motion. It's another aggressive fight, and he should be dead 4 times over at this. The C4 finally ends him. And there's Yas on the split, but... you see it, right? And I guess it's... okay.
I see it. I don't believe it.
This is entirely not what happened, but this is my headcanon. You spend years training to not shoot Blackbeard in the face and aim for his body to get the drop. Now it's the opposite, and you have to shoot him in the head. Maybe that's where it went wrong. Entirely not what happened. He just fluffed up the fight.
Yeah, he should have died pretty much straight away.
Oh, entirely.
I mean, it's a difficult round to break down, because I think PSG Talon, they win that because of the fact that they've done better in areas that they've struggled in. So the opening kill department, better, right? You deal with Robbie early, better. And then from there, they were able to actually play the mid round a lot better as well, to the point where it didn't really come down to this kind of like classical late round exec from Falcons. So for a lot of the issues that PSG Talon have had in this series, that was a round in which they rectified a lot of those issues. And again, it comes back to the consistency, though, is I don't trust them to be able to do that 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row. Yep. That's the problem. They don't have that kind of consistency level that a lot of the top teams will do and have from EU, Brazil, for example, even from North America. So that's kind of where for PSG Talon and for Fabian, it's like, we can do good. Guys, have the self-confidence, have the belief. You've just got to be able to do it for longer periods of time. You don't have to do it 6 rounds in a row, but can you find a period where you get like 2, 3 solid rounds in a row, have one off, 2, 3 rounds in a row, have one off. That's kind of where you need to get to. Right now, it's like you'll play one round like that, you'll win, and then the next round, Falcons will win this flawlessly, and it's a 4-2 half. Like, that's where PSG Talon are at. If they can find a third here, I mean, this map is very much for the taking going into their attack half on Chalet. So this is a very curious round.
It's the weird split of Chalet, right? As we were saying before, like, yes, it's a positive one for attack teams, but we are also looking at how the first map played out. You worry about PSG Talon getting in on their attack here. There's still some disconnect in their play. They're missing that slap of, like, 5 players hitting the approach, hitting these moments, hitting it continually, and then adapting, changing. That Falcons are sort of doing great some rounds, slightly missed on others, but you still see the sort of integral pieces working. They're still getting themselves in towards sight, or at least, you know, on towards an objective blade. There is a great bit of motion from Gotti. Robbie finally involved in an entry statistic, and he falls on the wrong side of it. Unfortunately, now he is first body removed 2 rounds in a row after the compliments paid to him. Unfortunately, slowed down just a little, but it hasn't dampened Falcons as of yet. PSG Talon able to actually get a kill without it being traded anywhere else is one of the only few times that's happened. Here's the pressure of the blitz at this time instead of the Blackbeard. Might be the first approach, but when they've got your kit, you don't want them to get caught out, because if they do, then suddenly you've got to re-pick up the objective for the objective.
The good news for Talon, they're getting these opening kills. Yeah. They're starting to evolve a little bit. As the series prolongs, like, they are actually making this far more of a contest. We have to go back to the opening 7 rounds of Consulate. It was a 6-1 lead for Falcons. It was a bloodbath. There were a lot of issues prevalent for PSG Talon. And as we've continued and we're getting more reps in with them, we are actually naturally just seeing them just find those improvements. They look more comfortable inside of the server. So they're starting to get opening kills. They're starting to do better in the mid-round. And this is what I was hoping for PSG Talon going into, say, they play Razar tomorrow. So if they can get themselves, even if they don't win this series or even win a map, Emmy, get themselves into a better flow state, I think they could definitely put in a performance tomorrow to, say, beat a Razar.
That's it. At this point, you know, it starts here. The groundwork for any of your future games is made just before it. They've been able to get themselves in towards the library here. They're focusing potentially on the drop, but as they level up the kills, it's 20 seconds. It's a late last-second push, and there's an Echo drone and a Frost Mat that doesn't quite get the catch. They're looking towards the default, but the pings are there. There is an Echo. Please stops the plant. Now they're going to have to try again. Double it down, move the drone, and move the second into position. They've played this well, but there's the drive! Swung round, and Hasham appeared out of nowhere and prepped everything up for the round to go in Falcons' favor. I mean,
why is the Azami pushing with the... you got the Echo drone there, so you're already covering big window. The Azami needs to be covering the Echo. The Echo's just dead. You can't fire the Yokai if you're dead.
People can't see the face I'm pulling, but it is a grimace because you're entirely...
Grimace?
Yeah.
Like from McDonald's?
Yeah. The face that he makes. Because you're entirely right. You're looking at that solution, right? They have an answer, okay? But no answer in Siege is set in stone. Everything can be changed by mid-round adaptations, trying to find your new way around, trying to find your new angles of approach, which is exactly what Hasham did. They went, we've got 9 seconds and an Echo drone. We need to do something. Hasham said, right, this is what I'm doing. I'm throwing myself in. If I can at least distract the Echo, we get the round. Maybe we get the plant, whatever.
Is that a round, though, where it falls back to PSG Talon somewhat losing a round but doing a lot of the right thing? Obviously, a big calamity at the very end. Massive. Because you've left essentially the front door wide open and said, hey, come attack us right now. We're looking at something else. Their idea very much at the end was, again, delay, stall out, go for the plant denial at the end, getting into big windows, one thing. Once those smokes had faded, and obviously the Yokai drones had done their job, how do you then get that plant down successfully when you've still got a player inside a bar stock? So if Hasham doesn't do what he did, I think Talon could have, and maybe should have, won that round.
100%.
So they've done a lot right. It's just right at the very end.
My worry is that we did not see the biggest complaint about PSG Talon get rectified in the adaptations game, because everything was still as a plan. You know, you fight the top of Ivy, you pull back down the blue stairs, you give them this ground, you make them fight for, you know, library, you make them whatever, and then the last line is prep. That is just how you hold that site. And then as soon as Hasham does that blind dive in, I'm assuming he came in from the fireplace door. He got 1 kill on a player behind the bar, because that's probably the default hold. That's probably part of the plan. And then swung onto it, and then you have the last player that's at the bottom of the blue. I mean, it's just a missed moment and a misnomer. There's at least one traded back out. Robbie gets an immediate with guards getting one more on the tail end of it. It's an opponent detected outside as Robbie is drifting about and dropping bodies here. A 4 versus 1 out of absolutely nothing.
Yeah, wow.
That has come on towards the back of this push. They did not let them in this building.
I mean, that's the issue, Emmy, is that we don't see rounds like that from Talon.
No.
So you can have these kind of 50-50 rounds, these more close games where it's a bit of a dance and they're doing, you know, pretty much equal level things, but Falcons have the ability to go 1 up. In that case, 2 up. And do something that we can't really get or expect from PSG Talon. And that's what's separating these two teams very comfortably, is that Falcons just have that ability to put the foot on that pedal all the way, floor it, and find a way to either win flawlessly or just dominate the round from the get-go, and it becomes a non-contest. Talon, when they win their rounds in this series, they're scrapping.
Yep.
It's towards the end of these rounds. Like, they're close. They're having to play so well for their level just to edge out a round. The Falcons, they have the ability to not only match, of course, PSG Talon, win those scrappy rounds, but also have the ability to just dominate like that. And that's the concerning factor in the separation of these two teams, and what is the big boon for Falcons, and what allows them to be competitive against the top teams. 5-2, of course, already won the opening map, but now on the verge of taking the second map, which, of course, ultimately would win them the series.
Entry statistic across this whole series so far, 14 to the favor of Falcons, 4 has gone the way of PSG Talon.
Yeah, slight improvement on Chalet.
Improvement. But it's just a
still
shutout game.
Yeah.
They have not been able to get that first handle. As we saw there, Falcons, they're more than happy, more than willing to play towards the limits of a map itself, play outside the map itself. If utility starts coming in, they don't shy away from it. We saw it as the approach before. Grenades, they'll move into it.
All 5 players on Falcons through this series are above 100 EPS, which isn't really too surprising. The issue is that for PSG Talon, all 5 players are below 90.
That's exactly what I mean here. They move in towards this gadgetry. They're not shying away from it. There wasn't even a direct push on the back. The pressure's coming here from the Blackbeard that wants to fight across the bathroom, but with Misa trying to go for the pinch on the back end, they have to try and operate this together. It's the biggest problem we've talked about with PSG Talon before.
Hello?
And he's caught in the bar!
Oh, it's basic,
You
Soldier.
just got washed. The second might be about to find the scrub and the follow through. The C4 hits the back end of the Solarium strewn stairs, but I mean, it's at least a pick back up, but what else have you lost from it? You've lost that Blackbeard, you've lost the push, you've lost Soldier, you're losing a bit of the plot here as Dove pushes himself out the map itself.
I mean, Robbie can't believe his eyes when he just watches the Blackbeard waltzing through bathroom, doesn't do the simple check towards Jacuzzi. I mean, honestly, nicely done from Gotti, but he's also going to be a little bit cleaner earlier on. J-Lad gets the easy kill onto Ryder. Gotti could have probably cleared out bathroom, being on that Capitao, but he's also not anticipating Soldier to just waltz in and play with such little disregard. I mean, this round is over. I would imagine the series is following suit. Unfortunately for PSG Talon, it's going to have to be back to the drawing board and back to the workshop. They've had time. They've had boot camp. They've had opportunities to try and catch up to the international level. I just don't see it from them. Unfortunately, I'm still seeing a lot of the same mistakes and errors that we've seen from them locally in Korea.
It's just this same sort of play, right? It's this...
Gotti's been great. He's been a good pickup. I think that's definitely one thing you can look to, is that one of their most recent additions to the roster is playing well. But just as a team, they just don't look in sync. I mean, even that from Dov, easy beat. Gas is expecting the right side flank, comes on the left, Hashem to finish it off, and Falcons, moments away from claiming this series, relatively comfortable.
That's all you can really say about it right now. Falcons have played a very decent series of Siege, a very decent game. Is there things to work on? Yes, there always is. As soon as you stop thinking there is, you know, you're done, you're cooked, you're at the end of the line. This is the sort of play. If I talk about the things that Falcons are doing really, really well, of leaning into utility, leaning into aggression, leaning into things, it's also these aggressive positions they're opting to take. It's not a game that PSG Talon want to dabble in at all. It's a game that everybody needs to have. Coming into this tournament, coming into this stage, if you aren't confident to play these confidence plays, these bravado plays, these I am going to hold this position, I'm going to take this risk, I'm going to do whatever, then every single loss will hurt a bit more. You talk about vibes, you talk about the importance of sort of your mental attitude, you talk about just having that, you know, balls to the wall confidence. That is something that Falcons are really demonstrating, and it's sort of punishing PSG Talon that it's not a feather in their cap.
Yeah.
6-2. 6-2. Will this be the last round? And if not, will we see really many more?
I mean, I hope more than anything that Misa and Soldier can find a kill here. Being on the 2 donuts.
Yeah.
Not great. For Falcons, I mean, look, this is definitely the best start that you could hope for against the PSG Talon team that has aspirations to find improvements. They've been just so dominant, making very short work of the team from APAC.
it's sort of just waiting for the end. You don't want to say it, but now with the team, as I said, I was sort of saying before about confidence, there's so much pressure right now on every engagement PSG Talon takes. Some teams will just throw themselves in because they're like, what's the worst that can happen? We lose, the game's done.
Yeah.
Let's try everything. But it feels like they're a team that leads it the other way. They're going for a steady approach, a clear across the top. They're about to find a little bit of a lockdown here, but Vlad is waiting for an approach here, hoping to shoot some ankles. It won't get the kill, but it might do a bit of damage. They don't really have a huge amount of removing it outside of the frag grenades if Soldier wants to risk and utilize it. There goes Robbie.
This is a winnable round for Talon. I feel like they've got not only the opening pick, but I love the operator lineups that they've actually brought. Shot on the hash. I mean, at that point, you could just throw everything out the window. If you're going to get a kill like that, that's just a miracle kill. Very, very small angle. Just able to thread the needle, 5v3, lots of time as well. And that's the biggest factor for Talon. They're the kind of team that could stall themselves out, panic, and revert to some really bad habits. They've got so much time that they can go through the checklist. They know exactly what they need to do based on the lineup that they've brought. This should be a round win for them. They cannot find a way to lose this.
On that kill as well, I think it's actually the mirror image of a kill that Hasham got against Misa on the previous map where he got it up from the bottom. The C4 is played almost perfectly against anyone but a Blackbeard, but the Blackbeard is able to hold himself out. Guards put down to, I was going to say half, and then even less. The grenade finishes them off. They try and flood themselves back in. Dov and Jalad, all that's left, and they retake, but they don't look through themselves into a waiting shark, and the last fight is Yas's to take.
Better.
There's a bit of confidence. There's a bit of memento.
Yeah, better. I mean, it's a reminder to someone like Fabian as to what this team can do when they play well, when they execute the strategy. And that was a strategic round. Probably you could give Fabian a lot of the credit, too, in that round. And I think that for PSG Talon, again, it's like, can they just find a way to get those sort of rounds happening more consistently? I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, but you can clearly see the proof is in the pudding. When they play a particular game plan or game style well, and they can execute it. They certainly can. We just saw it. You just got to do it more often. Now, what can throw that off for them is when Falcons get aggressive. When Falcons get aggressive, they start to roam around the map. They go for lurk positions. They try and catch you off-angle positions. Then a lot of that systematic checklist kind of gameplay gets thrown out the window. And the reason why I picked up early on in that previous round is Falcons were playing ultra on-site defense. They were not looking to get too aggressive. And that then plays into the hands of PSG Talon at 6-3. And with this lineup, don't be too surprised if we see Falcons look to play a little bit of that roam game a little bit. Can you get someone, say Fireplace Stairs, coming out, try and get a kill to someone on the mezzanine looking to open up office wall. All of these sort of things Falcons can do to throw PSG off their game, and PSG are the kind of team that gets thrown off their game really easily.
That's it. It just takes one mid-round to go away from the plan. I'm still not convinced that PSG have learned to play against that game itself. Robbie is...
Well, Blackbeard.
Oh, yeah, I mean, again, anyone else but Blackbeard, and that's the sort of free pickup. But it shows Soldiers using the operator. Not going to get caught by a bathtub player again. That's at least a change.
It also shows now, PSG Talon, they need to immediately communicate, hey, they're aggressive, they're extending out, they've got library control. We know that they're going to be aggressive, play these windows and entry positions, looking to deny our ability to get into the site. Look at the setup that they've actually brought here. This is a huge extension for top floor to just try and get full library control, deny the ability for PSG to get in. Fortunately for PSG Talon, though, you do have the ability to get in pretty comfortably. You've got the Blackbeard, as well as those Candalas as well from the Ying. So it's all about, hey, mini-game time. Can we get library control, force Falcons back? If we do that, they've got far less ability to defend the site.
Yes, Gates a lot of damage as they throw in the first Candela. It's a self-kill by Dove, probably in the blind of the Ying, you assume. Solotov, I don't even know. He's not even in this game. Soldier, too busy thinking about BDS. Soldier is able to take care of the one. Jalad gets one right back, but is caught out as he tries to flee his way out of bedroom. Now at this point, with the push back onto the utility, it's a game I complimented them on before, but trying to C4 whilst you're blind, as I said, I assume that's how he C4'd himself. It's not the most common death, is the way that he got dropped in, and it leaves Hasham with a long angle all the way back towards the top of Fireplace. Guards, the other shoulder of support, but they've got to watch everything. A minute 10, the plan is being attempted. It's one of the only times we've seen this actually hit the ground, and it will be confirmed as well. PSG Talon Their first plant statistic comes together here on a round where they're rebuilding, they're refighting, and they're reshaping themselves into a team that is competitive.
And it may very well be the first time in this series where it's 2 rounds in a row from PSG Talon that have actually looked really solid, where they look like they belong at 6 Invitational and they're not here to just make up the numbers. Firing away better, and we might actually have the most competitive standpoint of the series now at 6-4. We know, of course, the opening map was a 7-4 win for Falcons, so we were in a somewhat similar position where, again, Falcons started really strong, PSG kind of brought it back, and then ultimately squandered the map. This is, again, similar, not quite to the same 6-1 nature, but a 6-2 nature, where, of course, now PSG Talon have been able to subvert 2 of those match point scenarios, but they've done so in a better fashion. Rather than just kind of scraping through like they somewhat did on Consulate, this has been some of their more clinical siege that we've had in this series, where they're playing well, they're executing their strategy, they're really offsetting Falcons, who have tried 2 different avenues. They tried the on-site defensive approach, then they tried the more aggressive horizontal extension over towards Library, going for spawn peaks, looking to deny entry positions, and PSG Talon have been able to win both of those. Admittedly, though, one thing that helped was Dove killed himself with a Nitrocell. That doesn't, bode well for Falcons when things like that are happening in a round. But hey, PSG Talon, you put yourself in that position to then capitalize on a mistake. And hey, more than fine. They've been able to do that. Falcons haven't made too many errors in this series, and the one time that they do, credit to Talon, they capitalize.
We also obviously had it without a timeout. I was kind of wondering, when things looked the worst, when it was 6-2, I was like, when's the sort of call going to come through? When are they going to have this conversation? When are they going to try and piece things together? Playing themselves back out, forcing it from the opposing side, forcing it from the side of Falcons as well. This rebuilding and this sort of trust in the team itself. We can play all the compliments you want, and when you have someone as storied and historied as Fabian, you expect a lot from them. But again, he's not in that game. He's not in that lobby. He isn't the one that's able to sort of rouse them the same way that he might have been able to do as a player. It's down to those 5 that need to sort of piece themselves together, and they've started to do that. They're starting to believe Morpheus. 6-4 Falcons. They are still just 1 round away from securing themselves the opening win of a series and setting themselves up in a very good position. We've talked about the likelihood of who is going to top the group, and when you have some of the teams that you do, BDS and Dark Zero, well, it's probably going to be them. But on the back end of that, you sort of might be potentially securing yourself 3rd place just from winning this game. There goes Ryder.
That's a bad loss. You lose the Ying, the Candelas. If you want to try and play off the Blitz, go fast, hit sight. You really want those Candelas. Not going to be possible now with Ryder's death, so it's a great opening kill for Falcons. Again, that's been their strong suit. I think the plan of attack here for Talon, try and get that Blitz up Fireplace stairs, rush in through bar. And if you don't have the Candelas, then you can't have as much pressure on the game side on Big Window. So I honestly think a large portion of what PSG want to do in this round has now been lost because of the Ying loss. And I think they have to try and flip things around a little bit. And that's why you're seeing Gotti and co make their way, instead of into the building, they've gone back up, and they're going to have to take top Library with the Blitz. So, adaptation was an issue on Consulate here for PSG Talon. Down a player, match point round. This is the kind of round. If they can find a way to overcome that opening loss of the Ying, I will be impressed.
Well, there's the breakthrough, and there's a player entirely caught out. They're going to just be pushed towards the side, and oh, they tried to double down! There's the crossfire, a second too late, and Soldier finds Dove, but a bit of a blow. There's the singular loss there. Hey, they have a second shield. Now, the worry is this top blue, don't turn your back towards it. They might still be trying to put the pressure on. In fact, they've called it. They've pulled themselves back ground. They have the Echo drones getting the read through the idea on the approach here. They know that the player isn't too far away, and Hashom wants to play a little magic trick. Pulled. Hello, peekaboo, I'm here, and I'm going to shoot you in the face. The impact is going to open up the wall itself. They don't quite have the cross angle, but if he loses that engagement, well, he just tried to find himself too aggressive, punished on the back end of it, and now 30 seconds, a 3 versus 2. They've lost the Echo, who could have been a big bit of utility here.
Guard's still inside of Barstock, though, with the Nitrocell. Love this position, can watch the drop. Not a lot of time here for Talon to sort of pivot around. Nitrocell does go up, but it's Missed the mark completely. Mudroom now for Hashem. Needs to get involved. May go for the jump out and try and swing on the other side of Big Window. Guard's losing his life in Barstock, though. Makes it very difficult for Hashem. No longer that sight control whatsoever for Falcons. Yas will finish it off. And PSG Talon with a little statement as they make it 3 rounds in a row. And we, by no means, are done here on Chalet. 6-5. Talon are fighting.
Where have you been, PSG Talon? What a resurgence this has been over these past 3 rounds, because as you said, you want to see these teams playing to their best capability. This is smart, slick, sexy Siege. This is them piecing their attacks together. I'm not going to say Falcons are panicking. They're obviously still playing great Siege. They were 6-2. That going to 6-5 isn't great, but they're 1 map up. They have the buffer on a map that's a strong map, but look at the motions they're making. These plays, they feel a little bit more concerned. They feel a little bit less controlled. You've got the Echo trying to take the fights in towards Mudroom that they didn't really have to take, moving into a door that they're sort of shooting open. They're a bit too bravado, a bit too much cooking is going on here. It's a weird mix of being like, if I win this, then we'll win the round. But then because of that, the risks they're taking are nowhere near as sort of calculated as the risks that they decided to take before. When you had the player lying in the bathtub, he knew what was coming. This time round, you're seeing Falcons throw themselves into the unknown, trusting they can win it out, which is good unless you're against a team like PSG Talon that are playing as they are right now, where it seems like they've got the read on information. Ryder almost suffers from a spawn peek. Robbie almost suffers in revenge towards it. Guards is still prepped up on the door, waiting for an approach here, but the fact that the fire is trying to slow them down and they instantly pull back, they don't trust themselves enough. Robbie, can he survive a bit deeper into this round now with the sliver of health that he's got? Try and make an impact as big as he could.
The first real time now in the series, Talon are in the game. Consulate, Chalet, both maps, Falcons have led significantly and had a very good buffer. They've never felt threatened on either of the 2 maps. Aussie Pass will capture the drone. And Soldier just looking for a quick entry here on the Blackbeard. You got Gotti as well on the Blitz, so double shield opportunity for Talon. Nitrocell makes a bang. Not enough to find the kill, and that's going to have to be a fallback for Guards. That was also the one and only Nitrocell. Gotti looking to slip in towards Bar. That's Kit down as well. Double kill for Falcons. They've got themselves a significant little advantage now because of where that Kit is located. It is in a bad spot. It's in a bad way.
3-3 though. There's a little bit of a back and forth, and Chalet is trying to hold on to one room. He's watching over the Kid, as you said, but he knows that they've pushed themselves in. Whichever team can formulate a structure here to react
Soldier
is the one that can make it happen. There goes Chalet. He drifted. He was holding and hoping and waiting for support, but unfortunately for him, it came too little too late. Now, they're inside the line of the pantry, but can they get that Kit, Xenos?
Yes, they can, because Falcons aren't watching it anymore. Dov just maintaining top library, and Hashem's still down below Fireplace Stairs, waiting for the vault in, expecting the Kit to be retrieved from this side of the map. Now, the 60 seconds. The pace here can be controlled here by Talon. This should be a free kill. Yas is watching and waiting as the Kit goes down in towards Bar. Oh, Hashem! Well, he flips it around and he does find the head onto Yas, who was not expecting to push up Fireplace Stairs. 2v2, post-plant scenario.
Now they know the Skopos is trying to make their way around onto blue. They're pinching the player out here, and it leaves Ryder in a sticky situation. How can he get support? He's got to fight his way out. Ryder! He finds it! Now it just leaves Hashem trying to get this locked out in regular time here. He's still got a chance of OT, but the pistol pops out. But you're against the Blackbeard. The Blackbeard locks it in. PSG Talon from the ground. They rebuilt, and now they have a chance to send this to map 3 if they can lock it in OT.
Overtime required on Chalet as PSG Talon fighting back from the brink of destruction. It was 6-2. Falcons looked all but poised to take this series relatively comfortably. PSG Talon, to their credit, have dug deep to send it to overtime, of which they are on double defense. Falcons begin on the attack. And we saw the pictures there of Fabian. He looked pumped because as a coach, nothing is more disappointing when you know your team can play better. And when they play better and they start to improve in front of you, that is such a good feeling. Fabian's thinking, oh my God, thank God. These guys are playing the way I know they can play, and we've got a competitive map. 6-6. Falcons will be kicking themselves, but I mean, credit to PSG Talon, because it's one thing to play well when it's easy. It's another thing to play well when your back's up against the wall. You're 6-2 down. You've already dropped the opening map where you were largely uncompetitive. They've just out of nowhere, 4 rounds in a row, been able to get some consistency, and with that consistency, they're finding confidence, and you can clearly see that inside of the server, the way that they're playing, the way they're pushing around. I did feel as if, though, when that kit went down, Gotti making the entry towards bar, loses kit, bad spot. Fortunately, there was still a minute and a half. Why? Because they started to play with confidence, move around the map a little bit earlier in the round, so they gave themselves breathing room, and with that, OT it is.
It's the split of all of it as well, but because Gotti made that push, maybe a few seconds, even if that, it felt like a few seconds before they sort of impacted on towards the window. Billiards as well. It made things a little bit staccato, a little bit awkward, a little bit individual, and they found the ground. Huge work by the Blackbeard that, I mean, when it comes down to a 1 versus 1, but you're also the first getting the kills inside the site and taking the control, it was an opportunity that PSG Talon saw. Maybe finally I'm getting the answer to the question of how does their mid-round adaptation work? Well, if they can stick themselves onto the landing. Now, they're back on the side of the defense. The side that hasn't really operated as well for them, but with all the confidence built from the previous rounds and with the confidence they might have been able to shake from the side of Falcons, will we see a slightly different route round. Guards, he has not been able to have anywhere near the impact he had in the first map where he was the standout.
Well, look at Robbie, it's 8-7 now, Emmy. I mean, this is a big change up, right? So a lot of the things that Falcons were winning, they're no longer. Opening kills being one of those. I mean, that was the most damning statistic.
And that's that thing that you wanted. The lurk game, the playing around the basement, the looking for these opportunities.
You had to change it up. You had to try and do something a little bit different, even if that's maybe not the most conventional way to play against Falcons because they're so good at it. Hey, it's working, though, because maybe they're not expecting it as much. Expect the unexpected, Emmy. Especially at 6 Invitational.
Okay, the Monty's going to trade places, and someone's in a frost mat right behind him, picking himself up because they're worried about the swing, and there it is. But Guards
good cover
on the guard, had the weight and pulls it back. 4 versus 4, and they have the eyes on the site. They might just try and stick this, but Yas stops Robbie on the back end. They're waiting for the hold. It's a narrow angle, once again played with as Chalet takes a lot of damage on the split round. There's the end because of the blood trail. Picks back up, but 2 versus 4. They're knocked round and about either side of it. They're stacked, but they're most importantly not letting them get the plant. They're inside the site looking for a second, but they have to keep their guard and their guards up. They're, you know, eyes on the fight, eyes on the cover. Hashom does a great bit of motion round on the back. It's a 2 versus 3, and now a post plant with a Monty.
I'm a little bit shocked here. It was a 2-on-4. I mean, Talon have actually just thrown this away. Hashom wins the battle against Soldier, and like that, it's suddenly a 1v1. Soldier unable to help out before in the Legion. It's down to Ryder as Hashom's down low. Ryder did tap it already, which gave away his position. Back on it once again, expecting the push. He's down! He gets the down! Ryder isn't fully aware of it, but it is 7-6 now as PSG Talon are going to get themselves a map point as they go up in OT.
We are freewheeling right now at this point.
5 rounds in a row.
And 2 of them are 1 versus 1 moments. There is nothing really that invigorates a team more than when somebody wins a 1 versus 1. It is heart-pumping, pulse-racing action at that point. And, you know, it's on that sort of list of what pulls you together. There was a bit I was worried about here where maybe they'll try and bait it again and run out of time because they didn't have the confirm. They had the comms, they had the calls. It plays into that idea I talked about where it feels like PSG Talon have got this really good understanding now of what is going on. Something that they didn't really have before. And it's taken Falcons a bit by surprise. 7-6, 5 in a row, 4 of them attacked. PSG Talon back on the attack. What do you say to Falcons at the moment?
I'm a little bit gobsmacked in some regards because a lot of the storylining that we kind of had throughout Consulate started to follow through on Chalet. So when you've got the backup and you've got a decent sub-sample, you're kind of like, okay, we know what's going on here. PSG Talon can have the odd good round, but they just don't have the consistency to go 2-3 in a row. How about 5 in a row out of nowhere? Down 6-2. 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Some of them scrappy, but also some of them quite dominant. So they've been able to do it and win in multiple fashions as well. They're getting opening kills a little bit more often. They're also doing better in the late round. They're also able to get counter diffusers. They're able to get the kit down. They're doing everything. So that's really the blessing in disguise right now for PSG Talon, is by bringing this game back the way that they have, they've been able to actually find out and say, hey, we can win these rounds, and we can do so in many different fashions. And it's really good confidence that's being built for them. I still think Nighthaven Labs, if we get there, should be too much for them.
Oh, yeah.
But this is much, much better for PSG Talon.
It's the weird thing as well, is the way that this has all come together. It isn't that Falcons are suddenly playing rubbish. They're still getting the great takes, great cover, great bits of movement, but they've been surprised by PSG Talon suddenly remembering.
Like the lurk in the basement in the last round. You know, those are the little things that they weren't quite doing on Consulate. PSG were far more, like, one-sided.
Yeah, it's like you're running a race and you're smashing the other dude, and then suddenly you see him next to you. You're like, oh, I gotta get myself locked in on this, and that's where Falcons are right now. And it's a bit of a culture shock in that moment of going, okay, how do we pull this back? Remember, they were 6-2 up. This isn't Falcons suddenly dropping off as much as the scoreline results. It's PSG Talon again remembering, you are at SI. You're a team that's earned your spot. Now prove it. The cover goes, and there's the first.
On to Robbie.
Robbie gone again. And from all the compliments paid, as you said, unfortunately, it is just pulled apart step by step. And,
1 and 4 on the entry now.
And knocking
for Robbie
on towards the window. Where do they get themselves structured here?
This is the player that had the best entry statistic at Montreal. I mean, and he's 1 and 4 here on Chalet. That is a 8-9 overall. He was sensational on Consulate, started really well on Chalet.
Yeah.
But over the last 5 to 6 rounds, he has been largely irrelevant. Big pickup from Chalet, who is picking up the pieces along with Asham. So we know Falcons as a roster aren't just the Robbie show. They've got firepower across the board, shown there by guards as he gets the double kill. And just like that, despite PSG Talon finding so much success over the last 5 rounds, it may still come down to one singular round, as Falcons are looking to send us all 15. Soldier with a big kill, trying to play off the yellow ping, but not anything to be found here, unfortunately for Misa.
Did not find the connection there with the player. He has a good idea on where they all are, and they keep popping their heads up, but they don't want to hand this body back. They don't want to make it a 2 versus 2. Now, guards, he was able to step himself up. As I said, he wasn't the biggest player on this map until it mattered the most. Can the rest of the team try and push this one over the edge? Hasham has had a blinder of a map so far, and he is that difference factor. No! We call it at the worst possible time, and now they get themselves in, but look at the time. There goes Dov getting one. It's a Blackbeard versus 2.
Time.
He's got to try and find his way around, but he can't. We are going all the way.
Yeah, and rightfully so, at least when it comes to Chalet. If we're looking at it from a single map perspective, there's not much that has been able to separate these two teams. 15 rounds required, 15 rounds deserved. Overtime match point for both of these two teams. Falcons already winning on Consulate. They won that 7-4. PSG Talon hoping to send it to Nighthaven Labs, the third and decisive map of this series. And I couldn't tell you who's going to win this round. I have absolutely no idea. Talon go bar games on defense. Falcons were really, really good in the first half on their attack, so don't count them out. Even though defense has kind of been the stronger suit, I think overall, not really. It's quite 50-50. No, attack has actually been slightly in favor. So there you go. Maybe coming into this round, it could favor Falcons, but honestly, you can throw a lot of that whole attack defense out the window. It just comes down to really execution in a lot of these plays has been determined early in these rounds. We're starting to see more of these opening kills go against Falcons. Robbie 1 and 4 on the entries. So all it takes is maybe a Robbie entry double kill. That honestly is enough, I think, for Falcons to then go on and win the round. So that's something to be mindful of coming into this.
7-7 at this point. We go to bar, where it's been actually won by Falcons once on their defense already, and then lost twice. I've got following.
So it's 1-3, sorry, on Robbie, not 1-4. But
nope. I mean, it's still, compared to where he was, you always look at these statistics, and, he played great at his first major. Fantastic. Now he's at SI. It carries a different weight. This is the pinnacle of Rainbow Six Siege. This is where every player dreams of playing and has for, the decade the game has been out. This is where you want to make your mark, and it can, shake you on your first day. And you just hope that they can sort of piece it together and start pulling the performance that they did before. It's 7-7. This opening body might be the one that is so dictating of how this goes, whether we end up on a third map. They are not leaving anything to chance here. Falcons, everything is being stringently droned. They're ensuring every corner is covered. Now there's a big bit of support, and there's a play of a grenade. Now last time they went for that, actually, the cover onto that shield, they lost the player. So a change here from the side. PSG Talon, that they're waiting for this sort of approach here, that they know that things can be won and lost. As I said before, Falcons had mixed success in their defenses here, on their attacks. They were able to get themselves locked in with slightly similar, I think more positive results. And the first body is Robbie's. And there they go, rotating round. Guards gets Misa, and it's a 5 versus 3. This might be the start of the end.
Yeah, need the next kill. Next kill's so important for PSG Talon. Goes without saying. It's a 5v3. Can you at least just kind of stall out this attack a little bit longer? Still so much time on the board. That's the most concerning thing for me. PSG Talon on defense are at their best when there's, you know, still 4 or 5 bodies up for them. And also the time factor is still in favor for them as well. So minute 10, Yas is just hiding top library. Ryder gets himself into a conflict, but it's only a 1-for-1. So even though Ryder does get at least 1 kill there, momentarily looks good for them, it's still the same position. With under a minute remaining, there's still 2 players down. Yas getting cleared out, wins the battle against Chalet. Thinks that maybe there's another one close by. He was right, but it is Guards that gets the kill. Checks for the player in Barstock, which is Soldier, who now has 3 players in front of him to try and salvage this round for PSG Talon. He cannot. Falcons can, and they take the series 2-0, avoiding an overtime map in Nighthaven Labs. They take it 2-0. And boy, did they have to work for it, Emmy.
I mean, it's the thing to say here, right? It's Falcons. Do they deserve the series? 100%. Based on how it was played. You know, 1 good half of 4 halves of Siege, really, from PSG Talon hitting their stride. It's a shame. It was the last one that they hit. It's almost a little bit of good news because, as you said, they have a full day to prep. If they can open their performance tomorrow in the next series, the same way they closed their performance today, we will have a different PSG Talon. We'll have a different fight. But what we did have today was a Falcons that knew what they needed to do, knew where they needed to be, knew how they needed to play. It got a bit shaky at the end. As I said, it was a little bit of a momentum change. They found out that end just to get things locked together.
As for PSG Talon, you know, it's a strange one. Because if they had have lost, you know, Chalet 7-3, 7-4, which is probably the way that the game was looking to go, I would have been really disappointed in them in terms of the series overall, or on both of the 2 maps. But what we saw from them on that run on Chalet says to me that they are a good team. Like they've just got to find the ability to be more consistent at that, finding those kind of 5 rounds in a row, being dominant, winning rounds well. If they can do that more often, especially against some of those lesser teams maybe in the tournament, if they can get there, then by all means, they could do something special. But Falcons far too good here for the opening game of the B-Stream Short. It's a little break. When we come back, we'll break it all down.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Eu acho que a minha primeira válvula de escape que eu realmente encontrei para escapar disso tudo foi justamente os jogos e o Rainbow Six.
O João tem na janela aí, viu? Você toma cuidado.
Peguei um. Ele falou agora, boa. Tem mais um, tem mais um. Isso! Ah, que isso, velho. Boa! Vamos, caralho. Meu nome é João Pedro Sudário, eu tenho 19 anos e eu nasci no interior de São Paulo, numa cidade chamada Cruzeiro, São Paulo. A minha relação com os jogos, ela começou muito cedo, eu tinha entre 2 ou 3 anos de idade. É uma coisa que é uma das minhas primeiras memórias que eu tenho assim da minha vida, que é de eu chegando na casa dos meus avós e eu ver assim na mesa o meu avô e meu pai sentado conversando e tinha uma caixa grande assim dentro de uma sacola na frente dos dois. E aí meu pai me deu meu primeiro videogame, que foi um PlayStation 2. Meu pai, ele sempre foi muito presente na minha vida. Ele é um dos grandes alicerces que eu tive na minha vida, juntamente da minha mãe. Quando eu tinha entre 8 e 9 anos de idade, isso lá em 2014, meu pai acabou sendo diagnosticado com uma doença mental, no cérebro, no caso. E foi uma coisa que me pegou muito de surpresa. É uma coisa que você nem imagina que pode acontecer, sabe? O seu pai simplesmente ficar de um jeito que você nunca imaginou. Então,
Welcome back to the breakdown of what happened here. Falcons versus PSG Talon. Strong 2 maps, really, when you look at it, taken away from the moments. Yes, PSG Talon did rebuild, but they were 6-2 up on the opening half of this. Falcons, they were soaring for a lot of that game.
They were flying.
They were up
above
in the air.
and beyond. They looked amazing. And a lot of that as well in Chalet was off the back of Consulate, which was, a sensational map for them.
Yeah.
So when we get to the 6-2 figure on Chalet, you're thinking this one's probably done. We've kind of seen enough of sample size to know where this is going. And out of nowhere, PSG Talon go and win 5 rounds in a row.
It's weird to say that it was so surprising.
6-2 and actually have themselves 2 opportunities to get to the 3rd map.
Yeah.
To then ultimately lose it, which is quite devastating. You could make an argument and say because of the run that they went on, they maybe deserve to see Nighthaven Labs and what they could do. And of course, with the system that we have here for SI, getting that map win is a point of which that they now no longer have. So it puts all the emphasis on the PSG Talon to take down Razzler Gaming. So 7-8 in the end for Falcons. Obviously, they would have preferred it to not be as close. They could have easily won it maybe a little bit earlier, but credit to PSG Talon, they did a lot right. I would love to kind of get Fabian's thoughts on Chalet. I know what he would say on Consulate. I'm not allowed to say what he would say for Consulate on stream, but I think he would be pleasantly happy with Chalet overall. Obviously, he'd be disappointed in the fact they didn't get the win, but it was very competitive. They started to get far more entry kills. The team as a whole looked far more in sync. They were committing well to their game plans. They did a lot right, but ultimately just fell short to a Falcons team that clearly is in some really good form. From Montreal now over to 6 Invitational, and they get a nice little 2-0 to begin.
You look at this sort of summary of the series that we had, the 7-4 into the 8-7. Remember, at this point, both of these games, there was a 6-1 situation on the first map and a 6-2 situation on the second. So, a lot of work here for PSG Talon to do. As you said, tomorrow is almost their do-or-die day because one team will be eliminated from each of these groups in phase 1. And, well, let's be honest, it's probably not going to be BDS or Dark Zero. Their eyes,
you don't know that.
I don't know that. We never know what's going to happen at the Magic of SI. But let's play the safe bet and think about what's going to be happening. Now, as you can see, this result on Stream A, Liquid also were able to make quick work with Joel in a similar 2-0 series. MAP versus G2 was on that stream. But here, after our break, well, it's a little bit of a different showdown with a little bit of a different duo.
Yeah, who is it?
Juicy and Palm.
No, that's not really that exciting. It's a little bit sleeper.
We'll be back though. We'll be back later on in the day. But
are we back for best game of the day?
We are back for best game
think it's FaZe and Shopify Rebellion.
Almost like I made the caster skin.
You can tell who put who on what. I mean, I'm very curious to see how the next game does go. B-Stream, as always, best stream. Make sure you stick around. It's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, but thank you for bearing with us, and we'll go to a quick break, but we're back with a new duo.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
On point. I think if we follow all of the arguments that we've put forward here, we would assume that G2 goes in this tournament with a bang. Now, I will say one thing. MAT have been cooking since December with a new roster. No one knows how they're playing. And speaking with Alimo yesterday about it, he was like, I told him, did you scrim these guys? Do you know how they play? He was like, no idea how they play. We're going to focus on ourselves and adapt.
I'm going to disagree with Leo. Mainly, I actually agree. I think G2 are favourites, but I'm mainly going to disagree just because Leo has said G2 are favourites. I'm going to go with M80. I think the reality is both of these teams have made good progress in the recent history, in the last 2, 3, 4 months. M80, you've got to remember, have got 3 major winners, right? We have done a whole pre-show on M80 and not mentioned the #1 rated player in the NAL, who is, of course, a European, who is Spoit. They've got one of the best players in the world, in World Siege and Spoit. I actually think, you know, in the right circumstances, Spoit would have been the best who have ever done it and still could be. Then you add in 2 major winners in terms of Diffuser and Gunner. Both of those guys, top players on that Beast Coast roster. In recent history of won majors, Packer's one of the most emerging IGLs. Kino's there as well. Like, it's such a good roster that I think if it comes together, M80 genuinely might be seriously dangerous. And you asked for a prediction, and I'm going to go M80 just to disagree with Leo. My real prediction is this is going to be an absolute firecracker of a game. It might not be the most highest quality Siege, but this is 2 insanely talented teams on 3 very fun maps.
And super entertaining playstyles as well.
Yeah.
Well, I am all here for it, and luckily we have 2 European casters as well to talk us through this game. We have Ace and Des, and Ace, what's going on? What are you looking at?
Are you still doing this crossword?
Look, I've got one left, Des. I'm just trying to get it done. In fact, we've got the big brain analyst and host with us. Maybe you can help out. It's the last clue. It's 2 words, 5 letters. A building is surrounded.
Okay.
And seconds, minutes, and hours, and that's 4 letters.
Okay, so wait. Let's focus on the first one. 5 letters, and a building is surrounded. Could it be siege?
Wait, I think I've got the 4 as well. Minutes, seconds, hours. Is it time?
Could it be siege time?
That's right, Anne! It's siege time! Let's go! We've been cooking that one for a while.
We
and
are
this game is the cooking as well. That was a fun one. G2 M80 to kick things off. What a game to start it off with as well. We get to scream, we get to shout, and then we get to watch some brilliant siege come to the fore here in the second game of the day. G2 versus M80. Tim, how are you actually feeling now that the crossword's been solved?
I'm just happy to be back at Invitational again, Des. I love Invitational group stages. It is always chaos. There's always upsets. There's always surprises. The first 2 games so far today have kind of gone in maybe the direction that they'd be expected, I think. But this one for me is going to be one of the games of the day. G2 versus M80. The real theme that I've picked up on there from Jack and Leo particularly is, look, we don't know exactly what to expect from these 2 teams. We've got roster changes on one side, we've got IGL changes on the other, and let's be honest, kind of up and down form for G2. Who knows what we're going to get?
And in the middle of all that, if you're just here for a little bit of beef, you've got Alamal facing off against Bodega as well. These 2 are always at each other's throats. It's amazing to watch. They've already been given a little large, as you saw on the cameras earlier on. But if nothing else, when I was speaking to Bodega the other day, he was saying, like, I think my record against Alamal is like 13-2. I am just so in his head. And I'm just like, well, it's a bit of a different field now. You've got 3 new players, a lot of change. That can definitely bring the surprise factor to the game and catch G2 off guard if they're not careful. But equally, let's not ignore G2. They spent New Year together. They got all of them over towards Finland, had a good week or so together for team bonding. And when I asked them why that was, the answer came back to, look, 6 days a week of scrims can get quite stressful. You can get at each other. It's very intense. So having that time to actually bond as a team is really, really important. So they're coming in here fully fresh off LCQ victories. They're feeling that this can be their tournament. They can do really, really well, but their first roadblock is going to be M80. The unknown factor. Let's see which team comes out on top.
Operator bans have come in. Not too much to talk about there, to be honest with you, Des. Pretty much as expected. Dokkaebi, Monte, you know, yeah, you're going to see plenty of those bans throughout the next couple of weeks. Kaid makes perfect sense for Bank. It's about allowing access to those hatches, making sure you've got that bit of verticality, the only bit that you can gain down into the basement site. And then Valkyrie as well. Valkyrie can be a nightmare on Bank. There's so many little hiding places for those cameras, so we just see that intel removed as well. So pretty much standard bans, I would say. Nothing too wild before these 2 get into it. I think we've just got a little bit of a rehost that's going to be... Would it be day 1, Des?
No.
Without the odd little tech rehost?
No. It's just a guarantee. It's a fact of life. Death, taxes, and rehosts on day 1.
So true. So true.
I mean, we speak about those bans a little bit further as well, because for me, looking at the ban out of M80, the Dokkaebi, like, we know she's very powerful. Yeah, has been for a long time. I think this is probably the acknowledgement towards Alamal being quite a Dokkaebi player as well, taking that away. The Monty from G2 coming as a surprise, because I would have thought that's exactly what he would then default to playing if they didn't have something like the Dokkaebi on side.
I think we're going to see a slightly different game coming out of Alamal now, as we would expect. He's moved away from RGLing, and it's been quite a long time since we've really seen him, you know, without those, if we want to call them chains, you know, without those chains of having that responsibility of monitoring everything else that's going on, you know, now just being able to focus on your own game. Let's not forget about the Alamo that was on Team 1 back in the day. You know, this is one of the best smoke players that we've probably seen inside of Siege, inside of the game. Mechanically fantastic, and it's maybe not something that we've always seen from him. He's had his moments, don't get me wrong, but, you know, throughout his time RGLing, and maybe it just gives him that little bit more freedom as well, and we're going to see him roll back the years.
You know what really terrifies me, and to go back to numbers here, if you look back through all of 2024, Alamal was the highest rated non-BDS player.
Yeah.
Like, it's just that kind in EU.
He's very good.
Like, he's to be the second best player in the region across the whole of last year whilst IGLing for most of it. It's terrifying what he's going to come up against. But on the other side, you've got Spoit, who's a superstar in his own right. Yes, of course, M80, NA team had to take an EU player, but he was straight up there as well across the second half of 2024. He was the second best rated player from all major regions. The only player that came above him was Volps, who, of course, we'll see play a little bit later on today. It's going to be exciting, Tim. We get all the superstars in our games, this one and the last game of the day. But the thing is, I think as we've already seen, and as we've been speaking about for the last, few weeks, really, this feels like a really competitive SI where so many high talent players are here. There's probably 10 different teams that I've heard that people have said, oh, they could go on to win this. And these aren't just random people saying it. It's coaches of teams at the tournament with 10 different names. It's brilliant.
Just while we're looking at the player cams as well, I'm going to mention them new G2 jerseys. Wow.
They're nice, aren't they?
They are nice. They've taken a move away from the sort of historic G2 black jerseys, black and silver usually. But yeah, very. It's kind of got a 90s football kind of vibe to it.
Yeah, it does.
Collar and similar. I think BDS had one similar as well last year. So yeah,
it's like the jacket that Uno's wearing. It's proper like football player sort of vibes. I love it.
It's proper got a bit of a 90s vibe to it. I like it.
It is excellent indeed. As you see there, we are working through the issue. All our players are back in the lobby, as we can see on our monitor over on the left, so should be able to get things back underway in just a moment. As a reminder, in case you are just jumping in, we've got Bank to chew our way through first and foremost. A map that we've already said, you know, looking back at history for G2, it's one of the ones they prefer to go to. If you look back at M80 through history, and of course you can't really reference too many historic stats from M80, it's 3 new players, it is basically a new team at this point. They're 0 and 4 on it in the last 6 months. They do not like this map. They'll play it, but they don't seem to do very well on it, and that is a problem for them. So I think G2 are kind of saying, look, we know Bodega's not going to change his strats massively. We know there are 2 players on this team that aren't super keen at this map anyway. That's why I want to jump into it and really try and turn the screws on this M80 side and start off with a win on that first map, because as the analyst said earlier today, every map counts. You get the 2-0, you get 4 points. Anything worse than that, and you start dropping points at the other side, and that can all stack up given how close some of these groups are.
Let's get into it then. Round 1, it's going to be a basement defense from M80 to kick things off. Now, without the Kaid on side, we're going to see Gunnar bringing along the Tubarão. Not to say we wouldn't have seen that if the Kaid was available, but it is going to offer at least an avenue to keep those hatches closed a little bit. It's just going to at least burn some time, if nothing else. That's what we're going to be looking at Gunnar doing most likely. I don't know exactly where he's going to start. He's up on the mid floor at the minute. He may be the one that they choose to play inside of open, behind these castles, with that late drop down through the hatch. We'll see. You know, we know that Gunnar's got absolute, you know, skill and kills for days.
G2 coming out with a set piece in round 1. You look at the operator lineup and I see the backstab coming out from Blaz through Garage. I'm looking in towards, of course, the Glaz coming along. You've got the Ossa on side. They want to go for an execute behind smoke here. It's clear as day. M80, of course, don't really know that. They are quite dug in with the comp they've got. I'm looking at the Azami and the castle, and it just screams making this site into a fortress and not giving any room for G2 to start exploring in. Smoke will definitely make it easier, and Alamau's looking for a first cheeky little pick. A nice long angle, almost finds his man, but just a little bit too slow on the trigger.
Just a little bit too slow, as you say. Packer getting away with that there. Just having a little look out and not quite able to find his man. We've got Kino locked in the standard smoke position on the blue stairs there. He's just going to be trying to play his life. He'll be there for as long as possible. And you can see here G2 meeting so much resistance, they've decided to go elsewhere.
Well, this is okay, because while they're soaking attention down here through dirt, you've got the top floor being pushed in by Blaz. As mentioned, I thought he might go through Garage instead, but instead he's the roam clear for them, ensuring everyone actually is down on site. And for the most part, they are. There's 1 or 2 that have been lurking around, diffusers you saw a second ago, and here comes the potential pinch. Loira rounding in towards his man. It's quite crucial that Loira stays alive. He's got 2 of the team's 3 smokes in back pocket. Sure enough, lives and gets a second as well. And there's 2 Euromas completely deleted off. And the thing is now, G2 know they've already seen resistance downstairs. Very good chance the remaining 3 players are all down on site, and you've got half a round still to play with.
Yeah, the 2 new boys taken from M80, but Spoit and Kino, they have answers. Questions have been asked, and they respond in kind, picking up Uno and Doki, leaving us now 3 versus 3. The time is at least on the side of G2 as Blaz manages to pick up 1, but he can't find a second. Spoit is going to be there for the trade, and that's just going to remove that main stairs angle that G2 were looking for as well. So 2 versus 2, but as I was saying, they still have the time. They can sit back a little bit here. Alamau can get on the drone, have a look through, and start to come up with a plan.
There's no smokes left for Kino. There are 3 smokes in the back pocket of G2, and they've still got the Glaz on side. If they play this carefully, and with a minute to go, you would expect they would. They've got all the tools to make a plan play work here, but it's all going to come down to Alamau. Spoit has been rock solid so far, dug inside the site, taking down 2 players, and removing any backstab threat. This now gets really, really simple. Who hits the shot onto the Glaz, or who does the Glaz take out first?
Out goes the smoke canisters, and that's going to allow Alamau to have a peek around this corner. And M80 are very aware here it's a Glaz they're up against. They really don't want to expose themselves because they know how easy it could be. But Alamau, again, missing a couple of shots, a couple of opportunities, but the diffuser does go down nonetheless. And they've got the Talon shield to play behind. This just got extremely difficult. Loira comes in my notes before this game, I had Loira in capitals, in bold. How is he going to do at this tournament? And he's just introduced himself in a huge way in round 1.
I think he was probably a lot of pressure was heaped on Laura when he first joined this team, and it was like, okay, he's not shining, he's not immediately a star player for this team, like how dare he? And the problem is that's the expectation that carries with joining a team like G2, as you're expected to be on it from day one. But you look at the LCQ and how much he's warmed into things. There are a lot of people looking at Loira and saying this is going to be his tournament to explode. It does then push questions over towards the other side of the newbies on the team in Blaz and what he can do. Although he's got himself a kill there, he's given that backstab threat, he's cleared the top floor, he's then got himself down marble, started putting pressure on, got a kill for himself too. Done all you can really ask there, but I love how there were just so many elements of that game. It all started inside a server, it ended inside a server, and it was Laura who got the 2K up on the first floor, then joined this execute in the 2 versus 2 and played it beautifully. Really well played by G2, but M80, I think at least, showing they are not going to give large parts of the map for free to G2. They are going to fight them for it, and they are going to go aggressive on you when you least expect it. So G2 have got to be careful here. M80 may well catch them out at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds obvious, but it's going to be about winning those fights, is the reality. They didn't do it. Gunnar and Diffuser, they're up there. We know the sort of capability. You know, I picked up on Gunnar at the beginning of the round. We know that they can really find those kills. They are two great players, but Moira just had their number, and if that continues to happen, then M80, they may have to reassess that strategy of trying to play the map if they continue to be punished out there.
All right, well, now we are up to this top floor, and I won't quite call it set-piece play, but you've got the Capital on side here from Blaz. Very, very effective on this site. The 2 smokes in back pocket, as well as the fire to stop defenders rotating around, really helps set things up for you quite comfortably. But that's where you've got Packer sitting on the Clash. He doesn't really care about the smoke. He'll be able to push his way through and cause a little bit of bother if you try and make a plant happen inside a site. So G2, they know that's going to be a problem for them to try and work through. And Doki, of course, being on the Deimos, I'm looking there towards the vertical destruction. I think it was Pengu who once famously said Doki is not a window player, and the point was then proved 3 seconds later with a nade that killed both him and Alamau. Not the best times, of course, for Doki. However, nades no longer cut them, so that won't be happening anytime soon. But I would like to see at some point him maybe looking to get underneath and make use of that tracker to force these players to move in tandem alongside the Capital.
The Bees are going to go in quite early there, and that's going to just prevent a little bit of movement. Gunnar doesn't mind, though, manages to find Loira. However, Blaz is there on a little backstab, manages to down the Azami as well. So effectively 4 versus 3, the kill is confirmed. Packer is just continuing to hassle Blaz out on the stairs, but it just doesn't matter. They fall 1 by 1 like dominoes as G2 find kill after kill and find round 2.
Again, it's a really good team push there. Blaz drawing a lot of attention off towards the main lobby side stairs, and at that same time you've got 2 players coming in through the windows. Just everything coming off Blaz. The player I was speaking about in the previous round, how will he do? Well, he's just walked to 3K, Tim. Beautiful stuff.
I don't want to get carried away too early. G2 look really good. They do the first couple of rounds. G2 have gone in and won those rounds.
I kind of see it as like, do you pass a bar in the first few days of the competition? Do you show that you've got the team coordination, that you can pull off good team executes, that you can win the gunfights that you need to? And so far, G2 are ticking all of those boxes for sure. What I will say is for M80, all right, it's been a very slow start. They had a couple of nice kills in that first round, Spoit with 2, Kino with the 1, and Gunnar collected 1 for himself in that previous round, I believe. It has been a slow start. If this trend carries on where they find themselves down 0 and 3, that's when you 100 expect a timeout to come through and have a conversation about how you're going to play those next 3 sites, because you expect to see the same 3 sites that we've already seen across that first quarter of the game. So don't count them out down yet. I always say there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. You might see a very different G2 on the defense and a very different M80 on the attack, but not forgetting, this is G2's map pick, and they look extremely comfortable so far.
Yeah, they're looking sharp. And M8, they need to be finding themselves around sooner rather than later in reality. Looking back historically between these 2 teams, they've only played each other twice, and they've actually got 1 win each, both in best of 3s. G2 won back at SI 2023, and M80 won at the then Gamers 8 tournament in 2023. So even spoils so far. Whoever comes away with this one will take the slight advantage between the orgs. And right now, G2 are looking good for at least getting themselves an early lead if this momentum continues for them.
Part of me worries, with it not being a very popular map for M80 and also the new players that have come in, they might be looking at this and saying it's not a map that we've got really intricate strats or counter prep on at this point. You know you're playing G2 for a while, to be fair, so you'd expect some of it. But the defenses so far, look at the lineup in this round as well. They've been incredibly slow. There have been no roamers really around the map looking to cause any bother outside of typical things like hovering on hatches on a base with defense. That's not particularly aggressive, and even Blaz was expecting that. They were anticipating it with the knockback in round 1. But M80 have largely sat in, turtled up, and let G2 have the run of things. And I think if they're going to be able to try and disrupt G2 here, they've got to give them a few more things to try and figure out in these rounds. Right now, it's a little bit too elementary for G2.
Doki's just going to be watching at the top of blue stairs there.
This is
Also,
better.
there could be somebody pushing up there. And the thing is, M80 don't need to get too aggressive here on these blue stairs. They can just play for time. It always works in the defender's favour. Doki knows there's somebody there, so he's not going to turn his attention towards open area yet, because he knows he might get peaked. So Kino right now, he's playing this perfectly and just slowing G2 down.
Yeah. Same thing I said before, though. 4 or 5 players downstairs. Sure, a little bit of a garage extension on the go and a blue stairs hold. Nothing too flash. And admittedly, you don't want to leave players completely isolated and get picked off by a very well-drilled G2, knowing that Doki's going to play a hell of a lot of Deimos, and he will hunt you down. He will pick you off in tandem with 1 or 2 of the players on the team, but it would waste time. And I know we're down to this last 60 seconds and no one's gone down, which is a good start, but again, you've given all control over to G2 here, and they're getting themselves set up in good fashion.
They haven't really got an answer to Kino just yet. We're 2 minutes into the round. We're seeing the Goyo canisters start to get popped, so we can burn another 30 seconds here more than likely. And G2, they're going to have to do something about this position. And on the Warden, it just makes it even more difficult. They can't rely on utility to get this job done. It's going to have to be brute force. And Kino, he's playing this perfectly, Des.
He is. To be fair play, they wasted a hell of a lot of time here. There's still, as you can see, the fire burning out. It will expire in a few seconds' time, at which point they're going to have to make something happen. Uno's in a good spot with the flash as well, sees the man. But like you say, Tim, they can't unseat him. There's only 30 seconds to go. And now he's pushing high up as well. Is he aware of what's going on below? Yes, he will. And that shotgun range is just absolutely ludicrous. Brings one down, a headshot onto Blast. His work is done, Tim. He's killed 2 and wasted 2 minutes and 45 seconds. G2, they're going to need a miracle to win this one.
Yeah, they don't get the round from there, and it's all been won on the back of Kino's play on blue stairs. And that is a little bit disappointing from G2. We see the kills coming in, but ultimately, M8 have got the crossfires, they've got the trades, they've got the positions, and they get the round. And that was much better from M80. But like I say, I'm a little bit disappointed in G2 there. A Warden on blue stairs? Who would have thought it, Des? Who could have dreamed that he might be in that position? We'd already seen him there on the smoke in round 1. They should have been expecting him. They should have had a plan to deal with it. They kind of tentatively prodded with the Blackbeard, but never really went in any meaningful way to try and challenge him, to try and get him moved. And it was a big problem. They just never, ever dealt with him, and it didn't feel like they ever really had a plan to.
Yeah, and then if we just stay there all far back and give Trump, give red, you know, like we gave too many kills, you know? That's it.
Not wrong in his observations there, Bodega. A few too many kills being given away, I think, on their last basement defense. And you might be looking at this now and thinking, hang on, why have they called attack timeout? They've just won a round. Like, hello, are you stupid? Absolutely not. It's the same thing that I said earlier. They've now played that first quarter of the map. They've played downstairs twice. They've won it the second time round, which now means they've got to go back to a site they've lost and potentially onto another site after that. And whilst they've done okay digging in deep into basement here, you know, first round they lost 2 players out on the roam, fair enough. I think they're realising we're going to have to play this a little bit differently moving on forwards. Not be giving players away, but I still stick to what I said earlier. I do want to see them being willing to challenge G2 in different parts of the map. It doesn't mean dying stupidly, it means playing as a team.
Moving into round 4 then, we'll see whether M8 maybe just had a little bit of a slow start the first couple of rounds, and they can start just cementing now and building a little bit of a foundation for themselves to get a few more rounds. G2, like I said, just coming unstuck at what should be an easy problem, really. It should be an expected problem on that side. So we'll see whether they can adjust things going into round 4.
What we're looking for, nothing else, it's that vertical play that I was asking for, the ability to go out there and challenge more of the map rather than digging in deep and hoping for the best once the crows start singing, in this case G2 on their push forward. So I do think G2 are going to have to think about a way through. They've seen them leaning in towards things like the Blackbeard and the Ossa, of course, back in round 1. They've tried to make these shields work and to make success, I'll say more success than anything else. In this round, they're not going for that at all, but they do want this vertical control. Look straight towards Blaz here on the ramp. You bring along that operator when you want large parts of the floor being opened up in pretty quick time. So they've got to make sure, 1, that he stays alive, and 2, that they actually get this top floor control in good time. Uno's going to start things off by opening up this reinforced wall on towards Whitehall. Gives you full control all the way down and stops players here, like the Warden of Diffuser, who's dug in upstairs inside a stock, from being able to safely rotate back down Whitehall. He's really in a bit of a danger spot there. We're forced to drop instead down through the hatch, back in towards site.
Just working the way up gold stairs here. Alamo manages to walk in and find one.
Beautiful.
Packer almost picks up a second as well. And it's a great start from G2 on this roam clearance. They're not doing some serious work there. Alamo continuing to challenge out towards stock, forcing the diffuser to drop away down the hatch, and G2, they certainly have a little bit more impetus about them than they did in the last round.
Alamar on the Nook feels like winding back the ears, doesn't it? That's the go-to that we used to see from him so often. We mentioned about him being off that IGL role and being able to be a bit more unleashed and making plays like that is certainly a sign of it. They've got the entry though, Tim. Now what else can they find? They've also forced the Warden away from top floor, so top floor is now theirs. I don't know if they fully know that yet. They're in pretty good spots overall. By the looks of it, yes, they do. But with half a round still to play, now you've got to say, what's next, G2?
That's it. They've really got to take get the most out of that man advantage that they've been able to develop. Right now, M8, they're digging in pretty well here. They've fallen back to site and they're going to hold those angles. They're aware that the hatch is open, ready for any potential drop coming on in. But G2, they just need to keep going through the checklist here, and that's exactly what they're doing. Get the wall open, start making it difficult now for M80 to play in the entire site, force them back into just half of it, and see if they can't create a little bit of room for exactly that. The drop comes in and they can start challenging. Uno manages to pick up one. Is there a second there for him? Of course there is. Spite manages to pick up Blaz. 3 versus 2. G2 still in the advantage.
Now they're kind of weaponizing this against him. They've got no idea that Uno is still snaking his way around. The long distance 1v1 coming in. He knows where Gunnar is, but Gunnar lands the headshot. Uno almost repurposing that Azami cover back to his own means, but Gunnar hits the shot and gives him 80 a second round.
Yeah. Nice. Listen, run back the CEO clash, bro. Run back the CEO clash.
We cannot give up red.
Bring the mirror. They're just hitting crouch walks. But listen, call what we're holding.
I think calling what we're holding was the issue there, where Uno managed to really get in and get away with 3 kills, because there was no notice there, Tim, of what was going on through Poppy. Like, the fact that he got this drop in and walked away with 3, they were like, okay, well, where are they? Coming admin side, they're coming in kitchen side, but no one actually called that they were watching towards Uno, and you can see the problem there of 3K being warped, but ultimately saved by Gunnar, as mentioned.
G2 there, I think they just need... They were just a little bit ahead of themselves, I think. They hadn't dealt with everything that they needed to. Gunnar was able to get around behind them, use those angles late in the round to be able to just get that advantage over Uno and make him take that long-range fight. And so I think G2 was, yes, it wasn't a bad round for them. They got those early kills. They maybe just went that little bit too soon. They thought the opening was there. They thought the time was upon them to pounce. And it wasn't quite. And ultimately, M80 were able to stand tall and hold up pretty well. So, M80 now coming back up to the top floor. They've got a couple of rounds under their belt this time. They've brought back the Clash, as Packer said, run it back with the Clash. They're confident in this strat, in their ability to get it done. Again, last time it was Blaz. He walked up the main lobby, spiral stairs, and just got a couple of kills. And that's exactly what M80 are picking up on. Look, we can't let them keep just crouch walking in, getting a couple of kills and creating the space. This time, it's Loira to find the opener onto Gunnar. M80, they need now to dig deep and make sure they don't lose any more.
Yeah, picked him back up there as he tried to run back into the room. You're running into hot fire there and you've got the Clash on side. It's really, we need the Clash to be in the room first, but pay the price on a little bit of mistiming. The big difference in this round, though, looking at it, is going to be that mirror. They've got no easy way of dealing with this, is my main concern for the side of G2. Of course, getting in below and shooting it out is one thing you can do, but that requires getting a lot of control downstairs. And look who's down there. It's Diffuser causing a bit of bother in the basement. The last thing you want is to get backstabbed by him as this round wears on. But with the 2 shields on side, looking in towards mainly that Ossa, screams to me that you've got to keep all eyes on Uno and where he wants to plant. Currently on this square window, they want to make sure that they can get in here safely first and foremost.
Got to pick up on Alamau at this point as well. Obviously coming off that RGL in. We suggested maybe we're going to see him, you know, getting in there, getting active, getting kills. He's struggled to get himself into the game so far. 1 kill in 4 rounds. He could be a big difference maker for G2 if he can kind of get him activated. That might well come when he moves on to the defense. We'll see in the second half. But right now, just a little bit quiet. And Blaz, yes, he's got 4 kills, but a lot of them came in 1 round, and it feels like Loira just needs somebody backing him up a bit here.
Diffuser's being problematic here. Do they catch him? Alaman might hear him on the drone underneath. I'm not too sure that they have. Not forgetting he's got this C4, which is the golden answer to this shield-based play, especially towards the Oster. Alamar trying to force his way forward, and Doki's in behind. Another well-executed bit of team play coming out, but look, Tim, Uno's gone down. I mentioned that C4. The thing is, they can recover this and likely get a plant on. Diffuses in a 1 versus 4. No control of sight, nothing to be done. And Doki closes it out for G2.
Last round, I said G2 had allowed M80 to use that flank to get in behind them, and they just needed to make sure that they were controlling everything a little bit better. They did it that time. We saw that late attempt from M80 there just to get on the backside from Square, and it was completely unsuccessful. G2 shutting it down. I mentioned Alamo. What is he bringing? What is he getting done? How is he helping the team? It was a great play from him to deal with that clash, pushing with the blitz, making the clash move, and Doki was there. It was a really well-worked bit of team play.
It was spicy. This is when G2 are the best, when you give them the time and space to execute as a team. You've got 3 or 4 players all moving into positions at once, and dare I say those dreaded words of split theory. This is exactly what it looks like when a team can erupt into a part of the map from multiple directions and take over it incredibly quickly. It's very hard to stop them. And that's where I think M80 have found more success previously, is not really giving them that ability to pick off isolated players. We heard them saying that. In fact, during the timeout was we can't afford to keep on losing players here. We can't let them get picked off around the map. And dare I say M80 did better there, I think, in digging in. And they, of course, had the Diffuser being able to roam around that basement and first floor with absolute freedom, getting a great C4 onto Uno, but that was the only thing that went the M80 way in the round. Last round of the half, though, G2's final attack and M80's final defense. What are we down here in basement?
G2 certainly going to be looking for that 4-2 half. I think if they can get it on the attack, they should be fairly confident on their own map in being able to lock it down on the defense. It's only going to mean that they need to be able to win their 2 primary sites and they will get the job done. So this would be a big round for them. But by contrast, of course, you can say the same for M80. They're going to know that the pressure's on a little bit here. They're not going to want to go onto the attack needing to get a majority of rounds to get the win, because it's not necessarily going to be that simple against G2 here. So just a careful little peek out towards that printer window, knowing that the pressure may well mount through open area to get control of those hatches first.
Sure, and it's a similar thing as well, where hovering around the hatches, as you say, is the main point where you want to put a bit of focus down, and Doki's the one on the hunt here, looking at what he can try and find. Of course, off the top floor.
Welcome back, everybody, to our first day of the biggest event of the year, our World Championships, known as the Six Invitational. We have a great Art Deco theme here on the sunny beaches of Boston, USA. My name's Intero. I'm joined by Jesse, who's already ready for spring break.
I'm ready. It's like Christmas in February is what I call SI. The best time of the year, because we get to see all the best teams in Rainbow Six Siege compete for the World Championship to lift that hammer, which is the ultimate prize of a Rainbow Six Siege season.
We've got 2 streams running for you. We, of course, are the B stream. We've got 2 matches already completed and 1 match currently ongoing on the main stream right now. G2 currently playing up against M80, and G2 did have the lead.
Close game, though.
Very close game. 2 very good rosters. Here on this channel, just moments ago, Jesse, it was Falcons versus PSG Talon. And how did that go?
Well, it was the Battle of the Birds, and Mena ran supreme. They won it 2-0. Map 2 was very, very close, though. We were watching that up in the green room. 8-7, I believe, on Chalet. So it was a banger game, but didn't quite go the distance for PSG Talon, which will be sad for their fans. But it's a long group stage, Parker. You got plenty more opportunities to get points, and all you've got to do is not finish dead last, and you'll be headed to playoffs.
20 of the best teams in the world assembled at this event, and the matches need to continue onward. So you're probably wondering, if you haven't looked at the schedule, who's playing today? Well, we've got 2 teams in action. The first one might be a bit of a mystery to those of you who watch Tier 1 Esports. They're called Raza Company. Now, for most people, you will recognize these 5 players as the former members of the E1 roster in Brazil. E1 as an organization announced that they were departing the scene, and these 5 players needed to find a place to compete. And well, Raza, the streamer, popping up, giving them an opportunity to compete, and now Raza Company is here.
Yeah, Raza has played under this org for a while in like close qualifiers and stuff, so now he's just extending this kind of pseudo org to these guys to represent here on the biggest stage. Obviously through E1, I mean, they've had an interesting season. Nobody expected much of them coming into things, but then they qualified to the original Manchester Major at the start of the year. Surprised a lot of people from that. Didn't have the greatest of results, but they made a couple of big roster moves. They dropped their captain, moved SDK to the IGL position, and then came into Stage 2, a brand new team. We're winning games left and right. Kind of choked it at the end. Didn't quite make it to Montreal, unfortunately, but they won the last chance qualifier, getting the win over Black Dragons, and now they're here at the biggest stage.
And there's a team on your screen that doesn't exactly have that much of a new look other than the fancy jerseys to go with the branding of this event. Dark Zero, known affectionately just as DZ, made no official roster moves in the offseason, but they did make a coaching change. Their long-term coach, Mint, a player who has been with the organization since the very beginning, was shipped off. He's at this event right now as the coach of Unwanted, but they decided to import somebody to be their new coach. And you can see him right now talking to the team in the background.
Yeah, Kangaroo Kenny, a lot of people in Europe talk highly of this man and his coaching abilities. Obviously used to coach that ITB roster for the last couple of months, and he's been very successful over there in Europe. So coming into G2 now, or sorry, Dark Zero now, you know, they've got a bit of this European flair to them, not only with this new UK coach, but also with Nafe coming in, becoming their team captain over the summer offseason. This has been a bit of a change for Dark Zero. They're trying to come in with a new look. And they've been talking a lot kind of in the backgrounds about changing up their playstyle, trying to go a little bit faster. And sometimes it's easy to change that playstyle when you go to the right maps.
The one player that I'll be keeping an eye on the side of Dark Zero as the maps come up on your screen is Kobilax. Kobilax had quite a poor performance at the Montreal Major. On his entry role, he put up some of the worst statistics out of all of the international combatants. But it was also his first international event. And as was discussed in one of the storyline meetings that we took yesterday, was every new player is going to have a bad event. Period. It's unlikely that you won't. Kobilax might have gotten it out of the way with Montreal. The question that I'm going to have for this DZ team is, if they keep Pamba and Kobe on that entry role, does Kobilax take a more forward-facing entry on attack? What about on defense? Does he roam more as a defender? Or do we see him take a bit more passive approach and let Pambazoo do the hard work?
Well, the good news for Kobe is the first map of this series will be Nighthaven Labs, picked by Raza Company Academy, but Kobe has never lost Nighthaven Labs since joining Dark Zero. They played it one time, but that was still a victory. Dark Zero is an org. 8-game win streak on Nighthaven Labs, but obviously a lot of those are quite old results. Still, they haven't lost this in a very, very long time. It's a common map for RCAC, right? We saw E1 playing this all throughout Stage 2. They've run it through the offseason as well. 3-game win streak for them here on Nighthaven. So both teams should be comfortable on this, but Raza Company far more reps.
Yeah, we have Chalet as the second map, chosen by Dark Zero, and then Consulate to round things out. So we saw Chalet in that Falcons versus PSG Talon matchup. We will see it again no matter what. Consulate will be the question mark. I feel like while we talk about that statistic with DZ and Nighthaven Labs, I'm glad you kind of prefaced it by saying this goes back much farther than this current roster. And the reason why I say that is because the old IGL of DZ, who is also competing at this event on Shopify Rebellion, Canadian, love Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah.
And when you have somebody like him on your team, a lot of the team tends to pick up on those traits and pick up on the playstyle and desires that your IGL has. Well, DZ is a new look, right? There's a new boss in town. There's a new coach in town. Are we going to see them approach this map the same way? Well, they didn't pick it, but they were okay to let it go through. Raza Company picking it means that DZ knew it was a possibility. They are ready for it. And I mean, once we get into the server, we'll see if they're actually prepared for it. But if I'm Raza Company, there's no easy path forward, right? As a team, when they were known as E1, this roster needed more international experience. They're going to get it as we're moments away from our very first map between these two teams. Jesse, Nighthaven Labs is on deck.
And I'm excited here because we get Dark Zero operator bans, and typically these have been extremely extremely static. It's been Monty Azami since Dark Zero have been a team, but with Monty being nerfed recently, I'm very interested to see what Dark Zero want to take off the board for RCAC as well, just because we haven't seen them play on this map in so long. It's going to be tough to see what they want to take off of the board. Maybe we're going to see that Azami gone still since it is so powerful, but we could see shields be removed still. Brand new shield in the game, Blackbeard. A lot of players have been talking about how oppressive this operator can be, but no shields being removed immediately, and no Azami being taken out by Dark Zero. This is a bit of a new look. It's going to be Maverick and Mira. Maverick extremely good for attacking on that basement floor to start opening up the main breach. Also great for IT as well. So these are some good bans coming out from DZ. We'll end things off with a Tubarao. Raza Company Academy. That's the same operator they banned on this map when they played it their one time in the last chance qualifier to get to the 6 Invitational against Vivo Keystars. Previously, though, they banned the Buck on attack. We'll trade that out for the Strike.
Our previous event, we saw the pick rates of these recruit operators, both Striker and Sentry, shoot through the roof. And one of the teams that loved it the most was FaZe Clan. In fact, FaZe Clan likes to do a lot of things their way. And that includes choosing operators that might not be deeply in the meta. Well, I think it's fair to say that those 2 recruit operators, Jesse, were not deeply in the meta, but given one has now been banned and we saw how popular it was at Montreal, you make a very credible argument that the utility that is brought, which might not be primary gadgetry, it's more that secondary gadgetry. On attack, you're looking at flashbangs, hard breach, EMPs, grenades. On defense, you're looking at barbed wire, deployable shields, nitro cells, and impacts. But that secondary utility is more valuable than whatever any of the standard operators bring.
And Parker, just with these operator bans, of course, Azami not being taken out, we have Bolo bringing the Azami. I've got a fun trivia fact for you, Parker. Can you guess how many times Dark Zero have played Azami the entire season? So post-SI 2024.
So for all of last year?
All of last year, not including SI.
I mean, Azami was their default ban. Canadian hated the operator, so while he was on the team, they always banned it. I would say that they have probably played it 0 times.
They have played it 4 times. Okay. I don't know when. There must have been some game through the season where they allowed it to go through, but you are seeing the 5th time Dark Zero have played Azami since the season began, and it's no surprise. She's extremely strong here on the top floor of Nighthaven Labs to play inside of the Raptors position. I have to imagine that's where you're going to see Bolo trying to extend towards, and in fact, yes, you can see the outline just there. Going to be facing the crosshair of Perez here, but gets out of the way. Not actually going to fight that, obviously, with this entire IT wall getting opened up. These team of barriers, very efficient and being placed up and setting up a huge amount of angles, make things really complicated for the attack.
Very critical spot to be held now by this Azami, which is that rafter/catwalk portion of the garage that leads directly into the bomb site. Eerily similar to the same position that you find on that garage site, or rather garage extension on Clubhouse. Almost an exact mirrored situation. Teams do approach it that way, so when an Azami is on the board, you want to ensure that anybody who comes in through garage or even through the doorway that leads outside of the building, that goes through rafters, then connects to the bomb site, is held quite actively. Speaking of action, Perez was looking for the very first pick. NJR with shotgun in hand can win easily in a close engagement, but I guess to take a guess as to how far away they are. Shoulder checking the door to see who all is there. Bullets will whiz by his head, and still very patient right now. Kobe taking a lot of damage. First one to die is Pambazoo. Those are the 2 entry players from DZ, both being softened up. Kobe's still alive, by the way. Nave, the only member of DZ on the board, as Bolo falls shortly thereafter. The advantage for Raza & Co. continues to be quite high. And now with 1 minute left, they seemingly will reset. No, they thought they'd shake an NJR out of this position, and well, it's a body bag for Flastry.
STK from below does manage to finish off Kobe, so that's man advantage once again for Raza Company Academy. 45 seconds, and the plant spot is open. They'd love to get to Pillar, but Luis currently being held by Besetto and Electrical. How's he going to find a plant spot, and especially with his teammates going down?
NJR, the mayor, once again angling for re-election. Won't happen as he's choked out by Nafe. Dark Zero only left to their British IGL. STK and Besetto, 3 kills apiece. Lineup not far removed. Absolutely no utility at the moment other than secondary grenades for STK. Nafe eliminating Besetto. The greater challenge now. Where does STK come from? Nafe just falling away, and he wins it with the shotgun out. What was that? 4 of DZ's kills in that round coming at the end of a barrel of a shotgun. Both NJR and Nafe doing what work needs to be done at close quarters, and DZ take round 1.
And if you're willing to count the Toxic Babe finish off onto NJR, that's a 4K from Nafe. 3 kills onto the enemy, and then the Toxic Babe finishing off his down teammates. No, great play, of course, coming out from Nafe, and even that TK, not really a problem, as the player was already down and dead to rights. Love that anchor play. Obviously, the entries didn't always go their way. It was a pretty linear push, all things considered, from RCAC. They were mostly just focused on electrical and on connector, with the one exception of STK, who went down below with the Deimos, and we see teams doing that all the time. That's not a new strategy, and it got them a pick for sure. But ultimately, Nafe, so smart in that final 1v1. He knows where the fuse kit is. He knows where STK is coming from. He hears him sprinting. So what does he do? He just retreats back into connector, falls off, plays as passive as possible, slows him down with the Toxic Babe. But as he's getting rushed, still able to bring that shotgun up, still able to take the fight in time. And Nafe holding it down for his team. That's what you want to see if you're a Dark Zero fan. Yes, the entries are flashy. Yes, these players like Kobe and Pambazoo and Bolo can do some amazing things in the early round, but it really is the heart of this team, NJR and Nafe in the back lines, that will be winning them these tough rounds. And for a team like Raza Company Academy, even though they're not as well known as some of their teams at this event, they're going to be delivering on those hard rounds.
Again, just want to reference for people, while they play under a different name now, you'll know them as that old E1 roster. So it's not like they're just 5 players that came together to play for fun. No, instead, this is a team that has experience, some of which was on LAN. You referenced that E1 appearance at the Manchester Major. They were one of the first 4 teams to go home. The core of this squad does not want to replicate that success, if you could call it that. And a very early battle will result in Perez losing a lot of his HP.
Attention back to Bolo on the Azami. It's going to be a common theme for Dark Zero this match and perhaps this event. It's going to be Pamba, though, trading with Live. They both kill each other. And as Nafe falls elsewhere on the map, it's man advantage for Raza, leaving Bolo all alone here on the top floor.
An ideal start for Dark Zero. Last round, by the way, was non-stop action. It began at roughly the 2-minute mark and carried on until about 20 seconds was left on the board. It sure seems like this is going to happen again, as everybody on both of these teams are caught off guard from angles they were not prepared for.
Bombside's basement, by the way. 6 dead.
Then why are they all fighting upstairs?
They knew they had to take down Bolo. It was an aggressive extension out from Dark Zero. They were committed to that roam. They had no way back to site, so they said, let's fight for our lives. And I think they're going to be pretty happy with a 3-for-3 exchange. They've still got Goyo canisters down inside of the basements. A lot of soft reach from Raza, with Flashry, of course, playing on that ram, and good time as well. They cleared through those bodies in pretty good fashion. So it's just this lack of bodies. If they can find these Goyo canisters, they're not in a bad spot for a push. They'll take their time over the next 45 to 60 seconds to set this up, and then based on where they're positioned right now, I think an EXO finish is the most likely.
1 minute left, and only 4 of the 10 players are still upright. Those Goyo canisters that you mentioned earlier being picked away at by Raza Company, and JR took some damage from his own gadgetry, both he and Kobe. Quite low on HP. Cannot say the same for RCAC. Veto and Flashry now, looking for an execute. Veto will rely on Flashry for the coverage. He'll buy time with those flashbangs and expect one to rotate over through EXO, as you talked about. That's NJR, and he knows that the path forward is laid with trouble. Kobe swings on to Veto. There was no coverage there, as Flashry was looking elsewhere, and he could have a good lineup. He wins them both! The down, and then following up as he just holds down the trigger. Diffuser down and all the kills. A terrific round and a good bounce back as the match ties up 1-1.
That's a tough plant to deny if you don't have a Nitro Cell in a 2v2 like that. Maybe if the swings came a little earlier, but I think they just got caught off guard with how fast it came down through EXO. Then they had to play the post plant, and some good shots initially, force it down to the 2v1, but Flashry, excellent patience in that late round, letting them line up for him, getting those last 2 kills. Here we'll watch it again, not 1 but 2, as they swing in with a super shorty, not able to find success. Back in Manchester, Flashry was actually a top 10 player on the attack. He was one of the best players on offense, but nobody really talked about him because when you looked at his overall tournament stats, they were relatively average as his defensive stats were so poor. Seeing him once again on land, stepping up, of course, playing the Ash, playing the entry, playing all the good guns. He does get those tools to succeed from his teammates, but watch out for him on this offensive side because it's where he typically shines, and he is showing that once again in Boston.
Well, the one thing about RCAC, Jesse, is that they chose this map, and you'd hope that they have a good understanding of it.
For sure.
The first round really could have gone either way. It wasn't a triumphant win for Nafe and Dark Zero, though hats off to DZ for how much time they managed to buy, especially in that garage and catwalk position that was talked about quite a lot. And I mean, hey, you've gotten a zombie available, even if you're only playing it for the 5th time in the last calendar year, you're going to use it to great success in the part of the map where it provides you the most protection and the most power, and that's exactly what DZ did. By most measures, this has been the slowest round so far because we are 40 seconds into action and not a single bit of damage has been done. It looks like Flasher will have no problem getting this panel open, and off scampers Bola. Not on the Azami, but on the Bandit. Bandit now 2 rounds in a row for DZ. Very critical for keeping these walls being opened up.
A bold Zofia play from Live. Obviously, the window he was shooting through was the bomb site, so you're always a little bit worried about a swing when you're attempting that anti-bandit trick on the storage bomb site, but there's no swing to see coming out from NJR that was playing inside of storage, so IT wall gets open. Doesn't mean the job is done. Bolo on the bandit, still playing on the other side of this wall. You'll see the marker for the nade, though, and have to back off as his nitro doesn't land either.
Hats off to Raza and company right now with how they're Raza Company Academy. I'm just so used to calling them Raza Company from all the times they've played in other events under the different name. The way that they've approached this, they have slowly peeled back this defense from Dark Zero, but I mean, DZ established such a forward and full frontal defense that there are a lot of layers for RCAC to cut through. Rez dies. Bad news for any of the gadgetry that Raza and company were trying to find, because that's the IQ off the board. Only 1 casualty and 1 minute to go. What is this pacing, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, it's an important pick. Dark Zero didn't want to fight much on the top floor. Very contrary to what we saw in round number 2. They're switching up the pace often for Raza. Now what can they do for the execute? They're staring into control. That might be where the defuse kit goes down. Often you'll see it storage, but it's a little bit riskier. Veto makes the decision now.
Well, he almost loses his life in the nitro cell. All the while, Bolo gunning down STK. DZ hitting their marks. No blood has been shed on their side, and a flawless round will be theirs if they can find Live. As he looks for the follow-up. Can't do enough damage. NJR around the corner will seal the deal for DZ. And a flawless round for the North American team.
Again and again and again, it's those anchor plays for Dark Zero. NJR has been so consistent through this game. Not off to a slow start whatsoever in Boston. Standing up tall here on the defense, managed to find 3 kills in the late round, but it might have been Pamba who got the most important kill in the hallway, downing the diffuser. Veto had managed to make his way into control. That could have been the game changer. I was a little concerned when Dark Zero gave up so much control top floor. They didn't want to fight for it. It was Bolo who was making that decision and chose to back off, but he knew that he had teammates down below. NJR actually got the entry with a nitro cell, managing to get a vert pick to help Dark Zero in that round, and then finding more as they try to convert that execute. Raza Company Academy chose to go vaulting over rafters and kind of sandwich themselves between the 2 bomb sites, right? And I'm not sure that was their best play at that point. You want to go for control. A lot of teams will try to take control of cargo, maybe go down Aqua. Can often be a bit safer of a entry point, or maybe just go storage, go the storage window. They'd already wasted that C4 from NJR, so that wouldn't have been a tool that they could have used to deny a storage window plant. Either way, Raza Company chose their attack, and it was repelled. They'll get another chance in round number 6, assuming Dark Zero want to go back to that site. 2-1 lead is not bad for your first 3 here on DZ. Still a very close game. Default camp's not getting shot. A little concerning.
Not yet. Look. Another minute and they'll get them all.
Okay. It was the outer one that was still not getting shot, but... Good to get the inside ones, too.
Pambazoo leading the way through this round. 30 seconds into round 4, and DZ have struck first. Harass an early casualty yet again. Previously on the IQ, this time on the Thatcher. These are very high-value anti-gadgetry attackers that are no longer helpful for Raza Company. Their job of getting into the bomb site gets significantly harder, and it was one thing that we praised them on in the previous round was how they were able to tackle all of the hurdles that DZ had set up in front of RCAC, and now, well, small stumble on one of those exact hurdles.
Push looks very similar for Raza. Once again, focused around connector and electrical, but with the IT wall staying closed, it's going to be a lot more difficult. They also previously had SDK downstairs with the Deimos. Now they're going to run Live bottom floor on the Buck instead. Live loves his Buck. It's by far his most played attacking operator, so not a shock to see him picking up the reins here. And, of course, the newest member in RCAC, he's been very good. He's getting picked up alongside Besetto for the summer offseason. Now, can he find any of these vert picks, try to equalize the man count? He's hunting, but Dark Zero know he's below. And once again, be NJR, who starts off strong.
Well, if you pick the map, your opponents get to pick the side.
For sure.
DZ thought that defending was much better. Statistically, that's been true of Nighthaven Labs as of late, though this did have the distinction for a couple events of being one of the most balanced maps in the entire map pool. Another minute now burned off the clock, Jesse, with just below a minute to go. Kobe and Besetto will perfectly trade each other out. That's excellent for DZ. Maybe not so much for Kobe's KD, as he's sitting at 3 kills and 3 deaths.
It's positive, though, or even.
Admittedly better than what we saw out of a lot of the Montreal Major. Heavy work to be done by Live and Flastry. Live finds one on Nabolo. He'll have to find 3 more now, as he's lost his only teammate. A shotgun is prepared and ready as he's over on Catwalk. A second body put in the ground by Live. Another. Can he pull this off? It's just him versus Pambazoo. No diffuser in hand, so he'll have to take measures into his own hands, but a small shoulder peek is a little bit too much for him to handle. Pambazoo gunning him down with great reflexes. And DZ saves the round after a scary set of kills from the hands of Live.
Felt like a straight replay of round 1. Again, the bulk of the team, they're going connector. They're fighting Dark Zero head on. It's those close shotguns that lower the man count. Then what happens? The one player that was down below comes in, starts to hit from the back. Didn't walk up awkward this time. I believe he entered IT, but still finds himself in a 1v1. The last player on DZ retreats into connector to play the defuse kit and wins the final shot. Bar for bar, almost identical to what we saw in that first round. And now with this tactical timeout, Raza Company Academy are going to need to find an answer to this team, and specifically find an answer to NJR. Every single round, he is existing into the late round, as he does. That's his role. But he's being so impactful with these shotguns, whether he's playing the Warden, whether he's playing the Smoke, whatever he's playing, he's managing to find this late round impact. They've got to find a way to shut him down. You know, on that top floor, he likes to play in electrical. They're not going to get a chance to go back to that site until overtime, but maybe track him with a Deimos down below. Try to get some vert pressure on him. He's playing on that Warden. You're not going to be able to flash him out, so you got to find some other way, maybe a Capitao. There are answers. They've just got to think about this and figure out what the best solution is going to be for their team and against the comp that Dark Zero are running. A little bit disappointed not to see much adaptation from rounds 1 to 4 when we went back to the same bomb site. We'll go to the basement here in round number 5 post-rehost. I'm looking to see something a bit different from Raza. Last time, they full cleared top, took a lot of time, lost a lot of bodies, went for an XO finish. If we're going to do that again, let's make sure that it's a little bit cleaner, because last time came down to a 1v2, was clutched up, but it's much more comfortable for Dark Zero throughout this game.
The outside of burning your timeout so early, Jesse, is that you don't have it for the remainder of the game. It's not like you get one per half. You get one period. The only opportunity that we would see Raza Company Academy have to talk to their own team is if Dark Zero pulled their own timeout. Because both teams get to speak during it. Talk to teams in the past about why they do and don't call certain timeouts after big rounds, and some teams admit that even though we lost the round, we didn't want to call the timeout because we knew what we needed to do. We didn't want our opponents to be able to use that time to strategize as well. I don't think you have that problem with Dark Zero right now, so Raza Company Academy just is going to rip off the Band-Aid, call the timeout, and hope for the best, because 2 rounds in a row where things have gone sideways very quickly for this team.
Oh, and it just doesn't stop.
3 rounds in a row where Perez is the first to die. Basetto, not long after, is gone from this earth. Bolo, the only one to die on the side of Dark Zero. Last tree now goes down to Pambazoo. Look at DZ. They are fully roaming. And now they'll finally head down to the bottom floor bomb site. Another defensive round on the basement. And another upstairs roam from DZ that seemingly catches Raza Company Academy off guard.
So the good news is you weren't shut down by NJR this round. NJR played no part in this round. That's going to be a big dub for Raza Company Academy. Now, this was their worst round since because they didn't even get to NJR. Pamba with a 3K roam, of course, being supported by his teammates as well. Bolo and Kobe up there, but in a 2v4 now, is there any chance to make it a comeback? They got lots of time. Decent util as well. 2 smokes, 1 just tossed out by STK, and 2 flashes. But this positioning, especially with the Kiba barriers, they're not going to expect this spot from NJR. They're staring at the corner, but that's not where he is.
I might catch one of them. Mo, he thought he was able to finish off Nave. He doesn't do anywhere near enough damage. From inside his office, the mayor, behind the Azami Kiba barrier, gets the final 2 kills. Pambazoo with 3, NJR with 2, and that timeout doesn't seem to have done much in the immediate for Raza Company Academy.
And I'd like to apologize because I said they did it. They called the attack timeout, and they didn't get shut down by NJR. But NJR still in the late rounds, not even on shotgun this time. Picking up the Azami, creative is in the anchor position as always, still manages to get it done. You know, one of the most impressive things about Dark Zero is how they're managing to do so many, they're doing the same thing in so many different ways, you know? It's always NJR finding success in these late rounds, but sometimes with the shotgun, sometimes with the Warden. That time it was a brand new look. He's playing on the Azami instead of letting the Azami roam top floor or anything. He's going to set it up in sight, and that allowed him to play such a creative position. You saw in that late round, Raza Company, they were looking at the corner of the bomb site where you'll very often see players ratting out to try to nitro an exo plant, right? Very common to see that. But NJR wasn't in the common position. So when he swings out from the Kiba barrier, maybe the Kiba should have been a clue where he was playing. But regardless, when he swings out, his position's not known by Raza. And that caught them off guard. That caught them by surprise. DZ, just a new bag of tricks every single round. And they managed to get the same result with all of them. 4-1 sits at the scoreline. If this goes 5-1, I mean, it can be a defender side of map sometimes, but I'm worried for Raza. I don't know if they pull that back.
I mean, based on what we've seen out of these rounds, a 5-1 first half is not out of the cards for DZ. At that point, a 5-1 response from another team is very unlikely. 3-3 or 4-2 are the most common score lines that we tend to see. Depending on the matchup and depending on the map, 4-2 is what I expect. And honestly, it's still very much possible as well.
For sure.
But the last 3 rounds have gotten off to very poor starts for Raza Company Academy. This is the exact same strategy they did before. Are they able to get it? It sure looks like it.
Yep.
A utility dump from the attackers will net no control whatsoever over Electric or over IT. This is a fantastic reaction from DZ.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the bandit trick didn't get stopped, but Kobe upstairs keeps holding the button, and that bandit battery goes down, so the first exothermic charge did not manage to open, and then Bolo in for the save to make sure that Kobe still doesn't get shot. You don't talk about Kobe for his utility play much, but that was fantastic. Now they will get the wall open with the second exothermic, but that's going to be a piece of util that can't now be used on, say, the connector wall, and a bunch of time wasted as well.
30 seconds to be exact.
Yeah.
That was just blown through that you thought, okay, logically, let's line up these steps in our head. And unfortunately, you think it through, you're not able to act on it. Great response by DZ. They fall off at the right time. And now DZ's spread out. They've assembled their forces in places where you don't necessarily need to be in and amongst the action. Raza Company Academy will surrender first blood yet again. Another round where DZ strikes first. That's Bolo to catch STK off guard. STK is the IGL playing a lot of front-facing roles, and well, his 2-6 scoreline will show you that he's having some difficulties matching up against the front line of DZ.
Yeah, good from Bolo. I mean, he's maybe negative this game, but he still had a huge amount of impact with those Kibas especially. He's been kind of Dark Zero's Azami specialist aside from one round on NJR. 40 seconds now. How do you convert down from this? They're again looking towards a control plant, but they're again in a massive man disadvantage. Perez down to NJR, Live down to Pamba. It's all falling apart.
5-1 first half. We talked about it. There's no real celebration here. If you see a team make this miracle run on their own map, staring down a terrible first half, and it's a second flawless round for DZ in just the first half. A dominating set of 6 rounds, 5 of which break in favor of that team, usually in purple, now currently in white with some purple accents. Is it a taupe? Is it a mauve? What color would you call that?
I'm like half colorblind. Color theory is not my wheelhouse, personally.
Do you just like know what? Is it indigo?
I like
a purple.
Your indigo is like the reach of my color knowledge.
You know what lavender is? You played Pokemon.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Lavender
true.
Town.
I've been to Lavender Town.
You've been to Lavender Town.
NJR's been to Farmer Town because he's 12-3 right now, Parker, and we've been talking about him all game long. But how can you not?
Jesse, just to put this into perspective, how many rounds have been played so far?
Parker, 6 rounds of Rainbow Six Siege have been played in this matchup so far.
NJR has 12 kills. How many kills per round is that?
Okay, 12 divided by 6, you carry the 1. That's 2 kills every single round, Parker.
And when Shaiko, at his peak, had the highest KD of any player at that time with 1.1 kills per round, we said, that's absurd. Right now, the mayor is cruising to re-election.
Yeah, and I mean, NJR, this is not new for him, right? He's been statistically Dark Zero's best player this year, a 1.16. He's inarguably their most dependable. You could debate based on who plays what roles, who's the actual best player on Dark Zero. I think it's kind of a pointless conversation to have because they all do different things. But in his role, NJR is one of the greatest players in the world, and he's shown exactly why today. So dependable in these late round situations when he needs to be. He'll swap over to attack, and sometimes you do see players get better and or fall off when the side swap happens, so you've got to be worried about NJR. NJR is also in the famous position where he got stuck a good, 6 months ago. He's on the same wall, if anybody remembers that game from the NAL a while ago now. But assuming no calamities like that end up happening, NJR is in a good spot to continue on his trend. The IT wall gets opened, no problems. Use a lot of util for it, but the breach still goes down.
A big loss that Pamazoo is off the board. I don't know if there's a curse with IQ as an operator, but she's not allowed to exist on this map, at least in this particular matchup, for too long. Same spot that we saw DZ patrolling is that rafters catwalk position upstairs. That's where Flastry was just playing on the Azami, a very powerful spot. Use those Kiba barriers to force your opponent to waste either utility or bullets, both of which give your position away. You can hide gadgetry behind it, making it more challenging to drone. Taking direct engagements because those Kiba barriers become very challenging, and you struggle to gain map control because of all of the impediments that your opponent throws in your way. Exactly how we saw DZ do it. That's how most teams tend to do it, and it's exactly what we see from RCAC doing. Just a little bit over 1 minute to go in the very first round of DZ's first attack. Oh my, and Raza Company's first defense.
Cool idea. I don't think it would have made a hole big enough to walk through, but you might be able to prone through it and certainly be able to shoot the feet. Now they're going to be really funneled. They've got IT, they've got electrical, and they don't even have rafters.
This is where things go from bad to worst. Kobe eliminating Flastry. Bolo dies not too far removed. Those shotguns that DZ used to such great effect are now coming in very handy for the Brazilian team. As the defenders now double up. STK goes down. Kobe twisting away. Doesn't expect Live to be so close. Nafe was sensational on this bomb site before. Will history repeat itself? He's on a different side of the coin. Tear strips through Live. It's him and Basetto in a 1v1. Nafe loses the same way he won before, which was that shotgun in that position. Oh my, how the turntables have... Raza Company Academy wins round.
And Nafe, I mean, not for a lack of trying. My God, came so close. Played that 1v4 as well as he could. Did his best, but ultimately, Basetto moving too quick. Not a lot he could have done there. Basetto played it well. Ideally, you set up a little crossfire there, but he was in for the trade, and so that was good enough. In round number 7, Dark Zero just kind of lost bodies and never were able to trade those kills back. It looked like a very similar push, actually, to Raza Company Academy, where they were really focused on connector and electrical. not the only push you see. A lot of times you'll see teams trying to take Aqua control, maybe take some more Raptors control and push the other site, but these two teams very focused on this one side of the map when it comes to pushing the top floor. And the problem is if you don't get the connector wall open, you're so funneled in that push, right? And that was the problem there we saw with Bolo's exothermic charge getting shot out, or killed by the electricity, I should say. So, tough one, but DZ certainly have a buffer. That's the first defensive round going the way of Raza. It would be a start to a comeback. Regulation wins still technically possible, although they need to be flawless. They'll go down to the basement for round number 2, following in DZ's footsteps on their site rotation.
This is the first Blackbeard that we're seeing in the matchup.
It is. Raza didn't bring it even once.
BB Shield. Blackbeard's had a couple changes done, some work being done. Very high ban rate, as he is an incredibly influential and powerful operator. You could smash through walls with that shield, just like a typical shield operator. You can swing when you're on rappel through windows as well. Very similar to how the traditional shield operators function. You can also set it up as a mobile cover and then fire away through it, making it very, very challenging to deal with. Looks like it should be some successful bandit tricking, and yes, it is. Same problem that was befalling DZ, or befalling Raza Company. They do exactly it to DZ, as DZ get 2 quick kills, answered back by 2 from RCAC. STK and Paris having very rough games at this point in time. Both of them playing in positions where they should be getting more than 2 kills each. On Dark Zero, their main points of the spear, Pambazoo and Kobe, have not been quite as potent. I mean, Pambazoo's doing well, but it's been the NJR show that we talked about. He's 12-3. He's yet to get a kill on this second half. 2 rounds, empty-handed. We've just hit the halfway point of round number 8.
And I'm watching live this whole time. He does make it back to site. He was a little caught out there inside of control. Didn't know where he wanted to go. Didn't know if he wanted to take a fight. He will opt to play his teammate after he takes a gunfight, misses some shots. So don't hate this decision. Couldn't get the cheeky pick, and now he's got to hold down the site to the 3 Dark Zero. Lots of time, lots of soft breach, lots of positioning, and a blitz. This is going to be a tough hold. I mean, they've got a Nitro on live. They got the TCSG on Basetto, recently buffed as well, so they've got the tools, but with an Animus Plant coming down from Nafe, how do you manage to pull this off? The angles are not going to be favorable, especially if DZ can maintain control over by cargo.
And Nafe will drop as you hear the smokes go off. Pick away at this barricade. 1 shield still remains for DZ that will buy them some time and some level of protection, but the way forward is littered with goo mines. That's a parting gift from STK. As while he was removed from the match earlier, the round he still leaves behind those spiny little treats. There goes a Nitro Cell. It lines up perfectly, and it doesn't just get Nave, it gets Pambazoo as well, Jesse. RCAC flipping this round on its head, and Basetto will clean up. So it goes as a defender on Nighthaven Labs. Only a single round so far won by either team on attack. DZ are going to be haunted by that round for a little while.
Yeah, I must not have heard the Nitro Cell get ripped by live. They must have known it was a possibility, obviously, with the Striker, with the Sentry on the board. It's going to be one of those tools that is most often used to deny that plant, so it should have been in the minds of Dark Zero, but didn't hear it, didn't respond to it, and it finds 2 picks anyways. Live, once again, the newest player on this team. He joined over the summer, but has been so good since, and I mean, Live's been around, right? I talk about him as a new player to the squad, but he's been in Tier 1 since 2019. He played on Black Dragons, then he went to FaZe Clan for a short time, then he went back to Black Dragons, played on Double O Nation, went back to Black Dragons a 3rd time, then went down to Tier 2 to play on Elevate Academy, and finally got pulled up to E1 and is now playing at his first international event. And he's looked really good since joining this team throughout this matchup as well. I mean, there have been a few bright spots for Raza Company, and a lot of them have come off of plays made by Live, so he's stepping up when he's needed most, and if that gets the ball rolling, if that gets everybody else more involved in this game, Dark Zero needs to be a little bit concerned. The game is not won yet. You got a 5-1 half, but if it doesn't get reined in soon, then this could get very, very scary on your opponent's pick.
No timeout's been called by Dark Zero just yet. I mean, you got to trust in Kangaroo Kenny to call it when it finds its maximum value. If Raza Company Academy can pull off a full rotation here, then that might be the alarm bell going off in DZHQ, where the timeout is finally called. 2 shields brought by DZ for the second round in a row. This time they're subbing out the Blitz, and we'll have Nafe playing the Montaigne, and Blackbeard tossed over from Bolo to Kobilax.
Kobe's Blackbeard professional debut as a bandit trick gets attempted and will be successful, but he dies for it. Pamba below, the bandit got tricked. He got the successful utility, but he also ends up dying to the Deimos.
That's 2 players now on the side of DZ, breaking double digits. The only 2 players in the server to do that. Pambazu with 10, and JR with 12. The question that I'd asked before we got in here was, would we see Kobilax be deployed a bit differently based on the results that DZ had in Montreal? The answer is kind of. Well, things change on Chalet. Kobilax, a bit of trepidation now, is attempting to move towards the bomb site, or at least over top of it.
He's just a distraction, though, Parker. He just wants to pull their attention so they can start working to the site.
Once again, goo mines will be the big issue. A great counter to all of these shields. Flastry alone as well, up top on rafters. Looking to reposition. Nafe taking some damage. The Monty will begin to breathe down Flastry's neck, and he's completely blinded. Bolo dies. RCAC is on the board. Espress gets 1 and then fades away. 1 minute left in the round, and right now all of the action occurring on the top floor, despite the bomb site being below it.
Yeah, Nafe has rotated up top. I mean, they do actually want to clear top. I thought it was a distraction, but it was more so just to get the enemy or his teammates up to the top floor as well. Pamba's holding down bottom garage. They have most of the top floor, with the exception of Live, who's still hiding in electrical. They should be aware of that. There'll be control plant once again. Can Nafe get it down safely here?
Pistol out, and there go the barricades that are separating DZ from their goal. Nafe is in, and with the shield on his back, he will rely on his 3 other teammates to keep things safe for him. Kobe dying at the hands of the SMG-11. Perez with his 2nd kill. Live gunning down NJR. The Monty trying to get away. Nafe gets 1. He's straight out by Flastry, and it's a 2-piece from Flastry as 2 whole other players on RCAC survive. What was a 4v4 ends in a 3v0 in favor of the Brazilian team, and it's a perfect rotation for the Brazilians. Kangaroo Kenny responds by calling his timeout.
And a beautiful couple of shots there in the post plant coming out from RCAC. I was a little concerned Perez not using the Toxic Babes to deny that plant. If he could have gone through the wall, he was in the hallway, but if he'd find some way, that could have been their win con. But he was hitting some nasty flicks on players that were covering, and that got them the man advantage that eventually enabled them to win in that post plant. Flashry, some beautiful shots as well. Dark Zero really had a game plan in that round. They wanted to get down. They wanted to make sure that the fuse kit went on the ground, and that's common. Statistically, Dark Zero have been one of the most objective-focused teams in the world. They have the highest plant percentage in the world this season after only PSG Talon at 32%, and they're very close behind PSG. So Dark Zero, they're known for these plant-focused strategies. Maybe a bit tunnel-visioned in this round. They didn't have all that control. They didn't want to waste the time to hunt down those players up above. They didn't have any control around cargo, and when they were focusing the plant so hard, they did lose those gunfights as the swings ended up coming through. So, Dark Zero, now 1 round away from being tied at 5-5. The scoreline currently 5-4. The comeback has started. Correct me if I'm wrong, Parker, they've not won a single attack.
Nope, only 1 attacking round victory still to this point. Came all the way back in round number 2, where the team in orange on the right side of your screen. What's really quite striking to me when we look at the score at the top of the screen and then the individual performances from the players is the kill feed. NGR with 12 kills, Pambazu with 10, Nafe with 8. Bolo and Kobe are quite a ways back. Perez only has 4 kills, STK only has 2, and then the highest kill total on the side of Raza Company Academy is 8, tied with Live and Basetto at that current point in time.
I mean, that's true, Parker, but that's also a little deceptive, right? NJR, 12-6, looks like the best player in the lobby, but since the side swap, he's 0 for 3.
Correct.
He's not gotten any kills on the attack, and we said sometimes when that side swap happens, a player pops off or a player falls off, and that's exactly what we've seen from NJR. So despite being by far their best player on defense since the side swap, when Dark Zero's problems really started, he's been absent. And of course, getting some good utility work, he's playing Hard Breach, of course, but as far as the kills are concerned, he's not really been here.
NJR hasn't been on a primary entry role. That's been Kobe and to a certain extent Pambazoo. Kobe Lax finds himself wandering in his nook, as one does. Not getting spotted, as one does. And then ultimately getting spotted and killed by STK, who's playing inside a conference. Now Nafe will die to Baseto and a very quick peel back from Raza Company Academy. As they now settle in as defenders on this map, they are looking better and better. 4 rounds in a row for this Brazilian team. Looks incredibly likely. I don't know, Bolo seems to have something to do with it. Doesn't do enough damage, he'll lose NJR now. It's just him and Pambazoo remaining. A nice fadeaway shot from Pambazoo as he tries to exit the building. Down goes Baseto. Afflicted by that goo mine, distorting his view as Bolo now rotates around to join up with the buck of DZ. Right now at the top of Fish. Pambazoo has to do double duty. Is he going to get walked up on from the stairs, or does he need to be a bit more concerned about this swing directly in front of him? Additionally, to complicate matters, Flash will give intel to the team. Pambazoo saw the head of Perez for a second, by the way. We'll take it. This clash is so powerful right now, live, giving all the intel needed to keep Raza Company Academy in this.
This round's a mess. I mean, what do you do at this point? Staring at a clash, 2 players in the hallway. Good luck, Dark Zero. In no shot is this going to be considered winnable. Flasher is one to Pamba. Bolo just in a nightmare. What do you do here, buddy? Bolo's good. I don't know that he's this good. He gets 1 for his troubles as Perez gets down. 45 seconds. He could choose to stall this and take a fake timeout, but after the last one wasn't so successful, I don't know.
Oh!
A second down, but the other guy got picked up. This is still unwinnable, surely.
Oh,
Damn.
if it wasn't for Flastry, that was becoming a bit worrisome. Honestly, I kind of want to wag my finger at the way that RCAC played that defense. Why do you have the 3 guys that don't have a shield all swinging out of sync with one another? Why continue to give potential isolated gunfights to a player who is not only a world champion, but has proven that he can be one of the best mechanical players in the entire game? You've got the Clash in play. Trust that the Clash of Live will do the job. Bolo still needs to get through that entire corridor without any more utility at this point and find the remaining 3 players, all of whom could be sitting back very safely inside the bomb site, talking to each other, maybe scrolling on TikTok. I don't know, doing one of those things. But instead, they all decided to go and challenge it. 2 of them got downed. A 3rd got killed as 1 got picked up. And that was a lot closer than it needed to be.
I don't know. I mean, a little disrespectful towards Bolo, but I didn't think there was any chance Dark Zero were gonna win that round. I think they were just having a little fun with the time being as low as it was, trying to get their individual numbers up. I want to back to that opening pick. I really like the decision from the IGL of Raza Company's STK in that previous round to hide inside of long desk. Right after attack timeout, often you'll see teams go for these weird plays just to try to disrupt what the enemy might have been cooking in that attack, and that's exactly what STK was able to accomplish by just ratting inside a meeting, went undroned by Kobe, because why would somebody be in long desk there? And, well, they got punished for it. Now it's 5-5. Now we're here where we're going to see 12 rounds at a minimum. Raza Company have pulled this one back. Do they lose the entry? STK almost punished for his aggressive position in this round, but he does escape the Deimos.
These opening picks, by the way, have been so influential. Not as influential as previous maps, but the key reason for that is how this map plays out. Only 2 of the opening picks have been traded off very quickly, which means that these have been isolated picks that leave a team at a serious disadvantage. Nave is in hot pursuit, by the way, sees the Soulless, and as much as Perez tries, as Basti's completely blind with no information. Nave does not get the opening kill, though Baseto does. As Pambazoo on that Deimos was trying to find some holes in this Raza Company Academy defense. Couldn't find it. Oh my! Live gets siege timinged real time by Kobe, and now there's another player there lined up as well. The Castle of Flastry not too far removed, and you've got to go. You're going to be hunted down. A great swing from DZ. They've allowed Raza Company Academy to tie the game, but now it looks like they just let them get close for posterity, I suppose. Veto, the first player on Raza Company Academy to break double digits, and he will need to pad his stats.
Veto coming into this tournament had the worst kill-death ratio of any player for the whole season. He needs a miracle now, though, when the 1v4 finds the first. Plant starts with just under 60. But he doesn't get it done.
Very anticlimactic. DZ not falling to pieces. It has been roughly 30 minutes since the last attacking round, or the last victory for a team on an attacking round. Round number 2, when we saw DZ's defense buckle, and Raza Company Academy ultimately come out ahead. It was on the tank and assembly bomb site, which is where we just saw DZ won as well. No other bomb site has been won by an attacking team. Very final round of regulation. Will we see overtime between these two teams? It's good news, by the way, for the Raza Company Academy roster. If they're able to provoke, that was a nice shot. If they're able to provoke overtime, I feel like because they're competing under this team name and not under one of the orgs that people know, the general audience doesn't exactly have the highest hopes. And I think the community poll highlighted that perfectly. 89% of respondents said DZ was going to win to 11% for Raza Company Academy because they, I mean, hey, if you don't watch Brazil, if you didn't see E1's, 2 games that they played in Manchester, realistically, you're not going to be familiar with a lot of these players. Your average knowledge of a region you don't watch isn't going to be particularly high. You might think, oh, it's just a ragtag group of 5 guys who made it through the LCQs, and here they are. That's not the case. This is a team that has major reps and players that have been around for quite a while. It's not some fly-by-night team with a streamer org. No, it's a real team that can compete against the best of the best, and did regularly in Brazil.
This combo of SDK and Flashry, both of whom have been really good today. Not the greatest KD from SDK, but some big moments. Saw it not too long ago. They're going to be holding down this top floor. The Bandit batteries do not manage to... Well, they do keep the wall closed, actually. SDK so far back, but with Bolo using that first exothermic charge, the ace does open. Okay, that's what I was thinking. A little slow. I didn't necessarily see that, but it does open up now. SDK's prepped for the Nitro. Probably won't find anything unless they get close with this exothermic. They're aware there could be a Nitro. Does about half damage to Bolo. That's why he's going upside on Repel. That's why he's so high. Knows that there could be a Nitro being tossed out there. So smart play from Bolo.
The question will be, do they get bogged down up top on that rafters position as we have seen before? That's, as a side note, getting through IT is going to pose maybe a bit of a greater challenge. As you saw those Selmas go off unevenly, meaning that there is a metal bar that blocks your way in. And the only real way to fix that is to throw one more Selma onto that position, which might seem like quite a waste. You're going to have to crouch your way in, potentially vaultable, but you're not going to have the Monty fully extend and march on in, which is, in a lot of ways, what teams are looking for. Now I suspect the Monty will have to go over and just do a dry climb up the stairs of rafters.
Yeah, I mean, also just having this open, though, for a storage plant would be nice. Kobe down as the first player, as Veto inside a garage, and Nafe is in for a plant spot.
He's going to go for it. Unbeknownst to Raza Company Academy, oh no, they do know! Nitro Cell goes out, Live collects his second kill, everything going in favor of the Brazilians right now. Now Pambazoo looks for the follow-up, Live with 3 kills. And Raza Company Academy with their own flawless round to send us to overtime.
So usually that breach not being fully opened is kind of fine, right? Because in theory, if you're going for a plant on the storage window, what do you need? You need to be able to stop a plant denial vertically, so you need it open with a window, but you don't need to actually enter that. And then you need to make sure there's no denial from down inside the basement and there's no horizontal C4. they weren't so concerned with that vertical denial. They had the angle open, so that wasn't the problem. It was the horizontal C4, and part of the reason why you do often want to open that breach to walk all the way through is so that you can apply pressure vertically yourself to stop those horizontal players from denying the plant. And Dark Zero, they never got any picks up on that top floor. They really struggled to apply any pressure. Eventually, they just had to say, screw it, let's go for a plant, let's jump on in, and I like that play from Nape. I like that call, given where the game was. But ultimately, I mean, the Nitro just wasn't something they had any answers to. They were in a real desperation point at that moment in time. So, Dark Zero unable to get it done on any bomb site other than the basement on attack. And so we will head to overtime. And I would guess, as it's the only bomb site that's been won by the attackers, we probably won't see it in OT. But you never know. Round 15, it's a possibility.
Very curious to know what's going on in that G2 M80 matchup. M80 making some serious roster moves. G2 going steady as she goes, but bringing in Cameraman to assist the team from a coaching perspective.
Former player on M80.
If anybody knows that team, it would be a player, even though I suspect some things will have been changed up before we got into our first set of matches here. Awaiting us at the tail end of this first map is Chalet, picked by Dark Zero. This is a very comfortable map on Nighthaven Labs for DZ. The fact that they were able to push Raza Company Academy into OT, despite it being RCAC's map, should bode well for what we see on Chalet. That said, that old E1 team, I have some memories of them playing on Chalet and not doing quite so poorly, but those numbers might be more your wheelhouse. Attackers right now at a serious disadvantage throughout the entirety of this map. Only 2 rounds of the 12 in regulation won by attackers. Now that we're in overtime, DZ will be on the unfavorable side twice.
Harris doesn't think that's on. That drone will see him, though, and as he has to cross, he's punished hard by NJR, who's got only his 2nd pick on attack. That's a massive entry.
He had 12 kills 35 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Now he has 14. That is quite the drought. Kobe on the board as well. Kobe showing up as more support than outright offensive attacker as of late. With 2 players in the ground for Raza Company Academy, those Deimos death marks are going to be even more valuable because there will be even fewer players to keep sight of that aren't being tracked. Great fallback right now from RCAC as they reinforce one of the remaining walls that were left open. That one leads to rafters, and it will make the next minute for Dark Zero a bit trickier.
Kobe ate a long-range shotgun shot. He's sitting on 1 HP at the moment, so be a little bit nervous. Of course, any goo mine will down if it does tick into damage. Over by Aqua. This will be where the push comes through. It's the first time we've seen a push from this side of the map. No longer is the focus going to be on Connector, and Basetto wants to challenge it early, but he gets punished. Now it's a 5v2.
Very formidable round from Kobe. NJR collects a 2nd kill. And that's all she wrote. Another flawless round from DZ. NJR back in action. He took a bit of a nap, but he just needed to collect some energy for the more important rounds. Surely, Jesse. Very first round of OT goes to Dark Zero, and they are in a very good place to win this map.
Yeah, and I mean, Raza got to be kicking themselves after that, right? How many deaths did they needlessly give up? You're trying to rat inside of IT. You're thinking Dark Zero aren't going to drone that of all teams. A little bit of underestimation, it feels like, coming from the Brazilians, and then even Top Aqua as well, trying to swing out with that aggressive shotgun. I get it, you're in a 3v5. You want to claw back that man disadvantage, but man, it just felt like Dark Zero were ready for everything that Raza Company were trying to throw at them. All of these games, all of these shenanigans. I think in theory, I like that. You know, we're headed to overtime. The pressure is high. Dark Zero might be nervous. Maybe go for some of those more aggressive strategies to catch them off guard. But it's DZ. I mean, that only works so many times against such an experienced roster. You got to imagine 6-6. They're going to be locked in and ready for stuff like that. At the same time, Dark Zero will be keeping tricks up their sleeves on their own. Kobe on the Kaid. He's trying to hide throughout this prep phase, so the enemy team does not see that they're bringing a Kaid to this round. It's not been a popular operator. Bandit's been much more popular through Dark Zero's defenses, and they are bringing the Bandit as well. Paired with a Mute, too, you've got 3 different operators to keep these walls closed. That's going to be the goal for Dark Zero. They know if they can keep, like, Connector Wall and IT Wall closed, they're in a very good... They basically auto-win the round. If they can keep one of those 2 walls closed, they're still in a very strong spot. So They're dedicating a lot of resources to keeping these walls shut, and all eyes will be on Kobe and Pamba to make sure that happens.
I'm really surprised to see Raza Company Academy not rocking those shields. They used to be a very shield-heavy team. Oh, my.
Nice try.
And that was when they had Arthur still on the squad. That was a great try by Dark Zero, but countered perfectly by Raza Company Academy. Now you've lost foothold as defenders. Previously on this bomb site, DZ excelled because of one thing and one thing only. Shotguns. Well, I mean, I'm sure there was more to it than that, but I mean, I'm going to reduce it just to shotguns.
The shotguns were important, and I mean, NJR's still rocking that. Kobe with TCSG. Nate's going to have one too, so plenty still to play with. Dark Zero in a 5v5. They're going to let these walls get open now. I mean, the Mute Jammer will slow them, but this should get shot no problem from the hallway, maybe down below. They are still with one EMP as well from Perez, but there goes the shot. Connector open, IT open. The same old push from Raza, time and time again, tried and true. Dark Zero should know what to expect. It's even the same drone that they're stacking up on top of each other. And NJR's in the same position. Same setup, same attack. Historically, this has gone the way of DZ every time they've played it. What do Raza have up their sleeve to try to change the result? That'll do.
NJR, 16 kills. A fantastic previous round. He and Kobe will watch from the sidelines for the next minute. As another is there for SDK. Pambazoo wanders haplessly into it. Kobe and Bolo now to hold down the fort. Bolo with one. Last as good as gone. You've still got some rings as there goes a death mark. Bolo knows exactly where SDK is. It allows Nafe to get a bit more aggressive. But Basetto tears through him and live seals the deal. What was a very comfortable bomb site for DZ ends up with a precarious beginning and then free fall for the North Americans. We are going all 15 rounds of map number 1.
And when Dark Zero won round number 4 on that top floor bomb site, I said Raza Company Academy need to find an answer to Dark Zero. And I said they won't get to play that bomb site again till overtime, but keep that in your minds. Well, here we are in overtime. And what did Raza Company do? They got the answer to NJR. They played that buck down below. They got the vertical pick off to make sure they got the entry frag. And then they nitroed Kobe. That was a team kill. That's unfortunate. I'm not sure exactly how that one went down, but things started to spiral. You saw as soon as NJR went down, everything fell to pieces for Dark Zero. So now Raza Company Academy, despite losing round 13 in their own defense top floor, they've bought themselves another chance. One more opportunity to lock things down on the defense. They do not want to go to the basement where Dark Zero were successful in regulation. They don't want to go to storage because it's frankly a bad bomb site, as is Kitchen. So they're going to have to go back to this top floor, the most played bomb site on the map for the vast majority of teams, and they're going to try to play it one more time. For Raza Company, you've got to imagine, as the underdogs in this series and as the team who chose this map, this feels like a must-win round, but the pressure is extremely high for Dark Zero too.
This lineup right now could blow up DZ if it connects. Is NJR the target here?
He's too patient for that, surely.
They fall off with the Nitro Cell, so it won't be had. Live and Basetto now, both on 13 kills apiece. STK has also woken up. Not just motivating the team as the leader, but finding some key frags as a defender. Hugely important with a match this close. I'm excited for Chalet. Both of the matches that we saw earlier today, Jesse, were 2-0s. Only one of those maps was somewhat exciting.
Harris just got both pieces of hardware. He didn't get the first, I suppose. Bolo still has it in pocket. They'll open him now. That was scary.
Saw how critical opening IT has been so far in this series. DZ didn't really have a ton of problems countering it earlier on, if you recall. Putting Pambazoo down below, using the Zofia to open things up. Raza Company had a bit more issues with it. It gets open nonetheless, and now with half of the round to play with, DZ needs to move their pieces elsewhere on the map to take up map control, find these offsite players.
this is bad for Dark Zero. I mean, they have so little hard breaks left. If they want connector, NJR's one Selma is going to have to be good enough. And again, Mute, Haid, Bandit, lots being brought by Raza to stop that from happening. So instead the focus more towards Raptors, trying to get a free pick on the Flashery, but he's been hard to find. Moving quite a lot, hard to pin down. They can't find him, so they're going to have to try to find some other advantage. Still down in bottom garage, trying to work a vert pick maybe. But no matter where they go, it looks like it's going to be Aqua. It's not going to be easy, and this will be read by Raza too.
Look at the guns that are in the hands of this Raza company lineup, and I take those over the guns in the hands of Dark Zero should this come down to a 20-second absolute outright frenzy. Flashery dies, though. Could that be the first domino? Dark Zero were in control at the start of this map, but as Nighthaven Labs does, it tightened up, and all 15 have been needed. It is the map chosen by the Brazilian team. They right now at a deficit. DZ right now at risk of running out of time. 2 death marks for Kobe. No real urgency to get this diffuser down, and the smoke will swing. Those death marks, they go in the pocket of Kobe. Live dies to Nave. Bolo in on 1 to take down STK. It's all up to Basetto with 10 seconds left. Pambazoo and NJR still upright. Diffuser in the hands of NJR. Also his gun. And he'll get the final kill as DZ survive a squeaker in map 1. They win Raza Company Academy's map.
Might have only gotten 1 attacking pick in regulation, but man, when he needs to in overtime, NJR shows up, gets it done at the end there. That was not an easy push for Dark Zero. Without that hard breach, connector couldn't have made it happen. You can see the team congratulating NJR. They know how important he just was to that victory. Going in through Raptors in the end. Really like the plays from Basetto. Not a player that gets talked about a lot from RCAC. Making those moves around Aqua gave them their best chance, but inside of the site, despite the trading that was going on, the gunfights barely were favoring Dark Zero, and NJR, of course, fueling up after what an incredible match that was.
It's really phenomenal stuff between both teams, and mistakes made, of course. It's been a long time since either of these teams competed at a Tier 1 level. We just escaped what is one of our longest off seasons in Rainbow Six. But a dogfight between both teams, and hopefully, irrespective of what happens on map 2, people put some respect on the name of Raza Company. One more map, at least, maybe 2. We'll find out in a couple minutes.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame, a gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou pra mim, pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas Hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou pra mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei pra ele não, que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso.
Meu nome é Juan Fernando e eu estou falando de São Paulo, capital. Meu pai, ele é jogador de xadrez e eu acabei seguindo um pouquinho do jogo. Eu gostava muito de ficar pensando e eu achava muito interessante o xadrez por causa disso. Mas ele conheceu o tênis e foi aí que também ele acreditou em mim e que investiu em mim para que eu seguisse a carreira como jogador de tênis. Quando eu comecei na carreira, eu jogava por diversão. Ao passar do tempo que eu comecei a jogar a federação, não se tornou só um jogo mais por diversão, mas para mim se tornou também um jogo competitivo. Nossa, eu lembro que eu treinava de cerca de 3 a 4 horas todo dia. Fui vice-campeão 2 vezes de campeonatos da federação. Sempre tinha o treino depois que a gente treinava com as raquetes e tudo mais. Quando eu tava fazendo a parte de academia, que é no pós-treino, eu tava fazendo bicicleta e quando eu tava pedalando muito rápido, acabou de que o banco caiu. Eu senti um leve estalo. O banco caiu, sabe? E foi lá. Eu senti a dor e perdi um pouco da vontade de jogar tênis. Desculpa. Eu fazia não só porque eu gostava, mas eu acabei sendo incentivado pelo meu pai.
Sempre foi assim um grande orgulho para mim ele jogar tênis. Então, quando ele se machucou, eu fiquei muito triste mesmo, porque eu sabia que ia dificultar muito. Ali seria o ponto final da carreira dele de tenista. Logo depois que ele terminou.
Well, it was quite the match between these two teams to start things off with. Raza Company Academy choosing very comfortable and familiar ground for Dark Zero. Even if it is a different look of the DZ team, their success on this map continues. Heading in here, you said 8 in a row. That'll be 9 wins in a row for Dark Zero as they squeeze one out. The 15th and final round, 8-7 scoreline for DZ.
It wouldn't be a Dark Zero game if it didn't go at least like 12-15 rounds, right? They love to give their fans the heart attacks, and they had to deliver here. They saw a 5-1 half and said, our fans are getting too comfortable. This is feeling too easy for them. So let's make this a close game, and of course, Raza brought it all the way back to 15, including with a great attack at overtime. You know, we really saw a defensive side of map and regulation that got flipped on its head. I think that really pays dividends to both of these teams' ability to adapt when they got to overtime, when they had information on how the defense wanted to play. Some little adjustments from both squads was enough to push the map more towards an attacker-sided affair in OT. So credit to both Easy and Raza for being able to pull that one off, but in the end, it was Dark Zero who were better, who ended up winning in a really tough round 15. And now we got Chalet coming up for map number 2.
Chalet, of course, picked by Dark Zero, so the thinking is that it should, for DZ fans, be a 2-0. But if we rely a little bit on the previous story, of Dark Zero. This will not be a 2-0. This will be a 15-round loss.
Yep.
And then 15 rounds on Consulate as a tiebreaker because, as we have said time and time again, Dark Zero loves to give their fans all the heart palpitations in the world. But no, I mean, DZ should be well situated to go over to Chalet. Now, if you think about it, what are you most interested in seeing?
For Chalet, I'm looking at Raza Company starting to do a bounce back, right? They're going to get their chosen side on Chalet, which they did decide would be attack before this series started. And I want to see them get a little bit more active on those offensive side of things. You know, we talked about the play from Flash Street back in Manchester and how he was a top 10 player on attack at that event. And he fell off a little bit on the defense way back in Manchester. I will say recently, that stat line for Flash Street hasn't been as potent. He's been better on defense. But even still, Flash Street on these big stages often is a player who can pop off when he's got the good, strong guns that attackers have. Less so when he's playing a more static position. If we can see Raza Company off to a strong start, I'd love to see that. I'd also like from Dark Zero to see their defenses range out a little bit more. You know, they were bailed out of some of those defenses by some excellent anchor play from NJR, from Nate, even from Kobe in one round, who was able to kind of group up with his teammates. We saw some great anchor play. The early round often went even, if not negative. And some of that was on Bolo playing a new operator, some of that was on Pamba or Kobe not finding their frags. They usually did enough, stalling out the time or trading out where it wasn't a disaster, but it was rare to see the roamers on Dark Zero immediately win the round for the team. There was one round where we did see that, but for the most part, it was the late round that Dark Zero were having to rely on. If we're going to see a quick 2-0 here for DZ, as I'm sure the NA fans would like, then it's going to need to rely a little bit more on those aggressive early round players for Dark Zero.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the numbers from that previous matchup as well, and a familiar story from Montreal appears to be in the process of writing itself, which was the lowest rated player on the side of DZ. You think you can guess who it was?
It was Kobe Lax.
It was Kobe Lax.
Yeah.
On his roll, you shouldn't be at the bottom of your team. Kobe Lax is used primarily as one of the main entries, but every now and then will maybe take a small step back and allow somebody like NJR a bit more opportunity, maybe even Bolo, depending on the bomb site. We saw them jostling operators a few times when they were on attack on Nighthaven Labs. But Kobe realistically should not be performing below your support players in terms of impact and in terms of rating. This is something that really hampered Dark Zero in Montreal. Now, well, not hampering DZ yet. There were a couple instances where if Kobe Lax struck first instead of being killed first, those rounds might have swung in favor of DZ. It might have even prevented an overtime. Now, the same thing realistically could be said for this Raza Company Academy team. Now, mind you, these are support roles that a player like Perez is playing on, but on attack you saw him in very strong positions to deny certain utility and operators from doing what they needed to do on the side of Dark Zero. Well, Perez was the lowest rated player in the entire matchup, period, and STK wasn't that much farther ahead, both of them ultimately below Kobe Lax. You're going to need better performances out of them, but they're going to a map that they might not know as well.
Yeah, room to improve on both rosters as we head into Chalet. This is one of those that really can be more about the gunfights. Nighthaven Labs is very util focused, lots of attention paid to the walls, the electricity, denying those breaches. Chalet, it's more focused on the windows, getting an early round gunfight, lots of opportunities for attackers to make their advantage known. So as we load into Chalet, we'll have to see how it goes. Operator bans beginning now for Dark Zero versus RCAC. Dark Zero, they have long been banning Monty and Azami, but they bucked the trend in map number 1. Given the nerfs that we've seen, I expect the trend to be bucked once more. Between DZ and Raza, the first ban will again be Striker, banned out by Raza Company. That's what they banned earlier. It's a little surprising to see RCAC banning the Striker because they actually played a ton of Striker back during the regular season. They had an 18% pick rate on Striker, which doesn't sound like a lot, but compared to most teams, that's quite low. Easy answer with the Blitz, which is an operator that is similar to the Monty that they used to ban out, so it's not hugely surprising. I'm curious if we'll get the Azami. Azami's very good, probably better on this map than on Nighthaven, although you could debate that. She's excellent on both maps and many, many other maps too. So we'll see if Easy want to remove her. They will. Back to the old classic for Dark Zero, and then Fenrir. Fenrir would be my expected final ban from RCAC. It's what they banned in the Last Chance qualifier, but they have lots of options.
Castle. 3 separate operator bans from what we saw in the previous matchup. Striker as the carryover, banned out, as you pointed out, by Raza Company Academy, but then DZ opted to get rid of the Maverick and the Mira, with RCAC getting rid of Tubarao. All of those operators will be available here on Chalet. These are very different maps. Things are played out completely differently. And RCAC getting rid of the Tubarao, well, they're going to have to deal with it on the very first round, as NJR locks in the operator. And on this bottom floor bomb site, you can use Tubarao in quite a number of ways. You can either use it the most standard of ways, which is on that garage door. Slow it down, slow the utility down, slow the entry point. But it depends on where the attackers really choose to come from, because they might not just go for that snowmobile garage. They might decide to go, what about the wine wall? Which is exactly where NJR is right now. What if we decide to take big garage, take one person down blue, and then go down main stairs? And with only another breach open, maybe exert some influence with the 2 hatches, one in the kitchen and then one in the main lobby. There are a lot of opportunities for Raza and Co. to make their presence felt.
Certainly, and I think for Dark Zero, NJR and that operator will be important, but as he often is, that'll be later in the round. It's Pamba, who's on a solo roam top floor at the moment, who might get into that initial gunfight if Raza want to go for the full clear. And I'm looking at their op lineup. I'm seeing a Ram, I'm seeing a Deimos. I think a full clear is quite likely here just based on what they're bringing, so we'll have to see how that goes if they can pin down Pambazoo. The initial focus is going to be on the wall. We talked about how important that was on the last map. This is kind of the only wall that has that same amount of importance. And look at this rappel. Barely tempting fate as NJR, and he does not get punished, but that was so close. If Perez was a little bit quicker, that would have been a free opening pick onto the ever-dependable anchor. So lucky for Dark Zero that doesn't go down. This wall, are there still some studs down below? That's a bit of a problem, and they find the opening pick on NJR anyways, and the wall gets soft, so mission accomplished.
It's not studs, it's that it's still connected.
They got it now. Yeah, now it's just the soft wall, so they can work away at it with the pistol.
You got bullets, don't worry, it'll be,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Although-
Oh! Hey, what's up? What's going on out here? Uh-oh! And Nafe gets slaughtered.
That's a beauty.
Not exactly what they were going for, but I mean, it works all the same.
And now somebody's got to make some kind of a play on Dark Zero to get this man advantage back. That's why Bolo's upstairs inside a kitchen. That's why Pamba's making plays over around Fireplace, and they will get it down on STK, but with the track coming out, Bolo, he knows his time is limited. Can he take one with him? No, he can't. Flashery gets the punish on that. And there's the play from Pamba. What an aggressive move up on the balcony. A little disrespect from Perez. He says, you don't get away with that. Back to a 1v5, and it's a flawless round to start off from Raza Company Academy. Beautiful play to get those opening picks onto the anchors and then work their way up and catch those more aggressive players.
4 flawless rounds in the first map, 3 of them done by Dark Zero. The only flawless round that Raza Company Academy was able to get was in the very final round of regulation. They did so a very important time for them to then send the match to OT. Well, what a statement it is to start on the favorable side of your opponent's map and win the first round flawlessly. I mean, it's not exactly enough to get in the heads of your opponent, but it certainly will shake their confidence a little bit. Dark Zero really wanted to take isolated engagements. It did not work out. The one thing that we discussed, and I'm sure that if we had a desk on this B stream, they would discuss as well, Jesse, is how Dark Zero has 3 players that most people at the tournament would tell you they don't really want to go up against in a direct gunfight. Bolo, Pambazoo, and NJR. Well, Raza Company Academy's got some tools on their side, but they're certainly not known for being one of the main teams in Brazil with excellent mechanical players. If Raza Company Academy can go toe-to-toe with your best players in terms of gun duels, And RCAC is in great shape. We saw in the first round, it's but just 1 3-minute burst. If they can keep it up, Chalet might not go in favor of DZ at all, or at very least will at least give DZ quite a challenge.
Plenty of talent on this Raza roster as well. They're going to be able to step up and take some of these fights for sure, even if they're not as well known as some of the players on DZ. Great drone getting in from live as well. You can use this one in your ranked games, even if it's just normal drone. It's going to be very hard to find that one if you're not a Solus, and Dark Zero in this meta, pretty rare to find that operator out. So, good bit of site intel. They got to get to the site first. Lots still to clear. Dark Zero extending across this top floor. Bolo and Mez, Nafe up here in the hallway, and look at Kobe all the way in closet still. They're holding a lot of map control, and Raza haven't really started to contest this yet. I think they want to, just given their current positioning. They're on the balcony, they're on rappel. They need to find some clean entries, and that won't be one of them.
First kill for Dark Zero comes almost 5 minutes into the actual matchup. There goes Perez. Nafe might be dead, but his EDDs will still persist, which gives me a bit of buffer to Dark Zero. Kobe right now is on a one-man stand. Watching Solarium, watching Bedroom. Live baited in by a kill from Bolo. A second now will follow as STK hits the ground. Dark Zero lost their team captain, but everything else is going quite swimmingly at the moment. This is a position now that we see Basetto in. Lastry not far removed. Being watched by Kobilax, but he's vacated the premises. A great fallback given where the bomb site is.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough round for Raza to win, but I mean, they have some advantages, right? They're holding the defuse kit. They've still got drones, lots of util on Basetto, and they've got 45 seconds now to work with. It was 60. And as they clear through this top floor with their drones, they'll know that a lot of this is being given up for free. Cautious for the EDDs, not going to get caught off by that. This is going to be difficult, but if they hit some shots and if they can be creative with where they're pushing from, especially with that drone intel they have in the site, this is doable, but tough.
Still goo mines as well, littering the bomb site. As Basetto looks for a drop, toying with the hatch after smoking off the door, but Bolo prone inside a back bar, lined up and ready for it. Flastry now, will you meet the exact same fate? Running out of time, Tracer over towards blue stairs. Down from library he goes, and almost a flawless answer back from Dark Zero. How long Nafe was dead. They were basically playing as if the whole team was still there. Good collapse by DZ after tearing strips through the entry players of Raza Company Academy, and just as we saw in map number 1, things were all tied up after 2.
Basetto choosing to drop that hatch into 2v4 when he had an active ping on Bolo in the bar storage, and his teammate not really in any position to bring the aggression either was an interesting call. Didn't work out. Ultimately, I don't think they really had a good chance of winning that anyways, but didn't matter in the end. Dark Zero answer the flawless round with a near flawless of their own. They will tie this game 1-1. I mean, you've got to give it to Bolo in the early round, of course. We didn't catch all the frags, but I mean, having such an impact on Mezzanine, getting that early man advantage. I said before this map started, for Dark Zero, if they're going to run away with this game and get a more dominant win than we saw on the first map, it's going to have to be their aggressive roamers that pop off and start winning them rounds. Bolo just did that. Clean 3K, gets the job done, gets his team into a massive advantage that they cannot lose from. That's great. If Dark Zero can keep that up, this could be a clean, quick series. Big if, though.
I was going to make a comment just as a transitional remark, but there's not enough kills just yet. There's been a team ace for Raza Company Academy, by the way. Did they get the team ace in the first round? Is that something that I missed?
I don't recall.
You have to check.
I don't recall. I feel like likely not.
The numbers that we follow don't get into the nitty-gritty that much.
I'm not really a numbers guy. It's not really my thing.
Sure. So cavalierly lie to the people watching this broadcast.
Whoa. Maybe I've turned a new leaf for this SI.
Yeah?
Maybe I'm going to do more play-by-play.
I would not like that.
Yeah, I think you'd be good with numbers.
I'm terrible with them.
Oh.
Here's one number, 1 minute off the clock. And still in the discovery phase for Raza Company Academy.
Mm-hmm.
They made sure that all of the surrounding areas upstairs were good to go. One major issue is going to be Bolo in this position, who so boldly still sets down a single bandit battery. It looks like it might have taken care of some of the Selmas. Seto still has one in pocket, one's gone out, so Bolo finding some value from that. The rest of Raza Company Academy are looking to sweep through this upstairs hold of what is ultimately a bomb site down below in the kitchen.
More good drones, too. I mean, this intel's been really good for Raza. Even on map 1, didn't talk about it much, but they often did have that intel advantage.
They've got to look at Kobe's back. We know he's holding this tight doorway. Nape goes down, and now Kobe looking for the swing and follow-up, but all the information was there because of the clutch drone. 2 kills from Raza Company Academy. They'll put Dark Zero on their back foot. Down goes Flastry to NJR, as it's only him and Bolo. That remains. Bambazoo finished off by STK. That means those toxic canisters, as good as gone. Asha Perez dueling with Bolo. He's good enough for one. Tossing out the Nitro Cell now is an act of desperation. Nobody is found from that explosive. JR still at full HP, by the way. He's waiting for the walk-in. He might get a good angle here, but he's given his position away. He goes for the spray transfer onto live. Looks for the follow-up, taking matters into his own hands. A lot of time left, and now a drop as he manages to get away somehow. Basetto with diffuser in hands, now at the halfway mark. The 2 players from Raza Company Academy watching from above. The Bolos just stopped the diffuser in its tracks. From above, Bolo looking for the mark in the smoke. He drops, misses his opportunity, finds a third. Now he's on the ground as they both dive around, and NJR will get it. A baffling end to the round, but Dark Zero comes out on top. My God. No way they won that. DZ pulled the round out of a hat, and they take the lead.
Bolo's the GOAT. I don't know what to tell you. That positioning, that aim, my God. Top floor did everything he could. He just found the player planting down below him. I thought there's no way they're going to just let Bolo exist top floor and deny that, but yet they do. They're so tunnel vision on NJR, who's inside of the site, who is somehow alive, but against all odds to drop down into the basement and then to win the post plant as well. Just ridiculous duo play coming out from Bolo and NJR. We got to see that one again. It started with these shots in the 2v5 or 2v4 that felt like desperation, that felt like impactless frags. But with Bolo, there's no such thing as impactless frag because he's always got a chance at winning these rounds. 3K from him, 2 from NJR as well. You could see how well they were able to work together in that round. Bolo, I mean, how does he get it done? Expecting a baby girl very soon after this event and still out here putting up numbers like he's 18.
Not only is he not 18, he's about to become a father.
Yeah.
Does Bolo have the baby buff? That's the question. Bolo announced several months ago, less than 9 months ago, because the baby's not born.
Yeah.
It takes 9 months. I don't know if you...
Yeah, no, I'm aware.
As a former baby, I am aware of how long it takes for babies to emerge.
Most babies take... No, I took 7.
Damn, you're good.
I'm different like that.
Now, you know numbers. Is that good or bad?
Well, I came out all right, right?
Well, who's saying that? Bambazoo didn't come out all right on that side of the engagement, Jesse.
No.
STK just marches into main lobby. Down goes the Valkyrie. Kobe's posted up in his absence. But yeah, my point about Bolo, he announced that he and his partner would be welcoming a child into this world sometime this year. And I think we can all safely say that we wish him nothing but the best. We wish them nothing.
Yeah.
Frankly, all of them. All 3 of them. Or maybe 4. Maybe he's having more than one child. I'm not exactly sure. But either way, there is a very real baby buff. Nesk had it, actually, for a while. Cyberman had it as well. It'd be a scary thing for these teams. Oh, it's 6 kills through 3 rounds. What's the math on that?
That would be 2 kills a round.
Oh, my God.
That's the same as
Me and
NJR.
That's crazy.
Wow. Slightly fewer rounds, but still just as impressive and still having just as much impact as NJR was having on that first map. 5v4, though, trying to make this one happen. With Raza having the advantage, Dark Zero losing Pamba early. Good drones again in sight. This has been consistent for Raza. Getting this intel into the bomb site has saved them late round at least once and has often set them up for success. Oh, convert play not converted.
Live missing an opportunity there now, Jesse. Instead of eliminating Nafe and Flash Tree traded right off by Bolo. All of these altercations isolated and happening in different parts of the map. None of this actual gunfire going down where we were looking over by the main bomb chassis on main stairs. One player from Dark Zero now, West Main. One inside of blue. The numbers for Raza Company Academy not getting much better. Macedo with diffuser in hand. Coverage is good. Every single player from DZ presenting themselves, finding their lives shortened at the hands of two players on Raza Company Academy. It's live. Perez getting all those final kills. And we have yet again a tie game.
Is a 3v5. Bolo finds 2. I'm like, not again. Don't let it happen again. But they didn't. Raza locked it down, and they managed to convert their advantage this time. Not going to repeat the disaster that was round number 3, and that's good. You know, taking that control, getting that early man advantage, the information's still huge for them, both in the early round and late inside the bomb site. And just solid, good fundamental coverage siege being played over by the staircase, gets the plant down bookshelf. Default stuff from Raza, but it's being executed extremely well, and you know, when you're in a 5v3, that's all you need sometimes, and that'll get the job done to tie the game at 2-2. Dark Zero go to Games and Bar for their 5th round, and this is, again, one of those sites where they wanted to really extend throughout the top floor. They put Kobe early, quite aggressive. This is where Bolo got his 3K playing Mezzanine as well. Raza got to find some kind of answer to this extension that Dark Zero have been playing on this site. If they can try to get more of those opening picks, right? Repeat the opening pick on a Pamba. That'd be an excellent start for you. Get some of this top floor control without having to lose so many bodies, and they might be in a better position. That'll be the goal for Raza over the next 3 minutes.
For Raza himself, or?
Yeah, Raza will need to... He's not here already. And get into the server and kill the Dark Zero players.
In the server?
Yeah.
On a real life.
That would be a little extreme.
I certainly wouldn't advocate for that.
Certainly not.
Great start for Bolo. Solid start from Dark Zero as well. And immediately the Ram of STK follows up on to Nafe in the corner of Library. They didn't see him coming at all. Perez with another kill. Flash Tree's been dropped. Live is bleeding out on the ground. STK still inside the Library, and we are 50 seconds in, and half of the server is dead. Do they know that Live has been dropped? Is now down on the main floor in the bomb site. Raza Company Academy has taken control. Live might be retrievable. A nice play by Pambazoo from above. All on his shoulders. There really is a target-rich environment for DZ at this point. It's all up to Perez. Finds himself down in Bar. User just out of reach. And he gets finished off by Kobe, who finally gets a kill. That's Kobe's first kill of Chalet. It's a high-impact kill, but again, we will go back to the fact that he was the lowest rated player for this team in Montreal. He was the lowest rated player in map number 1 on his role. I don't know what DZ can do. I don't know if he's being deployed exactly as they want, but he's currently the lowest rated player as well for this team through map number 2. Plenty of time to turn it around, but it is something worth highlighting.
Sure. I mean, at the same time, as a numbers guy, at the end of the day, the only stat that...
I thought you gave up on that.
The only stat that matters is the one at the top of the screen, and that one says 3-2. So I think for now, Kobe's going to be okay with things.
Actually, it says 3-0-2-7... Oh, 2-5-2, 2-4-2, 2-3-2, 2-2-2, 2-1-2, 2-0.
The point is, Dark Zero do answer back beautifully by repelling that little rush play from Raza Company. Again, you saw how good that intel was, starting off with that pick on the Nafe. He was playing Library Corner, and he shot the drone, but wasn't expecting the Ram to jump in so quickly. And I really want to highlight that Ram play, because you often think of Ram as maybe a bit of a slower operator, someone who can do a good job of ripping up the floorboards and getting you vert, and she can do that, absolutely. But her potential as an entry with a great gun as well to get through a window quickly and then mask the noise of your vault in is very important, and we saw how well Raza were able to use that. Didn't matter in the end because they still lost the round, but here's going to be their chance to tie up the game. Bomb site's a bit different, so that probably won't be a factor once more. Kobe wants this smoke.
This is a very ballsy play right now, as it would be him and Live in a collision course. Kobe falls off. Kobe was at the forefront of the previous roams, and it's no surprise to see him in that position yet again. Hustle with one of the gunners on the side of Raza Company Academy, but oh my! Pambazu decides to check the window. He doesn't foresee Perez swinging, and another could be found too, as there's a drive-by from Bolo, not finding anybody. But he's spotted for a second on the window. Pambazu with a very mortal 5 kills, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, as that happens, Dark Zero, they all fall off the top floor. Bolo falls back to Kobe. He was playing top with Pamba, but now decides that with his teammate gone, he didn't find that trade. He's going to have to go play this a little bit more passive. It's a 5v4. Do Dark Zero want to go aggressive and try to make something happen? They chose not to the last time they were in this position, and it didn't pay off, so maybe they'll be tempted this time around, and I think they will. Kobe lurking up library stairs, but all of these air jabs are being set up because they know that he has the potential to do this. He's sitting on the staircase right now. He's got Bolo just below him. They've not given up this top floor control yet. Kobe is just desperate to find an equalization, but I don't know if they'll give it to him.
Look to create some breathing room now on the backside of this bomb site. NJR might have just done it without any utility, just with his own gunfire, stopping this Raza Company Academy from advancing to that position. He's looking for a 4th round, and Naif takes matters into his own hands. Shotgun up. 2 players now on trench doors. Naif has lost his deployable shield, and there goes the fire. Naif is in a really awful spot. He is playing to die. He gets away, puzzling Liam with the shotgun out. We'll need to engage with the Capital. No, Live wins the peek around the corner. Now Flastry finds one, too. Raza Company Academy in excellent shape. Targeting all of these DZ players. Perez involved as well. Is that 4 kills from 4 separate players on the side of Raza Company Academy. And the first half, a 3-3 scoreline. Now, Raza Company Academy chose to go on this side.
Yeah, they chose attack.
But it's DZ's map. Based on all your fancy numbers and your knowledge of this game, Young. It'd be 3-3, but one of these teams has an advantage, in which is...
Well, I think it has to be Dark Zero. Not only because Raza chose attack, presumably thinks it's better, but we typically think Chalet is one of the most attacked out of maps. And in particular, with Zombie banned out, it means even more towards the attack. A Zombie and Castle banned out, that's going to tilt things even more because it becomes impossible, realistically, to play that top floor bomb site. It's probably Rock Company never went there. The windows are so oppressive. These players can jump on them, so... If we see it to go top floor, they probably won't, but it should be a very easy win for Dark Zero. And even if they don't, that restricts their site rotations. It's going to make life difficult for the roamers if they want to play top floor. And we even saw that from Dark Zero as some of the roamers were getting picked off. We saw Pamba even in that last round being cleaned up on the bathroom window. Keep a barrier, a cap off to make that a little bit safer position. So Dark Zero feeling okay about this. And we'll have some more time to think about it, as it seems like we may be getting into a rehouse here. We'll find out. In any case, Dark Zero, after that last round, they have to be looking to sharpen up on the attacks. They got to be able to find these opening couple of fights. We talked to Kobe a little bit, and Nayfault having some tough stat lines through that first half, 0-6. You know, you can criticize the way he played that final round, playing inside of Boiler. Didn't think the Capital was going to be there. If he knew they had a Capital, probably falls back to site. Decides he wants to play aggressive with a shotgun. Not inherently the wrong call, but the Capital made it absolutely unplayable. At the same time, I think Kobe got caught on the library stairs coming back from a flank. He was playing top library stairs, then he died to the Nomad who was holding the flank. So I think Kobe got caught on a rotation. Didn't quite catch it, but I believe that's what ended up happening. And from that point, it was a 4v2 advantage. So Raza, they can clean those up. Most of the time, Raza Company have been good at converting their advantages and not throwing their rounds away. Sometimes Bolo does Bolo things and NJR holds down the site, and there's not a lot you can do about that. We saw that not just in this map earlier, of course, on Kitchen, but also on map number 1 when we saw some excellent late round play coming out from NJR, coming out from Nafe, coming out from a lot of the players on DZ. But winning those early gunfights, always important. Dark Zero on the attack when they come back into things. That'll be the focus. Raza Company Academy actually have the lowest recovery rate, that is win rate with opening death, of any team coming into this event. When you look at the year's stats as a whole, just 29% win rate with the opening death across both attack and defense. They also, it's a little bit worse on attack, but because attack is generally worse overall, it's skewed so that it's worse relatively on defense, if that makes sense. Their number is technically higher on defense for their win rate, but in relation to the other teams, it is relatively lower.
People are wondering, by the way, just to peel back the curtain a little bit regarding casting, why somebody like Kobilax would get a bigger spotlight about his play than somebody like, say, Nafe or even STK to an extent.
It's because we hate Kobilax.
You know me so well. No. It's because the stats don't really matter for certain roles.
Yeah.
There are stats beyond kills that need to be highlighted, right? You go back to that Nighthaven Labs game, how many times did somebody like Bolo keep that IT wall from opening up? How many times did somebody like Flastry be incredibly important at opening up that same wall on his side of things? These are points that are not really shown on the scoreboard, but make a huge impact on the way that a round plays out. At the end of a round, if your person who's a support player doesn't open up the walls and all of your teammates die and you are in a 1v5 and you just run in and you get 4 kills and then you die, yeah, your stats are going to look pretty good. Wow, you went 4-1 in the round. That's very good. But at the end of the day, those are 4 impactless kills that didn't really change the tempo of the round. It didn't change the outcome of the round. And your teammates did way worse by not living up to their responsibilities, be that droning properly, be that opening things up. If you're on defense, that might mean killing drones, wasting utility, cutting through whatever attackers throw your way. Somebody like Kobilax, we have time to talk about this because we're still waiting to get back into the game. Somebody like Kobilax is expected to get kills. He's on a roll where one of his primary goals, if not his primary goal, is to make space for his team and allow the rest of the players to flourish. Now, DZ doesn't always rely on him and Pambazoo to do that. Sometimes NJR ends up at the forefront. Sometimes Bolo does as well. Very rarely do we see Nafe as the lead guy in. He's usually the farthest back of all of the players. But if somebody like Kobilax is not making space for you, he's losing all of his opening engagements, whether it be as an attacker or as a defender. And he's not really relied upon for utility. You then have to ask yourself, what exactly are we getting out of that particular role? Not the player, the role.
Yeah.
Somebody like Nafe is providing a ton of information as your IGL. He's not necessarily going to be as focused on getting kills. This is not a team like some others that we've seen, like Virtus Pro, who's here, for example, the old ITB roster with Kendra on it, where you expect your IGLs to be in the action and get you kills. This is a team where Nafe is typically going to play much farther back on attack, maybe a bit active as a defender, depending on the way that the attackers push into the site. But by and large, Nafe not getting kills isn't really that abnormal. It's not also necessarily bad because you're not relying on him to do that. You're relying on him to do other things that aren't necessarily shown on the score sheet. I will say, though, that Nafe's effectiveness through those 6 rounds, even though he didn't get any kills, was quite bad. So there is some criticism there to fall on his shoulders, but just because people might think that we dwell too much on targeting one player, it's not that. It ultimately matters in the grand scheme of the matchup.
And it's a long tournament too. Plenty of time for Kobe to bounce back and have a star performance. We didn't really see that in Montreal, but Boston could be his time to shine. I know all the DZ fans are hoping to see that, and I'm hoping to see that as well. It's the first game of the tournament for both these teams. Of course, it's our first day here in Boston, and both of these squads would love a win. Dark Zero, if they can get a 2-0 with tie Team Falcons at the top of Group C. Raza Company with just 1 map win, don't even need to win the whole series, would send PSG Talon down to last place by themselves, and thus wouldn't be tied for last. So only 5th place goes out of groups here. You can avoid being last place. You will survive into the playoff phase, whether that's upper bracket, lower bracket, that'll depend. But lots on the line. Every single map will matter, even in a best of 3. The goal for Dark Zero now, clear out this library player, and Nafe is doing a great job of it so far.
Blaster's in this usual cubby corner that we see. A grenade will go out, and he has to swing his way from this position. He lights up Nafe, but not enough to secure a kill. I don't know if he's just trying to make noise or maybe open up lines of sight for himself. Focus from DZ onto that library window is now all gone. Bolo with his 10th kill so far. That's all he's going to get, as it's a jump out from the bathroom window from Perez. Finish him off. Nafe 0-6 through the first half. He and Kobe will now link up inside a piano as Raza Company Academy have fallen off of this top floor.
Yeah, they've got intel. They know that this guy's fallen down across the stairway. They're going for the track as well. Pamba seeing who he can find. Finds live over by library stairs with Perez that they're hunting for. They were playing the vert angle. They were trying to find Perez, but he's managed to make it all the way back to kitchen. Now they should be able to track the Legion. There he is. It's been a real focus for them. They see him. He will drop all the way down to the basement, and so those tracks are going to be mostly useless, although he's still playing over here by the hatch. He stepped over towards his teammates to kind of get that to wear off, and now he's playing aggressive once more. Top floor has been almost entirely conceded. Live is playing library stairs as we saw earlier, but otherwise Dark Zero are being given free reign. They can take these next couple of seconds, these next 60, to plan out their attack, use their soft reach, get this utility going, and set themselves up to be in a strong spot to execute. Where's it going to come down? Probably library snowmobile stairs. Could be wine still too, but it'll be their call.
I like the push and pull that we've seen so far. RCAC did an excellent job holding for a short period of time. They held the ground they needed. Now they've fallen back. Dark Zero has matched that energy by being relatively quick to the punch. What a shot from Pambazoo. Though it was actually NJR who did some of that damage. Pambazoo credited with the kill, and now the advantage goes for DZ as they look for the first round of this second half. Pambazoo will drop. He needs the Blackbeard to walk on in. They have no information. Raza Company Academy is retaken from above. This is an all-out scramble. They emerge from the smoke as there goes the diffuser. Pambazoo and NJR will need to retrieve it, but Seto says no. A raucous affair inside of the bomb site, and it was RCAC just continuing to run away. Some might say cowardly, I say quite successfully. The Brazilians take the first round of the second half.
Dark Zero, I mean, you'd expect them to walk down the snowmobile stairs, plant on the bookshelf. That is typical. They said, no. We're going to drop everybody through connector and rush deep with our shield player. And at some point, somehow, Nafe with the fuse kit got downed. And I think it was a nitro from Baseto that was able to down the player, make sure that they had that diffuse kit out of the hands of anybody that could put it on the ground, and that was the key thing that allowed Raza Company to win that round. Baseto, not a talked about player on this team. Sometimes discussed as the worst player on this team. He's their hard support, so he doesn't get a lot of kills, much like a guy like Nafe. But he can step up when he's needed in these high-pressure situations when he's playing late. Got the last kill with the shotgun as well inside the site. They read into the push Dark Zero were going for. They didn't get caught off guard by that surprise drop into connector, and it really paid off for Raza Company. DZ, I like the creativity. I like trying something different with that push, but it didn't end up paying off for them, and that's something that they probably won't be trying again.
Irrespective of what happens on this map, I think our comment about Dark Zero giving a lot of stress and heartache to their fans remains accurate. That round made me anxious, and I'm not even a fan of either of these teams. I'm not a fan of any team, just in case somebody goes out and says that I'm, biased, passionate, whatever you say. I do not care. All I want is a good game, and honestly, so far, we have seen that between these teams. Map 1 was neck and neck. Maybe not the beginning. 5-1 first half. We thought DZ was going to dog walk Raza Company Academy, and then, well, all I needed was some time for them themselves to become the big dog. That's exactly what Raza Company Academy did. We went to OT. Now here we are. As you can see, top portion of your screen, the little white circle with the X through it. To the left of the Dark Zero logo, that shows you who won the map. Now transition towards the second round of this second half. NJR's on a single point of HP. Finished off by an impact. Still retrievable. Both Perez and STK gunned down by Pambazoo and Bolo. NJR's been picked back up as well. This is a triumphant entry for DZ.
Sometimes you just got to hit those. I don't know what to say. He had the perfect positioning, had the shots, but missed them all onto NJR until he does get picked up 5v3. DZ, Raza, I should say, not giving up at this top floor. Flashtree still in Mez, live playing the stairs. They want to keep contesting. They know there's a minute 22 on the clock. They cannot just fall off yet. Too much time. It gives Dark Zero too much of an advantage. And already with this massive man advantage that they've got, they can't afford to give up anything else. Flashtree now decides to give it up and is going for a bit of an aggressive play. He's headed towards the front door. Nobody finding anything yet, though.
Zeros is taking their time upstairs.
Yeah, they're not eager to get into any fights themselves.
I mean, I'm wondering if they're hoping that Raza Company Academy gets a little bit antsy. Hope he's got some good intel as he sees the goo mine. But he can't really do much with it. There's the drop. Unbelievable that Live wins that. Kobe and Pambazoo in the afterlife. Bolo will also join them. NJR still on a whisper of HP. He gets the kill. Flashtree trades it right back, and Basetto wins it. I'm not happy with that if I'm Dark Zero.
Nah, that's ridiculous, dude. Live hitting both of those shots. Kobe came in for the trade. He was supposed to be perfectly timed as he came around the corner to get that refrag, but it doesn't matter when Live flicks over to the head. Beautiful 2K to open that up, and sometimes you see a team like RCAC in a 3v5, and they feel desperate. They feel like they need to get aggressive to make some kind of a play. You've got to see a swing. You've got to do something aggro there. And I think Dark Zero were almost expecting that. They said, we've got a two-man advantage. We've got full top control. We've got a lot of time. Surely these guys are going to give something up. They're going to play silly. They're going to take a risk, and we can punish that risk. The risk never came. Raza held their angles. They got into positions that wouldn't be expected from Dark Zero so that they weren't obvious pre-fire spots. And they just managed to find those frags into DZ as they tried to execute into the site. That was smart from Raza Company Academy. A 3v5 that should have been locked down as Dark Zero had the man advantage. But some brilliant shots coming out from RCAC and some restrained play, not giving up their lives to spiral that disadvantage into a larger and larger one is exactly what it took. And now, as they swap the defense for the second time in this game, Raza Company Academy look like the much better team in the second half.
Another two-piece from Basetto as well in back-to-back rounds. Nate killless at the moment. Kobe Lax with just a single kill so far throughout this map. When you've got one player on your team whose role isn't necessarily to frag, it's okay sometimes if they don't frag. When you've got two players that are combining for one kill so far through 8 rounds of action, it doesn't matter really what opponents you're playing against. It is very challenging at just a basic level for a team to overcome. Dark Zero needs something to give them confidence. Maybe a timeout, depending on what happens in this next round. I'm not sure. But boy, oh boy. DZ look like they're fighting their own mental battles at the moment. You can't just rely on 2 to 3 players here on Chalet. Off to the races, potentially. Very limited droning, as you see in previous rounds and now happening yet again. DZ is face-checking a lot of these angles on their own. Kobilax dies to an errant C4 from Live as Pambazoo takes out Perez. Neither team gains an advantage on that first interaction.
Tough game from Perez so far, obviously. Missing a couple of shots in the last round, this one too. Going down to that entry player. Thankfully, though, they've still got some teammates up, and it's a 4v4. Raza Company with 2 players up on the top floor, STK and Flashtree. The focus for Dark Zero, though, is going to shift. They know there's a guy down here in the basement. They'd like to isolate him and grab a pick. Nave is so deep inside of blue already. Down here, it's going to be Live all by himself. There's no way he gets out of this, right?
Does Blackbeard win? What was happening there?
What?
My God, Live! He and STK. Phenomenal, and another for Live, potentially? No. Nave finds his very first kill of Chalet. It's him and NJR standing against 3 players from Raza Company Academy. Nave has the diffuser. NJR will need to watch over him, but Brazilians, they have more players. They've got more bodies. They've got more guns to throw at this problem.
Good drone.
Great drone, and it gives lots of intel to Nafe as to where he can and can't go.
Refire kill. Right?
Missed opportunity. NJR will collect it instead. And Nafe getting closer to this bomb site. 2 players remain. A dock in the hands of STK. You know how dangerous that MP5 can be. They get the bees to read on the flash tree. He swings, and STK absorbs an awful lot of damage, but ultimately comes out ahead. 3 rounds in a row on this second half for the Brazilian LCQ winners. They are in excellent shape to send us to Consulate.
And that might be the last time we see Blackbeard getting played from Dark Zero in a long time. That did not work in the basement. We thought they had an isolated pick, and it should have been a freebie for it with the Blackbeard there, but somehow losing the pick made the man disadvantage even worse for DZ, and then, I mean, Nafe almost feels allergic to getting kills after he had the free ping onto the player backbar. I mean, it didn't matter anyways. His teammate got fragged, but even still, it just feels like Dark Zero are spiraling in this second half, and we talked about it on Nighthaven Labs. You know, it's okay in some sense to lose the second half and to start spiraling on your attacks if you got 5 defenses. But when you get 3 defenses, this needs to be a strong secondary half, especially on a map like Chalet. With Castle and a zombie banned out, you've got to be able to lock down some of the picks. I mean, it's such an attacker-favored map. You can take so many good hits. With Dark Zero, they're not able to get early round advantage that we saw Raza getting relatively frequently. Because of that, they've just been losing every single push.
I suspect there's a small feeling of hopelessness for DZ in this particular matchup. The hill that they need to climb is, well, it's a tall one.
Mm-hmm.
What separates good teams from great teams, though, is that you approach every round as if it's its own isolated round. I don't know if DZ is going to be able to muster that. Picking up Kangaroo Kenny as their coach made some serious waves within the community and on social media. I know even some of the talent here are very, very high on his ability. We've talked a lot about coaches before, Jesse, where just because you have a great coach doesn't necessarily mean that the team is going to be able to act on what the coach is trying to get you to act upon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a lot of the praise for Kangaroo Kenny has been in his ability to get the best out of players. We'll talk about Noah Urs as a player who struggled in EUL for a while, but then after being coached by Kangaroo Kenny, really started to perform at a higher level. I'm hoping to see that in DZ as well to unlock the ability of these players. I know he also talked a bit about speeding up the pace for Dark Zero. Regardless of how the pace has gone for them, it's not been working. It's not been translating into kills.
Oh my!
And when stuff like that happens too, I mean, it just gets even harder.
You lose Panbazoo, you lose the Ram, you lose all that destructive capability on the main floor when the bomb site is below it in Garage. Now you've lost Bolo as well. From bad to worse for Dark Zero, as it seems, well, it seems like it's too big of a ship for them to right at this point. Great stank face from Nafe as he secures the very first kill of this round. And only his second kill so far through the 9 active rounds, 9 completed rounds, 10 active rounds total here on Chalet. Kobe still with just 1 kill through this map. Advantage right now for Raza Company Academy as we hit the halfway point. And if they win this round, that's all she wrote for Chalet. We go to Consulate as the tiebreaker.
Yeah, Raza don't have to do anything here. They know that they're in a power position. There's time on the clock, so DZ will be working for a pick, and this Warden could offer up his life. Flashtree wants to. He's on a ping, too. NJR's begging him to show him the sliver of his body, but he just won't. Here comes the flash.
This is an intense fight. Flashtree wins it. NJR throwing his life away. There goes Nafe as well. Kobe Lax,
wow,
at the end of that round, stood still by the doorway. 4 rounds in a row as defenders for Raza Company Academy. All 3 of the rounds won by DZ coming in the first half. Both of these teams winning their opponents' maps. And now we go to Consulate with this match completely up in the air.
What happened? When did Dark Zero forget how to attack? This team struggling, spiraling out of control on that second half, much like they did back on Night Haven Labs. They had enough of a buffer on map 1 that they were able to claw things back, but in map number 2, that buffer did not exist. DZ in all of those rounds looked like they were just spiraling out of control.
I mean, after that shot on the nade, you gotta wonder if just the tides, they turn in such a way and there's nothing you can do about it. A dominant performance from the Brazilians, and they came one round within winning their own map. This could have been a 2-0, but instead we've got Consulate on deck next. See you in a few.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns to answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy. Nade. Oh! Shuts down his brother! Into red front we go. Where's the response? The double through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Daz! It is, and look at the cover, J9 is there, back room, it's kill 4! This is it, you look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up, get slippy, finds himself a second, Daz, make it a third, it's a 3-kill!
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Fire was the best console that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target!
Can be made successfully. Information from the bees! It goes in, Shotgun!
And he swings on to Dodes! Vintage Breeding showing up, running a time.
Round in the corner, bees, information. Shaiko pushing for it, Nath is there!
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Reaps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. Reaps, what a swing and a quad! Disgusting quad! Ian runs with Buck. They will get the flank down. Leader again taking another 1v1. He knows the plan is close and he gets the headshot kill.
But he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reaps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Or sprinting up, he doesn't know! The 1v2!
Diz pra mim, o que tu mais gosta no Rainbow Six? Tática? Trocar tiro ou morrer pra mim? Tática. Então, vamos lá. A gente não conseguiu jogar junto ainda, né? Quando a gente jogar junto vai ficar no meu time, óbvio. Fica mais fácil. Pra tu e mais difícil pros outros, tá ligado? Um amigo aqui vai jogar no meu time também, tá? Vai mesmo, pô. Vai passar a jogar por 5 minutos.
É, mas ele joga até contra.
Aí, ó! Ousado, abusadão! Eu sou o Bruno Pascoal, do Nascimento Coelho, sou daqui do Rio de Janeiro. Eu atuo aqui, principalmente na área do Complexo do Alemão, como produtor cultural, né? Principalmente voltado para a área do esporte. Eu já estive ativo em vários projetos sociais aqui na região, porém foi na área de esporte na qual eu encontrei um espaço que estava carente e na qual eu tinha possibilidade de conseguir fomentar um criativo, um movimento, justamente para os...
RCAC, Raza Company Academy, tie the series 1-1 against Dark Zero as they come through and take Chalet in a dominant second half. DZ unable to win even a single attack on the snowy map of Chalet, which means that we are headed to a third map. Consulate is up next, and it's not going to get any easier for Dark Zero to find some attacks. This was one of those games where we really started to see a competitive match formulate. You know, Bolo was doing really well at the start of this game. We saw some great moves coming out from Perez. STK had some great moments. Players that really weren't showing up on that first map, but really did load into the server here in map number 2. But it didn't really matter for Dark Zero. That second half, things spiral out of control, and we just were not able to see those pushes that we know Dark Zero could be good with come through for them. So whether it was the Blackbeard plays not working out, plant-focused playstyle not really being there, or some of these trades just not being solid enough for Dark Zero, it didn't materialize. And now, after a disastrous second half, they're going to have to put things back together for Consulate.
Yeah, you got to shake it off very, very quickly. You lost your best opportunity to send this away. You know, we predicted when we were talking off screen that this would almost certainly be a 2-0 based on the way that map 1 went and the way that map 2 should go for DZ. The conventional wisdom is when you pick that map, barring a major upset or a very lopsided matchup, you're going to prevail. Obviously, DZ had their hands full on the first half, ultimately dropped the ball on the second half. And I don't want the story to just be Dark Zero, Dark Zero, Dark Zero. Obviously, for a team like DZ, stakes are significantly higher. They are a more pronounced team, they have more prestige, organization has won a major, and you're going to look at a team like Raza Company Academy and say, who are these guys?
Yeah.
But this is the old core of that E1 roster. 3 of these players have been to a major before. They've got international experience, nowhere near what DZ has, but they're certainly far from a team of wannabes or a team of random people who are assembled to make this heroic run. They beat a lot of good teams in Brazil to make it to the 6 Invitational. Brazil is one of the toughest regions for you to win in, and not only did they win, but they won the whole LCQ.
Exactly. I mean, Dark Zero, even if some of their fans may not have expected the most out of RCAC, DZ would have. They knew that this was a good team coming into this. It was not going to be an easy, clean 2-0 win, and that's not what they've gotten here. They'll have another chance. Consulate will be their opportunity for redemption, as it is the last map to be played through this series. And luckily for Dark Zero, they get to start on defense for the 3rd time in a row. So they should be off to a strong start because that's been their better side. But we're going to need to see a map that's similar to map 1. We're going to see a game, we're going to need to see a game that's similar to Nighthaven, where Dark Zero can rack up those rounds on defense. Because from what we've seen from them across 2 maps, I just don't believe in their ability to make those attacks happen. And Consulate is arguably the most defender-sided map that we have in Rainbow Six Siege. It's usually that and Skyscraper that go back and forth for which ends up being the statistically most defender-sided map. So Dark Zero are really going to have to lock in on that second half. For RCAC at the same time, though, I mean, they've been such a good squad throughout the qualifiers at different points through the year in qualifying to Manchester and at the start of Stage 2 as well. They're going to be dangerous. You've got to be ready for that.
No, absolutely. I mean, you don't make it to the 6th Invitational as a bad team. Sure, there might be some disparity between some of the groups, and there might be some disparity between some of the teams in the groups. But honestly, every team that's made it here has a great reason for why. And they all have a shot of making it out of these groups. Who's going to make it out of this group? Nobody really knows. And I think we're way too early in to start predicting which teams are going to be towards the top and which will be towards the bottom. But I mean, with just the way they've matched up against DZ today, anybody saying that Raza Company Academy was the easy out in this group, well, they haven't been paying attention, and hopefully they've watched these two maps, maybe are starting to change their tune a little.
Tomorrow, Raza Company Academy will play against PSG Talon, who played on the B stream just before this matchup against Falcons, and be a little worried. If I was a Korean Rainbow Six fan right now, just seeing how good Raza Company have been throughout these last couple of maps, and of course, PSG Talon not getting the result that they hoped for in our first series. They battled back a little bit through the two maps that they played, but weren't able to find a win through either of them. But once again, remind you guys that it is only one team per group who does get eliminated. Everybody else goes to playoffs. Some get buys, some will go in the lower bracket. It does matter if you finish first, second, third, or fourth. But broadly, you just do not want to finish 5th place. The fact that both these teams have won at least one map will be helpful for that.
I was going to say, so there's a weighted point system for how many points you get based on the result of your matchup. You get more points for a 2-0 victory over your opponent than you get for a 2-1 victory. The closer that a series is, the less that you prosper. Well, we referenced the social predictions at the start of this matchup, and boy, oh boy, has it tightened. It's still quite a gap between the two, but it was 89 to 11% in favor of Dark Zero before a single bullet had been fired. Now, 59% for Dark Zero and 31% for Raza Company Academy. Now, or 41% for Raza Company Academy. Now, that's obviously closed the gap, but I still think people are sleeping a little bit too much on RCAC. And I mean, this does tend to happen as well. Votes are by no means a scientific or legitimate way to gauge a winner. Most of the time, it's just what team do I know better and which team do I suspect will win? Or do I even want to? You're looking at right now, this being the English broadcast, Dark Zero in the lead. Go on over to the Brazilian broadcast, I bet you those numbers are flipped.
For sure. And as we load into the operator lineup here, both these teams are very familiar with Consulate. Both are very familiar with each other's game on Consulate, and the bans here are the most standard that they've been throughout the tournament thus far. Both these teams permaban a zombie on this map. I have no idea what RCAC will take out here. The one time they didn't ban a zombie, they banned Capcan over the last 6 months on this map. They'll take out Fenrir instead as Dark Zero removed their permaban. Monty and Blitz, also the two operators that I expected to get removed on the attack. Based on previous data, those were questionable expectations just because the previous data was often on old metas. So I thought maybe we'd see a Blackbeard in there instead. But it was still 2 shield bans taken off the board. And with how Blackbeard was played out from Dark Zero, it's not surprising to me that Raza didn't want to ban it. Because frankly, those Blackbeard plays just weren't finding success for DZ on Chalet. I think it's fair to assume they're unlikely to find much success here on Consulate either. Top floor is going to be our first bomb site, though, for Dark Zero. Of course, this is the most popular site that we get to see on Consulate for the majority of teams. So not a surprise to see Dark Zero starting here. I will reiterate and repeat myself that I'd expect to see, I'd want to see 5 defenses from Dark Zero. Again, this needs to be a top half heavy game from DZ if they want to walk away with the win. That second half is not going to be easy. So getting as many rounds early as possible is going to be important to build up that buffer. Raza Company, they really only need 2 or 3 rounds in this first half to feel comfortable moving into that second with the knowledge that they can lock things down. And they've brought one of the newest buffed operators to this lineup. They've brought the Sens, which Baseto has now picked. Of course, if you haven't been following along in a while, Sens got buffed so that you can no longer see through those walls with Warden or through bulletproof cameras. That'll be very nice as they go through the 5v4 execute.
Unfortunately, still can't control exactly where those rollers go.
No, you gotta
Holy-olies.
You gotta roll them in a straight line to bounce.
JR died. You saw that?
Yeah, I mean 5v4, right?
Spat.
No. NJR, some of the fewest opening deaths of any player in the world, which is crazy given how many rounds he's played on Dark Zero. So that's, I think, his second opening death just for the last 2 maps. I think he was opening death round 1 of map 2, wasn't he? On Chalet. Yikes.
I mean, if you're looking at a player like NJR, you expect consistency out of him. Unfortunately, there have been some issues with other players on the side of Dark Zero not showing up. If NJR doesn't show up, then all hell ultimately breaks loose, and you've only got 3 players, or 2 players rather, with guns in their hands that are capable of standing up to Raza Company and Co. And it's funny that we actually talked about this on Chalet in the first half, about how you've got these 3 lethal players on DZ, and then most of them were absent on map number 2. The glorified trade as Bolo eliminates Flastry live as his teammates back. The numbers still favoring Raza Company Academy for the moment. Now Nafe goes for a deep lurk down below. He's going to catch this Deimos.
Is he?
We suspect as much? No! He doesn't seem to be aware of it. It was Pamazu who was actually being tracked by that death mark.
Yeah, Perez, great read to know that there's somebody below him. Now it's a 1v4 as they just try to execute. They know where Kobe Lax is at. And it'll be a free pick through the Sens wall as Live cleans things up. Dark Zero not able to lock things down. You see Raza Company cleanly pushing that top floor. They took admin control. They got a free early pick onto NJR. They were aware of the play being made by Nafe down on that bottom floor. The Sens wall then provided the execute. I'd call that nearly flawless from Raza Company Academy. Everything went according to plan, and there were no mistakes.
No, this is a team that has learned very quickly how to match up against Dark Zero so far. Map 1 was a bit of a struggle, but it's not Haven Labs, baby. Map number 2, Raza Company Academy was in full control for the vast majority of that game. Very little confidence in DZ in that second half.
Yeah.
Didn't have a lot of confidence in DZ on that first round either. Mira available. Mira was banned out back in map number 1, but was available in map number 2. Didn't really see much impact at all. Now, here on Consulate, another very good map for a Mira to be played. Fun fact, Mira was not played at all on Chalet, despite being available. DZ will very quickly bring that Spanish operator into the fold. One of those black mirrors on the main garage, then one farther back inside of break room. As now we are into live action, and DZ is still doing some belated site setup and some reinforcements.
2-man roam on the top floor, Pamba and Bolo. As some more angles start to get made. Bolo aware someone could walk into that Visa door. The brunt
duo.
It is. Gets a lot done in the early round usually. Kobe on that main floor as well can rotate up to help them out. A great bandit trick from NJR, or at least another bandit. I don't think he got any util for it, but a great replacement of the battery.
I don't know why they didn't smash the mirror before using both of their grenades, because even though you used the grenades to dislodge them from that position, you still had full visibility, which is exactly what NJR was using. It doesn't matter if the grenade is there to move you off of the position. Ow. Nice shot from Bolo as he does double duty. Not just cutting Besetto off of that wire. STK will die seconds later at the hands of Kobe. Bolo also manages to keep that hatch down below intact by shooting away at all of the X-Cairo. Now it's a vault in to Zulu by Live. Will take some damage from a Gumine. And while Legion is an interesting place in the meta, the one thing that his Gumines do a very effective job at is giving you information. Sure, Dark Zero heard Live's position and know for a fact that he's up by top yellow. So keep one of those remaining 5 players with their eyes set on that part of the map, while the roam for DZ is still going strong.
I wouldn't want to be Live right now. Alone inside Piano, there are 2 players on the top floor. Kobe was roaming as well, though he's fallen back to servers at this point. The plant still wants to go down to the main breach. They'd eventually got those bandit batteries. They have no smokes, but they're going to go for a plant anyways. Lots of flank potential and lots of Nitro stealth still that could come out from Dark Zero. They have multiple ways to win this round.
That's the first of the 3 Adrenal Surges as well that's available for Raza Company Academy. The red underbarrel dot, as you see that laser dot on the wall, will give away the position of one of these DZ defenders. How close are they is the question. And what gun are you looking at? That could be a shotgun. It might be something a bit more formidable at longer range. Down goes Nave at the hands of Flastry. Just a little bit over 30 seconds to go. Nice play from Kobe. on a much more familiar spot. Flastry, though, taking no prisoners, eliminating 2 players inside of the site. Perez is still there as well. In order to give Flastry more HP, you could use an adrenal surge in these final 20 seconds. Perez, you need to use your ability. Kobe turned around the wrong way. Everything was going so well for DZ, and now Pambazoo will need to bail them out. A nice shot onto Perez, and he's got a read inside the bomb site as he walks backwards and guns down Flastry. From good to bad to great for DZ. They survive a scare.
Flastry almost just took over the game, walks in the breach for 3. I was so nervous because they had 2 players over by Spiral. One was watching the flank, one was pushing down. And then it was Flastry alone with the Fuse Kit who tried to push the main breach. And that's a recipe for disaster, right? Flastry loses his fight, the Fuse Kit's on the ground, it's immediately a GG. But what if Flastry walks in for 3 different frags? All of a sudden, the round is up in the air. Darkseer start to panic, but if there's one player you want holding down the site when everybody else is panicking, it's Pambazoo. That man feels absolutely no emotion at any point in time in a round, and he locks things down when he needs to. Beautifully done, playing down there. For the younger player on Dark Zero, of course, he's been on this team for years and years now, was picked up back when he was 18, 4 years ago for Dark Zero. Has been playing with them ever since. And a hugely impactful player. Many would tell you the most talented gunner in this entire lobby.
With a noted resurgence of Ella so far in this tournament. I don't know if you've seen that at all.
Yeah.
I like the flexibility that Ella provides. And the one thing that she was very, very good at, maybe a couple seasons ago, was disorienting with the Gizmot mines, but then using the shotgun. That shotgun managed to escape the nerf stick for quite a while. Mostly because after about 10 feet, it was mostly useless. You were getting hit with pool noodles at that point. But at close range, the thing would eat you alive. Everybody that played this game 6 years ago, dear Lord, remembers how oppressive the Scorpion was. Now, obviously, it's nowhere near where it was way back then, but it is a slightly tamer gun at this point in time. And on a map like Consulate, you can get quite close quarters very quickly and deceptively quickly. Ella is going to do quite well, and we tend to see her on these bomb sites that are maybe a bit claustrophobic.
Certainly, always a close-range operator you like to see. I know SSG runs a bit of Ella for the top floor on this map, but generally not a popular operator. Pambazoo trying to bring it back into style. Playing top floor with Bolo again. This is how we saw them playing earlier. Again, the drones. That's such a strong drone to be having just at the feet. And it will deliver a free pick for Perez as he hits the pre-fire shot. Walking still top floor. Knows the second position as well because of that drone. And he gets both kills because of it. Bolo dies too.
Perez was sensational in map number 1. He picked up the pace in map number 2 and was the best player on his team statistically. And now he is leading the charge yet again. A big round from Flastry previously, though, fortunately for him, most of those kills he got were impactless. Perez can find at least one more. Put Dark Zero down into a 2v4. They'll bode very well. It's still plenty of time for the Brazilians to find their opening, as right now they're mostly assembled off-site. First death mark will go. Perez gifted even more information onto the Legion, who now dives away. Kobe somehow evading those bullets. Gets away without a single point of damage being done to him.
Dark Zero lucky to be alive, even 3 at this point. The entry's been so good for Raza. Now that they've got this man advantage, they've got to start converting into a plant. The Fuse Kit being held by Bastetto. He's 1 vault away from being in sight. Does he have the cover, or are they going to switch things up and go for server? Might be the surprise play they need.
Cannot let time get away from you. I think that's the biggest concern right now for Raza Company Academy is you don't want to walk right into the waiting arms of the defenders. NJR with 1 kill. Nafe ascending the stairs. He's dropped. Next one up is NJR, who will assume the exact same position. Blinded on those server stairs, and now he'll need to go back down as the diffuser gets planted on the main floor. And live, overseeing the whole production, manages to pick away at what remained of NJR, but everybody who's played this game at any level knows how challenging it is to take the stairs up to do battle, because they're always going to be watched, and you are at a disadvantage every step of the way.
If Pambazoo is going to be bringing old meta operators back from the dead, maybe he should try out a Solus or a Mozzie or something throughout this series. The drone game from Raza Company Academy has been exceptional. Maps 1, 2, and 3, they were always having this really good late round and early round intel. It's a basic thing sometimes. Drone in an entry, let them get these kills, but it makes so much of a difference when you have that information. You can tell your teammates when they're swinging. You can give them those yellow pinks for perfect information. You can let them know, are they prone, are they crouched, are they swinging head height? All of this intel is coming through, and you just know that there are players on Raza Company that are feeding that information to their squad. So credit to the entries for sure. They're hitting those shots. They're getting that those kills on the board. But it is also that droning that doesn't show up on the stat sheet, that calling that doesn't happen inside the server, but instead inside the voice comms, that's really making a difference and allowing Raza Company to start off strong. And again, we said it at the start of this game, starting strong is all you need if you're Raza. Already 2 of the first 3 attacks on a map like Consulate against a team who have not been good on their own attacks. Defense is the saving grace for Dark Zero, and now they're struggling to even get rounds here. I know it's 2-1, it doesn't look that bad on paper, but the circumstances.
Grenade goes out, and what a toss it is, as STK can use both of those secondary heartbeat gadgets, largely called can openers, for those that don't know the terminology. We'll open up a small doorway leading into projector. Now Raza Company Academy will maneuver over towards the window. There's a certain dance that happens on this bomb site. So if you've got Tachanka on the board, if you've got Goyo on the board, if you've got a smoke on the board, which there's only one at the moment, it's the smoke of NJR, a quick rappel on in to console office, then you use the toxic canisters to keep them at bay. Now, one of the things that the attackers will do to give themselves a bit more breathing room is either do some damage from below, an Ashe and a Zofia, maybe a Buck, etc., or you want to use some firebolts from a Capitão, which is exactly what Flastry has done. STK, though, has found an opening in a different part of the map, and he's already got 1 kill for his troubles. Kobe fires back onto Perez. He's been the best player so far for Raza Company Academy. And looking to exploit the chaos is STK. NJR solely focused, though, on that portion of the map. Baseto in, there comes the dance, and out Baseto goes, as the toxic gas will linger. NJR, though, has exhausted his reserves. No more gadgetry remaining, and with over a minute to go, it's a pretty big window for these Brazilians to get in and do what needs to be done. Not if you don't have the coverage, though. Dave picking off Flastry, and with a minute left, Baseto and Live will take a different angle.
Yeah, surely we reset for a minute here, right? I mean, your push over towards Admin was so successful. We're right in another gunfight, though. Kobe, he's been good top spiral so far. Leaves Live in a 1v3 to try to clutch this one out. Creeping into CEO, who does he find? NJR was just here, but he's fallen off the position. Playing around at a fuse kit, which has been surrendered top spiral as well. That's a tough spot to put Live in.
Got one right now at the top of Spiral, guarding that diffuser. It's Kobe with Super Shorty in hands. Mighty strong gun. Live has too many angles to cover and too many shotguns that just the closer you get, the more damage they tend to do. It's just science, really. Dark Zero wins the 4th round. The confidence-inspiring move, I'm sure. I liked how strongly DZ focused on the usual default plant, the rappel in, evading the asphyxiating bolts. All it took was one player from Raza Company Academy to hit the bomb site from the back and throw a spanner in the works, but DZ pivoted, got the kill, and then immediately went back to what they knew worked best.
Yeah, NJR did a really good job denying the plant over by CEO. He was so, he moved so much on the smoke. Usually they just sit back kind of in the potted plant corner and toss those toxic bades. NJR was all over the site. But for me, the MVP had to be Kobe Lax. Playing at the top of Spiral Stairs over by Long Desk was shutting down that play as STK tried to make the push in through admin, shut down the players over by Spiral. A lot of disadvantaged gunfights. Even, you know, these players who had information or maybe were trying to go for the pre-fire, Kobe just hit the better shots, and that's what you want to see coming up from the young rookie of Dark Zero, managing to step up in those tough situations where sometimes the information doesn't always favor you. Kobe was stepping up big time there, so some key players from Dark Zero will get them their second defense through this game. That's a really important one to win. Dark Zero are, again, hunting for the 4-2. They want to be flawless through the rest of these defenses because they know how difficult it's going to be at the second half. It's a good start. It's a good way to get things back on track for Dark Zero, but there's a large mountain ahead of them still.
Outside of that first half of map number 1, it has been a dogfight between these teams to start off these maps. Really surprised to see Consulate going in that same direction. He's survived quite a bit of damage.
He wants more, though.
You got to read on him at the top of Visa.
Yeah, he kind of has to leave, doesn't he?
Got to use those grenades to clear away gadgetry, not do some real damage. Over by Vending. Top of Spiral, looking for the drone. Back towards Vending, he will go. Those Goyo canisters that lead the way towards this top floor execute will need to be waited out as they've been popped. Bomb site isn't up there, though. Bomb site is down below. Besetto eliminating Pambazoo. Well, he was living on borrowed time, Jesse. It was Besetto outside of the map to do the damage. Next up is Flash Street. Searching for something a little bit more. It's easy now scampered over the console office side of things, maybe over towards Yellow Stairs.
Nafe was just there, but he fell back to bathroom. NJR still in console as well as he starts to burn from the fire. Kobe downed as well to Perez. All of these players top floor, they managed to make their rotations back. NJR gets out of here, but Kobe doesn't. Now it's Nafe alone inside a bathroom. Are they going to expect a fourth player top floor? This might just be a rat play from Nafe that is their only win con at the moment in a 3v5. Watch out for Nafe late into this round. Bolo in the basement as well. Could rotate up Spiral for a pick onto Perez. That'll be his late round play. Yeah, they've got no idea where Nafe is. That could be so dangerous. The only chance they have.
One Adrenal Surge with the time left. It benefits Raza Company Academy. Oh my! They didn't know where Nafe was, and yet somehow they managed to make it work. Knocked ass over Tea Kettle by those Nomad charges, and now it's all up to Bolo as the diffuser has walked on in, and nothing to be done. The air jab knocking over the smoke is the first domino, and since then, the rest of the round, it's Raza Company all the way down. Lots of long faces on the bench of Dark Zero, as I don't think this matchup has gone anywhere near the way that they expected.
No, I mean, for Dark Zero, now you've lost 3 attacks here in the first half. This is going to be one of those matchups where we do see Raza Company starting to take a bit of a scary lead. In that last round, a lot of their top players, again, just weren't able to survive up there. They were trying to play together. They had a lot of bodies working amongst each other up on that top floor. But a couple players got burned out, a couple players got caught on their rotations, and a couple players just lost their fights. So Raza Company, a man advantage up on the top floor was enough to convert. Basement will be our last bomb site of the first half as Dark Zero are desperate to hold on. They'll abandon the mirror this time around. Still going to bring the cap can that Kobe had last time they were here, and a lot of wall denial with NJR on that Tubarao, Nafe playing the Kaid as well, and then Bolo and Pamba both bringing a bit of util to help out any roamers that might be trying to move top floor. Last time we were here, it was a Bolo Pamba duo roam top floor. It was Kobe main floor, and then it was Nathan and NJR holding down the site. I think that'll be the same setup now for Dark Zero. It got them a lot of early picks. Some nice shots from Bolo. Unfortunately, he hasn't hit many other nice shots, but maybe going back to the same bomb site will do him well.
So far, it's the best start since the first half of map number 1 for Kobe. Is 4-4 perfectly matches his tally before that.
I'm down for this play.
I know you are.
Bolo should get caught off guard by this. But he's afraid.
Ambazoo's now looking at it. Ambazoo's ready. This could be quite the jump scare. He turns tail.
It's on a cam now, too.
Yeah. Window being broken elsewhere. Ambazoo's ready for this. Whoopsies!
Yeah, okay.
Would have loved to have seen Perez's reaction there.
It's very loud when you Amaru in. So the sound cue, if they're nearby, they can usually respond.
Even just the sound cue, it's that you're also very vulnerable for about a second as you transition from your gadget to gun. I liked what they were cooking up in the kitchen of Raza Company & Co. It seems like, oh, they might have overcooked it just a little bit. Mind you, that was a slingshot onto the top floor of a map where the bomb site is presently on the bottom floor. This bomb site was very narrowly won by Dark Zero a couple rounds ago when Flastry seemed to have a clutch on his hands. Kobe goes for the vault out through Art, and oh boy, STK punishes him for that. Very slow and oddly paced round so far for both teams.
Nobody's getting away with anything in this round. Everybody's holding their angles. Everybody's making sure the shenanigans, the jump outs, the Amarus, they're not going to pay off. Bolo punishes STK, though, so man advantage back being held by Dark Zero.
Very oddly paced. Action separated all over the map, though Dark Zero seems corralled towards the back of this site, towards the break room / cafeteria area.
They're out of C4s. A plant could work here. They've got smokes, too.
Smokes, of course, on side of the attackers. Sam Cam's still up as well. Flastry's looking for an opening. He's managed to down NJR deep enough back, and there go those smokes. Cross will be watched as Flastry runs on in, and now he relies quite heavily on Besetto and Live to keep this one at bay. Flastry's no choice but to hop off the diffuser. Pambazu's been dropped, revolver's out, it's Live in a 1v1. NJR, who was dropped earlier, back up. Bolo will just simply survive. NJR, man, the ghost of Christmas past, and now the gunman from Consulate present gets the very final kill, and that's the first half in the books. A sloppy affair. Neither team edging each other out in this first half. A 3-3 scoreline, very similar to what we saw on Chalet.
Like that response from Dark Zero, too, down inside the basement, you know. The smokes come out. They're aware they don't have any nitros. So what do? They just all hold W. They manage to win a fight on the breach, and then there's only one guy up above. Flastry chose to pull off the defuse kit. It feels like a lose-lose from there. If he sticks it, then his teammates are going to just be screwed as they start getting shut down over and over again. If he doesn't stick it, then you've got no post-plant. The clock's ticking down there. Tough spot to be in, of course, but again, 3 attacks on Consulate. You're feeling pretty good if you're Raza Company. Now they get to move to the defense, and they will start top floor. Vast majority of teams will tell you that this is the best site to start on Consulate, so it's not a surprise to see that. Probably going to see the basement next, and then maybe Piano, split site, get some scene here as well. We did see it once from Dark Zero. But Raza Company, this is an expected round win on one of the strongest sites in the entire game of Rainbow Six Siege. It will bring a very standard op lineup, a smoke to deny a CEO plant, a Wamai to keep some important positions safe, a shield for the vending hallway, which Wamai will be tasked with protecting. And on Dark Zero, they did hover a Kali, but NGR flips over to the Blackbeard, an operator that they just were not finding success with on Chalet.
I was going to say this. I don't think I've seen much success from any Blackbeard played so far today, frankly. I mean,
yeah,
if your goal is to take up space, Blackbeard, like most shield operators, is fine and is doing more than a good enough job at getting it and surviving for a period of time. But this very oppressive, very dangerous, and scary Blackbeard that we are talking about quite regularly just really has not been there. And I mean, credit to teams for running Capkins, credit to teams for running lots of Legion to slow down these shield ops. At this point, there are only 2 shield operators on attack available. There's Fuse if you choose to run them with the shield, and Blackbeard, as both teams eliminated the Monty and the Blitz, the ban phase earlier in the map. A minute off of the board now as the Blackbeard was our focal point, but now it's discovery work for DZ as they get their first kick at attack.
It's going to end up being an admin focus. Currently, we've got Pamba and NJR here on this side of the map, so it should be an admin-style plant where they just try to get inside of the meeting doorway. It means that vending shield is going to be really important for Raza. It looks like somebody is playing it at the moment. Yes, that's going to be live, locking things down with the magnets. No Flores is really interesting. Dark Zero choosing not to run this operator, one of the most popular ops for clearing out this position with that shield. There's no mute jammer, so that would have been an excellent option, but instead they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way with one of these nades. Walking up spiral stairs could do it too.
It's quite the shot for Kobe, who pulls out the grenade, and oh my, does an awful lot of damage to Flastry. Both losing HP. What is this by Live as NJR flattens 2 separate players on the side of Raza Company and Academy. Raza Company Academy. Or Raza Company and Academy. The Raza Academy. Give him the old Razzle Dazzle Academy. Or so that will have to be Veto who does that, and he doesn't razzle-dazzle anything.
The Blackbeard.
3 kills.
Yep.
And
you
we
wanted it.
We eat our... Well, hold on.
Uh-huh.
I said I didn't see the Blackbeard having the same success that I think teams had hoped for.
Right.
And then that round, I immediately ate my word. I'll be honest with you. We don't take skill. It's a tech pause, by the way, not a tactical timeout, it appears. During tech pauses, teams are not supposed to be able to speak with their coach or each other. Seems to be an issue with Perez's PC.
Get it sorted out, I'm sure, at some point. You heard the coach of Kangaroo Kenny congratulating NJR, called him a genius, if I did hear that correctly, and he's the one that must have called for that Blackbeard play, who said, you know what, we can clear this vending hallway, we can get control of Spiral, if I focus this pushing through admin, and then Kobe lurks his way up the Spiral stairs, and that's exactly what they did. I will say, it looked like they read into the Spiral push as they Flashery got the opportunity to take down Kobe, but Flashery missed every shot, so it didn't end up mattering in the end. NJR was able to make that space happen and clean up the last couple of those kills up on the top floor. So beautifully done by Dark Zero in that last round. We wanted to see an answer to their attacks, right? I asked what happened to Dark Zero's attacks after map number 2. Their Blackbeard plays weren't working. They weren't finding early round picks. They weren't setting themselves up for strong positions with trades either. Just felt like Dark Zero were falling flat on a lot of their pushes on Chalet. And I assumed that with bad Chalet pushes, Consulate pushes must be even worse. But 1 for 1 at the moment. Maybe I was ringing the doomsday bell too quickly, Parker.
I will say that doomsday is a very appropriate feeling for Dark Zero fans. Because even when DZ wins, it feels like they're going to lose an awful lot.
Dark Zero, I mean, this is going to be the challenge of keeping it rolling, right? Making sure that they can get another round, stacking on top of the others, win on multiple different bomb sites. Top floor is usually the hardest challenge, but I guess for Dark Zero, they've got the answers, and so Raza retreat down to the basement instead. You see the castle setup that they were running as well, with one of those barricades on the bottom yellow door. And Polo will slowly punch away at it, so will Kobe. He does have a nade he could use, but they've already started punching it. And also, nades for castles can be slightly unreliable, as every Rainbow Six player will tell you. So the barricade will be dispatched of, and they'll use the Twitch drone from Bolo to try to get these electric claws off the wall, but the Mute Jammer is going to stop them too. This is a tough tackle, a tough problem to tackle. They might just have to go above for this. They've got intel on the cam, on the Twitch or on the claw.
You got it.
They can't get the Twitch drone in because of the Mute Jammer. That's a tricky situation.
You don't really have any tools to deal with vertical play, right? I mean, like, look at it. You've got no real breaches.
Right,
you've got no rams. You don't have a sledge. You don't have a buck. You don't have an ash. You have no soft destruction as a main gadget, and you certainly don't as a secondary, unless you go upstairs and you put an exothermic charge on the floor. It's not really going to be an option if Nafe gets blown up with a nitro cell, though. And one of your 2 hard breachers on Dark Zero is now gone.
And they're out of Selmas on NJR.
Pambazoo now dies as well. This is a problem that DZ has no way of solving outside of pugilism. They have to go and land these punches directly on the defenders. And right now, I mean, they're live as all the time in the world to reload and hit 2. Perez credited with that kill, and Raza Company Academy wins a flawless round to tie things up.
I don't want to be extreme. I don't want to be excessive.
Hold on. Be extreme.
Literally nothing went right for Dark Zero in that round. Not one thing went according to plan. And so that was a bit of a tough one for them, of course. Struggling with the wall. I mean, that's honestly something that really stumped them on Nighthaven as well. You go back to the first map of the series, Dark Zero, sometimes struggling to get those walls open, struggling with the util play. Perfect Nitro from Veto got the opening pick, and as soon as that happened, the fact that NJR was already out of his Selmas pushed Dark Zero into a position that was nearly unwinnable. From that point, you know, they tried to take top control. They tried to take these fights. As you said, they had to. That was their only chance. But the swings came out. There was no response, and Dark Zero ended up losing them anyways. So 4-4. And the bomb site will rotate over to piano now for the final round in the third quarter, round number 9. DZ should at least be happy they got that first push. And I think, honestly, that last round, they can kind of write off in their minds. They didn't have the right utility for it. They didn't bring the right tools for the job. Things got off to a bad start, and they just started spiraling to be worse. So I'm hopeful that round number 8 won't deflate their mental. They're still in this game. Their first round push looked really good. They had a nice little pocket strategy. Dark Zero, I think sometimes are a team who have been criticized for having really good plans, but if those plans go wrong, especially maybe in the post-Canadian era, not being able to get around that. And again, it just feels like we need to see some of these plans lining up. Things got to go right for Dark Zero, or they need to start adapting better to some of the problems when things go wrong. But I mean, if you don't have the util, you don't have the util, you know.
NJR's been dialed in for this entire series. NJR is always so consistent, though.
Yeah.
Map number 1, a standout performer with 18 kills on Chalet when not a lot went right for this team. He still finished 5-7, which, given a 7-3 result, going 5-7 is very respectable. Now here on Consulate, as you can see, 9-5, and he is actually the only positive player on the side of DZ at the moment. 4-6, 3-6, 3-6, 5-6. Those are not numbers you want to see. Bolo's drawn even though now as he finds kill number 1 here in round 5. But he gets pounced upon by Bolo for his second kill. Seto ends his reign of terror. NJR trades right back. DZ so proficient at playing close to their man for this round, Jesse. It's a hard place for Raza Company Academy to fight out of. It's just Perez and Live, 2 best performing players for the Brazilians. You're hoping on any 2 players. On the orange team, it's them.
Somewhat close. They know there's a player over here top spiral, and they're going to try to distract him with a nitro and then swing the other angle. Perez, this will work, but he's hesitant. Still managed to pay off. He waits long enough for Pamba to look to the other angle, and from above, what? Live finds 2 kills and puts Kobe into a 1v2.
Kobe still has death marks, so you can isolate one of these players. You know where Live is. You're going to use the death mark on him, but you don't have any intel on Perez. So where do you go? Perez is on the other side of the map entirely. Kobe has the diffuser. This is a good spot for Kobe to be in, unless Live just kills everybody.
Live gets pings back, don't forget. If you're being tracked, Live knows exactly where he is too.
Perez was on the slow play walking over towards Zulu. He would have caught Kobe from behind, and boy, oh boy, a terrible spot for the, I guess, former rookie now. I don't think we can call Kobe Lax a rookie any longer. The
rookie year.
Still his rookie year, fair enough. Tough spot for the rookie to be in. Raza Company Academy, RCAC, up 5-4. DZ just they look kind of adrift.
Yeah.
Like they're just on the rocky seas, and sometimes things go well, and then sometimes they nearly capsize.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to give it to Live. He's 11-4 at the moment. You talk about NJR being the only positive player on Dark Zero. Live does not have that problem. He's got a teammate as well who's positive with him. It's Perez, but not just the gunplay. Obviously hitting some beautiful shots from up above in that last round. The way he worked with his teammate, using the nitro cell to distract so his teammate could get another pick, was brilliant. It's that late round, high pressure play that's going to set good teams apart from great teams. And Live is a player who's just come into this team over the summer. He's the oldest player in the lobby at an ancient 25 years old. I'm sorry, that's so old for this tournament.
It's like, I saw a great thing where it's like a sports star comes out at 40, and it's just like, what a magnificent career they've had. Incredible stuff. Really just a legend of the game. And then it's like, here is an esports player, 23 years old, quite possibly the oldest human ever alive. It is incredible they can even walk.
I mean, that's Live in this game, but he still puts up numbers like he's 18. Oh, boy. heavy admin extension from Live now. He's confident after that last round, as he should be. Playing on the Goyo, Util already out, but it's his teammate Perez, the other positive player on Raza, who will go down first. Nafe on the rappel managed to find that frag, and so that sets Dark Zero up a little bit better. Nafe has Defuse Kit too. I mean, you'd expect maybe an admin side clear from Dark Zero given what happened last time, but Nafe's got options with the Defuse Kit.
As the man left on an island in the previous round, Kobe Lax. On Deimos, was wandering over towards the bomb site. Rough start for DZ as they lose Pambazoo. Live with the run and gun STK taking out NJR. Live just continuing to improve. Kobe fed a relatively free kill at the top of those server stairs. The jump scare for Live, but with that Vector, he could have done some serious damage at close range. Both teams back to even footing. 3-3 with just a little bit over a minute to go. Dark Zero will find themselves in an almost impossible spot should they lose this round. Raza Company Academy will move on to Series Point. On a map where, honestly, it's been almost anybody's game here. Consulate has been quite as back and forth as we saw in Nighthaven Labs.
DZ gave us some hope with that first attack, but this would be 3 attacks lost in a row for Dark Zero if they lose it. Kobe on Spiral, same position he was at last time. Nafe's going to take the fuse kit over here up into the vending hall where Bolo awaits. Can they coordinate this pinch with Kobe coming in from the side?
Quite a bit of damage that's done to Bolo through the wall. He walks in ever closer. Kobe does not go anywhere. He's battling those 2 lines. Legion is the staple for these teams. And every single round so far by RCAC on defense. They walks in, he heads flash free. Now the diffuser will go down. Bolo, the only one still upright. And boy, oh boy, is he making his presence known. Basetto isolated off of the site. As the diffuser in the hands of Nafe goes down, and Bolo does it himself. All 12 rounds will be needed in regulation as DZ survives a scare and equalizes.
Bolo bails him out again. Once again, the star of Dark Zero steps up and shows that he still got it. Miraculous play covering his planter there. I mean, everybody on Dark Zero played their role, right? Nave got the plant down. He was in the plant position. He set up Bolo to make that play. And then Bolo stands up in the most important moment to find those last couple frags. Bail out DZ in that 3v3, get them into a winnable position. Now the attack timeout comes through, and this is actually a Dark Zero timeout too. They just won the round, but they know how difficult of a spot they're in. They're going to have to win 2 more attacks. Otherwise, they're going to be forced to overtime or even lose this series. 7-5 on map 3 is not the way you want to go out. They fought hard for it here. Plenty of points still up for grabs. It is an opportunity for Raza Company to talk to their coach as well, though. Choose what bomb site they want to go to. There's a lot of options. Constantly one of those maps where you can go many different places. So they could choose to throw a wrench into the plans here of Dark Zero. It's GDN who's behind Raza Company Academy, by the way, which is a name that fans may remember from back in the day. GDN's been around the scene for a while now inside of Brazil. Coaching this roster. He's been with them for a little while now. Actually, I should correct myself. Joined just before this event in December, before the qualifiers. Otherwise, he played on like Black Dragons way back in the day.
I remember casting GDN when I lived in Poland.
Played on W7M way back in the day. He knows what it's like to be in a LAN, more so than probably any of his teammates.
At least 6 to 7 minutes left here.
Hopefully more. Imagine a 15-rounder to end things out. Our first cast of SI, Parker. I wouldn't complain.
I'm imagining it.
Knock on wood.
I'm imagining it right now, and it's good. I like it a lot.
Dude, you should wait for round 13. That clutch. Oh!
How are you in the future?
I imagined a really sick clutch round 13.
That's excellent.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Imagine if we had that power. We just choose who wins. Who wins where?
Unfortunately, we don't have that power. That falls to the script writers at Ubisoft.
They've been hard at work.
They have been. Written a great
They're
game
like,
for us
screw
here.
you, Dark Zero in particular. Here's what's going to happen. Then they're like, but what if we let them win in the end? Will they? Remains to be seen. First logic bomb will go off, but good defense against that as mute jammers are strewn about. STK being hunted down by that signal, and it's Bowl himself to get the job done. Bolo's playing on that ram, by the way. No mistakes made from Dark Zero when it comes to soft destruction this time around. Kobe only using one of those logic bombs. Died. I don't think with the timer being what it is, if he'd have the second by now. It was close, though. Perez breaks double digits. Ian Live now sitting both above 10.
Have to give up the man advantage there. That kind of allows Raza to just fall back and play the site now. I say that. 3 players are on the main floor, but they're all just by staircases, right? They're all in spots where they can fall back very easily.
Nitro Cell goes out. It does an awful lot of damage to Bolo, but also gives him a line of sight down below. So when one door closes, another one opens, I suppose. Both those SAS operators that were playing on the main floor, the smoke and the mute, made it to the basement. Live and Plastry in good position to just hang on and survive. They both had some damage done to them, but nothing even close to fatal. Bolo will now use one of those boogie drones above. Open up a line of sight over towards the position that Live is playing. Big concern for Dark Zero here. Jesse is stalling out.
How many are there about to walk down Spiral? I mean, they're bringing the fuse kit here. There's 2, 3 bodies at the top. If you bring all these players Spiral, Flasher's going to eat for lunch.
That pump action shotgun, it does so much damage. There goes the flash. He retreats. Does he see one yet? There's a nade now in front of him, too. Good trepidation from Dark Zero. They do not follow up on this, but they've pushed the smoke back, and now they're all dropping. They've completely changed their approach. Bolo finds an opening walking in, and he guns through at least one. NJR dies at the hands of Basetto. Bolo looks the wrong way. Nate with diffuser down. Pambazoo to cover. He's the only one watching, but there's Live, who just keeps getting better and better as Nafe is dropped. And the defuse kit is in the clutches of Raza Company Academy. They move to series point.
It's a good call from Dark Zero to make that rotation. They knew they were getting past the smoke on Spiral, but that drop, it just leaves so little time left on the clock. And the one thing we've learned about Raza Company Academy over the last 3 hours is that they are so confident in that clutch in the late round situation. It feels like every single round is winnable. And I remember saying this up against about W7M at the last event, and I'm not going to go ahead comparing RCAC to W7M just yet. We're a ways from that. This game 1 of the tournament. But it gives me the same vibe where every single round looks winnable from RCAC. No matter how chaotic things get on Dark Zero's side, no matter how low the clock gets, no matter where the defuse kit's at, Raza Company are looking cool, calm, and collected and ready for whatever Dark Zero might be throwing at them. Now they're at series point. Now they're up 6-5. After being down 5-1 on the first map of this series, they are in a commanding spot. Defending on Consulate, they'll choose the split site. They had a couple of options. They could have gone here. They could have gone piano. They'll go split as their decision. They're locked into this until overtime. Dark Zero, despite all the struggles they've had on attack from the start of the day, need to dig deep and find one more here.
15 to start, a 15 to end. It's been a long game, Jesse.
We're not going to get to see that 13-round clutch if Dark Zero don't win it out here.
Just want to ask you if how would there be?
Well, then I must have just imagined it and been delusional. Otherwise, I'd be imagining it and being Nostradamus.
Oh my! Pambazoo's having a rocky game, 3-10. As this might be the end of the road for him, not another round played, depending on what happens with the remaining 4 players on the side of Dark Zero. I actually don't think he got it. He did not. But honestly,
pressure's high.
I was going to say, small things like that, I think, give us a very brief window in, and Perez could absolutely tear through them. 3 kills as Kobe and Bolo die on the same door. Nafe and NJR, last 2 standing. It's been a great effort from Dark Zero, but it certainly appears that they'll come up empty-handed. STK eliminating Nafe, and it's all up to the mayor himself. But competition's tough. And he's lost his bid for re-election live with the final kill, a flawless round to end map number 3. And Raza Company Academy starts off the 6 Invitational with a massive win.
A lot of people counted them out. This little team from Brazil, unsponsored, no organization, a lot of unknown players, but it doesn't matter because they step up against one of North America's greatest. It's a close series, some fantastic moments from Dark Zero there, but just wasn't enough. Falling apart on map 2, trying to make that comeback happen in map number 3, but the title was too tough to get to. And it will be Raza Company Academy who close things out. Brilliant play. All 5 of their guys stepped up at different throughout this series. It was not a single player performance, and that's what you expect from a team like Raza Company Academy. Throughout stage 2, throughout their LCQ, there was never one guy that popped off and was the main player, sometimes live, sometimes para. There was always somebody different.
Well, maybe not the conclusion that DZ fans wanted, but there's still plenty more games to be played. A huge win for the LCQ winners in Brazil. We need to take a quick break, but we'll be back to talk about what we just missed.
Yeah, I want that. No lines on the back. She's salty and all that. Let loose, get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, real smooth. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
You want to know a secret? In Boston, the world will learn what secret have been hiding.
Wait for this to unfold! It's all falling apart here! A 5 versus 3 goes awry! The map because they know what's going on. They can smell what they're cooking, and Doom starts off with a real big serving of 2 kills. He's tearing them a new one. There's one left standing, and Doom, he's had a great game so far. Another off towards the left, but they are giving him nothing. It's one man left. Vendetta's out, sees his man, can't quite find him. Doom has pulled out a 1v3.
For 4 years, Talon sat in the shadows, watching D+ and FearX go to event after event after event. Now it's time to do this properly.
PSG Talon, they're dropping all over the shop. Gotti, once again, all that's left. 10 seconds, he's got the both.
Seems too easy now for him. Creeps up slowly, called it!
30 seconds left to go.
He knows as well, he gets, oh my god, he's got the close one. The last one, inside of the What on earth?
What becomes of a team that loses everything? To come as close as possible, but to let it slip through their fingers.
Clash tucked in the back corner, gonna get pressured on here maybe as well. But look at that, he's turned around and found one. He's got behind the Clash.
He knows exactly where he is. He can just pre-fire around.
Oh!
And he misses his shots. The plant is going down.
They must have another one ready. KDS though, he praised him as the highest rated player. And Handy's got to do the lot. Diffuser did not get stuck, but he found one. Can he do it in the 1 versus 1? And Nate over the top, knows where his man is.
Well, not exactly the result that we might have expected based on pedigree, but when you get to the 6 Invitational, each map is anybody's game. And in this instance, this game is Raza Company Academy. They almost did it in 2 maps, Jesse. They almost took map number 1. DZ won it with a harrowing effort, 15 rounds in. But then it was the Brazilians the rest of the way. Consulate was tight, but ultimately broke in their favor. What was the main thing that stood out to you as we watched the replays of the previous maps?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like on Consulate, Dark Zero on attack, they had some good game plans. We saw that in the very first round that they attacked, round number 7, but if things went wrong, the recovery wasn't quite there. We also saw a couple of struggles coming through. Obviously, Pamba 3-10 to finish this game, and we talked about the top fraggers on Dark Zero, sometimes not performing. We gotta talk about that for Pamba as well. You expect him to be always popping off, always stacking up the kills, and he just wasn't. And it often felt like a difference in information. The difference between Dark Zero and Raza's attacks were often the drones. Raza Company were so good at getting those drones in both early and late to feed the entries for their players and then also assist with their late round executes. Dark Zero, you saw it in that final round. I think the mental might have a little shot on DZ in that final round. You know, things were a little chaotic. But they didn't know that the players were in the positions they were at on the floor. They were getting caught off guard by whether it was Live, Perez, Basetto, whoever it might be. That information just didn't seem to exist for Dark Zero in the same way that it did for RCAC.
I mean, I think you even go all the way back to that Chalet map. In map number 2, where the mental of DZ looked like it was in the ground. I mean, that was one where even if you lose your own map, you should be able to take something from it, right?
Yeah.
But you lost it 3-7. That's not ideal. You got dog walked. Map number 1 goes all 15 rounds. Map number 3 almost goes to overtime, but ultimately is won in regulation by your opponents. On your own map, the best opportunity that you should have, you get blown out. You don't get a single victory once the side swap comes in. For some teams, it's really challenging to overcome that when map number 3 rises. This is the group, by the way, of all of the teams that have played so far. BDS has an off day today. We saw PSG Talon and Falcons do battle earlier. Falcons coming out ahead with a victory.
Yeah, Raza Company now in a decently safe spot to avoid elimination. Some people had them getting eliminated in this group. Most people had either them or PSG Talon. I saw Falcon predictions get eliminated as well. Looking rough for PSG. Dark Zero not out of the weeds. BDS, I expect them to find some wins over the next couple of days, but you never know. Anything is possible. Obviously, this is going to be a huge result for RCAC.
Yeah, no, a very, very big performance, and there's still a couple days left, so you never know what's going to happen. But excellent start for them. If they've done it in 2 maps, even better. Right now on the other stream, the A stream, if you're watching there, you know that SSG and VP are going on right now, but here on this channel, we're going to welcome back not Guz and Xenox, but Xenox, and not Happen Fluke, but Fluke. Fluke, Xenox, we have picked up in 2 separate duos. We have merged them into one new duo. They're going to be doing Shopify Rebellions, a new organization entering our ecosystem, picking up that former Sonics roster, and FaZe Clan, who have a different logo that's a little bit more current.
A new logo, that counts.
It counts. Are you excited for that match?
That's going to be a great game.
Yeah.
Great game. Shopify FaZe, 2 of the best teams in the world.
Guess what? It's almost ready. You don't want to hear us. You don't want to see us. Maybe you want to see Jesse. You don't want to see me. You want to see the action, and we're going to give it to you in just a couple minutes. Sit tight, because our 3rd match of the day is a couple minutes away.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Ben's are also still poised on the main stairs, and the repel comes in from False. He's got Diffuser in pocket, but Joystick wins his fight. Over on the main stairs, it's just J90 now. 1v3 as he can pick that Diffuser back up. All these 3 players are separated. This is very winnable, but the Yokai isn't going to make it easy for him. Shepard is harassing him. He's got no audio. He's barely got vision as he tries to dance around and find something, but he's not given an opportunity. Dan swings him, and Pasha is fired up.
VP have found their form.
Finally.
Took them long enough.
It did take them long enough. PSG is such a funny guy, though. Very emotional in the best of ways. I think he feels a lot in general, the goods, the bads. I often have good talks with him at the after party about like how the tournament went, how he's doing. He's also very humble. He likes to ask other players for advice. And when you're a young player trying to navigate the style of your career, oh my god! He just flicked one tap out of nowhere, off screen by the way, onto a Blackbeard. I guess that's how he got the pick. Sometimes it'd be like that. But for SSG, I saw so much of their vision on Chalet and what they were trying to accomplish on the attacking side. We're not seeing a whole lot of, oh, this makes sense. I think the basement attack, okay, that was very obvious what they were trying to accomplish on both of the times. One, they got kind of messed up by timing. The second one, they ended up winning their only first round. But on those CEO attacks, I'm like, how is that ever going to work? I just don't see it. Like, they're up against an Echo. They bring IQ the first time, don't find the yokais. They don't bring IQ the second time. They do not find the yokais at all.
Yeah.
And they had yellow ping information on every single play that they were making from SSG.
Yeah, the first CEO attack looked a lot better than the second one.
It looked a lot better, but it didn't look great.
No.
It's an isolated situation.
To be honest, we haven't seen many great attacks from SSG in this map. Those basement ones look pretty solid. I feel like they've spent a lot of time working out the kinks on basement.
It's also just like, you've been attacking that bomb site in the same few ways like 7-8 years at this point.
Yeah.
So like, that hasn't changed a whole lot. Because even back in year 1 of Bank, the whole like server into A plant was also a thing.
Yeah.
CEO attack has changed, I would say, quite a lot over the years.
Yeah, especially when the Bank rework came out, that completely changed that.
Yeah. Can we call it a rework or a mini
buff?
Yeah,
the buff.
Yeah, I know that's a hot topic right now because they changed the map all that much. But it was Coach, Bank, and Border that got that triple trifecta change.
Yeah.
And it was like a bunch of quality of life upgrades. It was great.
Yeah.
We need more of that, I think, actually.
I would love that. I think, you know, the OG Clubhouse rework?
Yeah.
That, I think, is one of my favorite reworks ever.
No, I think it's the most impactful in a positive rework.
Absolutely.
It kept the identity the same. It fixed almost all the flaws of the map. Bar was still not that playable. Then they mini reworked Clubhouse Bar.
True, they mini reworked it again.
Yeah. So I think Clubhouse has had like by far the most success with 2 changes, both for the better, and it's very iconic and unique map.
Yeah, and one of the best maps in the game.
I
very
think it's
unique.
my favorite.
Yeah.
With Old Consulate.
Oh, I like Old Consulate. New Consulate is okay. But there's something about Old Consulate, like the yellow stairs holes of the smoke player dancing in and out, people juggling ADSs.
How you played Meeting and Meeting Balcony on both attack and
iconic.
defense.
I will say that like that map was horrendous sometimes. Like
when they
playing
changed
it for
how
the 2 millionth
repelling
time.
worked and everyone could rip upside down, that map became like low-key unplayable. I will say it had a unique character, it was a unique map in general, and I think that kind of got taken away with the rework, where it feels more like other maps in a way.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's what I want more of. I want unique maps, and that's where I feel like Clubhouse still stands out.
Yeah.
I think Theme Park, actually, with the rework that got taken out of Pro Play a year or 2 ago or whatever, I think that map also holds up still. I think that could return to Pro League.
My hot topic is that, my hot take, is that I always liked Theme Park, like since rework.
Same.
Yeah, not popular though, particularly because it's just so defender-sided.
It's hard.
But I reckon you could give that a really mini buff and just add a little bit more verticality.
Okay.
Completely changes the map, right? Because like most of the 3 main bomb sites have very little verticality, particularly the top floor ones. You can't really play from below. As soon as you can play from below and attack bonks, I think it suddenly changes how easy it is to attack that map. Or just make it a little bit more comfortable, some of those areas on the external parts of the map. Yeah, I like that
think that's fair.
Anyway, that was a nice little side topic to talk about maps while that technical pause went on. No one even noticed.
I was like, I didn't even notice it first. Like, they started the run, I was like, oh, they stopped the run, I guess we'll just keep going.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. And we are back on basement nonetheless, and this is where we praised SSG for their attacks did make sense.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting some more success here. And you see VP, they know what they want to play into. Plant denied, time waste. The only issue I have with this is purely playing Goyo, Echo Smoke, and then having 0 roam distance with a soft hatch.
They know about it as well. Like,
yeah.
They have the read on here. Like that's the big difference. SG in the first round, they're sprinting in, they're going for drops. VP had no idea about it. Now, you notice 30 seconds into the round, VP have forfeited an area, but they're still pre-firing up the hatch because they know that SSG are likely going for an early push.
But let's say they played open area, killed a few...
Oh, no, bro, that's embarrassing.
They killed a few drones, then ran back to bomb site. You wasted an extra 20, 30, 40 seconds. Now it's SSG with full map control, with 2 full minutes to spare. Sure, they don't have a Twitch this time for the Goyo canisters, but they have saved the time with a quick roam clear, the same as the Twitch would give you by popping the Goyo canisters early. So I feel like again we're back to...
Oh, nice joystick.
That's unlucky.
I think that's a skill issue, personally.
Now I think it's fair game. Now I think it's like VP might have this. You know, that's a huge pick, and Maverick going down as well. Of course, you said if you could ban pillars or the hatches, but SG might need to now go for some of those funky hatch drop scenarios.
You need numbers on basement execute.
You do.
Even if you want to play an explosive execute, like, ideally you need one person planting, one person covering the planter, one person dropping, and usually a little bit of redundancy. You need some flank watch. Maybe you want a second person covering the plant or a second person dropping.
Ooh,
this is also really awkward too because Kiba barriers have made Garage
punch them first.
Yeah, and there's barbed wire as well to clear.
It's genius. This is like purely a nuke counter because you have the roof camera, but it doesn't see this.
He spots his foot.
Yeah,
he's got to win this fight. Ashen, you've got to win this. Still, Pasha survives a little bit longer, but Benja down the stairs. I don't know how he's managed to get into this position. One of those keeper barriers actually worked against VP. And now there is a chance. However, Dan threads the needle right between Benja's eyes. Ashen alone in Garage, Janano up above. And there's very little chance of making this one work for SSG.
It's tough. They got the Yokai drones. I mean, that's been the saving grace of Bang, maybe the amount of intel that Verismo can work with. It's been phenomenal so far. And they've been so accurate, like we know where the players are. There's not swing, just hold the crossfires, 20 seconds. They need to come to us. And if they get bombs on control, again, Echo drones, look at this. They can't plant.
Yeah. There's nothing here in it for Janano. He's taking down the Yokai drone, but it's a 1v4. He's got to bait out a few shots. Finds one. Magazine is simply not big enough for this. He's still going to give it a go. Goes for another one. Finds a second kill. Joystick puts him down.
Good half.
Finally, that's the energy that we've been needing from VP. 5-1 in the half. This really is a repeat of map 1 with the teams switched around.
So puzzling. 5 rounds on defense Bang. Are we back in like 2017? Like this has been a while.
Yeah, man, not a good look for SSG. They were flying on Chalet.
But I do feel like SSG to me, they've always been what I call a defense team. I think the way they play...
What happened with the... we didn't see that at
all. That explains how Forest died, I guess.
That's how half the... Yeah, I guess that was the idea of the push. They took Garage control. They had someone go down main stairs. A very split-up push, because there was still a guy server, and yet this Blitz is trying to make things happen. But not only is the Yokai ready for it, but also the impact grenades. That's awkward.
Yeah, Echo drones actually make live completely unplayable shield operators. Blanket Blitz, medics, Monty Alchemist.
Medics. Shout out to Medics, our observer, by the way.
Yeah.
He rocked up really late last night.
Yeah, I saw.
Flew in from Croatia. I spoke to him for about 2 seconds getting a coffee today.
Nice.
He's had a big trip, but lovely to get the Croatian sensation back on the obsticks. We've actually got quite a few observers here. I believe there's 5 observers.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, he did say she. I wish we could get the observer mic live stream sometimes.
A little try-cast with the observer.
I'd love it.
What do you think is gonna happen next, Mr. Observer? No, it's but I think SSG has always been, in my mind, like a defender team, even back in like Troy era, where they like to set up these obstacles for attackers to solve, whether it's utilities like the SSG Clubhouse Space Room, like Castle Americas, Gemas Mossy Pest, or it's like a very complicated roam game where they're like running around a lot. This one here at Benja is playing Victor to the corner. They don't know exactly where he is. The scanner runs down, he's forcing his position, can debate the impact back to the corner, and again, he'll have to re-drone. If he wants to, he could stand out that window, go for 1-4 and trade. If not, stick around and just waste more time. He's doing such a good job here. 6 drone shot already.
But he's in a crossfire from so many different directions.
Again.
This is a nice way to try and escape, though. Yeah, I like the usage of that impact grenade.
It's also getting Deimos tracked the entire time, by the way.
Yeah.
But the individual scanner cloaks it. So Deimos doesn't work just for the Vigil, but Vigil is the only target that you could track because he's the sole roamer top floor. So again, SSG is showing us that they know strategically how this plays out, and they are so prepared for this.
Benja eventually does go down. Wow,
He's an
all the way
ATM.
into ATMs? What's he doing, man? Come on, cut your losses.
Nah, not happening.
Nah, that's not how this team works, apparently.
So, just for comparison, SSG had full map control with 1 minute into the round, so 2 minutes left. Virtus Pro are barely
feel this. We take it back to the realness, feel this. To the back, to the back, to the back, to the back.
Second. Do not die. Don't give them 1v1. Oh, what have you done? You've died. C4 goes in.
Do at this point. He can converge on his position. He's got to be ready for this. The ace has got a whip. He somehow does. Can finish this. Surely land the C4.
But shut down now by Newers. Wary about these frost mats that could be sitting under the windows as well as this angle below gym wall. Newers now the last man standing. He's good for 4 as well as the ace.
So 2 people have to come here and nothing to respond from Fatal. But can they get the case back down? Gomez taking a fight. He can hide. The case going back down though. He can run back up on it. Skimsy isn't alive any longer.
Eu acho que a minha primeira válvula de escape que eu realmente encontrei para escapar disso tudo foi justamente os jogos e o Rainbow Six.
O João, tem na janela aí, viu? Você toma cuidado.
Peguei um. Ele foi uma corda, boa. Tem mais um, tem mais um. Isso! Ah, que isso, velho. Boa! Vamos, caralho. Meu nome é João Pedro Sudário, eu tenho 19 anos e eu nasci no interior de São Paulo, numa cidade chamada Cruzeiro, São Paulo. A minha relação com os jogos, ela começou muito cedo, eu tinha entre 2 ou 3 anos de idade. É uma coisa que é uma das minhas primeiras memórias que eu tenho assim da minha vida, que é de eu chegando na casa dos meus avós e eu ver assim na mesa o meu avô e meu pai sentado conversando e tinha uma caixa grande assim dentro de uma sacola na frente dos dois. E aí meu pai me deu meu primeiro videogame, que foi um PlayStation 2. Meu pai, ele sempre foi muito presente na minha vida. Ele é um dos grandes alicerces que eu tive na minha vida, juntamente da minha mãe. Quando eu tinha entre 8 e 9 anos de idade, isso lá em 2014, meu pai acabou sendo diagnosticado com uma doença mental, no cérebro, no caso. E foi uma coisa que me pegou muito de surpresa. É uma coisa que você nem imagina que pode acontecer, sabe? O seu pai simplesmente ficar de um jeito que você nunca imaginou. Então eu tive que amadurecer muito cedo mesmo. E foi um período muito difícil.
a gente tinha uma UTI dentro de casa, então eu vivi num ambiente muito pesado, que eu não tinha muita escapatória, a não ser enfrentar aquilo diariamente na minha vida. Então foi com certeza o período mais difícil da minha vida. Esse momento aqui foi no meu aniversário de 7 anos. É uma memória que eu tenho muito presente ainda na minha cabeça desse dia foi que eu estava fazendo um book de fotos com os meus pais, só que meu pai, ele odiava tirar foto, então foi meio que um pouquinho difícil para ele, mas a todo momento minha mãe estava dando algumas ideias de poses, do que a gente podia fazer na foto, então é um momento que ainda está muito presente, assim, tá muito fresco na minha memória. E esse momento aqui em específico é de quando eu consegui formar no colegial, no ensino médio. Eu acho que essa foto representa a minha superação no meio disso tudo, porque apesar das minhas dificuldades, apesar de eu ter que passar por tanta coisa assim, eu consegui sair de cabeça erguida, consegui sair com o diploma. Eu acho que o mais importante é eu consegui sair com a felicidade que eu estava tanto precisando há tanto tempo, assim. E do lado da minha mãe, que ela foi a principal pessoa que estava no meu lado durante esse período. A maior dificuldade que eu tive foi lidar com isso tão novo, então eu acho que a minha primeira válvula de escape que eu realmente encontrei para escapar disso tudo foi justamente os jogos e o Rainbow Six.
O João, tem na janela aí, viu? Você toma cuidado. Peguei mais um. Ah, até nas costas, Lucas. Costas. Ó, não tem cal, não tem cal. Tá? Tem um aí. Valeu.
Eu acho que o Invitational ele representa o sonho de qualquer jogador de Rainbow Six. Desde que você seja um player casual, desde que você seja um jogador profissional. É a combinação de tudo que o R6 representa, sabe? A gente poder receber esse campeonato no Brasil ainda, que todo mundo sabe que a torcida brasileira não existe igual. O Invitational vai ser a grande representação do meu sonho relacionada a tudo isso que eu vivi nesses últimos anos. E o pessoal da página da Six News, onde eu participo, a gente já está montando uma força-tarefa. Não sei como é que vai ser, mas eu estou ansioso. Eu estou muito ansioso para conhecer alguns jogadores que eu sempre tive interesse em conhecer. Posso citar o Pengo, o Fabian, o Joystick, então eu realmente estou esperando conhecer eles, eu realmente espero que eles tenham uma ótima experiência aqui no Brasil, porque o Brasil é um país único, então vai ser uma oportunidade única de mostrar toda a nossa paixão que a gente tem pelo nosso jogo, que é o Rainbow Six.
A falta que o meu pai faz na minha vida é muito grande. Eu queria muito que ele estivesse aqui comigo. Ele acabou falecendo em 2018, mas eu tenho certeza que aqui dentro de mim ele está comigo até hoje. Eu digo com tranquilidade que ele é provavelmente a minha maior inspiração de vida. Então, 9 anos acompanhando esse jogo, desde meus 10 anos de idade eu estou jogando, acompanhando, e hoje com 19 anos eu posso dizer com toda a tranquilidade do mundo que esse é um sonho realizado, um dos meus maiores sonhos da minha vida está sendo realizado aqui hoje no ginásio de Ibirapuera.
O Rainbow Six, ele marca um momento da minha vida que eu estava totalmente sem esperança. Eu estava num limbo muito pesado e
Rainbow Six foi essa luz na minha vida. Foi a minha principal forma de entretenimento até os dias atuais, depois de 9 anos. Então é uma coisa que eu sou muito grato ao R6 e tudo que ele representa na minha vida.
Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou.
Cara, mesmo que vai perder um vídeo no Brasil.
Que isso, cara? Que isso, moleque? Caralho, viado. De onde você veio? Isso, mano. Caralho, filho da puta, mano.
Não acredito, velho. E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara?
Boa, tranquilo.
Caralho, que isso?
Você achou mesmo que ia perder um vídeo no Brasil?
Caralho,
12 horas de fusão.
Você
pegou? Cheguei hoje.
Caralho, que da
Meu nome é Vinícius Merletti, falo aqui de Floripa. Eu sou de São Paulo, né? Sou paulista, mas eu vim aqui para Floripa em 2019 para estudar. Eu passei aqui na UFSC, que é a Universidade Federal aqui de Floripa. Hoje eu tenho grandes amigos no Rainbow Six, que o JP eu já conhecia ele antes, né? A gente estudou juntos bastante tempo. E conheci também o Busta e o Tóquio. São grandes amigos meus que a gente fez dentro do jogo. E são amigos que hoje eu levo pra vida. Hoje eu abriria facilmente a porta deles da minha casa. São pessoas de um coração gigante que no momento que a gente tá jogando a gente se diverte muito. Então a gente se esquece às vezes do problema, algum problema do trabalho que possa ter ocorrido. E no momento que a gente tá no jogo a gente tá dando risada, tá focado em ganhar, às vezes dá um rage, mas faz parte.
Ó, do KR ligando. Aí, quer comer, cara, vai comer. Ó, rapel varanda fora. Tomei. Puta caramba. Tomei, velho.
Então eu descobri que o Invi ia ser no Brasil, ali em São Paulo. A gente acabou comprando os ingressos, mas passou um tempo, foi passando os meses, e eu acabei encaixando uma viagem bem num dia. Eu prometi uma viagem pra minha namorada, falei pra eles que eu não ia mais. Eu tinha falado pra eles que não ia, eles ficaram super irritados, porque a gente comprou bem quando lançou os ingressos, tava um preço um preço excelente ali.
Aproveita muito, cara, Invi no Brasil, vai ter uma atmosfera única, aproveita bastante lá, não esquece de mandar muita foto, você sabe que eu queria muito estar indo aí, e pô, vacilei contigo. Mas vai ter mais outras oportunidades, tá? Aproveita muito por mim, tá? Falou, mano. É nóis, tamo junto.
Pô, ele acredita mesmo que eu não vou. Faltando poucos dias, decidi ir para São Paulo, viver essa experiência incrível. E ainda eu quero muito ver a cara deles quando eu for fazer essa surpresa. Acho que vai ser maravilhoso, eles vão ficar muito emocionados, assim, vai ser um encontro épico. Presencial Invitational com as pessoas que eu sempre joguei, passei horas do meu tempo jogando, me dedicando ao jogo ali, me divertindo. E estar com eles lá, viver esse momento vai ser muito maravilhoso.
Olhando pra mim, tá? Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou.
Cara, mesmo que vai perder um vídeo no Brasil.
Que isso, cara? Que isso, moleque? Caralho, viado. De onde você veio? Isso, mano. Caralho, filho da puta, mano.
Não acredito, velho. E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara? Boa, tranquilo. Caraca,
Você achou mesmo que ia perder um jogo do Brasil?
Caralho,
12 horas de busão, pô.
Você pegou? Peguei, cheguei hoje. Caralho, que da hora, mano. Nós aí o caminho inteiro falando, mano. Não acredito que o Uruguai vai perder essa porra, mano.
Não, a gente combinou agora de falar isso. A gente já tinha decidido de vir há muito tempo. Desde que lançou, ele mandou mensagem e falou, ó, compra agora. Aí compramos, beleza. Aí ele mandou e falou assim, pô, mano, não vai dar, vou viajar e tal. Eu falei, pô, tu vai perder isso aqui, mano. Não sei nem como vai ser a próxima oportunidade que vai ter.
Vim de Floripa, 12 horas de busão. E foi isso, tamo aqui.
Que pilantra, mano.
It's Versus Pro versus W7M! Contra 3, Casey novamente garante o jogador finalizado.
E pra mim é um sonho realizado. Principalmente por eu estar aqui e estar com meus amigos, meus parceiros do squad e aqueles amigos que a gente nunca viu pessoalmente. Tá tendo essa oportunidade de todos eles virem aqui em São Paulo e ter essa resenha, conversar sobre o jogo, o off-game também.
Calma, briga, e é finalizado!
Toda vez que eu assisto algum campeonato, eu vejo algum brasileiro jogando, os times, me passa uma emoção gigante. Ver ele narrando, ele passando aquela emoção.
Supera todos os seus demônios!
A comunidade da R6 me trouxe muitas alegrias. Tem um exemplo, por exemplo, o Tokyo Booster.
Hello everyone and welcome back here on Towards the B stream. We're in a little window. We're in a little side window. Now we're on the full window because this is a full window games out. What do we have up ahead of us? We have ourselves a rematch. We have ourselves tournament favorites. We might have ourselves the game of the day.
Yeah, quarterfinal matchup from Montreal. FaZe taking on Shopify Rebellion, of course, formerly Sonics, which, you know, speaking about that particular matchup, and it's a good one to kind of look to from the previous result, it was very much a one-sided affair. FaZe absolutely dominating Sonics, of course, now Shopify. So my view on that particular game was at the point in time, that was the qualification point into Six Invitational or Sonics. So by them getting top 8 Montreal, it felt like to me it was job done. And they kind of went into that quarterfinal and they were like laughing and smiling. They had good energy, but they didn't bring that energy into the server. And that was the disappointing factor, that they didn't really have the ability to match FaZe, but it did feel like their job was done. They had a very stressful Phase 2, if you recall. They had just qualified in towards Six Invitational on the last day of Phase 2, and of course then into the Phase 3 of Montreal. So now, though, for Shopify Rebellion, this is where I want to see them actually take it up to FaZe in what's going to be, hopefully, a hotly contested match. Like our last one. Not our last one, but the stream's last one. Dark Zero and Raza, of course, getting the win over DZ.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise to everybody. Obviously, I think it's the first game of the day, the first series of the day that went to 3 maps. We had the Falcons PSG game earlier on, and that was kind of par for the course. Falcons played brilliantly. PSG had a little bit of a resurgence towards the end of the series, but unfortunately, it was a little bit of a story of too little, too late. From then on here, though, hey, are we going to get something that's par for the course, or are we going to get something a little bit more of a murder, a resurgence, a pullback up? You never really know with this team, and to be honest, the pressure here is on Shopify Rebellion. It's on the team that, you know, you carried them with the Sonics brand for a long time.
It's funny you say that, though. Is
Like,
there pressure on them in this match, in this particular game?
Personal pressure.
Okay,
And this is
personal pressure.
Yeah, this is the breakdown of what you said, where it's like, you know, were they just relaxed? They got to our side. They're up against FaZe. FaZe is one of the best teams at the minute. In Siege, no questions about it. We've seen them go from tournament to tournament. We've seen them here on their own journey. This is a little story of, can we rebuild ourselves from Montreal? Can we rebuild ourselves from that quarterfinals? They got 4 rounds against FaZe. FaZe has the bigger story because, well, I think we were both there, but you were there in the final. What happened to FaZe? Clan lost SI.
Yeah, 6-1 up, final map for what ended up being arguably the best map of Siege I think what we've ever seen. And then ultimately it was, of course, the rivals in W7M that got the job done. But look, I mean, for FaZe, they're always there, aren't they? You think back to the 2023 campaign, so many major semi-final appearances, and then illuminating with that loss in the final for 2024, and thereabouts throughout the vast majority of last year as well, and now coming into the 6th Invitational. Obviously, all eyes will be on FaZe, and can they go one better than last year? As for Shopify, of course, ex-Sonics roster, this is a team that I still hold in really high regard. I think when they're at their best, they've still got a really good mix of both youth and experience. I think when you kind of look at North America with Dark Zero losing in that previous game to Raza, you know, how many teams can you really look to and say that North American hope? You think about Phase 3, you think about that local crowd. This is a team that local crowd can get behind.
Yep.
They've just got to get there. And if they do get there, then they can have that little bit of an underdog story run through. And I think that they're a team that's capable of that. They don't have to win this game against FaZe. That's kind of why I rebutted a little bit to the pressure on them in this game. Because I think that FaZe are on a higher tier, and there's not many in that tier. Shopify Rebellion is probably not in that tier. But I think that they can certainly, on their best day, go toe-to-toe with them.
Talk about not many on the tier. We can't talk about SI. We can't talk about Siege without talking about Canadian. He's the only player here that has held the hammer more than once. Of course, all the players, obviously, Fabian's a coach at the minute, so he technically counts.
At the minute, is he coming out of retirement?
Imagine if we see him playing in the next game. But you have super experienced Canadian, brings success to his roster, and on the same sort of hand of that, if you look at the history of NA Siege, there's a few names that sort of highlight the tippy top, what it means to the community, what it means to the scene, players that have been there. Super is on that iconic level as well to a big degree. He's having these two sort of pillars of an entire region's entire history of 6 playing together. There's something a little bit exciting in the water.
Yeah, I guess you could say that in that fashion. I think also if you want to kind of turn attention to the likes of Ambi, Surf as well, actually, was absolutely amazing over in Montreal. So, obviously a lot has been spoken about Ambi since he kind of made it to that tier 1 level. Surf was then great, obviously in Montreal. You touched on Canadian. I think Rexon and Grixa kind of go a little bit into the shadows when we kind of talk about this roster, but they're certainly more than capable. When I look at Shopify Rebellion, I think they've got a really solid team. A core team of 5. I know you kind of touch on Canadian, and he's always going to be someone that is going to be looked at, but he isn't necessarily the one that has to be popping off. That's not his role. So, I think that's where they're quite fortunate. You've got that experience in Canadian, but then you've got the youth and the others who can do the fragging and can obviously get the job done. The problem is, their opponent is FaZe.
It doesn't make it easy.
It doesn't make it easy to kickstart this tournament, does it? But, I think for FaZe Clan coming into SI, this is where I'm looking at them and I'm saying, you're going to get through Phase 1. You're going to get through Phase 2. We all know they're going to make Phase 3, you would hope. And if they don't, it's going to be quite startling. But it's what they do at the back end of this tournament. That's where the eyes are going to be on FaZe as we head into the map vetoes for this match. Match 3 here on the B stream today. Clubhouse first up, FaZe Clan defending on that. That's a wonderful place for them to start. So already the pressure on Shopify Rebellion going into a Clubhouse. You're attacking first half. That's not going to be easy. They do get Lighthaven Labs on defense as well. And honestly, looking at the first 2 picks here, Emmy, it kind of might have 1-1 written all over it, doesn't it?
I mean...
Hey, FaZe and Labs, bit of history there.
Listen, I get it. I know. I've got the stats in front of me. I see the same thing. Labs is their top preference map by some measures of metrics, just based on how often it's banned against them throughout the year. A lot of teams don't want to take them to it. You look at the last sort of 365 days of general Siege, and you have Club being a second preference for both of these two rosters. They both really enjoy Club, and FaZe is just saying, we're better than you, ending up on Bank. Oh my word. When was the last time we saw these two teams on Bank? How about when it was picked by Shopify Rebellion at Montreal, and they got no rounds? 7-0.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, look, at the end of the...
Is it uh-oh?
I don't know if it's uh-oh necessarily, but I think it's not a map that obviously for Sonics that they're going to be too happy with, but they're going to have to back themselves in on Labs. They've been quite good, 3-0 in recent times when it comes to Nighthaven Labs. Obviously, FaZe Clan's the kind of team that, because they're so good, their map pool is widespread.
Yeah.
They've got one of the better map pools when it comes to teams at this tournament, so they'll be more than comfortable when it comes to obviously Clubhouse, where they're 5-1. And obviously Labs is a map that we know we've seen them play, but that's probably one of their worst performing maps. So that's when I go back to what I said before in terms of 1-1. Like, it just has that feeling. I think Labs should be a map in which Shopify Rebellion will be strong on. It's a map they've got really good results versus FaZe, who it's arguably one of their weaker maps. It is also one that does get banned against them a lot, so we don't always get to see the most of it. And I think it was Pengu who touched on it in the SI Grand Final when it came to FaZe and on Labs, same with W7M. It wasn't always a map that we see from those teams necessarily. And you got to remember as well, even though FaZe did end up losing that Grand Final in a spectacular fashion, they still went 6-1 up against W7M. They still dominated on that map. So by no means will it be a walkover for Shopify, but I think that's going to be a map they should play quite well on. We are going to be heading to Clubhouse first up, even though we do get the lovely scenery of Chalet. Hey, it's one of my favorite maps, but it is Club.
It is Club. But we're just having a quick look at Chalet first, just so we remember everything. And I think, you know, there's a lot to talk about. There is one thing that I want to sort of get onto the idea of Labs. If you're talking about the history of FaZe sort of getting rid of their demons, that was the last map, wasn't it? That was the decider of the final as well. Oh, there's just storyline after storyline.
I feel like this tournament for FaZe is all about getting over that hurdle, dealing with their demons, but none of that applies right now.
No.
None of that apply. Even if they lost to Shopify today, it doesn't really change much. For FaZe, it's all about the latter stages of this tournament. For Shopify, it's probably about, can you build that form throughout the tournament so that you can then not only get to Phase 3, get to that arena stage, but then also be in a position where you are playing well, performing well. Because quite frankly, when it came to Montreal for Sonics, their run through Phase 2 wasn't clean. It wasn't clinical. They kind of limped over the line, Emmy. They got to SI by getting into Phase 3 at Montreal. From there, yeah, they limped completely out as they got decimated by FaZe. And here we are once again with these two teams. Clubhouse first up. Of course, the bans come through. Really no big surprises when it comes to the bans.
No, you know, to play against the hard breach game here, the Maverick, he sort of sets himself up as a very specific operator. These are, in a regard, at least the first two maps, classic Siege, right? You have the most classic Siege map in a lot of people's books, Clubhouse, which sets itself around. Everybody knows it. Everybody has the objective play down. You know, it's usually the first map a lot of teams learn as well by their own admission. Labs has a lot of energy from places like Club. It was often sort of cited as being a great step in replace of, say, Oregon in the meta for those classic Siege-based maps. You know, things go a little bit wider in Bank, but maybe we will get there, maybe we won't. We start, though, with that little curious statistic here about Shopify Rebellion, about the fact that they're sort of getting Canadian. He is a man who plays the objective. And you might be like, hey, Fluke, everybody plays the objective. He is a man who drives the objective on teams. I think every team he's played on at a major, they have usually been the top objective-focused team. They were at Montreal as well. By, I think they were 20% above the average.
Really?
Yeah, they had a plant rate above, like, I think it was about 42%. Someone else was on 36%. I can't remember who it was. And then from then on, it was like 23, 22, 22, 21, 21. That is the game that they love to lock down.
Well, it's a good feel out for both of these two teams as well, where you get the opportunity to play against another solid team. You're not just getting like a feeder APAC team, for example, or one of the lower ranked teams at the tournament. This is just like a really good sparring match between two top teams. FaZe being, of course, probably one of three teams I look at as being a really good chance at you know, getting the hammer and winning the 6 Invitational. That's the kind of category that they find themselves in.
I think at this point as well, you know, you don't want to sort of harp onto it, but you use it as an example of the brilliance of FaZe. A lot of people would say that that was their final to win last year. It could have been. It was maybe the best series of Siege ever played, ever. And this could, in some regards, be them defending a title. They're still that level of team, though. They've technically, I think, had better international results this year than they did the year that they got to the final, had that huge performance. They're in, statistically, I think, a better shape than they were that time around. So, who knows? The sky is the limit.
Well, a pretty steady and slow Clubhouse to begin. No surprises. Basement for Shopify, and they will very much play all 5 players in basement. So just waiting and anticipating the push from FaZe, who are just getting the checklist done, opening up hatches. They've got kitchen control. A little bit of vision there with the drone. Handy now on the blitz. One to sort of watch as to where he's going to make his way. Can go down main stairs. Could go for a dirt push, and at the moment, maybe looking for a moto drop. They've got the options, and that's where FaZe are really, really solid. They find avenues throughout rounds to create many different entry positions. That's exactly why we're seeing veto King just go and open up dirt. You've got dirt, you've got a kitchen drop, you've got moto, you've got main stairs, you've got many ways in which you can attack this site. The good news for Shopify, still 3 Nitro Cells. They haven't used any of them so far. 3 gas babes, Zoto canisters. So the delay is certainly there. The drop, though, comes through from Handies. They get moto control with 40 seconds remaining. Deals with the barbed wire. And the plan to go down inside of Arsenal now as well. Souls trying to get that down on the ground. There is one of those Nitro Cells from Ambi, and a second as well, followed up from Canadian. And that stall-out defense from Shopify will pay dividends. FaZe wanted to get moving at around that 40-second mark. Tried to force the action, but hadn't cleared out the site. Had found no kills and still have not. And Handy on the blitz, not going to be able to accomplish much from here. You should imagine from here, Shopify will get on the board.
Yeah, I mean, 10 seconds, both of them on half health. They do get a nice take onto the first, but it's actually instantly traded, and a couple of shots that may as well not exist. Good opening there on the side of Shopify Rebellion. They lock it down. They do everything they need to do. They don't overextend, and, well, they let FaZe play into them.
I mean, you're going to be playing that bunker defense off of your utility, Nitro Cells, gas babes, Zoto canisters, all the barbed wire that you've placed down. The idea, it's somewhat similar to what our previous matchup was like with PSG Talon. They were better when they were trying to play those delay operators. They were trying to just waste as much time. FaZe, though, on the good news for them is they obviously are realizing this. They go at 40 seconds rather than 20 seconds. Gives themselves a bit more breathing room, a bit more space, a bit more time. They just couldn't find any picks, couldn't find any kills. And the util usage was absolutely amazing from Shopify too, with the Nitro Cells. Saw one come out from Canadian, a couple of good kills early on, and suddenly you don't even really get FaZe any kind of opportunity in the round because you find 2-3 picks immediately. And at that point on defense, especially Clubhouse basement, you're just not going to be capable of throwing the round from there. We head up towards Gym Bedroom now for the second round. And this is where FaZe will get a bit more breathing room around the map and obviously look to open up. Clubhouse is very default. These guys know what they're doing. And you're going to see the set play every time. So when it comes down to a default-based map like Clubhouse, it's all about the fine margins. Don't put the foot in the wrong spot. Don't peek where you shouldn't peek. Don't stand in this position if there's, threats. So that's where Shopify on the defense have to be still very much perfect. Because if you make a mistake, FaZe will punish it, but also vice versa.
Now, will they look the same sort of drive and opportunity here, or, you said, take things a little bit more back to basics, develop across the breach and put pressure on, starting on CC, make the openings and the rotations a bit more cautious and uncomfortable for Shopify. They have the mirror window to try and play potentially a bit of C4 danger out the front of it, but you can also, if you're very talented, get catches with an impact. They wanted to pop it open themselves. It is, an awkward approach now for the side. It's not impenetrable, but this is the game that you play on Clubhouse. When you remove the Kaid, when you remove the Maverick, you have to get a bit creative on how you can both repel and approach those hard walls. Here's the pressure onto CC I talked about, and a stray bullet on any other gun that has more than what feels like 5 shots in it. They've done some damage.
Well, I mean, this is a pretty standard hold from Shopify where you have the extension towards cash side, but because you've got that presence and pressure on the jacuzzi wall, they're actually doubling really down here on CCTV breach. So you've got Canadian that's sitting here as well on the Bandit. He's got the Shockwire battery. So it's all about trying to keep FaZe out of the map for as long as possible. And then eventually, FaZe will get in. Then you can fall back. Look at the time. There's only 1 minute 30 seconds remaining into the round, and they still haven't opened up either of the breaches. I mean, this is a really solid defense from Shopify, and it's up to FaZe now to sort of pivot, find new avenues, and that's exactly what KDS is doing. Now they got the breach opened up, but again, time has already been dwindled down. This has been a successful round from Shopify, but now it comes down to actually winning your fights, of which Canadian could not. Here comes the pressure towards red stairs as well. Through side Zera, Rexon just goes for a walk and gets punished. That was not the position all the time to send in towards CCTV. As Ambi going for the flank, basically no one on site except for Grixer, and he's low on health. The map has opened up dramatically.
Ambi was able to get one, just snuck his way towards the top of red, took the head of the player that was inside the Fenrir mine, and has since then pulled himself back. But you're right, the realization from the side of FaZe is, well, is there only one on site? They didn't throw themselves in, though. Grixer, he sort of had the same idea. So he tucked himself ready on the close shot angle, hoping they just bled in towards Logi here, and they're taking things slow and steady. There's 30 seconds. They can still check. They can still drive. They're still in a 3 versus 2. They are still FaZe. Now, with the two players, Shopify Rebellion stacked up and ready to rock and roll, who's going to be the first catch? There's the spray down onto one. The Revenge is going to start bleeding its way around, but no, somehow Grixer in the back of our mind gets one, and Ambi with the ITA follows suit.
Wow, Grixer to find that second. I know we switched away from him, and probably for good reason. He's in stash. He looks back in towards site, not expecting the second yet. Must have just turned around very quickly at the right time to find that second kill. Shopify Rebellion with a 2-0 start. It is club defense, but it's the way in which they won the round. That's the biggest thing for me. It's not necessarily that they won it, it's how they won it. The extension play, double breach with the stack over towards CCTV, shockwire batteries, that's great. And then they started to throw a little bit when they got antsy coming out of cash back into CC. I felt like they got too aggressive at the wrong time, but credit to Ambi on the flank. You touched on an Emmy, you brought it up. He gets a big kill. He's able to then rotate back up through main stairs, double down defense onto site, and Grixer able to stand strong in stash, finds 2 kills, and just like that, they win the round. But all of it stems as to the way they started the round. Pressure on the breaches, trying to keep FaZe out of the building. I thought they were very proactive on their defense, and it's a really strong start from them. This is the Shopify Rebellion that we didn't see in Montreal in this same matchup. Maybe it's because they were Sonic.
I mean, they're 50% of the way towards their total round count. They got the last time they were in a FaZe matchup. But again, there's so many if, buts, and maybes. This is a new day, new dawn, new tournament. This is the new approach. And obviously, we know the history of not only all the players that are on Shopify Rebellion, but also super behind the scenes, what they can bring, and how they sort of approach the game. So statistical, so strategical. They can play and counterplay. The best prep is, you know, getting involved in a game against a team on a major stage. That is one of the only true tests.
I will say, though, for FaZe, it's not all doom and gloom. Both, I mean, probably more so that second round. Like, that was a very winnable round. I thought that their ability to sort of adapt throughout the round as it's like, okay, we've got this jacuzzi problem, let's go CC. Okay, we've got the CC problem, we're going to blow it open, we're going to send one garage rafters, we're going to try and clear them out. If they swing cash into CCTV, we've got players in the right position, so they're watching the right angles. The only downside to it all was Ambi just pulled off a really good flank. And then Grixer gets a double into stash, which he probably shouldn't have. Those two things don't happen, and they probably win that round. And it's club defense for Shopify. So as good as it started as it is for the North American team, FaZe have still shown enough here that they can steal a couple of these attacking rounds, of which that would be very detrimental for SR.
Not taking any chances. Look at this, the stack up, the air jabs to kind of lock off the rotates behind them. KDS and the Deimos as well to try and hunt those loose players. They know that what the problem was the flank, was the loose play, was this positioning. They're not taking a risk with it again. They read one round of a game, really didn't like what they saw, and have dedicated themselves to locking it down and trusting they can still go for the approach. And the approach, I don't know if they've opened up the CC side. The wall, are they going to go for the trick? There's the player underneath with the ass charges that's stopping it happen. They're not going to risk their life, but the impact was impactless. I think they tried to catch the side of the wall. It goes open. The flashes start to come through, and now the pressure on towards red.
I mean, Rexon's going to have to do well here, because I'm not sensing a lot of garage pressure from FaZe. They haven't brought the Capital, for instance, so he just needs to be the one to kind of put pressure towards Breach, try and watch in towards Cash if he can, along with CC Window. So Rexon's definitely one that in this round needs to be impactful. As Cypher losing his life to Surf. There he is, Rexon watching. But there was one that eventually did push through from Garage, got the kill onto him, but it was immediately traded by Canadian, who was expecting that flank to come through. And Shopify Rebellion with a 3-on-1 as Souls makes his way into the gas babe, though, into what is a very dangerous position, deep inside a catch with 30 seconds left. He is surrounded, and he seems absolutely hopeless in this position. Shopify Rebellion on the verge of a 3-0 start. Now, barring an absolute miracle here, and they're playing really patient here. Shopify aren't just hunting Emmy. They're falling back. They know he hasn't got the kit. I mean, this is absolutely beautifully well-played Siege. Fall back, don't peek, don't give him ones, don't let him have any kind of chance in this round.
I mean, there's the end of it, but let's sort of slow it down and you know, pull it back ground, break it down. That's a timeout. Understandable, because FaZe, what's happened there, right? You know, you're looking at them doing the setup, doing the steps, doing what they do. It's par for the course. They have the angle and the opening on the back end. They've, you know, got pressure on towards the position that you said Rexon was in. It is one of the most common positions to play against it. And then they get the wall open, and the response is to just send themselves in. We see a very scrappy, uncomfortable firefight right on the door of the breach that they got in towards construction. We see the Deimos just throw himself in, back towards the window, going for the instant trade. We see the drive. Then they open up onto the door of the bottom garage and get Rexon, but there's another player there. It feels like FaZe are operating almost with not all the intel that they should be gathering. Whether it's because they're confident on their gun skill and drive through, fair enough, they're FaZe. But as we said before, Shopify can prep, they can play, they can research, they can also win hammers. They have them on their team. You gotta not underestimate the power of this roster, regardless of the fact that the last time you met, not too long ago, was a bit of a washout. They're just throwing themselves into these engagements. And that's not a fight that you should really be taking.
Well, I mean, in fairness for FaZe, the idea is pretty simple. You've got CC, you've got Breach, you've got Cash. Hit all three positions and angles at once, and if everyone kind of gets at least one kill, you're probably going to be ahead. But the problem throughout all of that is Rexon spoils it, because no one's really hitting him immediately. There was eventually one player coming through Garage, but they weren't in sync.
No.
They came a little bit later, and then Canadian gets the trade anyway.
But so did, a little bit later was... You had all of the FaZe players, in fact, operated a little bit later. First one charges in through the breach. Second one, the Deimos hops in the window. Third one comes in towards Garage, gets traded out. Fourth, hops their way in.
It's like that timing, where as a team you're like 3, 2, 1, go. It's like they didn't quite follow that mantra properly. And that's not very FaZe-like.
No, well, this is the thing, right? For the people that are like, why are they talking about this? It's because you compare a team to how good they can be. You put the sort of bar that they've shown, they can hit, and that's what you measure them against. And that is something where I think FaZe, the timeout is very needed.
This is also their map pick. I mean, I know it's Clubhouse attack for them, so you always got to add that little caveat. But if Shopify gets to 6-0 or even 5-1, they are ahead.
It is compliments obviously paid onto Shopify. As you pointed out during the moments, how they played it was brilliant. They didn't overextend. They didn't offer the eager gunfight. They didn't pop themselves around at these uncomfortable angles. They had the cover and the watch, and let's see if that can continue after the break. Now, we have the Monty.
The Monty's going to go main here. I think you try and bait out a couple of Nitro cells, which can alleviate the pressure on the vert up above. You bring the secondary hard breach. The tin can openers can get some of these hatches opened up as well. Capital eventually will try and clear out back of Arsenal, so you bring that. I don't know why they didn't bring it in the previous round either, put pressure on Rafters, but alas, and it didn't work either. It's a pretty stock standard kind of hit from FaZe. They do have to twitch to try and eventually deal with that mirror window. Obviously, they're going to look to get pressure through the kitchen. This is going to facilitate the Capital. So FaZe have been fine when it comes to this checklist approach. My only concern, though, is, again, they're just kind of playing into the hands of Shopify, who are just sitting 5 on site, bunch of Nitro cells, a lot of delay utility when it comes to the Zoto canisters, the gas babes. You've got Rexon as well on the Warden to stop the flash drops and along with the smoke drops. So I think that, again, they look really well set up. Grexa and probably Canadian need to definitely get dislodged by the Capital if FaZe are going to have any chance of winning this.
This is it, though, right? You're getting yourself set up with this idea that they're doing all the steps, all the process. There's Canadian getting the read on the Monty that's about to start trying to make this way.
When he sees the Monty, he probably just has to fall back here.
Yeah, he can't stick it out. He's going to shoot him enough to try and slow him with the bullets so he doesn't get entirely caught out. He's looking for the cover. He hears the shield.
Or the Nitro?
On and back, and this is all just hot intel.
If it's a solo Monty, which he knows now, he has a go, but he whiffs it a little bit to the left. But I think Canadian's thought process is solo Monty, no one playing behind, I can get that out. But now that second player is here. Handy, though, finding a double kill in towards the site. And in the end, it's 3 from Vidaking as it's a 5-on-1 FaZe. Absolutely clean up on site. This is something we haven't seen in this match so far. The 4th round, it is FaZe that take it comprehensively. Pretty much just through sheer gun power more than anything, able to win all of the fights. Handy finding 2. Vidaking got 1 as well at the end there, and yeah, that was very dominant.
If anything, that is the example that we were sort of making before of when we went FaZe are operating at different levels. That was all together, right? Look at how that round played out. They went for the control of the map and the loose space. They got it. Then they got the sort of breach on the hatches that they wanted to make things accessible on towards kitchen. But then they rotate themselves back round. You have, I think it was 3 of them pushing onto blue, 2 of them pushing on towards dirt itself, and they just pinch at the same time. You can see it in the back end there, and it doesn't give Shopify Rebellion an opportunity to try and pull these loose individual gunfights.
I wonder if a part of that round is that Canadian just got so caught up in the little battle with the Montaigne. Throws his nitrous cell, he's completely distracted, so it becomes a bit difficult when it comes to aiding out and calls, and he's so focused on that dirt push. He knows there's 2 players there, which does then mean for Shopify they've got numbers elsewhere, but if Handy's just going to push in, find a double kill, and he is certainly capable, one of the top players in the world, then that's going to alleviate pressure for FaZe pushing forward. Then they have the numbers, they can sweep site, they know Canadian is stuck over towards dirt, you know, Grix is going to be over towards dummies. At the end of the day, as great a start as it has been for Shopify, you've still now given up an attacking round here on Clubhouse with 2 rounds to go. FaZe find a second attack, and they will be very difficult to stop on their own defensive side. So for Shopify, again, it's been good, but it needs to be great if they're going to beat FaZe.
Now, the pressure is starting to put themselves back in here. Shopify, as you said, they know that the game is going to start to step up from this point. We might have a bit of a showdown and a back and forth on our hands. You can see veto is already putting the pressure here. They've got the Capital that's trying to force the players out, and there was a player almost ready for the catch. But again, it is this group movement. It is this rotation. Now, it was quite late on that they finally went for the execute here over towards the top, and they started well. If it wasn't for a big rotation and a plucky bit of attitude from a stuck-in Logi play, it might have been and probably should have been a FaZe round. The first is Surf caught, and this is full focus FaZe. Once again, they have to watch on towards the rotate.
I'm not sure what Surf is doing there to die. I mean, it's very normal to have 1 top red, 1 cash, and you leave them. You don't have to help them. They're there for a reason. They can either fight their way out, find a couple of picks, or they stay and fight, ultimately dying, but it's about can you take anyone with you. Surf does not need to be in towards Con. Just gives up a freebie to Handy. Ooh. Now the double push over towards top red. You've still got Canadian around cash, and, well, he's dead.
Oh, Ambi does get KDS, and, you know, he started to try and put the pressure back in, but it's Rexon that's probably going to be the next that suffers the fate in the face of a Montaigne. There is some support coming on towards construction. They're on the door. The Monty's calling all of this out, and they've got themselves a little bit of cross angle, but it's a dangerous stack up.
Why are they fighting cash?
Great take from that kill on the door, but I mean, the Monty change from Vidaking, just reading out or hauling all the information, puts them once again in a Grixer and Ambi versus 4 situation. Can they try and repeat the magic against the Monty?
Jacuzzi's not even open.
They don't need it. They're just
I know,
their
but
way
then why
through.
is Shopify playing cash? Why are they trying to just triple down onto cash position? You can fall back, play site. Jacuzzi's pretty much locked down. Ambi with another big pick. Grixer had to get that one. Not because it was easy, but because they absolutely required it. It was always a difficult shot. In the end, FaZe clean house. It's a very easy cash side push because, well, Shopify basically fed them, and we've given them plaudits. They've been great through the opening 3 rounds, and we were very much riding their train, but that was their worst round they've played so far in this match, and FaZe will punish you. If FaZe are basically saying, okay, you're doing a mirror trick over towards Jacuzzi, we're not going to bother. We're going to go on the cash side. We're going to go through CCTV. Shopify, like, great, we've got a couple of players there. We might get some picks, but you don't need to triple and quadruple down in that position when you have Jacuzzi locked down. They just kept throwing bodies. I mean, Surf gets called over towards construction early on because he's not sure. Should I play site? Should I hold con? Should I go to cash? So the hold for Shopify is just all over the place there.
The change to the Monty has entirely changed the face of
the
this
Monty
game.
has, definitely been impactful. They're struggling to deal with it.
Oh, entirely. And it's a weird thing to sort of talk about from the side of Shopify struggling to deal with the Monty because they're a team that enjoys Monty to the point where it started a very fun, heated conversation about, you know, the definition of a great Monty player between some of our analysts and, you know, some of our, I'm not going to name names, Pengu and Laxing, but there was a bit of a back and forth as to how to utilize a shield to its best ability and who might be great shields. Now, some names were named that are in this lobby. And, you know, you expect everybody to have a handle on how to deal with them, and here it's just panicking, a bit of peeling back. Here will also be a good test. Will they try and shut down the Rexon position first? The one that sort of pulled the thread last time round. They have the Capital, they have the Monty, they have everything for a classic push, and the Blackbeard. They want to try and stick themselves in with a little bit more shield. Now, Ambi was free to drift around and open it up, but I'm assuming there'll be some pressure onto Quad Wall, maybe even onto Blue and Adam. Let's see if that is the approach made. There is the door popped open. There is some focus paid towards at least the droning game, but still a bit quiet. KDS might be the tell, the roll, and the trick of the bandit. Isn't quite netting anything. Is the Blackbeard going to try and frag out from the back end? It's a good operator for this exact role. Probably just lob them towards the bandit who's tricking. There it is. And that'll just get rid of those charges, get rid of the player. Oh, the second one, and the breach will get open. Get out of there, Surf! Get out of there! CC breach open. Focus now. How are they going to formulate the take onto Garage?
Yeah, I mean, this is aggressive from Ambi, but I like it in this instance. He's playing behind the bike. He knows that there's probably less pressure coming elsewhere. Yellow ping, though, information on his location. He has to now rotate around, goes towards Lounge, but he's offering a point of difference. If Shopify just have all 5 players on site, up above, like, they're not going to be very volatile towards FaZe. So Ambi is providing that. He is being the one that's a little bit chaotic, and he's playing it quite well. He's playing it quite safe, falls off when he knows the pressure's on.
King takes a huge blow. The first time we've seen the Monty suffer, but with Cyber running in and running right back out, Surf has the response. There's Ambi getting KDS, and suddenly King is a man on an island full of motorcycles. Can he try and find his way out of here? Could try and drop hit and get a rotate round there, opening up some space. Handy's off towards the side of stock itself. They have Ambi trapped, caught, but they also only have 45 seconds. They can try and push themselves for the fight. They do. Now they want to try and keep pushing on. They have a good read on who's coming in behind them. Canadian, a huge fight.
Yeah, he's got trapped.
Look at the 2 players, both FaZe sort of saying, look, we know you are there. But all he's doing is trying to get exactly that reaction. Up main, there's the control coming towards the default plant. What do they have to stop it here?
I mean, a little bit of pressure now into Grixer and Surf as Canadian slowly making his way back through Con. That's so unfortunate for Surf to lose his life there into Cash. Really weakens the site now for Shopify Rebellion with the last 10 seconds into the round. There is Canadian late and slow on the flank and on the rotate back from Bar. And in the end, FaZe will now make it 3 attacking rounds in a row. They have adapted so quickly, so well in this matchup. After a 3-0 start for Shopify Rebellion, they give up 3 attacking rounds in a row to FaZe. It's all 3 and 3 at the half, but that's not good enough on a clubhouse defense. And for all the good work from Shopify, it has evaporated so quickly. And FaZe, again, just flexing their muscles, showing us what they're capable of, what our expectations are of this team.
There's a part of it which sort of looks at the Monty now and looks towards the next map, but you probably know that, well, it's not going to get banned because it's something that, we said before, Shopify Rebellion like to use and like to bring, but it was entirely just the lockdown, the shutdown of any of the control that they wanted to get. FaZe utilized the operator brilliantly. They sort of brought some attention, and the fun sort of idea of looking back at it is if you go towards the last time these 2 teams hit, FaZe banned the Monty both maps. And that is sort of this conversation I had before, where you prep and prep and prep against a team. They're a great responsive team. Shopify learned on that. They said, well, you know, we can play against this. But now that the Monty is coming out, now that FaZe have gone, okay, look, we're an adaptation team. How can we change this and bring this? It sort of stumped them a bit.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Like, I look at the opening kills as well. To give up 4 opening kills in the first half, and you're playing on defense club, that's a little bit startling for me.
Yep.
You know, and one of those rounds obviously wasn't converted, which was the second round on Gym Bedroom. That arguably was a round I felt like FaZe maybe should have won if they were a tiny bit critical, but also coupled with that was some really good siege from Shopify in that particular round to offset the opening kill for FaZe. But yeah, nevertheless, now the pressure on to Shopify. Oh, wow, Cyber's just completely pinned down.
I was like sort of waiting for that to find its end there. They shut him down inside the bar. The power of the Blackbeard, and again, you know, Canadian, a great shield player, beats that in. The same role that we sort of saw from the Monty. Cyber gets locked out. And, well, from this point onwards, the first
Where's the opening kill, though?
Yeah.
I was just touching on it. Obviously, it's been a big factor for FaZe. They've been very successful in that department. But for Shopify to get that opening pick, usage of the Blackbeard, nothing really that Cyber could do. I mean, it was just completely pinned down in that position. Throws out a desperate Hail Mary, quite literally, with the frag grenade, but with the impact. But either way, 3-3, minute and a half, a big attacking round to begin for Shopify. Can rectify some of the issues that they definitely have to overcome. Ochipom rings out. Courtesy of Ambi, still has one more available.
Feels a little bit late though, getting to work here on the floorboards. Minute 20. Haven't really dealt with Kitchen either, so I mean, Surf's gonna have to be very quick here with the Skeleton Key. I mean, the hatch has been opened up, but look at the floorboards, not really opened up.
Yeah, you're thinking about now the approach setup. Talked about it with FaZe before when they then rotated the shield round and did the drive. It is still one of the most locked down sites, one of the only sites where people, you know, can entirely be within it and have a lot of place for wiggle room, a lot of place for play. The pressure.
No Capitao either in terms of clearing out some of these back positions, so it'll be very direct, especially what we're seeing here from Canadian on the Blackbeard.
Now they're popping and stopping every single entrance onto towards the door. The Blackbeard is desperate to swing around the corner, but look at all these FaZe bodies. 3 guns pointed towards the approach here. They know pipes is the story and the answer, but they can't quite get close enough. Handy locks down Surf on the side. They've got to apply pressure somewhere else. There is a body going deep, and Ambi gets one over the top. He's fighting for his life. He's looking for the next, but it's Vidaking and Souls that bring us into the 2 versus 2. Still caught out in it. Grix is trying to dig his way past the A-case on the back end of it, but now it's 2 separate 1 versus 1s. The first one to win is probably going to take the round, but there's only 10 seconds, so the pressure here is on Shopify. They're trying to swing their way round, but 6 seconds here. Vidaking gets a huge swing. That's the kit. That's the drop. That's the sprint for Vidaking. Unbelievable end to a round that just kept cooking and cooking and cooking.
I mean, that is absolutely clinical from Vidaking and what FaZe are capable of as one of the best teams in the world. They have that in their bag. They have that in all of their players who are all capable of something like that. That is a round that Shopify Rebellion in North America probably win that 10 out of 10. But not against a team like FaZe. You just give them an inch, they take the whole arm. Ambi gets a huge kill there because at that point in the round, I felt like they were getting stalled out. He opened things up for them. Vidaking then gets the kill. That's the kit on the floor with 4 or 5 seconds left. At that point, the only way to win the round is essentially run at Vidaking. He is up for the task. He hits the quick shot. 4-3 to FaZe. That's 4 rounds in a row now as well. And Shopify probably just sitting here like, we're not playing that bad, are we?
No. And this is like, if you sort of compartmentalize the conversations there, as I said, at one point it turned into 2 1 versus 1s, right? You have the battle around the back end of Arsenal and A-Case. You have the one that's on Pipes Wall. The one on Pipes Wall is the one with the kit. Canadian, in response to this, goes round the back, but it turns into a violent ring around the Rosies where suddenly he's now going towards the default plant position underneath the kitchen hatch. But the fight that was in Arsenal has rotated its way around on towards blue. He is caught by Vidaking, who reacts at the perfect time to see the back of a Blackbeard sprinting away. If Canadian was just facing 90 degrees to the right, he is not killed in that situation. But in that situation, with 5 seconds, all he is thinking is, I have to get to my teammate, I have to get to this plant point, because we know where Vidaking is. Unfortunately, Vidaking is Vidaking.
Yeah.
Does Vidaking things, and FaZe, 4 rounds in a row. Shopify Rebellion have drifted a little bit away from the power position they were in. But they're only 1 round behind.
That's one way you can look at it.
Yeah.
But they have also lost 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah. It's glass half full, glass half empty.
Yeah. FaZe, to their credit, and this is sometimes the case with these top teams, they kind of do these heroic plays and they play really well, and maybe they don't always get the plaudits because we expect that from them. It's almost like we expect FaZe to always just play perfect, and that's not always going to be the case. They're human beings. They make mistakes, but FaZe, slow start, and then bam, it's just like a snap of the fingers, and suddenly they're just back to FaZe that we know. Ambi with a big opening pick on a KDS, who has now reached double-digit kills for Ambi, up to 11 with that kill onto Vidaking. Advantage for Shopify as they look to hit the site hard and fast. Grix are able to double down the advantage for Shopify, but short-lived. Ambi finally shut down. Big battle for Souls towards top red, slips in towards Cash. Can he find another pick as the plant goes down inside of CCTV? No one able to stop Canadian. The kid is on the floor, and we're into a post-plant scenario.
Threading the needle and dancing, dipsing, dodging, diving, and dropping the bodies either side of it, but as they just push their way through, Souls and Handy. And they have the option for the fight, and it's offered to them. He's on a triple, but he's still got to find 2 more. Could it be the first ace that we have at the tournament so far. Dockerby slips off into the night and has the cross-cut ready for the swing. 20 seconds. 7 of that has to be on the diffuser itself. And you're trying to find your way across no man's land in a 90-degree fight. There's the first, but it's just offered a sliver. There is Shopify. Oh, dig their teeth, their claws, and everything in.
Well, I mean, forget the end of that round. It doesn't really matter. It's a 2v1 post-plant. Souls was always going to be in a very difficult position to win that, and well played. They didn't peek. They didn't give him an outlet. It's the middle portion of that round. It's the fast hit from Shopify seemingly out of nowhere. They just pick up the pace. They play a little bit differently than what we've seen from them in this match so far, and they just go. And FaZe, I think, got caught napping. They were completely unexpected of the push. Ambi has been sensational in this game so far. 11-5 for a player that is playing against the caliber of FaZe and putting up these kind of numbers, but most importantly, getting some very crucial entry kills for Shopify Rebellion, and that is why they are being competitive against FaZe, is because of Ambi. He is having a huge game right now. Gritzer as well, 9-4. I mean, those two have been sensational for Shopify. 4-4, an attacking round on the board, and with that gives them a bit of hope that, hey, we can do it. Look what we can do on the attack here. FaZe could do it, we can do it.
4-4. So technically, and I know I've been like, not negative, but you can't ignore the elephant in the room, and the elephant is 4 rounds over 2 maps on a major stage. Hey, different branding. Now you've got Shopify Rebellion on your chest. Wear it. They are wearing it. They've equaled their performance. So far, 1 more round, they've improved upon their performance. That's great mental game.
I think the last thing on Shopify's mind right now was what happened in Montreal. They look focused here.
Listen,
they look
glass half full. new crest, new logo, new us, new year. Who dis? Shopify Rebellion. They should have that as the advertising slogan. You're allowed that. If you're listening,
you're going to just give it over, like the intellectual property?
Yeah, I'm so giving. And
well, I think for FaZe as well now, you know, after that previous round, they'll probably be a little bit more prepared for Shopify to change up the pace and be more adaptable. So, you know, FaZe are very good at learning on the fly and figuring things out. We saw that in the first half. You gotta remember, this was a 3-0 start for Shopify, and then FaZe adapted. You know, and so, okay, Shopify get a round win that was not quite conventional. FaZe will probably adapt. So that's where their strength is as a roster and as a team, and why they're one of the top teams in the world. That's why for Shopify to win this map, and let alone the series, they're going to have to be perfect. They're going to have to play arguably their best level of Siege. And I think they've shown glimpses of that in this match so far.
Now, what you're looking at here is, again, a very lateral take. If you're unaware, when you're trying to get control of the gym side, you need to lock down the cross-peak possibility from CCTV. You need to make sure that staircase on red isn't just a free rotation round onto the back. They've done that. Covered it in the track stingers, and now they can start to focus their attention towards the site itself. But FaZe haven't offered any engagement. There's a couple of players being a little bit flirtatious with an open hatch, but unfortunately the only thing they're seeing right now is air. There is also the Valkyrie underneath, and a lot of that is soft floor for them to play against. So now the question becomes, okay, Shopify, do we focus towards the Valkyrie, focus towards that vertical control so we know we're safe to go for the plant, or just throw ourselves in? The first approach here is on towards Jacuzzi. Long look across the gym equipment. The only thing being lifted right now is utility, as they're still trying to just weigh each other out and put that pressure on. But 50 seconds, something's got to give.
Yeah, they finally got Jacuzzi opened up. Canadian still has a lot of bolts remaining too on the Capitao. This is where you really do need to make your push. You don't want this to go down to 15, 20 seconds, for example. That's going to benefit FaZe. Soul starting to move around, play some off-angle positions. I like that position. Headshot swing onto Ambi, essentially covering 2 positions with 1 spot. Souls has played that perfectly. Does lose his life though, as Shopify actually find 2 in quick succession, and with that, suddenly the door opens up for them.
They have the ping on the player underneath. They know there's only 2 inside the site, and they're in. Now they can try and get themselves off to the races and get the plant. They're on the bulletproof bed, but the bullets swing right their way across. Grixer immediately gets that response towards Vidaking, but 10 heavy seconds start to tick, and Handy picks them right both off. FaZe still keep themselves 1 step ahead, but now we are in the territory of trading rounds, hitting blows back and forth. Can there be a response from Shopify Rebellion?
It's competitive. I mean, it's competitive Siege. I think Shopify did some good things, some arguably maybe some bad things in that round, but I think largely good things. I thought Souls was just super impactful from this position. It's a good little off angle, playing the doorway in towards Con while still watching outside onto the balcony. It's a difficult position because he can dive from 2 different ways. So he has to time it perfectly. Ends up finding a big kill. Handy at the end. Double kill. We know he's capable of that. One of the top players. And a 5-4 lead for FaZe. Certainly apt, very much deserved. For Shopify, this is the kind of game that you might end up losing, say 7-4, 7-5. But you can walk away and hold your heads high. But they're probably sick of that. They're probably sick of that kind of mentality. They want to win. They want to take down these top teams. They want to get to that hammer. To do that, you've got to go through teams like FaZe, for instance. So Handy 11-5 leading the way for FaZe. No surprises there. But for Shopify, it's Ambi and Grixer who have been leading the way. All three of those players on 11 kills. But FaZe as a team have been far more spread in their efforts. All 5 players very much giving something, performing quite well. Even KDS, he might be 3-8, but he's got a lot of assists.
From this point onwards, there's still eyes on towards, obviously, Canadian getting themselves in. The Blackbeard, with the Ossa, even. Different shield operator as towards they had when the Blackbeard.
Shield, it's all the same.
Yeah, shield ops are shield ops, but, you know, you think about
this
now,
one you can place on the ground.
True. You can also place it on windows. And sometimes indoors. Yeah. Thanks for the breakdown of what Ossa does. But you have a bit of a mobility choice here. So Canadian. The problem we talked about before was he didn't really know the right place to be, because it's easy for us to look down and say this is the best place. To make that decision amongst the heat of the fire with 5 seconds left, close to impossible. Now he can leave the first shield and move off. See if he can try and find a different opportunity, a different route. He can offer himself a little bit more support and a little bit more mobility if he has time to set up.
What I like about the Ossa is it's very flexible. It's a very versatile operator here for basement on Clubhouse. There's a couple of ways you can play it. So you can push down oil pit through blue. You can go dirt, main stairs. The drop even from kitchen, technically with the shield in hand, is also another way in which you can play it. So it really comes down to the way in which Shopify feel like this is the weakness and try and hit that with that Ossa, with those shields. Keeping him alive in terms of Canadian is certainly going to be very much a high impact play for them. They can't lose Canadian early. He's going to be a big part of their win condition in this round. There's something to kind of look at. He's going to be the one that essentially unlocks the round for them, even if it is as simple as just dropping Hatch and planting behind, you know, one of his shields.
Now the pressure on towards the mirror window and this power position that was played back and forth. They actually opted to try and go for the triple reinforce on the church wall this time, but it's not going to fully stand. However, that is currently a hop breach, which is a very uncomfortable one to try and move in, take a firefight at the same time. So whether they opt for the widening of it or limited utility is needed elsewhere. Not entirely sure if there's a lot of juggling done or what else is left to be done. See, with Buck losing his hard breach charges, they're down to just the Habana play alongside it. Stacked, ready to rock and roll on the kitchen hatch, but what are they cooking up? An Ossa shield drop. They're going to get themselves deployed. It'll only take one explosive to stop it. They're tucked in around the back. The cover's on the kitchen hatch, and Handy does get one, but they're not quite confident enough to go for the plant. It's traded back and forth on towards Dirt and Canadian. He's tucked, waiting, technically. A 3 versus 3 because Cyber is in no man's land. There's the attempt on the plant, and an attempt to try and kill somebody that's whiffed and missed, and a post-plant situation with vertical control. Sure, Vida King has thrown himself in and got themselves locked down. They might even be able to get Cyber back up, which they're going to do right now, so it's a 4 versus 2. But as long as they've got vertical here, as long as they have this position, FaZe have to clean it out. They're going to have to send 2 bodies up. Grixer, more than ready for the first engagement. Deep across the bar, serving up pain. Now with 3 versus 2, 20 seconds. Again, 7 of that has to be the defuse, so they've only really got a pocketful to work with. They're playing against
on the
it.
right side,
They're slipped around. There's the take, there's the drop. There's only a little bit left in it now. You've just got to hold it. But it's one that Shopify lock right back in.
So in that round, Shopify really, really well played. They play to their win con, which is going to be the kitchen drop, Ossa shield, and then play from above. They did that, and they did that well. But I'm sorry to say, FaZe, that was a really, really, really bad attempt to retake. That was awful. That was a 4v2, and all you have to do is essentially go up main, pressure kitchen, kill the player in kitchen. I mean, you don't even need to push stock to bar. I mean, Grixer actually, I felt like, was maybe not necessarily watching an angle that he needed to. It just so happened that Handy went for that flank. He gets a free kill. So Handy and Co would love to have that moment back again. That was certainly, I've seen teams in OS be able to retake better than that. I have to be cool. I'll take that one back. But you know what I'm saying here, FaZe probably could have done that a lot better.
You're allowed to say that. It's your region.
They suck.
So, the timeout is called by Shopify. A little bit of a surprise move here, but you trust the team to work. Again, if you're unaware, this is the one moment throughout a game where the coach, super on the back there, is allowed to talk to the team, but at the same time, the other team is also allowed to talk to their coach. So FaZe are offered the same.
I've got to say, in terms of the plaudits here to Super, not a lot of teams will necessarily take what I would consider a positive timeout. It's always the negative one. It's always like, oh, we've lost a couple of rounds in a row, timeout. Yeah. But sometimes you can play well, take the timeout, and it's all about reinforcement.
Yeah, or the classic Helby timeout. So there was the time where Helby, the coach, I can't remember what roster it was at the time, realized that the team they were playing against were getting really toxic against each other. So they won a round, and then he called a timeout just to sort of tell to his players, look, this is less about me talking to you, but more about I can see them shouting at each other over there. Yeah. I'm going to let them stew, baby.
Well, 5-5.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, at this point, it's a brawl, and I love that. There is nothing more exciting than when you start to see on the biggest stage at the biggest tournament, the bigger teams that have possibilities of not only hitting the main stage, but maybe lifting the hammer.
There's not much difference right now between them. No. I think both teams have shown that they've been able to win rounds through sheer fragging power, and win rounds through game plan, and win rounds by punishing the other team's mistakes. So both teams have kind of covered the board there, and all facets of really that sort of holy trinity of being able to win rounds of Siege. They've both done that. That's why it's 5-5. I still get the feeling that FaZe, because they're on defense, slightly in favor, but you cannot take your eyes away from this game right now because Shopify Rebellion on the attack are finding avenues through different means. You know, previously we've seen it with Ambi be able to kind of push in, get a couple of kills. Then we saw it in the last round where things weren't quite working, but they stuck to the game plan, one based on their win con. What have they got for us here? Rexon, well, he goes over to the Glaz. Talk about a big switch up here. I'm going to be very curious to see how this works because it's the kind of operator that it's either going to look really great or it's going to look really bad.
This first kill, you have a lot of dictation on towards the pace. Now, you might be questioning, if you're a newer viewer, coming in towards this, the impact versus the drone. Drones are some of the most important parts of this game. Intel drives success here, and especially around a team that is built on towards Canadian and his classic playstyle of let's do this, let's learn this, and then do this. It's operation. The smokes cover on towards at least some of the attention here. They're trying to find an inroad.
This is taking too long, though. Yeah. If you want to kind of put a downer on this right now for Shopify, it's the time factor. We've still got a lot of work to do in clearing out rafters. Canadian, of course, on the Kappa Tower is going to have to get those bolts over. Headshot from Rexon, though, finds KDS.
They're in.
And so far, it's working out.
They're in and they're off to the races. Ambi, he wants to swing and put the pressure on.
They don't even know.
Is it a second? He can't quite find it. But now, all the sort of alarm bells are a cacophony around them. Handy, he's holding on towards the top of red. Vitaking's on the back of the table, but they have a minute.
No more smokes, though. So the Glaz is not going to be able to play off those smokes, either from the Kappa Tower or his own smoke. Something to consider. Logic Bomb's still available for Grixer, along with the Firebolt as well for Canadian. In terms of the utility still remaining for both of those two, there's basically nothing, though, for Handy and for Vidaking. This is a rather even round, but Shopify have the edge. With 40 seconds left, a 3v2, and just a tiny bit more utility as they start to make their way in. Canadian through rafters with the kit, and now it's all about getting it down successfully. Oh, a shot from Vidaking! No, onto Grixer. Sideswipes his head, and suddenly now Canadian's entry into the side not going to be that easy.
Absolutely massive take. Doesn't get the second, though. Look at the health on Canadian. He's a sliver, and they know they got to try and push right now because it's the only time. It's a 2 versus 1. Under and over. There's the cover from the Glaz. But 14 seconds. A sliver of a pellet will be the end of it. Can they try and get themselves?
They're not sure where he is.
9 seconds. We are ticking our way once again towards the end. He's got to try and cross the divide. The distance.
He got off the block.
Why did you get off the block, Canadian? Hold back on. He's down. No.
What?
Unbelievable, Canadian.
What was that?
What?
No.
What happened?
Oh,
okay.
Canadian.
Wait. Let us slow that down because it got a little bit loosey-goosey at the end there.
That is where composure needs to be at its paramount, and an unfortunate moment for Canadian. He gets off the plant. Not at that point. This replay's too late. There was so many more moments even prior to it. Well played from Handy, and it goes back a little bit. I didn't quite have the time to sort of talk about it as it happened, but the rotate down towards Lounge to open up the floorboard says to Canadian, there's pressure down below, and I can't plant default now because of it.
Yep.
But Handy never, ever stayed there to watch it. He just opens the floorboard and runs back.
This is it. Okay, we're going to break that down just very quickly into how that went down. Because, you know, a lot happened. So that part was brilliant. He put the phantom pressure on him. Phantom pressure in the concept of sieges. You have an opening. Now they have to know whether it's being watched or not. Great. Instantly pulls himself back up in a 1 versus 2. What I assume happens, and you can never really know because you're not in the calls or the comms, is the player pushes across the divide. Now, Canadian, I think, gets off the plant before the cover gets killed or gets dropped or down. So they were expecting the player to just try and sprint straight past. He expected the player to come into his firefight. It doesn't happen. Handy stops himself. Just goes for the 1 versus 1 engagement on the player outside. Maybe thinking it'll be a post-plant, but I could win the next engagement. Who knows? Canadian gets off. At that point, he is in a sticky situation.
Then he gets back on it.
Then he gets
he's
back on
sticking it. And then he gets off again.
And then he gets off again.
Then he gets back on it.
And then he gets off again. Again, it's super easy for us to sit here and say what the right or the wrong play is because
you got to commit to at some point. You have to make the commit. And that's where the composure, and Canadian has that composure. He just couldn't show it there in that moment. And that's the reality is it should be 6-5 to Shopify. Cyber then with the opening pick. And this is where FaZe are just so good. They will punish you. And now in your head for Shopify, it's like you've still got that little moment of doubt. Comes into this next round. Bam. 2 opening kills. Say goodbye to Rexon and Grixer. It becomes a 5 versus 3. And now FaZe are on the precipice of taking this opening map. But Canadian wanting to make amends. Big kill, 4v3. And Ambi looking to get aggressive towards blue, but he falls back.
Now, that's at least one back on the side of it. The Skopos is trying to get themselves out of there. Don't know Skopos, one of the more recent operators. They can swap towards a different shell hidden on the other side of the map. The other one will remain. It can be destroyed and removed. That allows Aroma to draw some attention, and now the player is back on site. They have no pressure. You hope that they check the bathroom and get rid of that robot so it's not just going to pop up behind and cause a problem. No, they haven't. So at any point, the Skopos could change back towards that operator, and suddenly they're above them. Suddenly they're behind them. We'll see if that happens. It's sort of like Chekhov's giant robot with a gun. Here, 3 versus 4, FaZe, they have the body advantage. They have one of the most defender sort of driven sites possible throughout the play on this. It was close before, but the limitations is the gadgetry at this point from the side of Shopify.
Well, there's still plenty of time here, but they're all stacked over towards Secret, coming in towards blue. I'm not a big fan of this right now. Although playing behind Blackbeard and Canadian, at the very least, there's a bit of comfort. If you are Surf, never mind. Surf will lose his life behind him. A little peek and a swing from KDS to spot out the attack of Shopify. And they are well prepped to try and take this map out. But Ambi, double headshot out of nowhere! And suddenly changes the course of this round and potentially the map until he's traded by Cyber. 2v2 into the final 20 seconds of regulation.
Barely any help on the side of Canadian and Surf, and Canadian goes down. Surf, he's got to try and get himself past them first. He does. He slipped himself on towards the back end of the dining table, and he's going to hold the plant for now, but with 10 seconds, they're just spraying themselves. Here's a man who holds his composure. Harris Cyber, though.
That's what Canadian needed to do in the last round. Oh, FaZe get it done, though. 7-5 for what turned out to be a very entertaining map. In this best of 3, it's 1-0 to FaZe to begin, but certainly they were made to work for it in a lot of different areas. A 3-0 start for Shopify Rebellion, followed by 4 rounds in a row to FaZe, and then it all kicked off towards the end, back and forth, back and forth. Canadian will be kicking himself on, of course, the previous round, but nevertheless, FaZe closed it out 7-5. They take Clubhouse.
I mean, you have to look towards how good both teams were. That was a really exciting game. And let's be honest, both teams made mistakes. And again, as I said at the very start of this, you hold teams to the pillars that they have built. You know the bars that they can jump over. You know where they can reach and achieve. That is where you measure them. That is where you drop them in and drop them off. And, you know, FaZe sort of struggled at points. Shopify sort of struggled at points. But both of them showed what they're capable of. I have to throw us to a break. I don't want to because I want to keep going.
We'll be back.
We'll be back after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou.
Cara, mesmo que vai perder o Vira no Brasil.
Que isso, cara? Que isso, moleque? Caralho, viado. De onde você veio isso, mano? Caralho, filho da puta, mano. Não acredito, velho. E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara? Boa, tranquilo. Caralho, que isso, mano?
Você achou mesmo que ia perder o Vira no Brasil?
Caralho,
12 horas de busão.
Você
pegou? Cheguei hoje.
Caralho, que da hora.
Meu nome é Vinícius Merletti, falo aqui de Floripa. Eu sou de São Paulo, né? Sou paulista, mas eu vim aqui para Floripa em 2019 para estudar. Eu passei aqui na UFSC, que é a Universidade Federal aqui de Floripa. Hoje eu tenho grandes amigos no Rainbow Six, que o JP eu já conhecia ele antes, né? A gente estudou juntos bastante tempo. E conheci também o Busta e o Tóquio. São grandes amigos meus que a gente fez dentro do jogo, E são amigos que hoje eu levo pra vida. Hoje eu abriria facilmente a porta deles da minha casa. São pessoas de um coração gigante que no momento que a gente tá jogando a gente se diverte muito. Então a gente se esquece às vezes do problema, algum problema do trabalho que possa ter ocorrido. E no momento que a gente tá no jogo a gente tá dando risada, tá focado em ganhar, às vezes dá um rage, mas faz parte.
Ó, do Caio brigando. Aí, quer comer, cara, vai comer. Ó, rapel varanda fora. Tomei. Puta caramba. Tomei, velho.
Então eu descobri que o Invi ia ser no Brasil, ali em São Paulo. A gente acabou comprando os ingressos, mas passou um tempo, foi passando os meses, e eu acabei encaixando uma viagem bem num dia. Eu prometi uma viagem pra minha namorada, falei pra eles que eu não ia mais. Eu tinha falado pra eles que não ia, eles ficaram super irritados porque a gente comprou bem quando lançou os ingressos. Tava um preço um preço excelente ali.
Aproveita muito, cara. Invi no Brasil, vai ter uma atmosfera única. Aproveita bastante lá. Não esquece de mandar muita foto. Você sabe que eu queria muito estar indo aí. E, pô, vacilei contigo. Mas vai ter mais outras oportunidades, tá? Aproveita muito por mim, tá? Falou, mano. É nóis, tamo junto. Pô, ele acredita mesmo que eu não vou.
Faltando poucos dias, decidi ir para São Paulo e ver essa experiência incrível. E ainda eu quero muito ver a cara deles quando eu for fazer essa surpresa. Acho que vai ser maravilhoso, eles vão ficar muito emocionados, assim, vai ser um encontro épico. Presencial Invitational com as pessoas que eu sempre joguei, passei horas do meu tempo jogando, me dedicando ao jogo ali, me divertindo. E estar com eles lá, viver esse momento vai ser muito maravilhoso.
Olhando pra mim, tá? Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou.
Cara, mesmo que vai perder o Vira no Brasil.
Que isso, cara? Que isso, moleque? Caralho, viado. De onde você veio isso, mano? Caralho, filho da puta, mano. Não acredito, velho. E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara? Boa, tranquilo. Caralho, que isso, mano?
Você achou mesmo que ia perder o Vira no Brasil?
Caralho,
12 horas de busão.
Você pegou?
Cheguei hoje.
Caralho, que da hora, mano. Nós aí o caminho inteiro falando, mano. Não acredito que o Uruguai vai perder essa porra, mano.
Não, a gente combinou agora de falar isso. A gente já tinha decidido de vir há muito tempo. Desde que lançou, ele mandou mensagem e falou, ó, compra agora. Aí compramos, beleza. Aí ele mandou e falou assim, pô, mano, não vai dar, vou viajar e tal. Eu falei, pô, você vai perder isso aqui, mano. Não sei nem como vai ser a próxima oportunidade que vai ter.
Vim de Floripa, 12 horas de busão. E foi isso, tamo aqui.
Que pilantra, mano.
It's Ventus Pro versus W7M! Contra 3, Casey novamente garante o jogador finalizado.
mim é um sonho realizado. Sonho realizado principalmente por eu estar aqui e estar com meus amigos, meus parceiros do squad e aqueles amigos que a gente nunca viu pessoalmente. Tá tendo essa oportunidade de todos eles irem aqui em São Paulo e ter essa resenha, conversar sobre o jogo, o off-game também.
Well, welcome back. We find ourselves here, hurtling in. I say hurtling, actually. The players look quite relaxed. They're quite chill. Maybe not hurtling is the right word. We're cruising, jazzily, towards the second map. Now, we have a couple of highlights, obviously, from the first map. And yeah, I kind of want to rewatch a couple of these moments. It was a back and forth in the first half. 3 great rounds taken by Shopify Rebellion. Great movement, great motion, great introduction towards their SI 2025, but timeout led FaZe in towards starting to scream themselves back in, driven by a Montaigne that I'm super curious to see if we get banned as we head into the second map, because
I would imagine so going into labs.
Yeah,
you probably have to ban it. But yeah, I mean, this was a great game. I think it's also a tale of multiple tales. For Shopify Rebellion, a dramatic start, 3-0. Yes, it's on defense, but they were playing really, really good siege. Ambi was hot, absolutely firing on all cylinders. And then FaZe adapted, pivoted really, really well, really, really quickly, and got themselves, 4 rounds in a row. But then Shopify, instead of crumbling, they got back into it.
Yeah, I mean...
And arguably, if it weren't for, in the 11th round, if they get that plant down, it's a 2v1 post-plant, you've got one on the exterior, like it really ends up being a very difficult round to lose. They go 6-5, that's OT minimum. And in the end, FaZe clutch up. FaZe then get the 12th round, and it's 7-5. And in the end, for Shopify, this is the hardest part, is you get nothing from that map. Like, it's just like, we played well. We had good moments, but now we don't get anything, and we head over to Nighthaven Labs.
And this is what we sort of talked about at the start of all of this, is Labs has a similar feel at comp towards what Club does. It has similar sort of breakdowns. You have a very heavily guarded basement site with some soft that you can play and shepherd around above it, but still getting into there is the difficulties. At the top, it's got a little bit of a divide. You start a push on one side, then you try and rotate your way around towards IT, towards the other. We'll see sort of visual similarities in the take on the grandest sort of scale. But, I mean, what a sort of map that first one was. Rexon and KDS.
It's also a similar kind of map level for Shopify as well, where, this was a team that was 4-0 on Clubhouse, 3-0 on Labs. Like, these are the kind of maps that they like to play. The FaZe Clan are good enough that they can also, too, win those. 5-1 on Clubhouse, but only 1-1 on Labs. But as you were saying, Emmy, and I agree with you, there's a lot of elements that are very similar between the two of them. And we've already seen from FaZe, they've played this map at the utmost pinnacle level you can, which is map 5 of an SI Grand Final. Yep. And they were 6-1 up. So that's the kind of level that they can bring on this particular map coming up in terms of Nighthaven Labs.
Then what happened?
It doesn't matter what happened after that.
Then what happened?
It doesn't really matter after that. But I think for Shopify, this should hopefully be their map, because I think that they did enough on Clubhouse that I'd be very disappointed if they walk away from this series with a 2-0. I think like a 2-1 loss to FaZe here would be a pretty good start to their campaign for SI25.
Well, this will be the start of the setup here. Obviously, as we said, we're going into Labs next. The third, if we find our way, again, has a lot of fun story because it is Bank. It is the map where they got 0-7 last time in Montreal. But hey, as we said, it's a fresh sort of play. It's a fresh sort of
They haven't won it for quite a long time.
Yeah, well, silver linings, positive energy. Think positive, I
am thinking very positive. I think this
PMA.
This is the kind of point in the tournament where you don't need to necessarily win all of your matchups, and a team like FaZe can get the better of you right now as long as you can take good takeaways and you can have a lot of positives from it, and I think you can do that for Shopify.
I love the idea that it's like, you don't have to win them. You probably want to.
You probably should win them.
So for the context, obviously, I don't know if we've talked about it here. You are looking in these group stages that one team from each group will be eliminated. Now, you are looking also at what is the group of death, really. A lot of the best teams from this tournament, a lot of tournament favorites are here. If you can survive this gauntlet, there's a good chance.
I mean, the big one will be, I think, Shopify, if they can play as well as they've played so far on Clubhouse. Can they beat Team Secret? Yeah, I think they can.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they will. Furia? I think they can. I'm not saying they will.
Yeah.
CAG, they should win and win comfortably. I mean, CAG, unfortunately, are the sole provider of probably going to be a lot of wins in this particular group of death. And when it comes to Group B, that I'd be absolutely bamboozled if they don't find their way into that bottom spot. Now, of course, if you finish 4th in the group, then you do begin in the lower bracket, which is not a place you want to be.
Wow. Nighthaven Labs, the home of Nighthaven. Do you know much about the lore of Siege? Are you a lore enjoyer, enthusiast?
I'm not a big lore guy.
Okay.
I don't think Guz is a big lore guy. Well, I can read, but do I read? Is the real question. And the third question of that, do I want to read?
Well,
and the answer to that is no.
Oh. I like reading.
That's good.
And I like reading that Montaigne has been banned.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise.
Messing around.
No surprise.
Yeah, it was...
It flipped the entire narrative of Clubhouse.
It was 100% of their win rate is because they had Monty. Not even, you can't even be like, oh, is it just a coincidence? No.
I will say,
watch those rounds.
That is a little bit of a weakness for FaZe then, if they're going to be reliant on the Montaigne throughout this tournament. Teams will be able to ban it away. Obviously, then it opens up other avenues, and we know FaZe aren't just going to be a one-trick team. It's not like ban Monty, beat FaZe, but that is just something to consider to some degree, that if you want to find weaknesses within the FaZe roster, there's one. There's a little weakness there. Like, they do like the Montaigne, they play it well, and it very much changed the course of Clubhouse. It was a 3-0 start for Shopify, then the Montaigne comes out, and everything just changes. They couldn't deal with it. And that's actually the other part of the equation, though, if you kind of want to touch on it, is for Shopify, is it more that they couldn't deal with it, or was it like the Montaigne play from FaZe was really good? Maybe a bit of both.
Well, I mean, I know I sort of cited a statistic, and I was slightly wrong. It was 100% banned in the last showdown, but one of the times was actually banned by Shopify. They've instantly gone back to allowing it. I don't check the VODs while I'm live casting. I don't know if they have the option to. Either way, it's instantly back off, and we start ourselves here, tippy top of Nighthaven Labs. FaZe leading in on towards their defense here. You have the option of delivering themselves across, and as I said before, this site almost operates in a similar way to how we saw Jim. You want to try and put the pressure on towards IT, that you're seeing them get the reinforcement, get control of rafters, but at the same time, do not ignore jungle and connector here on the back end. You want to put that phantom pressure into the atmosphere so they don't feel comfortable. And if you're feeling particularly fun, throw your way up Fish and Blue and see if you can swim yourself to victory. Hey, Cyber, you're going to start doing Cyber things with a Valkyrie? It feels like yes, as he's ripped and ready to go with a spray on towards the spawn that does not catch anybody.
Yeah, low risk on that particular spawn peak, which isn't usually the case, because when you spawn peak, there's that risk attached to it that someone may be watching the window and kind of shoot back at you. But just the way he kind of shoots there, it's very difficult to see him losing his life, and he had every chance of maybe getting a little bit fortunate and finding an opening kill. And Nighthaven Labs, again, akin to Clubhouse, if you can find that opening pick on a map like this, it becomes very difficult for the attacking team. So you do want to be somewhat aggressive on the defense. It's not all about just kind of sitting back doing nothing, because if you can find those picks, they are incredibly rewarded for the rest of the round.
Now, it looks like they're getting themselves here. The work done on IT first, as I said, and with the Thatcher on the board, it shouldn't be too hard. But KDS, he's in the position to try and bandit trick against it. And
well,
there it is.
Timing well off there, and that's an easy, quick fallback.
Yeah, they're not going to risk it. Canadian's found his way up here as well. Towards the top of rafters, as I said, it's a sort of two-point position, and now the player underneath is going to cause some problems. Canadian has the shield in the right direction this time around, and he's not quite going to get caught. So Cyber dips his way out past the billiards table and is going to sit and float underneath the site once again. With the C4 capabilities, he can cause some damage and some drama later on in the round, but he's already maybe replaced his or popped it entirely. Even 2 C4s left for the team from the 4 they started with. Let's see if they can try and net a result with 1:20 left. The first is Grixis. There goes the Valkyrie. There goes the need to pay attention below. Can they now start to put the pressure on? They are still eyeing up the chance here on towards Fish and Blue. The rotate round. It looks like Canadian might start trying to go for a little bit of a pinch. There's the pull on towards jungle I talked about before now, where they're able to get one more in towards the depth of sight. It's an encircling, like a snake that coils around FaZe's hold on the top floor, but can they find a single breath? It's a bit of emotion, and he doesn't quite get the connection. 2 for Surf, 2 left for FaZe.
I wish more teams would put pressure over towards meeting a Consulate when it comes to command and server. And this is where Shopify found a lot of success in this round. KDS will get one back, but he's by himself now. And even with the second over towards Electrical, it's largely irrelevant unless he can go and find the entire ace, the entire team required here for KDS to win this round for FaZe. Shopify should be able to kickstart this map with an attacking round win, which would be a very detrimental start for FaZe Clan. That is a wonderfully played round from Shopify as they were able to encircle the site. Had many different avenues as well. A lot of it starts too with the IT breach getting opened up, getting Rafters control. Then that gives them position to move around the rest of the map, go over towards the meeting con side, find a couple of kills, stretch that defensive phase. Now they can't quite cover all of these avenues. Not even Blue was really brought into that round. They could have easily had even more pressure for Shopify. So that was a really well-worked round and a little bit disappointing from FaZe on one of the better defensive maps in terms of defensive sites, even more so, that they capitulate in the opening round.
Cool celebrations this time round as well. You'd sort of compare it before. There was huge hype when they got the 3 in the row at the opening of the previous one. That was just step for step perfect. Do you know what my favorite thing is of being a caster and esports play-by-play? Is when I say something and it happens. And I got that 100% right as a team.
We don't get those often.
We don't. I mean, you and I, obviously, we don't usually cast together. We are technically 2 play-by-plays.
Well, we are 2 play-by-plays.
Yeah, oh yeah.
There's no technicalities.
Logistically, logically, we are 2 play-by-plays. But our big brains still, apart from your inability.
I always say to guys, a broken clock is right.
Yeah, and does that ever happen for you, or are you
twice a day?
That's why
I get 1 or 2 every broadcast. I'll get 1 or 2.
That's why we call you the grandfather clock.
Not that old.
2 minutes.
I'm not Tim.
No, true. Well, he's like he's
the great grandfather.
Tim isn't even a clock. Tim's a sundial at that point. 2 minutes 30. And we start to find, again, another approach here on towards the top floor. You need to make sure you have this lockdown, and they do that for the snappy entrance on towards the fight on Rafters, but it's not offered to them. Handy does take a bit of a scrap elsewhere, but it's Cyber that needs to try and dig himself out of it. He was here to create pressure, to try and buy time. The Dockerby calls out, and Shopify Rebellion don't want to waste any time at all. And they're not going to entirely throw themselves in, because they know the danger that Cyber can produce, but at this point he's not being offered the fight itself. Redroning, rechecking, and Handy, his escape route has been called out, so he has to take the hatch drop now. There is too much around him. The position was almost ready for them to get on the hatch as well, but instead he finds a new one, finds a new place, drifts closer and closer towards the stairs that lead him back down towards the site. It is creating an almost pitter-patter rainfall from the top of the building down towards the bottom that they just have to slowly and steadily clear them out of the positions.
Yeah, and they can kind of take their time because they know that FaZe will have to be roaming its basement labs. You don't necessarily want to have 4 or 5 players on the site. You want to get second and first floor control. Typically, if you go second floor, you do rotate pretty quickly. Souls. I mean, you've got to know your position. It's an easy kill for Rexon. It's a little mistake there from FaZe, punished. And again, Shopify in this series are showing their quality. Like, they are a top team, and they will punish mistakes from other teams, including it to the level of FaZe. They're on the verge of a 2-0 start on the attack of Labs. This series, I mean, it could very well go to bank, and what a redemption map that could be for Shopify. Let's not go too early, though. We know Shopify started well over on Clubhouse, and it all crumbled down pretty quickly. The Blackbeard, a nuisance, annoying. FaZe still just trying to make contact on this first floor, but it is not working out. FaZe are playing in a way in which they want these fights, but it's Shopify that are winning them.
Again, FaZe, they're holding onto the back end. They're spraying off towards EXO, but there's a Blackbeard that makes a quick Kool-Aid Man hello through the wall. The spray over the top on towards Vending. At this point, could this be...
This might be a timeout. This might be a 2-0 timeout.
I mean, it's probably not going to be a win. Bitter King has pulled off some magic before this point.
And the reason why I say that is there's not really a third site you're going to go to. So you're either going to repeat up above or you're going to repeat down below, of which you've lost both of them. So honestly, if there's a time to talk things over for FaZe, it's probably already now.
Well, they're not going to opt as far as I can see. Oh, no, the mics are down. Timeout.
If there's one thing I'm good at when it comes to this game, it's guessing timeouts. Guz will tell you, he will, and he doesn't like to give me any credit. Look, it's an innate ability. But it's A talking point when it comes to timeouts for me is you never want to take them too late.
Oh, 100%.
The only time it's probably too early is after one round.
Yeah.
I'd never say you should take one after one round, but when
Unless
we've seen
something
what we've
really
seen,
bad has happened.
which is you're playing Labs defense and you've lost the 2 primary sites, talk things over. Guys, slow start. Let's not let this get out of hand. Timeout early on. Get things back underway.
I mean, let's sort of look at the context of this game right now. So you can't see the scoreboards, but 2 rounds. FaZe have got 2 kills over those 2 rounds
and 1 player
as well. And it's just that sort of struggle of them trying to get the hold. And the timeout here, not only does it give them a chance to talk, they break that momentum. They break that ability for Shopify Rebellion to just keep throwing themselves in round after round after round. And hey, last time they pulled the sort of timeout, they were able... Ashton, never gets told. Last time they pulled... Sorry, it just pops up in the middle of the screen. We were in Boston, if you didn't know that. They had an 100% success rate. After their timeout, the conversation worked. Here's the replay. Threaded the needle. And then deaded the needle.
Yeah, just losing the contact fights. Labs, yes, it has elements to Clubhouse, but one thing I think it very much differs in is you're going to have a lot more of those kind of rounds where lurkers and roamers and contact and people pushing up first floor, second floor. There's a lot more of that elevation to it. The vertical nature of this map is certainly more prevalent. And that's where Shopify have looked really good so far in these 2 rounds. I think they're very much playing the elements a little bit better on this map than, say, in comparison to Clubhouse. What have FaZe kind of talked about? 2 rounds down, struggling on both of the primary sites. Sometimes it's just a little break, a little cooler. It's like, okay, calm down. Their heads back into the game. We're playing defense. We don't have to really do too much.
So, just one more point of clarification as well on how dangerous this group is. Yes, there's probably a team that isn't one of these 2 that's going to find themselves at the bottom, but you have to look towards the top teams and how important it is to be at the top. We go from this group phase after the first 5 days of playing everybody in your group once, regardless of how well or how badly it's going, in towards the double elim bracket. Now, the person who comes first, they get an instant bye. They're in the upper bracket quarterfinals.
Yeah.
They only really, I think, have to win 2 games. Then they're on the live stage as well.
Yeah, the best pathway.
You know, and then from then on, you're either second
and third
behind.
is, you know, a bit of like whatever.
Second gets to pick who they go up against from who goes third, and 4th start in the lower bracket. They have no lifeline. So you could be in the top 4 and make your way out, but first is huge. If you want to find your way towards getting that million in the sort of top position, getting yourself, the difference is...
Every position is slightly better than the one below it.
Yeah. That's usually
even
how
if you're 4th,
works.
it's like, well, at least we're not out.
At least we're not out. And, well, Andy is out of this round. Rexon gets the swing, back round gets the first. And this is that importance of a game like this because it could be the difference between, you know, the bye or not.
Yeah, and Handy's a big influence when it comes to this FaZe roster. He was 13-7 back on Clubhouse, a significant player. Cyber 2 will fall at the hands of Ambi, who has found 2 kills in this round, and Shopify, with still well over a minute remaining, have just picked up the pace. They find a couple of kills. It's now a 4v2. Bit of a knockdown, though, onto Rexon, but Ambi's found a 3rd surf to finish it all off. And Shopify, out of the tactical timeout for FaZe, look even sharper, even cleaner, and far more dominant than even the opening 2 rounds. They take a 3-0 start for the 2nd map in a row.
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say what I wanted to say, but I'm going to put a pin in the thing that I haven't said.
This 3-0 feels different.
No, okay, but I'm going to put... This is me. I'm gesturing. I'm putting a pin in the thing. You guys at home, you can't see this. Just imagine it. Use your mind's eye. Or do it along at home if you want. Hold your hand out. Put a pin in it. This is a thought that's going to come around to later. But I don't want to say it out loud because I do not want to jinx anything. You know?
Okay.
Okay. I mean,
you're entirely right. If we don't know what the thought is, you could just make it up later on.
And I probably will. What you are entirely right, though. This feels like a different 3-0.
Yeah.
Because
they're attacking on labs, and they look far more dominant.
Everything is well paid and placed, and everything... Look at the attacking rounds that they had on Clubhouse. How many of them were in the final 15 seconds, 20 seconds, that they're looking at trying to get the plant in and get themselves on towards the site? Compare it here, where they've got about a minute to work with. It is a huge difference of approach. they're not sweating. They are cruising, and FaZe, they're just trying to find a route round, but at the minute, not quite getting a connection to them on a map that is a good FaZe map.
4-1 start for Ambi inside of the opening 3 rounds. What's been, really disappointing for FaZe. I tried to touch on it in that round, but Shopify just said, no, we're going to finish it quickly. But it was 13-7 for Handy, 3-0 on entry. One of the standouts, 133 EPS on Clubhouse. And then we come into Nighthaven Labs, and he's put up 0-3 for a 16 EPS, 0-2 on entry. That's the most concerning thing as well. So one of the star players for FaZe really struggling, but they are all really struggling. It's hard to really just kind of point out to Handy because you've got 4 players, Emmy. 4 players that are 0-3. They've played 3 rounds of Siege, and KDS is the only one that's got kills. As Cyber, 2, loses his life. Ambi's putting on a clinic. He was sensational on Club, and he started amazingly on Labs. It's a 5-4 start here into the 4th round.
They're in and they're out. They're just Batman and Robin. Batman pulled themselves out and knocked them out of the building. Now they don't have that vertical control. I talked about it before we were here, how that power position that plays, because it creates all this danger, this awareness that there's only really one place to plant if they have vertical control that you know is safe.
Ambi is on like a 145 EPS through both maps. That is an insane number and an insane series that he is having against one of the top teams in the world. And he wants more than just, say, an honorable loss. And that's what Clubhouse really was, a bit of an honorable loss.
And then you look
want the win.
Look at the left of the screen. Look at KDS, the only person who's been able to get any kills from the side. 3-3. They're keeping things in perfectly in pace. Sure, great. You want to try and get yourself a couple more. They have the pressure here. They're just going to pop open the Goyo canister as Connector and Electric starts to become a little bit more of a danger point. There gets Surf, one more for his tally, and Veto King does find one back. The second player on FaZe to actually find a kill in the 4th round. But 30 seconds. Look on the distance of the screen. Grixer, he's rotating his way around on towards blue. He's going to try and sneak in the back door as they smash their way towards the mirror window. Ambi tears it and they just hop their way in. What are you doing? The tornado that blows through the site itself souls a sliver, but not for very long. 4 in a row.
Can we give FaZe another timeout? I feel like they need another one. Like, I almost feel bad. Like they are getting trounced here on Labs.
It's brilliant Siege from the side of Shopify
Their defense is just getting picked apart far too comfortably for my liking. I mean, this is very, very good Siege from Shopify. And it goes back to Clubhouse, where I felt like for a large portion of that game, Emmy, they were playing good Siege.
Oh, yeah.
But they just weren't always quite playing amazing Siege and getting over the hurdle of FaZe, who were playing far and away better on Club than they are here on Labs, right? So it's that 5-10% difference. Like, FaZe are now playing like a solid 10-15% worse here on Labs than what they were on Clubhouse, whereas Shopify is still at that same level. So now they're getting this result. The scoreboard is reflecting the dominance that we are seeing from Shopify on the attack. They're changing their pace. At times, they can push in, get a quick kill, push out. They can get map control. They can hit the site directly. They can play the lurk game. So they're winning in all facets, and that's why we're seeing a 4-0 start. FaZe just aren't even capable of really getting kills. 0-4, 1-4, 0-4, 1-4. They got 5 players that are all on a negative KD through 4 rounds of Siege for a team of FaZe's caliber. That is quite startling. But on the flip side for Shopify, it's their young gunners, it's their young up-and-comers, Surf, Ambi, who are just playing amazing. Canadian hasn't even got a kill.
Canadian doesn't need
He doesn't need a kill. And that is the emphasis on Shopify, is that Canadian can kind of do his thing. He can make calls. The others can just go out and frag. And so far for Shopify, if they lose this map, I don't even know how they can from here. They would, like, I would be bamboozled. They must finish this map off and send us to bank.
I mean, it is
that
just
has to be their job from here.
Huge here from the side of Grixer as well. They had a mass performance on the first map as well. They're sort of getting themselves in. FaZe, they need to try and find a new inroad, and here is going to be the approach. Where are you? There it is. They heard a bit of shuffling.
They haven't had a single opening kill so far through the 4 rounds phase on defense Labs. You know, I think that's why they're going for this send out. And they read him like a book. And that's exactly what I was saying, is the fact that they have not had an opening kill. So they're feeling like maybe that's an area that we can improve on. I'm going to get aggressive. I'm going to try and find that pick, and we're going to try and at least get a 5v4 advantage, then fall back, play sight. So you go for the run out from Electrical. Cyber, though, he gets caught into the trap set by Ambi and Co. Whoop! But over towards Blue, it's a 1-for-1. And now it's still evened up. 3v3. That opening kill for Shopify has been nullified.
veto, he's able to find one more, 2 rounds in a row, and suddenly, for the first time in what feels like a while, we have a round. We have a back and forth. We have a 3 versus 3 with 1:20. Now, FaZe, they didn't entirely hand over the territory. They kept themselves a little bit stoic, a little bit aggressive, and they were able to play a trade game for what also feels like one of the first times. It almost seems like that's what's been missing. The importance of having a second player to react to what the first does. We saw them lose the shield, the drop of the Blackbeard there from the side of Canadian. The IGL can only sort of call shots now from the cams, but with Rexon calling all of them from the heavens above, Souls is drifting up and away from it.
Well, they're not even playing sight because there was still over a minute left, so FaZe felt like they had to continue to keep pressure on that first floor, so Shopify would have to clear them out, for example. Otherwise, if they all just had gone back towards basement, then they would have had too much time for Shopify. So they contested. Why did they do that? Because of the time factor. But then by contesting, guess what? Then you lose a player. Now, was this a misthrown onto KDS? I think the answer to that might be a resounding yes. Ambi will lose his life, becomes a 2v2. veto makes his way back up Cargo. KDS low on health, losing his life to Rexon, and all down to veto in a 1v2.
Now, we have seen veto win a 1 versus 2 before, but look at this. The rotate round on towards the back of the site, the focus. They're going for the plant on towards default. Do they know where he is?
He's in the corner! No,
is
in the
the
open!
answer. Is he going to pull off the second magic trick in a row? They've planted on a different box. The approach.
Oh, no.
Rexon, you've got to pop your way around potentially. No, he's sticking it. No, he's caught. veto. This is a player who earns their place. He has been a lifeline here for FaZe, and they can finally.
What is that original plant spot in the open corner?
A default.
Yeah, I know, but in this instance, you can plant behind cover in a 2v1. You don't have to rush it. The default's fine if you've got numbers up, you've got more control, but you're just far too out in the open in that position.
They believe.
I mean, they obviously had no idea where veto was.
They think he was an EXO. Because the 2 players went, we saw this first engagement, the 1 player Tux, they don't know that veto is currently playing around here and locks in this position. It's a mistake. Maybe the first mistake we've seen at least punished 100%.
I think that the biggest credit there goes to veto is to how he kept himself just so unknown in terms of his position because he had the discipline towards cargo stairs. ADS lost his life, and a lot of other players in that position would have then swung out. Try and get the trade or, you know, kind of keep the fight over there. But he just holds his position because it's like, well, they don't know I'm here. So they've killed a player cargo. Ultimately, then they think cargo side is clear. Go for the default plant. Swings out, easy kill. Why? Because it's, well, an open spot from that cargo position, even if it's default into other measures. But it's hard. It's really difficult. Well played for veto.
I mean,
above all,
again,
less to do with Shopify there. But yeah, the rest of the round says it should have been 5-0.
Oh, yeah. But this is the thing, right? You can never count out world-class players. You can never count out anyone in a game.
That's his second clutch of the series.
Exactly. In a game where 1 headshot is the difference between any gunfight. It doesn't matter what your health is. A lot of players turn off the health indicator because it shouldn't change their mental attitude of how they approach engagements and how they sort of move in. You can just always have a possibility of succeeding. And that is something that is a big brain moment, is a bit of movement, and veto displays that.
Yeah, and for Shopify, this is where you can't get too down and out. You've lost a round in a clutch scenario for FaZe. So it's not as if you just suddenly got, you know, aced. You didn't get flawless. You didn't have a round that you got completely dominated. It just happened to be a bit of a clutch moment from veto. It then indicates that you did a lot right.
Yep. Now, with the clash on the board, holding on and trying to stop was usually a very clean approach. Can veto be that problem child that gets in the way, causes a bit of an electrified tantrum, and slows down every bit of frustrating step? That is Shopify's attempt here. The Bandit will at least catch 1/2 of that, but now as the pressure came instantly on towards IT, they're trying to swing onto rafters. The red dot will give the side away that they're watching, but you kind of knew that anyway. That throw out won't really catch anything, and they've got to hop their way right back out because the clash was just zapping and stunning.
And the Clash has slowed down the pace of Shopify. They've really tried to be fast and aggressive in a lot of these rounds in the first half, and it's been working, but the Clash is just stalling them out. And the biggest thing when you're playing Clash on command and server is you've got a lot of different areas you kind of want to be. You kind of want to go towards rafters. You want to go electrical. You can even go blue. You can only be in one spot at a time. So it comes down to Shopify. They need to push and be aggressive where the Clash is not.
Well, this is where the Clash is going to be drawn towards Canadian. It's on the Blackbeard, making as much noise as possible, trying to force them out towards IT, which is in a position they can take. Smashes the mirror window, drops the eye in 50 seconds with a body advantage. They might be able to start trying to make things work, but Sir, he is the sort of response to the bait. They want the Clash to swing a little bit wide, but they're not quite on the hook yet. You're still trying to find the fight. There's the hop over the top, but they were more than ready for it. Cyber finally finds his first bit of blood in this showdown so far. 30 seconds. You can see KDS is trying to eye up the same engagement, but he tucks himself a little bit further around because he doesn't want to give them the free, easy fight in the body. Two are here, and the Blackbeard is going to be the lead on through. It was almost a moment, but he's caught on the side. There's the pick back up. Will a player go for the drop? The Clash electrocutes, but over the shoulder. The shimmy and the shake, and they're rocked right out of place. 10 seconds, though. At this point, they've got to try and find their way through, but Cyber quickly dips back round. You're charging at somebody that is currently stunned. You've got to try and get the knockdown. They're looking for the second fight with a shield.
Oh my God.
It's back and forth, but not quite. FaZe, hold on. It was a valiant attempt at the end there, but 2 rounds, and, you know, again, have they earned them? They probably wouldn't think so, but they have them. What will they build on top?
I mean, yeah, just take a moment to breathe and just kind of dissect a little bit as to what happened there at the end. I mean, Ambi has done just about as best as he can. He hits a couple of pistol shots there, and who knows, could have been very different. I thought the start was ultimately better from FaZe because of that Clash. Really stalled out Shopify and really kind of set the pacing of the round. There's some really good kills from Grixer, especially that second kill compared to the first one. But Cyber was the biggest factor in the round because you got the Clash on the board. How aggressive can the Clash really get? Well, more so blocking position than actually getting kills. You need someone to get the kills, and Cyber goes and does that. If Cyber loses his life towards rafters, then that Clash is going to get pinched, and Shopify will have the numbers, and they probably then win the round. So credit to Cyber, especially after a very poor start. For he and a lot of his teammates, they're starting to get things going again. But is it going to be a question of too little too late? Otherwise, it has to be a very attacker-sided Nighthaven Labs, and I'm just not anticipating that really at all. Shopify now go defense, 4-2 up after the 4-0 start. I don't know what you put a pin on, but hopefully it's not something that's related to the 0-3 start.
Actually, I can say it now.
Oh, you can say it now.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a 7. Like, it could have been a 7-0.
7-0?
No, but remember, that happened at the last showdown. But I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to doom it.
Well, lucky
right?
you put the pin on it, because I don't think that was ever likely.
The pin was wrong. Everybody who mind putting a pin in something at home, throw it away. Get it out of there.
No, I think that this is still a game that Shopify need to be careful. They need to really stay focused and locked in. Defense, Nighthaven Labs will allow you to do that. You just cannot make mistakes because FaZe are more than capable of reflecting basically what we saw from Shopify and being just as good on the attack.
Exactly. That is the thing that we talked about before. The capabilities of world-class players. Both these rosters have those. In fact, pretty much every roster here is one that you would argue. There's the player, the Bandit, is going to catch the calls and the tracks and absolutely everything to try and stop the Bandit, but it's actually a step too late. Now, they might try and apply some pressure up from underneath. Handy's holding out the angle. They'll delay the approach. They won't entirely stop it. There's always more utility to try and find your way through. Doesn't quite get the fight that they want, but you do look at the limitations now in terms of the hard breach that they have in the pockets themselves. Obviously, Souls is the single sort of breach. They've sort of maybe realized that here from the side of Shopify. They lock rafters. They lock the other side of it. Now they're just sort of saying, look, you've got IT. You get one other thing. What's your choice?
90 seconds. Slow-paced from FaZe. That probably benefits Shopify. The setup that they've got as well, 3 gas babes, you've got nitrocells, you've got Vulcan canisters that still need to be dealt with. Like the meeting push for Vidaking on the Blackbeard, and the opening kill goes the way of KDS. They shut down Canadian, who hasn't really got into this game in terms of the fragging department. 0-4, while the rest of his team has been fragging out. Canadian has been left behind.
Not really what Canadian does.
No, but you do want to probably not have a donut.
No, obviously not. But, you know, you want everyone to be able to step in and fight. And, you know, but he's also one of the most experienced players. The only player that has 2 hammers, which I guess if you're unaware that our trophy is a hammer, doesn't sound very exciting or impressive. But trust me, it is. They have themselves the long reach. They've made the choice on the next wall that they want to get open. And from here, they at least have a catch on the player line down with a shotgun. There's the take, the approach. On towards Rexon, who's doing his best to hold on to this power position. And we get some support that comes through from the other side. And actually, he's just going to get out of there. He's going to see if he can try and take an option on towards IT. He's being slowly surrounded, the cover of the smoke. And that gifts him a fight almost against the Blackbeard, though, because anybody else. But look at Vidaking's health. One breath of the smoke canister, he's gone. KDS tears with the Deimos pistol. Souls gets one of his own. There's a bit of an attempt around, but the timer here right now, Xenox. It's a 4 versus 1. Vidaking, he's going to see if he can try and get this secured. They know exactly where he's going, though. And they'll get that plant locked in on the opposite side. Now being tracked, he does at least get himself a frag, but is it just one of those sort of impactless exit ones? It's a very narrow line to try and drive yourself on. Compliments for FaZe there. They took that single breach, the pressure on towards Rafters. They made it work. But at this point, you know, will it be again the start of a build?
Yeah, I mean, that was the round in which Shopify just really didn't want to get too aggressive. They didn't want to get into the face of FaZe. They're just sitting back, playing sight, basically saying to FaZe, we'll give you IT, we'll give you Rafters, we'll give you Electrical. And you're just giving them too much, because then when it comes time to actually hit the site, FaZe now have multiple avenues to actually attack from. You know, there was pressure from basically all 3 of those. I didn't quite get to see blue side either, but it seemed like it was rather available. Because Shopify are basically sitting back and saying, well, we've got the smoke, we've got the Vulcan canister, we've got all of this kind of utility that's set up to help us defend the site. We don't need to get aggressive. We can kind of just sit back. Do that, FaZe then get control. I would have liked to have seen a bit more pressure from Shopify on the defense over towards IT, over towards Rafters. Try and keep FaZe at bay. Even if it means you have to take a couple of fights in the middle portion of the round, that's okay. You can even lose 1 or 2 players as long as you get 1 or 2 back. That's fine. But for FaZe, they were able to execute very nicely into sight all at once, all at one go. We think back to Clubhouse where they failed to do so in a similar fashion. They rectify it here in that previous round. And so far, this is turning out to be a rather attacker-sided Nighthaven Labs. 3-4. And it also means it's 3 rounds in a row for FaZe. And I'm starting to get a sense of deja vu from Clubhouse. And that's not good if you're a North American fan.
If we somehow end up on the 3rd map, do you think it'll be 5 rounds in a row and then 5 rounds in a row? Like, it just keeps going and going. Best of 5 series until we get another 7-0. No, you're entirely right here. FaZe, they're reclaiming their position as that sort of threat here. And Shopify, they've just got to make sure that they sort of stay ahead of the pace and ahead of the curve. There's always the chance. The IQ, the hunt, gets rid of the Echo drone, is looking for any of the sort of tells here of the intel. And that's going to make Rexon's job much scarier, because he's about to find Cyber from the top ropes here. He's just missed it. There it is, the sort of pickup on the back end. Great play from the IQ. They sort of gave themselves a sneaky route in. Cut Rexon's head off.
Well, the game started, funnily enough, with 6 opening kills in a row for Shopify Rebellion. Since then, now we're seeing 2 in a row for FaZe. So again, we're seeing the switch-ups here, aren't we? And it's very akin to Clubhouse, and that's the alarming factor if you are Shopify and if you are Super. It's like, oh no, it's happening again. Very, very quickly, it's happening again. And this is going to be a very disappointing result for Shopify if they can't close out, because you're on defense, Labs, after a very significant start on the attacking side where they look unstoppable, playing some of their best Siege. MP going nuts, Surf going nuts, all of these things going well for them. And suddenly, once again, FaZe just find a way to get a grasp on the game, figure out things that are working for them and aren't working for them, and adjust. They adapted quickly on Clubhouse, maybe not as quickly here on Labs, but adjusting nevertheless.
Now, with the first body gone, there is still the question of time here, and it is a big site. You've got 2 general sort of major staircases to get your approach. There's not a direct angle on towards the site itself, but there's patches that are only a sort of skip and a jump away, and the angles that have been opened up above, the pressure that the ramp can introduce is that danger point. Here it is. Throw on towards the Exo side, and they're actually going to drift in towards the engagement. Canadian gets 1, but gets traded out by hand. He didn't expect 2 players, but he might expect another fight that follows through. It's actually the watch that goes against them. Vidaking perfectly predicted the motion of the player there. Not sure if they had intel, but the read was good. The cover of the sense wall, the light gadget, get themselves a bit of a route in. Surf is suffering, battered. It's an aggressive fight here on the door that is an important one to win out. The Surf does actually go down. Now, will they try and stop the plant, or will they go for the pickup of the player? The risk! The C4, I mean, it could have been huge, but at that point, you know, again, it's these tough
Timeout.
moment decisions. Surely, you're the timeout king.
Look, I've done it again.
You've done it again. Everyone, congratulate.
Well, I think it's
Congratulations, Xenox.
It's 4 rounds lost in a row now, and the more alarming fact, it's not so much the 2 on what was your attack, so the defensive phase. It's now on your defense. You've not yet won a round. There's actually the similarities if you go all the way back to the start of the game, Emmy, whereas the 2 defensive rounds to begin lost for phase, and they took the timeout. Well, to start the second half, the same has now happened for Shopify. They've given up 2 attacking rounds to begin. So very, very concerning that if you are Shopify, you haven't been able to pick up any defensive round yet. Only 2 opportunities, but still, regardless, not the start that you wanted after a 4-0 start. 4 attacking rounds to begin on Labs. They've really let their lead completely evaporate. It's now 4-4, and I'm baffled. They looked amazing.
They did. But it's, Siege is a game. It's Boston. Siege is a game of 2 halves. I always see it.
It is a game of 2 halves, and sometimes overtime.
And sometimes a third half. Siege is a game of 2 halves. But this is the sort of read-through. It doesn't really matter how many statistics you have backing up whether a map leans itself towards attack and defense, whether a team leans itself towards attack and defense. Sometimes it is just how 2 teams hit. It is a mad science that you do in competitive Siege, especially because it is a thinking man's game. And you're trying to weigh up all your options, you're counter-stratting and stratting and building these ideas, and sometimes it will just hit a map in a certain way against a certain team. This is how these 2 teams are coming together, and you have to react to it.
I think, if you ever want to take a positive from one of life's more difficult moments for FaZe when they lost the SI Grand Final map 5 after 6-1 up.
I would say maybe the most difficult Siege moment
is that they will now know for the rest of their lives we can always come back.
Yeah.
We're always in this game. Whether it's a 4-0 start for Shopify or a 3-0 start or even 6-1. We can do it because we know it can be done. We've seen it firsthand. And so they've started slow on both maps for those maybe just tuning in, but Shopify started 3-0 on Club, ultimately lost. They've started 4-0 on Labs, ultimately now it's 4-4. And so that's the concerning factor if you are FaZe. It's like, well, slow start, but we got there. What if this was BDS on the other side? What if they were playing BDS and gave them an 0-3 and 0-4 start? Don't know if you then have enough time to get back in. Rexon with a big opening kill on to Souls, though. Shopify out of their tactical timeout. That is exactly what they wanted. Gets rid of the ace. Still another hard breach available with the thermite, but only 1 exothermic.
So I think, that was up through the floor, out of the opening of the breach that was made, and it was able to take care of the ace. Again, a lovely bit of sort of vertical interplay there to sort of keep yourself safe, play a well-practiced lineup, and you're able to net a reward. They still have hard breach. Handy has now utilized all of that. I said it was a risk before, and they made it work. This time, they've got the same limitations, and, it ended up all FaZe colors over the site last time in a 4 versus 1, but it still slowed them down a lot compared to the previous round. Here, they might suffer the same things. It is a little bit more of a touch-and-go site that Shopify could have gone anywhere. They've opted to try and hit their tertiary. The break comes all the way through, cuts their way right across. There's one. The second is going to be picked up by the Deimos, and FaZe just absolutely clear their way through into the site and say, this thing that you got, oh no, it's ours now. This is FaZe's territory.
Well, they just hit the go button, and they've done that so well outside of the first time we saw it on Clubhouse where they were a little bit out of sync. Just that ability to say, we want to do this, and we're going to execute in this manner, and we're all going to do it at the same time. FaZe are the kings of that, and that's why I was very much surprised more so back on Club where they actually failed to do it properly for their level. But they've shown it now twice on Labs that they've just got, what was it, like a minute 10 on the clock, and they're like, bam, we're going to hit storage, and we're going to all do it from these different angles. They didn't necessarily have the kind of control into IT that you really want. And KDS's ability to also just pull out the Vendetta, easy headshot, good night, Canadian. And in the end, then, they were able to get that IT control, close out. So they had top floor, they had storage, they had the site, and they now have the lead. 5 rounds in a row. Shopify on the ropes. They've already taken their time out.
I have a little bit of a question as to what was going on in the rotate between the sites. 2 players in a single crouch rotate isn't the perfect, like, it's not the perfect time, but you couldn't be more like caught in a bad possible moment when you've got 2 players trying to play a single firefight on a crouch rotate between sites itself. The second double kill as well was, again, you know, if you're in a situation where you're trying to get the trade on an angle, it's great. But the toughest one is when the player you're going up against doesn't have to let go of left click and just slightly move the sort of aim over.
And they got an opening kill that as well, and a very important one by dealing with the A's with the Nitrocell through the floorboards. I thought that was a really, really well-worked opening kill for Shopify.
But look at the response. Was FaZe just went, okay, let's just run into site. Let's just go in towards, you know, the big sort of warehouse area. We have a route through. There wasn't anyone that was watching it. There wasn't anyone that was on rafters because of the slight breach.
Oh, Ambi, that's a big kill on to Cyber. Rexon also to find 1, then 2 in quick succession, and Shopify flipped their own switch and suddenly have been able to find 3 kills in less than a minute.
What happened? I mean, let's be honest. That was
Shopify just went bang.
It was almost 4 kills in the opening sort of minute there. We've not seen a pace like that at all from either of these 2 teams.
Well, it was more so set by FaZe in a lot of those little pushes. But yeah, I mean, this round is basically just done. It's forfeited already. FaZe, I think, just tried to go quick and get some of the key power positions quickly. Rafters there on the entry from Cyber shut down. Ambi playing a good spot. He gets a wonderfully well-reflexed kill. And from there, Rexon, we didn't quite get to see his POV, but he just finds 2 very quickly at the same moment in time, indicating to me that FaZe wanted to just go for a surprise hit. They wanted to try and put an end to this as soon as possible. It doesn't work. Credit to Shopify. They were ready for that pace from FaZe. They dealt with it seamlessly. This round, for all intents and purposes, is pretty much over. Soul's effectively on 1 HP. And Canadian will get himself the easiest kill of this series.
I mean, at that point, you know, when you're just limited to 2 players, your Ash is 1 HP. Again, it's a 1-headshot game, but they also still have all of their hold up. Flawless. And, I mean, it's actually kind of eerie, the parallels between this map and the last. Last map, it was 3 rounds, then FaZe got 4, then it went traded all the way to the end. This time, 4 rounds, then FaZe got 5,
and now
it's trading potentially all the way into the end. What we need to see now from the side of Shopify Rebellion, if you are supporting them, is to buck that curse, break that trend, and get yourself a 2nd round tied in a row. Put yourself on towards map point and at least guarantee yourself that 3rd half of overtime, which is only 3 rounds. It's not really a full half. Plus, at this point, FaZe, I mean, all the FaZe fans want them to do is do what they did before. Step themselves back in, reevaluate the pace. You're rotating around here, and remember the fact that now, if Shopify lock down this site, they have to go back to storage, or obviously they could try and take kitchen if they wanted. But at this point, you know, you're sort of eyeing this one up. If FaZe are able to win this out, what do you do there from the side of Shopify? Do you try and risk it on the next site? Do you go to your territory, or do you try and double down for the first time?
I think their focus just needs to be on this 11th round right now. Lock in at least overtime as a minimum. At this very point of Clubhouse, this was, of course, the unfaithful round for Canadian, where juggling the diffuser inside of CCTV ultimately led to their demise. It was then a 7-5 win for FaZe. 5-5 once again for the 2nd map. The big takeaway, though, for me, in terms of the overarching storyline of this match...
Sorry, I love it when you miss throw.
...is Shopify have been very competitive against a very good FaZe clan.
Oh, yeah. This has been a great... And this is the thing about Shopify.
Oh, that's a freebie, though.
Oops, there's the trade.
Standing still.
Very important pick back up there to make sure Cyber just can't start screaming his way through. But at this point, the same way we commented about how FaZe need to approach this, or how they did, you pull yourself back. You are wasting time on the top floor. You're making them have to check and recheck, so they only have 30 seconds when they approach the site itself, and they've been able to get themselves back towards the site. Now,
I think losing Cyber here is worse for FaZe than it is.
Oh,
Ambi's done his job. You're losing the buck. You're losing the skeleton key. The ability to open up floorboards.
They do still have at least 2 boogie drones ready to try and throw through, but obviously those are much more directional with what they can try and take out. And what you're looking at is isolating the plant spot, the corner that they had last time round where they went for the Hail Mary C4. Now Canadian has snuck himself right underneath the player above. You might not entirely know. You can get a great two-story watch, but if he can strike here, it could be huge. He is technically deep behind enemy territory, and which route he picks is the most important. There's two players this way.
Oh my
There's one.
goodness.
Does he know about the second?
Oh, he didn't.
Oh, he doesn't need to, but he's able to somehow escape the play behind it. The wall behind him is solid. And what a sneaky little moment, but again, more attention. Now, Canadian is stuck. There is no way out, but this ready C4 is if they drop, they'll blow down the castle and take the player out on the other side. But at this point, FaZe, look at them. All three remaining players are laser focused on a single hatch drop. They're sending it.
Wait, does
they
he know?
haven't heard it. He does know, and he
Oh.
gets it. Canadian swings around, another goon mine for the trouble. All right, send the next one here. Handy and Souls, what do you do to 4 versus 2? Less than 40 seconds. They now have a crossfire because the castle is gone as well. The smoke canister, I believe, pops off. They're going to drop in the back of it. Canadian takes a lot of damage swinging it. There's the motion, but there's the cover. They get one kill. Now they've got to try and get the rest with 20 seconds left. At this point, the diffuser's still at least close to them. The castle's going to slow them down a bit. They're having to deploy a hard breach charge. Precious time taken away and a bulletproof, giving the read on everything. The impact EMP just to stop it. Give themselves a second.
Nicely done.
Shopify! They're able to do it. Double down, 2 rounds in a row. One more separates us from a third map.
I thought Surf was going to peek the right side from his angle of the tank, and if he had done that, I think he loses his life. Instead, then goes back left side, knows then that the other player for FaZe is looking to push into the site, gets the free kill because he's more worried about positioning and entry than he is actually for getting the kill. Overtime guaranteed for Shopify, and well deserved for them. For FaZe now on the ropes as they've got themselves a match point that they have to overcome, but Canadian, talk about an old head that stands up in a very pivotal round. Back on Clubhouse, it was this very round that he stumbled, but now on Labs, he is a big reason why they've got this 6th round and overtime guaranteed at the very minimum. Now, with an opportunity to take this map. Bank, of course, waiting as the decider if Shopify can close things out.
You said it, the Canadian isn't always the player that gets a lot of kills and you want everybody to, but when he gets them, they matter. And what he has, and his long history had always been celebrated for, is his ability to know where to go, know when to be, and know when to sort of take these chances and have the conversations. They have rotated on towards the third side. They are not going towards kitchen. You know, fair enough, to be honest. It's a very awkward hold onto it. You've got a lot of soft to play above. There's a very narrow possibility of playing inside. Here, you at least get the extension above. You can almost set up what is your command center hold, and then just keep some vertical lines of sight down below. Now, last time there was 2 instances, 2 Shopify Rebellion players getting stuck in a single situation and both of them losing their life, even with the man advantage. You assume there's going to be a much more keen eye towards the approach here of FaZe, so they don't just slip their way through. The mirror, getting the read, Surf, sort of saying what's going on here. Now they have to play. There's the broach, there's the breach. Is that too late? The half of it will be tricked, but the other will get popped open. Now, how stuck is he?
Well, the previous round as well was the first time in Labs where FaZe have got the opening kill, but were unable to convert the round. So that was a first. That was a good little overcome as well for Shopify.
It's an awkward breach. It doesn't quite get the mirror window. They can't pass through it currently. They've got to try and get rid of that mirror window, get it popped, or get it a little bit wider. Now, it does still create this angle of pressure that caused them some trouble and some drama before, but again, it's the cost of this hard breach to play against it. There is the entrance that they made last time. That was their single sort of route through. It'll get itself popped open. It'll be a hop through. Not always slow them. In fact, no, that's not a route through either. The impact trick from the top ropes stops it as only another angle. It gets re-electrified. It's the weirdest statement to make, but the only thing they can walk in through right now is the doors.
Sometimes the door and the front door might just be the best option. It shouldn't be. Shopify have been able to do a very good job in the early portion of this round, but it's Cyber who gets the opening kill onto Surf. Saltz has made his way in towards Cargo as well. I mean, there's still a minute remaining, so despite everything done by Shopify, FaZe have got themselves at least into a position where they can still make something work. bit over towards Control, over towards Cargo. So they're starting to get players facilitating into the building, despite the advantage that Shopify have in keeping the vast majority out. They are starting to find and weasel their way in.
This is it. This side is paper thin at points compared to the others. You're only really a couple of steps away, and you can see that divide perfectly illustrated. But it's a risky fight you want to take, but you win it out. Rexon instantly pivots the 180 down towards the bottom, but the plant is attempting to be secured. They're missing the shots in the smoke. FaZe, full faith in the cover, and the man's reloading. The man can't get it, but Ambi does. Souls gets it, but it's a post-plant situation. So Cyber sneaks his way in with Ambi getting Vita King. It just takes one moment, one player, one drop, and there's some of the vertical, and now they've got the Overwatch on towards the kid itself. They're not going to be able to defuse it without getting this player out, and the blue pinch on the other side, it's surrounded. Canadian gets Cyber. There's the rotate round. There's the play back on. There it is. Shopify Rebellion secure it, hold the key and get it locked in. And we are going to a map 3.
A Canadian at the end holds over towards blue, and if he doesn't, and if he got sucked into the contest down below, they would have had. And they being FaZe, that top vert hold, watching that kid. He stays behind. He gets a big kill onto Cyber. They win the round. Canadian, very, very, very slow start. Very slow. But then in the last 2 rounds, when the game was on the line, he makes some clutch plays. Shopify Rebellion get a map off of FaZe Clan. 7-5 on Nighthaven Labs. We have to go to Bank.
The last time these two teams were on Bank, well, Shopify did not get a single round. Will that be the tale again? We'll have to find out after a quick break. Do not go anywhere.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou demais.
Era o mesmo que vai perder o Viro no Brasil?
Que isso, cara? Que isso, moleque? Caralho, viado. De onde você veio? Caralho, filho da puta, mano. Não acredito, velho. E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara? Boa, tranquilo. Caralho, que isso, mano?
Você achou mesmo que ia perder o Viro no Brasil?
Caralho,
12 horas de fusão, pô.
Você pegou?
Cheguei hoje.
Caralho, que da puta.
Meu nome é Vinícius Merletti, falo aqui de Floripa. Eu sou de São Paulo, né? Sou paulista, mas eu vim aqui para Floripa em 2019 para estudar. Eu passei aqui na UFSC, que é a Universidade Federal aqui de Floripa. Hoje eu tenho grandes amigos no Rainbow Six, que o JP eu já conhecia ele antes, né? A gente estudou juntos bastante tempo. E conheci também o Busta e o Tóquio. São grandes amigos meus que a gente fez dentro do jogo, fiz dentro do jogo. E são amigos que hoje eu levo pra vida. Hoje eu abriria facilmente a porta deles da minha casa. São pessoas de um coração gigante que no momento que a gente tá jogando a gente se diverte muito. Então a gente se esquece às vezes do problema, algum problema do trabalho que possa ter ocorrido. E no momento que a gente tá no jogo a gente tá dando risada, tá focado em ganhar, às vezes dá um rage, mas faz parte.
Ó, do KM ligando. Olha aí, quer comer, cara, vai comer. Ó, rapel varanda fora. Tomei. Puta caramba. Tomei, velho.
Então eu descobri que o Invi ia ser no Brasil, ali em São Paulo. A gente acabou comprando os ingressos, mas passou um tempo, foi passando os meses, e eu acabei encaixando uma viagem bem num dia. Prometi uma viagem pra minha namorada, falei pra eles que eu não ia mais. Eu tinha falado pra eles que não ia, eles ficaram super irritados porque a gente comprou bem quando lançou os ingressos. Tava um preço mais... um preço excelente ali.
Aproveita muito, cara. Envie no Brasil, vai ter uma atmosfera única. Aproveita bastante lá. Não esquece de mandar muita foto. Você sabe que eu queria estar muito, queria muito estar indo aí. E, pô, vacilei contigo. Mas vai ter mais outras oportunidades, tá? Aproveita muito por mim, tá? Falou, mano. É nóis, tamo junto. Pô, ele acredita mesmo que eu não vou.
Faltando poucos dias, decidi ir para São Paulo e ver essa experiência incrível. E ainda eu quero muito ver a cara deles quando eu for fazer essa surpresa. Acho que vai ser maravilhoso, eles vão ficar muito emocionados, assim, vai ser um encontro épico. Presencial Invitational com as pessoas que eu sempre joguei, passei horas do meu tempo jogando, me dedicando ao jogo ali, me divertindo. E estar com eles lá, viver esse momento vai ser muito maravilhoso.
Olhando pra mim, tá? Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou. Cara, mesmo que vai perder o envio no Brasil.
Que isso, cara? Que isso, moleque? Caralho, viado. De onde você veio? Isso, mano. Caralho, filho da puta, mano. Não acredito, velho. E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara? Boa, tranquilo. Caralho, que isso, mano.
Você achou mesmo que ia perder o envio no Brasil?
Caralho,
12 horas de busão, pô.
Você pegou?
Peguei, cheguei hoje.
Ai, que da hora, mano. Nós é o caminho inteiro falando, mano. Não acredito que o Uruguai vai perder essa porra, mano.
Não, a gente combinou agora de falar isso. A gente já tinha decidido vir há muito tempo. Desde que lançou, ele mandou mensagem e falou, ó, compra agora. Aí compramos, beleza. Aí ele mandou e falou assim, pô, mano, não vai dar, vou viajar e tal. Eu falei, pô, você vai perder isso aqui, mano. Não sei nem como vai ser a próxima oportunidade que vai ter.
Vim de Floripa, 12 horas de busão. E foi isso, tamo aqui.
Que pilantra, mano.
It's Vexus Pro versus W7M!
I love the jazz. Hello and welcome back here as we find ourselves still within the same series. For the first time, you and I are getting a 3-mapper.
Yeah.
We're getting revenge. Yeah. We're going back to bank.
You're acting as if we've done like 10 games. It's like
we have. We've
the
done
first
this
time. It's day one. But hey, I mean, I'm happy that this is the series that we get to go to 3 maps because you got 2 top teams. And I think that for Shopify Rebellion, they would have been kicking themselves of the missed opportunity that they had on Clubhouse.
100%.
5-5, probably had a really good chance to go 6-5 up, while they were at least able to convert here on Night Haven Labs. Fantastic start, going and bringing it all the way back. 4-0 to begin on Labs. 4 attacking rounds at that. They were clinical, they were making little to no mistakes. Ambi was popping off, Surf was popping off. Everything that could go right went right. And then FaZe did FaZe things and go and win 5 rounds in a row to make it 5-4, and you start to think for Shopify Rebellion it's going to happen again as it did on Clubhouse. But to their credit, they learned from their lessons. Canadians stood up massively in the 11th and the 12th rounds respectively, and they go on and take it 7-5, even avoiding overtime.
I mean, you have to give credit to the team. They sort of set themselves back up. They knew the mission that they had to have, the conversations they needed. You see how much it means to them. Remember, Canadian, I think the only player that's played in every single SI up towards this point as well. Every single round, every single win still means the same. It means everything to him. That is a man who wants his 3rd hammer for his hammer collection.
Cannot have enough of those.
Can never have enough hammers.
I think for me, Shopify Rebellion, you know, going up against FaZe, it was always going to be a bit of a daunting task because of how good FaZe are. But FaZe are the kind of team that you probably could snatch a win early on in the tournament. FaZe get better as the tournament goes on until the very end, in which they, well, you know, kind of can't deal with that hurdle. For Shopify, I think that they've been really good on both maps, but Bank is going to be an ultimate test because of the previous result back in Montreal.
Yeah, and I think that's the sort of split, right? How do you go back to a map that you got 0-7'd last time you played it? How do you go back to a place where you had one of your most crushing defeats on this sort of major stage throughout the year?
Yeah, that's the issue now. Like, you've
show
been
what you
great.
learned.
Labs won, Clubhouse close to winning, but now you go to a map that history says is going to be very, very difficult. But the good news for Shopify is this is not Montreal.
No.
And you can't play worse. Like, you can only have a better result than last time because it was a 7-0. And the way that they've been playing today, look, I don't see a 7-0 on the cards whatsoever. I'm not saying that they're necessarily going to win it, but I'd be very surprised if this ends up being a similar fashion to Montreal. I'm hoping and somewhat expecting it to be a similar fashion to our first two maps where 7-5 territory, either way.
I want to brawl. Because this is so when the schedule sort of came together, you and I ended up casting this game. It had that little golden sort of line around it of this could be the best game of the day. This could be the best series of the day if these teams show up. Now, there's been moments of slipping, but there has still always been these moments where
I
you
think
go,
the quality's been very good in this series. I mean, it's very easy to nitpick certain aspects here or there and certain mistakes here or there, absolutely, and the series has had those. But the overall quality has been there. 7-5, 7-5, you don't get that unless both teams are playing either really bad or really good. And it's definitely been a far more likely case of really good siege from both of these two teams. Again, outside of little moments here or there. Like, you look at Handy, sensational on Clubhouse, and then a little bit poor on Labs. Canadian, little slip up on Clubhouse, but then clutches up on Labs. So both teams have been quite similar in that regard, Emmy, where it's like, we've had a good moment here, but then a bad moment here. And that applies to both. Whereas for FaZe, usually their opponent will have more bad moments, and they just kind of capitalize, and they get a pretty easy win, 7-3, 7-3. Shopify Rebellion have had really, really good moments. Ambi has been absolutely incredible. Surf has been also right alongside him. Grixer and Rexon have both stood up in some clutch moments. And Canadian, yeah, maybe some poor moments here, but largely to close out on Labs was great. Whereas for FaZe, you know, how often have we seen some of their members? It feels like if Handy is poor, the team does slip a little bit. He was great on Clubhouse, and then at one point he's like 0-3 on entries on Labs. They start to go a little bit poor. What was it, 4 players? It was KDS was the only player that had a kill through 4 rounds of Siege. Like, you had 4 players that just couldn't even get a single kill.
Yeah.
For 4 rounds. Like, that was the start for FaZe. At the very least, if the ship's going to go down, they go down together.
I mean, that's the only way you can really sort of get yourself sorted. Now, obviously, as we sort of said before, this is a bit of a step back up in towards territory that they've played and beat heads on once before. It didn't go well. And there is the negative. But there's also the massive positive here. Because what we talked about before with Shopify Rebellion is they're a team that knows their prep game. They know how to approach themselves back into a game. They would have done their homework. Oh, so much so. Otherwise, this map, if they hadn't have done all the homework to believe they could win it, we wouldn't be here. That is the rule of map banning.
Well, I said at the start of this series in terms of the pass mark, have Shopify Rebellion achieved that pass mark?
You're a strict teacher.
Not really.
A stringent educator.
I would go as far to say is they're very close to reaching it. I think the pass mark here for Shopify on the series is for this to be a contest. And for that to be a contest, it has to be 7-4 minimum. So that would be the pass mark that I set now for Shopify Rebellion. They don't have to win this map necessarily. Said that from the get-go.
You did.
And I did also say 1-1 from the get-go.
Monty's back on the board. Blackbeard instead is the shield that is gone at this point. Habana is the removal.
You don't need to ban the Monty on Bank. I personally don't think so. I like the Blackbeard ban overall. Blackbeard has been a very strong operator in this series, so I think that's a very strong ban on a map like Bank as well.
I got to run some numbers.
Oh, you got to run numbers? Are you an accountant?
This is the sound of me like rubbing my eyes and looking back up at that band and rubbing my eyes again and going, what? Azami is not banned by a Canadian-led team. For a long time, a Canadian-led team would ban 2 operators. They would ban Dogby and they would ban Azami pretty much 100% of the time. The Azami ban carried over here, and yeah, she's a powerful operator, but hey, she's free to play. And it's not always, but it is enough that it is funny to play itself around. Now, Bank. This was also a map where we saw a little bit of a, shake to some other NA teams before. Can Shopify Rebellion here sort of demonstrate what North America can bring to the Bank, and what can be deposited? FaZe will be starting on their attack once again. Let's see if they can try and set themselves in for a decent pace here.
Well, we saw the predictions, Emil. I mean, what's your prediction here? I haven't asked it of you.
A fun time.
You want a fun time? I want a result from you. I want a result.
You know who's going to win? The audience is going to win.
Well, the audience has already won, I think, with the first 2 maps.
It's so hard to gauge. I want to see an OT. I would like to get a full test of both these teams. And honestly, if we get there, either of the teams could win it. Who do I think is going to win it? It's so hard to call. And that's sort of a great compliment to both these 2 teams, really, when it's not that sort of cut and dry. Surf is on out of here. Himself a slightly safer position, further down white towards green, but he's probably not going to stick around too long. I also avoided your question because I honestly can't answer.
That's fine.
Usually I'm fine to throw these answers out. Maybe I've changed my time in Boston. The hatch will be open next to him, so he can drop away if he wants to, and be going to try and waste a little bit more time, but you pull back, you waste time. I hate that computer as well.
For Shopify, they're just playing a pretty much default lockers and CCTV where you kind of just fall back. You waste a little bit of time, but it's not really your main accomplishment. You've got a lot of delay to try and stop a bit of a default plant on the server side push for FaZe if they do opt to go in that direction. We've got other avenues though, handy on the Nook. Now, will he eventually make his way over towards Garage? I think he may. He'll want to probably get a bit of a wriggle on though. There's a minute 20 on the clock, so the pacing does need to improve here from FaZe. Otherwise, Shopify looking in a better position right now. Getting to just sit back, play sight. And the diffuse is actually over towards blue. I mean, this is... Well, I mean, honestly, looking like it's really well set up for Shopify. It's going to be a default server-side push from FaZe. The Bs go out.
I mean, they've got the track on the players. They've got the fire popping on the door.
They can't push
in. That's it. But right now, all they're doing is wasting all that utility. It's stacked and ripped and ready to go. Cyber's holding onto the split. They're going for the plant itself. They're going to see if they can try and stop it by spraying through. But the Echo drone is actually the difference maker right now. You can see the slow approach of the Nook is blinded out. Vidaking takes the drop on the top of Rexon now, and it makes things a little bit more possible for the plant. Canadian dips his toes in towards the fight on green. They pull themselves back in. They're going to attempt the plant once again, and now the pressure is stepped up right towards the door itself. They're not able to get it. It's a post-plant situation. 7 players still stood. The drop down on towards goal, but it's instantly traded out from the back of the garage on the far side. 36 seconds ticks away, but there's a player all the way on the top floor. Surf. He found himself new ground, new territory. He's going to try and retake and find the fights above, but the Canadian trying to dip himself inside the site as well. Look how little FaZe are giving them. They know the approach. They know the positions. He's going to hold for the long arm. He takes the drop. It was questioned before, but now there's the trade out.
way.
Surf
No way.
spins in a circle and sends them out of there. I mean, get loud, boys.
That is exactly what you want to kickstart the map of Bank, specifically Bank. After what happened last time between these 2 teams, FaZe had that, it seemed like, under lock and key. Once that plant goes down successfully, despite all of the denial opportunities from Shopify, the plant goes down. That then becomes a big win con for FaZe. It's a 3v2 as well in the post plant. Surf finds the double kill. But most importantly, the big reason why that was enabled to happen is Surf was very quick and he understood we need to get admin control. We need to make sure that the hat is going to be not in play from FaZe in the post plant so that Canadian can get on it and stick on it with the long arm of the law. Like you said, full well knowing he wasn't going to get shot through the hatch. Why? Because Surf just came through it, cleared it all out. He then turns his attention to protecting the more horizontal default positions. He finds the 2 kills. Enough time for Canadian, and that's the way that they win the round. Surf, sensational. Canadian, good composure.
I mean, you compare that to a round we highlighted composure in a 2 versus 1 with an attempt to stick a plant on the side of Canadian with a bit of cover once upon a time that did not go their favor. It's almost like an anime montage, and the growth has come together and everything goes slow-mo, and the old hand trusts the new young
this is the
gun.
thing. In the moment on Clubhouse, that was the first real kind of incident. And since then, 2 clutches on Labs, big clutch as well, coupled, of course, with what Surf was able to do here on Bank. So it's like, 4, if you were to put it as a block of 4, it's like, okay, 1 fumble, but for 3 touchdowns. Like, you know, like you're going to be focusing on the 3 touchdowns rather than the 1 fumble. So credit to Canadian Surf. They've been able to steal that round back from FaZe after they almost stole it with that plant. 1-0 start and a good start. And already better than last time, Emmy. It's already just better. Like it's a round on the board on bank between these two teams.
The hardest round to win is the first round. And when that somehow...
And you could see what it meant to them.
But this is it. When it somehow transcends multiple months of the last time you played bank and you didn't get any, this is the first bank round they've won over 8. What a round. What a moment and what a clutch. But we're instantly back
Where's the response from FaZe now? Because that's what this series has been all about. You know, it's kind of the fast start from Shopify, the slow start from FaZe, and slow starts have been 0-3, then into 0-4. Is it going to be 0-5? Probably not. But they do need to make sure, for FaZe's sake, that they don't just allow Shopify to get this 3 or 4 round head start. They've got to be better in the earlier portions of the first half.
Now, they have at least some of the eyes and angles. There's nobody that's intent on throwing themselves out the window as of yet. Surf, the hero of the last time round, is the first to be removed. There's no, there's no real location for him to sort of do the dip down and tuck around that he played so masterfully before the blinds. Towards the side of Banana here at the top of the spiral stairs, but it's the control over White that doesn't actually go their way. There's some important cover. There's 2 kills that come through from the side of Shopify, but FaZe, they bleed their way in towards the site, and they have a single player behind them. KDS, he's going to stick it. He's going to trust it. Handy has the lockdown. Where's the camera? It doesn't connect to the roof, but the smoke canister does get the kill. It's now a 1 versus 2, technically. And get through to getting the player back up. He's downed outside. How aware are they? The shotgun pellets are peppering and putting the pressure on. But Hamby, he wants to play against the kid itself. Handy, he's gone the long way round. He's going to see if he can get it. Are we going to see the second hold? Hold your nerve. Hold that round, Shopify. What am I seeing here, Xenos?
Oh, I mean, they're just holding on for dear life in the first 2 rounds. Quite a literal way to explain it. I mean, it's a really good little pivot at the end from Handy, but that's just the time. Give him, I would say, 2 more seconds, and he probably wins that round. But well played from Shopify Rebellion. FaZe trying to, speed things up a little bit, go for the quick hit. It worked back on Lads a couple of times, and certainly worked a lot on Clubhouse. And you'll see the time here. 1, 2, like 2 more seconds and he probably gets that kill and stops the counter defuse. That's how close that round was. That's what that round means for Shopify, and so far what this series is meaning for them. A 2-0 start for the 3rd map in a row. They had a 3-0, a 4-0, and now a 2-0. They have been electric to begin on all 3 maps. But we know what eventually then comes, and it's that FaZe tsunami. It happens in all of the maps so far. So that's going to be the task for both of these 2 teams. One team is starting fast, the other one then gets the comeback bounce. So for Shopify, it's like if they get to 3 or 4 rounds, I mean, they're going to be like, let's talk things over. We know they're going to hit us back. How do we stop that from happening?
I kind of feel a lot of similarities to how we opened here on towards Club, where, FaZe were getting themselves in. They're a little bit disjointed compared to what they can do in that moment. They're obviously watching one position. They're going to try and stick the plant itself. They're trusting that there's nobody to stop it at that point. But, when it comes around to the retake in the situation, they have the man advantage. They're able to start to retake the space and then hold on to defusing the plant. The first round was just an insane clutch. That one was an opportunity that they obviously also clutched out, but at the same time, there was a little bit more wiggle room, a little bit more give that was gifted to them by FaZe, sort of seeing turned out to be a little bit of a false started opportunity here. 2 rounds, 2 plants, 2 diffuses. This will be the 3rd in a row, or will we start to see at least a second half before we get our first timeout? A little bit of a spray, a little bit of a control here. Not always the most common seen sight.
The one good news for FaZe, though, is Handy's back. It's 4-1, and he's playing a lot better to begin in the opening 2 rounds of Bank than what we saw from Labs. There are some elements that are a little bit different. KDS very, very low on health. Does have the diffuser in hand. Outside over towards Plaza on the rappel. Oh, and Vidaking just doesn't even know really where he's getting shot from, standing out in the hallway, the elevator, and Surf will get the opening pick. There's a second to follow from Rexon. 90 seconds left into the round. It's all kicking off. Big kill back from Souls needed that to at least keep some kind of momentum over towards FaZe. Otherwise, it was all one direction towards Shopify. 4v3 still with the player advantage, coupled as well, Emmy, with the fact that Souls and KDS are both incredibly low on health. This is looking like a third round for Shopify.
I mean, it's an odd site to pick, but they've sort of made it work here. Tellers is the lowest preference of any of this. They've sort of bought themselves here. They've pushed FaZe into a bit of uncomfortable territory, and now instead, FaZe are trying to piece things together. It's sort of played into the fact where it's felt a little bit disjointed, but they're seeing opportunities, and they're a great team to strike from. Their mid-round adaptations are fantastic from the side of FaZe, but again, Shopify Rebellion, they have a bit of awareness, and where with all Grix? Where was all that? Just locked it down. KDS drifted, and again, it's these little moments where it seems like they've got an idea, but there's just one little secret part of a plan that Shopify Rebellion are able to keep and hold on to. The Azami slips by a fight. They'll call that they've gone on to white, but they don't know if they've gone up or down. In fact, they've come right back round. They want the engagement. It's not theirs to take. Handy gets one. He said he's back. He's got to be more than back.
He needs his teammates. He needs his teammates. He's the only one doing anything on Bank so far. There will be a timeout after this, I imagine. As we've gone around the world, it'll be 3-0 for Shopify. FaZe will need to talk things over because it's another slow start. 3 maps in a row, and that's concerning. You know, 1 or 2 times and you can forgive it, but when it becomes a 3rd map in a row, that's a problem. You know, that is a decent sample size, and it becomes a trend. So for FaZe Clan now, it's 3 maps where they've just started so incredibly slow against Shopify Rebellion that I'm very much concerned that is something that could bleed into other games. This is a group of death. There's some really, really good teams when it comes to this particular group. Doesn't look like the timeout will be called, so I'm wrong for the first time in this series.
Everybody, tell the presses.
But I honestly shouldn't be wrong. I don't know why you're not calling a timeout here. They haven't already called it, have they?
No.
Am I just like old brain fart? They called it after 1 round?
No,
they should have called it.
I think it's the thing about this map, though, is, you know, you can sort of formulate your attacks and get it in. In fact, what I might try and find out is do we know who had the choice of half? Do you have that data to hand? Or is it something we can try and make?
I do not. I'm a play-by-play.
That's true. This is, well, you don't like Hap.
Actually, I can.
Well, Reddit thought you were a Hap in one of the clips from earlier.
They did.
So I'm sorry about that.
Let me have a quick little look for you then, since you actually did bring it up. So,
So because
Shopify got the side choice, which they chose defending first, evidently. FaZe in overtime will also have defending, so they got the overtime side choice.
Yeah. So it's one of those maps.
That would have been a coin flip, I imagine.
Oh, 100%. But it's one of those maps where you could have a preference for attack. There have been teams that prefer to attack flank because for a creative attacking team, because of the weird amalgamation of spaces of big vast ones, tiny little ones, and a great hatch synergy all the way from the top. You can hit the top of the map to the bottom within a second. You know, it's great for some teams to try and piece things together here. And okay, Shopify, they're playing their preferred half. Vidaking.
Where's that come from?
Narnia.
He's just sniped him. Yeah, that's unfortunate if you serve. That's almost a bit of a tilter.
Yeah. Well, the first kill is theirs, and within the opening minute, they're still being very cautious.
Well, it's not even their first opening pick. This is the problem. The first 2 rounds, FaZe got the opening kills, but they were unable to convert those rounds into round wins. So now, heading into the 4th round, it's going to be 3-1 in favor of opening kills for FaZe, and yet they don't have a single round on the board. And Handy, his presence is certainly known over towards Garage, but the red ping and yellow ping information as well. Over towards Ambi and co. There is a double push coming in here with Rexon. Ambi losing a lot of his life. Rexon wants to get involved as well. He went prone. He lost also a lot of his life. A lot of damage done from Handy.
I think put that one in the bad decisions book, boys, and don't try that one again. Going into a prone peak under somebody who has the pre-existing angles, and that angle is through a truck. It's not really the easiest fight to take, but confidence is key, and that's theirs to start the break. The break is on towards the default plant spot here. We saw this played before. That'll give them just a little walk through, and then they'll sort of tuck and jiggle and try and bait the utility. They have a minute, but you're looking at 3 smoke canisters in the pocket and an echo drone. Perfectly pre-placed and lined up. There's the loop round over the top. The Tubarão is also trying to slow things down, but the C4 is the most important slow. Souls is caught. That's going to put the kit cold on the default plant location, so it's not the end of the world. But in a 4 versus 4 with Handy in a propped up position and a great grenade kill on towards Rexon, how do they try and turn this into a round win here, FaZe?
You got Yokai, you've got one Gas Babe, that's about it. And position and numbers with FaZe. So it's a pretty even final 30 seconds coming up. FaZe, though, with the extra player, I'd give them the benefit of the doubt.
I mean, they have the vertical, they have the watch from deep, they have the position,
that's
and
clean from Handy.
Beautifully taken on towards the first. They actually just drop into the side at this point. They've realized it's a 4 versus 2. We know where they are. Let's go for the flood while they go for the plant. It is secured. Great play there from FaZe, just to sort of put the final touches on towards
Here
that
we
round.
go. Now they're going to win the next 3. And it's going to be a 4-3 lead for FaZe. I feel like I've seen this movie script before. Very lazy of the script writers to just reuse
Honestly,
the same material.
They're using it early as well. Like, they're sort of padding it out. Because last SI had the greatest stories.
Well, I mean, it's a
Seasons of
very simplistic round to kind of look back to, because I mean, we've kind of gone over it from the replays, but earlier with Handy getting so much damage onto Rexon and Ambi, it just limits their ability to be aggressive, wanting to hold angles. They're just so low on health, it becomes a lot easier for FaZe to actually finalize and get those kills, courtesy of the damage done from Handy. But, like, what are those two thinking? I mean, I understand they want to try and contest over towards Garage. You either have to fully commit, double swing, and take the 2-on-1, or you just don't do it at all. And in the end, they did this like little half measure, half double peak, but 1 by 1. It's like, oh, drop. Okay, I lost a lot of life. Your turn. Oh, drop. Oh, I lost a lot of life. And they just both run back like scared children. And it ends up really giving control to Handy. He does get Garage. He did a lot of damage. Like, nothing that Shopify did at that point in the round helped them out whatsoever. FaZe punishing mistakes. They're really, really good at that. 3-1. And this is where the test begins now for Shopify. 0-3, 0-4, 0-3 starts on the opening 3 maps, followed then by FaZe winning 4, 5.
Ooh, that will be a rehost, I
and
presume.
1 into a rehost. Yeah, that's a drop.
Yeah, on the rules, if a player disconnects immediately into it, I'm assuming the admins are going to sort this out. If no lives have been traded, if there hasn't been an impact on the round, then you'll just potentially replay the round. You can see Super is questioning that, but that's not our job.
Super's like, what do you mean rehost?
Yeah, it's not just
but
if it happens.
If it was a player from Shopify, it'd be like rehost?
Yeah. If you are deeper into the action, if action has already kicked off, then you have to lock in. But on top of those rules, rehosting a round, you have to choose the same operators, the same site, the same setup. Well, you don't have to do the same setup, but you have to do the same operators in the same site to keep everything level. You cannot go in and entirely change things up. That'll be down to them to sort out.
But it gives us a chance to kind of just, like, have a breather.
Yep.
It's been a very spicy series. 7-5 on Clubhouse to FaZe, 7-5 on Labs to Shopify Rebellion, and now it's a 3-1 lead on Bank for Shopify.
Binder of strats. I mean, it's thorough. It's well produced. Usually you'll just, like, you've seen teams that have just, like, scraps of paper and they utilize. That is like a textbook.
How many pages do you think there are? That's a lot of pages. Like, are all of those pages used, or is there like a bunch of that are just empty?
Do you think there's just some like ones that are just like pictures? just
some inspirational, motivational quotes.
Yeah,
just like you can do it.
Like, keep it up.
I think for FaZe, like, they've got that round. Okay, Handy's playing really well, so there's a lot of caveats you can take from them and say, okay, like, it's happened again, 3rd map in a row, that they've started poor, started slow, but they also know that they've got the ability to bring these games back pretty quickly and pretty comfortably. You go and get that round, you start to play a little bit better, everyone else starts to get a little bit of composure, a little bit more confidence, Handy's leading the way, they have that path forward. And they know full well that, obviously, from the side of Shopify, that they start well and then kind of slow down a little bit.
What do you think is on Cyber's monitor? So this is a thing that obviously a lot of players have sort of adopted over the past 2 years, maybe, is that they'll stick photos of people that are either important to them or just fun memes.
Or a fish or something.
Or a fish onto the back.
Yeah, I mean, it can mean anything. Should I put a picture of Guz and you put a picture of Hap on the front of the table?
No.
We do this for you.
We'll put it on the cool Metropolis style backdrop. But you know, this sort of. One of the teams used to have a pictures of their player managers. So one of the people who runs the tournaments, every team will have someone from the staff that looks after them, make sure they have all their drinks, and he became their lucky charm for the team. It was SSG, and they were like, "We need you as part of the team." It was a nice support. I'm not sure who that is on Cyber's monitor, but I'm sure it's important.
What
do you have?
What's important right now, though, is for Shopify to understand the scenario that they've already been in front of back on Club and on Lab. You get this great start. Things are looking great. You're amped up. 2 kind of clutch-worthy opening rounds. They're playing good Siege. And then all of a sudden, FaZe just go bang, 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 bang. And your lead has not only evaporated, but you've given up the lead in total. So it's like FaZe, slow start, then Shopify slow, and then we do that little trade game until we get to 5-5, and then someone just kind of finishes it off. So can we flip that script? If Shopify were to like win the next round, like that hasn't happened this series.
Yep.
Like that's kind of crazy to even think about.
Yeah. It's also worth noting during these tech timeouts that players cannot talk to their manager, and in fact they can't really talk to each other as well.
They don't need to talk.
They don't need to, but
they
if
can all think internally.
Yeah, but if you're sat there wondering why they just sat so still, why they just sat so stoically, there are rules about that. Canadian actually used to sing when he was on, because there wasn't any rules stopping singing, and he wouldn't like sing anything particular, but just to keep the mood up, you know, and keep everybody going, and just it's a break in energy, it's a break in momentum. You can always question who it favors, but with 2 teams of this caliber, kind of both of them. They both get a moment to reset their mentals, refocus, and to be honest, the start of games is when Shopify Rebellion have looked at their best. So this is almost like a second start that they get themselves the ability to play into here. No yawning, Canadian. Focus in. I like this sort of split that we have here as well.
Yeah, I like the split camps as we're, I think, moments away from getting back into Bank. 3rd and final map of this series here for Group B. Only day 1, but of course already off to a flying start when it comes to these 2 top teams. 3-1 in favor of Shopify. Been in this position before, though, through all 3 maps. They've got to find a way to make sure that FaZe do not go on that tear, go on that run that they've done so far through the opening 2 maps. And if they can do that, Emmy, well, they can probably do anything.
Do you know what's the limit? The sky.
Well, no, you can go through the sky.
What? Since when?
I mean, there's space.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Do people know?
Some people.
All right. Good. As long as the word's out. 3-1. Shopify Rebellion, and we're back getting ourselves in. Now the stands have obviously been reset along the bottom as we had the rehost, but
that's okay. I have the stats here anyway.
I was gonna say, throw us in a brief bit of context as to who's sort of a bit stop out and who's stopped and is a little bit out.
So Handy 6-1, absolutely by far and away the best player on the server when it comes to Bank. But what's strange is he's not been involved in any of the entry battles. After, of course, on Nighthaven Labs, he was someone that struggled in that particular department, going 0-3. He's 0-0. Probably a reason why he's improved here on Bank versus Labs. He's not quite getting into those entry battles. On the flip side, when it comes to Shopify Rebellion, yeah, they're up 3-1 right now, but they've only got 1 player that's actually above 100 EPS, so that's Grixer, who's in 3-3. Canadian 2-2, Surf 3-3, Ambi 2-2, Rexon 2-4. So the numbers are all pretty equal when it comes to the side of Shopify. Handy leading the way for FaZe.
It's also the split there onto the KOSD, the cost, which is your kill, your objective play, if you survived the round, or if you got a trade. Now, Handy is on 100% every single round. He has had some kind of an impact on the game, but the only one who isn't, at least on 75, is Vidaking, who's on 50. Whereas on the other side, generally, the individual players of Shopify Rebellion have had less impact every single round. It's been more sort of, this is a big round for, Grixer. This is a big round for Canadian. So getting themselves that sort of flat synergy is something where we know FaZe are always just a second from striking. Talking of, here they are, prepped and ready inside. Tell us what they want. Is those players to potentially try and just get a rotate in, get caught out. They're droning ahead, but Cyber sitting, waiting. The Predator hoping that there's somebody to latch onto that is unaware that the Gazelles at the sort of watering hole are being watched by the Lion. Oh, now they know they're being watched by the Lion. The Lion has to leave. The Lion with the gun. It's gone.
The Lion with the gun is scared of the gazelles?
Sometimes it happens. You know? King of the jungle. Lives in a desert. Weird analogy. 3-1, a minute 20. All 10 players still standing, Zeno.
Yeah, they are. And that's probably good news for Shopify. So far on Bang, FaZe have been pretty decent into the opening kill department. 3 from 4. So that's been an element of the particular map that is going in favor of FaZe. The longer it stays at 5, the better for Shopify. Puts them in a position to get their own opening kill. Surf will collect that onto Cyber. Advantage for Shopify going into the final minute. Can they break the curse? Can they find a way to disallow FaZe the ability to go on that run that they've been able to do through the opening 2 maps, now coming into the 3rd, starting with 1 round after the 3 from Shopify. It could be shut down immediately thereafter. 40 seconds, Handy with 1 logic bomb remaining and starts to make his push now through archives and making contact with Surf. The shotgun opens up the wall, but only makes it easier for Handy to get the kill. 4v4, final 30 seconds.
They hope that they're able to get him pressed against the wall, but they haven't been so fortunate. So now it's a drive towards Janitor. They're not going to go for that sort of plant play because it's on the other side, but there's a dip round and a rock from Grixer. Now, holding on to the split outside the breach itself. Caught on the side of Spiral, just drifting up into no man's land, and KDS is taking a breather, leaving Souls with 4 players to try and cut his way through, and only 4 seconds. I don't think it's going to be done, because it's pretty much literally impossible. Now, Shopify, what have they done here? They've broken the fact that it's been big trades back and forth. Suddenly, FaZe haven't been able to, the first time, get that momentum, dig themselves into it, and turn 1 round into 2, into 3. No, it is a 4-1 FaZe locked out of that game.
Yeah. Really throws a spanner now into the series, doesn't it? Especially for the side of FaZe. Shopify doing what they've not been able to do through the opening 2 maps, but get a response after their little streak came to an end. So it was a 3-0 start. Then FaZe gets 1, and Shopify then immediately get 1 thereafter. They couldn't do it on Club. They couldn't do that on Labs either. But here on Bank, they now go 4-1 up. Final round of the half now forthcoming. And again, this is why I always felt like in Montreal, they were just happy to qualify for SI. They got, obviously, a very tough FaZe team in the quarterfinals. They were happy. They were laughing. They had good energy, good vibes, but it just never felt like they were competitive inside of the server. And it's the opposite. Absolutely opposite in this series. They look competitive. They look like they want to take it up to FaZe. They actually look like they care about this game wholeheartedly, and it's clearly showing.
So,
it would also mean for FaZe, it will be 2 losses in a row at 6 Invitational.
And the technical at the end of one,
yep.
The bookend of one, and the start of the next. It's not the perfect way to get yourselves in, but it's the group stage. As you said, if there's a time where you're going to lose a game,
if there is a time,
this is the best time. And, you know, we've had teams win the whole thing entirely on lower bracket runs. They're not even guaranteed to be in the lower bracket. We're on day 1 of 5. They have tag tomorrow, Cyclops Osaka Gaming. They can set themselves in against another team that they've, you know, got all the prep on, reset, and if they win that, okay, suddenly things are balanced. Your opponents today are going to play 4 total games as well, 3 other games. There's always the chance that everything will spiral around, but here, we're talking as if the map's done. It's not. It's FaZe. They always have the ability to get themselves back in. They're a world-class team against another world-class team here at this point. They're going to see if they can try and set themselves back in it. It starts with a bleed on towards the sort of basement and lockers site, a place where they were able to put the pressure on before and find some victory. Here, Shopify, instead of rotating to the 3rd side, the first time they've doubled down as well, gone back to one that they've lost within that 3-point rotation.
Yeah, I don't know if Handy's been able to get the most out of these shock drones either. But Yokai is still available, Gas Babe's still available, Vulcan canisters that still need popping, only just over a minute. There are 2 Vulcan canisters you can clearly see through the observation. Thank you, Sky. ADS sending his drone in to try and find some information going into the final minute. This is a little bit scrappy right now from FaZe. It's going to be late. They haven't really got good pressure over towards, say, Garage, so it's all going to be rather one-sided in their approach. Out of Elevator goes Surf over towards Vault. Maybe anticipating that FaZe are going to go for a bit of a different angle of attack. They do lose Canadian. That's a big power kill. The smokes, the gas babes, they're off the board. With the final 40 seconds remaining, it does open things up for Shopify.
There's the spray through on towards the drop there, but they're inside the site. They've screamed their way across a 4 versus 3 and entirely taken them a bit by surprise, but back and forth still traded out. Grixer and Rexon both stuck in gold. Wants to swap to the Echo drone as the plant is being secured. Can it make it in time? It's up. Oh, it gets the threaded needle, finds the drop, and the Echo drone rotates around towards the bottom of green, but the pressure, the attention from Rexon, the second hit misses. It's a post plant. And now a 3 versus 1. The Echo trying his best to get the lock in here. Couldn't quite stop the second plant attempt and gets locked in. 4-2 is how the half is played out here. That's not the most unusual scoreline. I think my wish will come true. We might find ourselves in OT today.
We could. Poor Canadian losing his life, I think, through the main stairs. But either way, he's playing such an important operator to be able to deny the plant from going down on the smoke. You want those gas babes. He loses his life rather early when that eventual push is coming through. At one point, it's a 5v3. So the 2 kills for FaZe really setting the tempo at the end. It's an absolute free kill. Grixer, of course, not really in a position to do much from there, but well played from FaZe. They looked like a team that had the composure in the round, and it wasn't all just down to Handy to go and find these kills. Far more of an influence from other members on the roster. 2-4 might be enough. Yeah, it very well could be. FaZe go defense now, straight over to lockers and CCTV. But Bank is certainly the kind of map where you can facilitate very good attacking rounds. I think Shopify Rebellion have shown they've got the ability to win attacking rounds as well in this series. Ambi, Surf, both been great when it comes to entry engagement. So I think that they've got the firepower to still be able to get through FaZe. A lot of it's going to come down to these next 2 to 3 rounds, though, to really set the tone, set the tempo. If FaZe make this a 5-4, then yeah, maybe they go on and close it out. But if Shopify can extend this lead, get to a 5-2, get to a 6-2, I think they can then close it out as well. So next few rounds, super important.
We talked about the Monty and how big it was for FaZe. First sort of map, and different play space. There's a lot more space, and that makes things awkward for a player like Cyber, who wants to keep himself moving, keep himself sort of agile and aggressive and digging their way in here, and sort of trade off of how it's actually also played a bit by Souls as well back then, and digging up 2. Either way, Canadian is a man who likes to lock himself in towards that Monty roll. He can utilize the shield, call the intel, call the positions, and call the chance at a plant. And the plant game is one I'm curious about. Goodbye, Cyber. Ambi cutting his way across. The Ace playing that entry role here. They want to try and get some of the control on the hatches. The calls come out, force the players further and further back in towards open, down towards the bottom of green as well. Canadian's just propped up, eyes on towards server, and he doesn't really have to go anywhere at this point. Instead, actually, he's going to get a lot of work done. Now, I think he might be entirely alone. So he doesn't want to get himself too close to the fire, but he's done the job that needs to be done. He can just start reading this, start calling that intel. Now, the Monty is going to be great at baiting that utility. He wants to start the plant, start the sort of give and say, go on, throw your smoke canisters over, throw the C4s, move out the way, get rid of it, as that timer is still at a minute 30. Because remember, that's what, 45 seconds plus a C4 worth of utility, you've got to try and cook your way through.
Yeah. Those Zoto canisters either to aid in the stalling out, really just down to the 3 gas babes for Souls. Shopify wanting to be diligent, though. Canadian with the drone, getting some information for those in sight. So far, they're setting themselves up for a very successful 7th round. It all comes down to the conclusion, though, where you just can't make mistakes. Can't overpeak, overstep. Salma thrown out deep, trying to find a kill. Soul's able to stay alive and get into a position where he can send out these gas babes, looking to deny the entry for Shopify into the final 40 seconds. Red ping, information. They are doing everything they can, though, to try and deal with this smoke.
He said it was about 45 seconds, and we hit that mark as soon as the first one popped off. You can see the watch on top of the sort of hatch, but there is a shotgun. Kaid, he's positioned right on the... In fact, not Kaid, it's KDS. Same gun, different man. It's Goyo, ready for the hatch drop to come through. Gets Grixer as Grixer gets Vidaking, but it's Surf. Gets the trade out on towards it, a 2 versus 4. But the still going to try and long arm those smokes. Canadian has to pull himself out. 15 seconds. He cannot sit and wait for that position to be cleared. They have to try and push themselves deeper in towards the side itself and threw himself up towards the watch. There's the drop. There's the play on towards it. And Souls with the rotate gets one. But now, with the attempt on the plant, the security in the cover, that is Shopify Rebellion winning their first attack, getting themselves 5-2.
Tell you what, I mean, they were in total control there, but North American fans would still have their heart and mouths because there was like 4 seconds left and Canadians still hadn't started the planting process. And who knows, with one player still alive, if you can just find an angle, get that kill, 3-4 seconds left on the clock, it could have changed the course of that round. And it would have been quite humiliating, but Shopify always in control. Canadian was always going to be able to get that plant down successfully. They go 5-2 up. We are getting a little bit of that back and forth, but because of that 3-0 lead for Shopify, they continue to maintain that 3-round advantage and start to edge closer to securing what would be an incredible series win to kick off Six Invitational 2025 with this roster, with this new organization. FaZe, the runners-up of last year, 1 round away from claiming the hammer. This would not be an ideal way to start their comeback trail.
5-2. And the pressure is always going to be ticking now. Change out here. Surf in a classic Dockerby to Dockerby swap. It's been great. You guys at home, just work that one out. The rest of the team went for an entirely different take, whether they thought it'd be a different site or not. Maybe a double down of the same. Either way, new place, new home, new approach here. The Falcon has the stretch through. Cyber was obviously the Tubarão was early lost. Across here, open. And that a little bit more extra wiggle room. This is the classic third site for most teams. Sometimes even the second, actually, for ones that hate playing on towards the top floor as it drops out of the meta favorite. Very concerned about the read onto those windows because, well, it's very likely that a player will try and throw themselves out. The Claymores are set and prepped. It's otherwise a big open space. You have to sit uncomfortably hanging and dangling, almost waiting to be plucked and thrown into the afterlife by a player that feels the need to throw themselves out of a second-story window. FaZe just going to sit and wait, see if they can try and get a handle on the first engagement as the Kanto wall starts to be a point of a bit of pressure. Without the Habana, it's a bit more awkward to open up if it is locked in. In fact, there's not really any hard breach on the side here.
Hey, they bend it.
Yeah, it's just the ace, just the Selmas. You can try and long arm one from the far side, but I guess with open, if you're looking at quad wall, you sort of need it. Sometimes you'll have thermite instead, but it's the pressure on towards the window seems to be the first approach. Look at Canadian, the blitz. Can't quite get himself. Round the corner, the cover is there from Ambi. They're ready to start making their way inside. There's the very shaky fight and a team kill. Oh no, a misinput. Souls!
Well, Vitaking's down, so it's not as bad as it may seem immediately. 2v3 depends on if Vitaking can get back up. No, of course not. Finished off by Surf. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but Ambi still got the initial kill to begin with. It's unfortunate he took down Canadian, but they still got the other kill anyway. It's more so the fact that they lost Rexon elsewhere at the same time. If they didn't lose Rexon, it could be a 3v3 right now, and, well, we wouldn't really be worried about the team kill, but yeah, Kit recovered. Poor old Canadian, 60 seconds left, got shot in the back of the head. It does happen to Shield players every now and then. Still a winnable round for Shopify, but this is the kind of round that FaZe should and really likely will collect because of that small error, that small mistake from Ambi, who's been playing so well in this series and has every chance to probably be the MVP of the series overall between both of the two teams. But with 35 seconds left, so much to do for Surf and Grixer. Could they pull off a very heroic round?
Wow, it's even more of a meteoric challenge at this point. He knows they're inside tellers, but the tale being told is that we're moving on to the next. Back and forth, past 5 rounds. They've been back and forth. They've been trying to find themselves new location, and if that continues, I mean, we're still going to get ourselves on towards map point. We're still going to get ourselves potentially onto the end of this map. It was a little bit of a lockdown after something else pulled away. FaZe, they're still battling, and as I said, you can't ever truly count out a team like FaZe. Here's that moment, the swing round, and yeah, it happens.
I mean, look, he got a kill before it.
Yep.
And yeah, it does happen, but FaZe is the kind of team that will punish those little mistakes. 3-5. And they just keep their heads above water. That's the main thing for FaZe. Their heads are above water. But they've just never been able to claw back the deficit on this map. They've done it on the opening 2 maps of Clubhouse and Labs. But it's either been a 3 or a 2 round differential the whole way through here on Bank. So now it's up to Shopify to continue that trend that has been established separately here on the final map of this series. Been a long day on the B stream. We are incredibly far behind the A stream. I think soon enough, this will be the A stream at some point.
Yeah, we just do take over at some point. Well, Shopify, can you keep this game of table tennis back and forth, bouncing across, or will FaZe sort of reassert themselves 2 in a row? Ambi was tempted to burst his way through there onto the top of the square, but couldn't do better of it. He has been able to get his tooth and nail in, and you look at the spread of things, and it's kind of Ambi versus Cyber currently in the split. Obviously, there are some numbers that came in before the rehearsal.
Yeah, I mean, Handy was great beforehand. If you want, in terms of the actual numbers right now as they are, 8 and 5 for Handy, 7 and 5 for Cyber. So those two very much similar. 7 and 4 for Ambi. The only player on the side of Shopify, this is again crazy. They're up 5-3. He's the only one with 100 plus EPS at 123, and he finds another opening kill. I mean, team kill aside, he's been pretty much flawless. That one incident in the previous round, the only tiny blip for what's otherwise been an incredible series from the young star. And another chance for Shopify, but Rexon shut down at the hands of Souls. And it brings it back to an even man number game at 4 versus 4 with 90 seconds left in the 9th round. It's starting to get hot and heavy. Grex is going to fall to KDS, and just like that, FaZe have found themselves with the slight advantage.
Will it be pushed on towards the end? There's still a lot of time here for Shopify to try and work with and try and get things just, you know, formulated into a plan. The kit is on the windows alongside some of the cover from the Capitao. In terms of the bolts in their pocket, they still have 2 smokes, but you're throwing yourselves into potentially a C4, potentially just impacts to get the end of it. The keeper barricades can try and build their way back in. And there's the first pop of smokes, and Ambi's going to use that as his way to thread himself through the head. Looks for the second, can't find it on the long desk, but they're inside the building, inside the site, and tucking themselves close here. Caught out, but it's Surf
Canadian,
that has the cover in handy. You're not really sure what's going on. Surf has to swing himself in. They were trying to go for a bit of a bait and a play, but through it all, it was red. FaZe 2 rounds now in a row, the first time on this map.
Wow, I mean, that is just a strange round. I thought Ambi was almost single-handedly clawing a winning position for Shopify throughout. Canadian with the kit gets into sight, then just starts running around. The smokes, of course, dissipating, so he knew he couldn't just stick it. Throws out the Candelas. They don't quite pop off in time. And in the end, just dies for nothing. He just essentially just ran around in a circle and then died. 4-5 now, timeout by FaZe. Despite winning the last 2 rounds, Emmy, they want to try and compound their advantage going into a timeout. And this is where it starts to get really nerve-wracking for both of these 2 teams. Once again, as has been in this series, we're staring down the barrel of a 5-5 scenario, and then who can just finish off better.
Yeah, and that's that sort of game that you wanted, right? We said it could be series of the day. You have 2 great teams going up against each other.
It's definitely going to be now.
Where else can we go from here but up? It's just piecing itself together. They are still so close here, Shopify. This moment, you know, if that engagement...
If Ambi gets that kill, I think they win the round.
And that's it, because he went for the close fight onto Janitors. I don't know if it was the person deep on long desk that got the kill or not, but there was a second person ready for the fight. Canadian, with the Ying shotgun, I think it was. Throwing themselves that deep and then trying to cook another Candela just to get the instant blind on the pocket. If he'd have just rolled it and potentially started doing a plant there.
In the end, it was like hesitation leads to nothing, leads to death.
Yeah, and you know, but again, it's the thing that you always sort of look at here is it's so easy for us to look here and see all the pieces moving around. There, you don't know what they're working with. You don't know what is in their ear. You don't really know what the sort of play around is, and it's just something that pulls away. Vidaking on towards the Clash. We saw some of the Clash play in the previous map as well. They've played Clash in some of the biggest games out of it for the side of FaZe, just slowing down an approach. Think about how this played before. Shopify Rebellion got a really good, really quick bit of control on towards server, on towards the eyes on the site, and on towards the rest of it. And from then on, you know, how do you bite your way across? The Clash, the chance at the roam, and potentially the blitz actually as well from Canadian. We're going to have a little bit more aggression around the map, I think.
Well, I wouldn't say the pressure's like too much right now. It's group stage day 1. If we want to kind of reel things back, it's been an incredibly fun series, and seeing 2 top teams from their respective regions going, you know, toe to toe has been quite exhilarating, and it's really kind of set the tone nice and early for 6 Invitational that there's just so much quality at this level at the moment. But the reality is it's day 1 of group stage. So we probably don't want to, you know, go too nuts about it, but it has been a really, really fun series. But for Shopify, I feel like there's more on the line here to get a result against a team that embarrassed you in Montreal. Again, especially in this kind of proverbial group of death, to get the extra points. It's really going to help them, I think, a lot more than a FaZe clan who we know we're probably going to get a better version of them at some point.
What is Handy going to try and sit and wait around for? You can see that there's calls on the approach of the players. The hatch next to him is open. He just wants to try and get one sort of lucky take and then fade himself down below. Rexon might be the first to find the engagement, but they're not entirely popping their way in. The drop on the cameras, the play around the corner, has he been tested or contested? Well, that's down to the confidence, the cojones of Handy here, who's, you know, one of those players who does like to take these engagements. There's the ping. There's the shield that just sees the player drop away. You can win a lot of 1 versus 1s. Those sneaky engagements, you probably can't win that one. The removal of the mines, the steady play around, the change of the control on towards Vault Hatch, and the Clash doing this. Exactly what I talked about before, but oh no! I don't really know if there's the reference
dead.
to...
I mean, your Clash is down.
It's just the C4, the second take, the second time a shield has been taken by their own team and their own players at this point. The 4 versus 5 towards. The fight is now actually a 4 versus 4 based on how that connects. The confusion potentially.
Well, there's only
on the
one
back
shield
of it.
up now, and that's on the side of Canadian and Shopify. With no Clash, this becomes a far more winnable round for Shopify going into the final 30 seconds. Yes, it's 4v4, but the Clash is a big part of the round for FaZe, and they no longer have it. There's the push through from Rexon towards Garage. They do lose Surf to Handy. Big kill. And suddenly the advantage back over to FaZe.
It's late, 15 seconds, and they're just trying to get some modicum of control here over the side. A lot of damage onto KDS, and Canadian pops 1, but KDS and Cyber drive themselves right back in. It is just Canadian in the middle of no man's land. FaZe, they tie us right back up. And at this point, you're staring at that OT, and now you're wondering, can Shopify Rebellion find that final piece, that missing link?
Wow. 5-5 in all 3 maps, Emmy. I mean, there hasn't been really much separating these 2 teams. And there's not really going to be much to separate them to close this series out. It honestly comes down to these little micro mistakes. But even in that round, like we saw the proverbial double kill with the Nitrocell, 1 opponent, 1 teammate. Even with that and losing the Clash, FaZe still just find a way to win that round. That's a round that Shopify probably should have done a little bit better on because of the Clash being dealt with by FaZe.
It just felt like Shopify changed the plan late into the game. What happened in server happened, and then suddenly they've got a man trying to, you know, as quickly as they can get in towards Garage. They find a fight. You've got the pressure coming onto the drop on the hatch in Elevator. You've then got the shield fighting their way down from that area as well, and it becomes a little bit disjointed and trying to, you know, sort of piece things together amongst the chaos. And because of that, if you compare it to what happened when there was a team kill on the side of Shopify, when they were being very direct towards that position and direct towards that control, you know, FaZe didn't really have to change anything. You're the defenders. You've been gifted a moment. When you're the attackers, sure, you're gifted his body, but you still have to try and piece things together. And sometimes, when you haven't got a lot of time to do it, you have to come up with a plan. Cyber on the boss.
Journey to Archives. They might not be aware of this. This is very, very quick. I mean, this is something that Shopify might not be aware of. If they push through Electrical or top blue stairs, trying to get a push in towards Staff in open area. He's playing on the Vigil. Look at that hole that's been opened up towards Electrical. Okay, shot with the Boss G. That might give away his position. Of course, the Monty on the other side of it. But if someone pushes in trying to come in behind the Montang and they're not aware that it's being watched by Cyber, that could have been a very easy kill. You've also got blue stairs as well if they try and make their way up and he's watching it. There's the shot, there's the chance, it's a miss. That was an opportunity for Cyber and for FaZe to get on the board nice and early. Handy does so anyway, dealing with Brexton, who has struggled since Reho's, and it's a Cyber that goes wandering, losing his life in the vigil shut down. 4 versus 4.
They didn't quite know about the player above. The blinds come out, and now they think they've got control of square. But look at this, the slow, steady rotate underneath the fight on towards the door. They don't know, but they still win it out. Great motion there from Surf. You could see he wasn't quite sure on the direct location of the player. Now, with the man advantage in a minute 20, they still have to try and find their way into the site. They are blinded out. There's Ambi shooting a blinder across the back end. Another Candela. Don't need to cook it. It's rolling to where it needs to be, opening up a little sight line on towards the rotate.
What is that? That's a pixel. Ambi should be asking for a refund. Surely they don't lose the round off of a shot like that. And Surf's going to get brought back up, though, at the very least, to make it still a player advantage for Shopify. And they've got 50 seconds, but Ambi would be ropeable to lose his life in that manner. What can Souls and KDS do? It's another one from KDS. Now down to a 2v2. Old head Canadian on the Montang has clutched up a couple of times in this series. Will need to do so once again.
Currently a 2 versus 1 as the man's going for the plant, but they're not going to put the pressure on. Instead, they use the time to rotate, and there's the reveal, the position and the player. But look at the aggression right up towards the Monty. Now it's
down
a 2
Canadian.
versus 1. Canadian. He knows he's in a tight spot, but he can't make it happen. Souls and KDS.
How have they lost that round?
How have they won that round? Massive play from the start of a pixel that I don't even think exists in the game. Towards where we are now, 6-5. FaZe. They stand 1 round away from locking it out, and you can see it on the faces of Shopify and the mic being down.
This is so North American, isn't it? To just get so close and then ultimately capitulate. 4 rounds, 1 in a row now for FaZe after Shopify. We're looking to have complete control of this map, of this series. FaZe have brought it all the way back, baby. And now it's a timeout for Shopify. At 6-5, it's now match and series point for FaZe Clan. And it seemed like in the middle of that round that Shopify were the team of the two that was starting to gain the ascendancy. Ambi was doing his thing. And then out of nowhere, bam, pixel shot, headshot. And then even with the plant going down successfully, they lose Surf at the end. Canadian in a 1v2 on the Montang. What can you really do at that point?
I mean, this is why we talk about, and I said it when it was 5-2, you cannot ride out either of these teams. It's been the back and forth. Sure, it was.
Look at it at this point, 2v4, pop.
You don't even see him.
You don't even see it. The bullet is like curving Matrix style to come around the corner of the window.
It's like Wanted. Angelina Jolie.
And the biggest thing, it's on Ambi. He has been so good for Shopify Rebellion. If he is not the one to lose his life there, I think he can then still clutch the round. Match and series point FaZe, though. This series has not gone to an overtime yet. 7-5, 7-5. Will it be 7-5 again?
If I was on the wrong end of that shot in, like, rank in the game,
I mean, I would just say it's cheating.
I'd be on the phone to John Ubisoft. I'd be like, John Ubisoft, you got to sort this out. You got to get rid of this guy.
Well, I mean, right now, the pressure probably is on Shopify. You can certainly alleviate a lot of it in some of the earlier maps because of the fact that FaZe are FaZe, but you've been now up 5-2. You've now been in a winning position for such a long time here on this map that now it's like, well, boy, we're really going to fumble the bag, aren't we? Dark Zero losing earlier to Razza. If SR lose to FaZe in this manner, not a particularly amazing day for North America, but you can take a lot of the positives, certainly for Shopify, but they don't care about your positives. They want the win.
Yep, they want to try and get it locked in. They want to start themselves off with a bang here. And I love this forest trick. You jump it up, run it onto the side, and spin around towards the windows behind you, and then you make the landing. Perfect. Gets rid of any utility on the back end of it without it being caught out. There's the castle. There's a trick. Now go and practice it a million times, and you'll probably get it in the last 10 6-5 at this point. FaZe, they just need a first kill from then on. Probably setting themselves up towards the end of it. As you said, Ambi has been that difference maker, that distance queen. And struggling. Rexon on the other side. Ian, you know, this is a moment for them to start picking up. I talked about it at the very beginning. What we had was big sort of hero rounds almost from Shopify when they were getting themselves in. The cost wasn't so spread. Here is almost the bad end of that, the demonstration.
Oh, that was quick. I mean, how much of the win call now for Shopify is going to come through? Again, Canadian on the Ulsa, get the plant down behind the Talon shield. They go for square control. Do they just go for the repel control? I mean, Canadian's kind of in a position where I think they're going to want to just try and go for a pretty default top square take, open up the right side, go for that shield down, and then play the repel post-plant position. Minute 10, time beginning to be a factor, guys. Need to get that wriggle on, clear out sight, clear out positions like Janitor. There's the smoke to try and stop the ability. Oh, little decent drone over towards lobby here.
The awareness, they don't quite find their way around. The Candelas, it's been put onto the sort of pressure of Surf rather than Canadian at this point. They're going to try and drive the Os.
Canadian has to go in now. Like, this is it. This is the go time, and he finds himself over towards the bomb chassis into CEO. Oh, he's shot in the back by Cyber. No. And with that FaZe, have taken away the win condition for Shopify Rebellion. It feels like Ambi's got a lot to do, pushing through Janitor. This young star with a chance to shine at the 6th Invitational. Surf alongside him like Robin to his own Batman. Into the flames he goes, but up in flames may go Shopify. If he can't close it out on the diffuser, he goes to stick it. Finishing with 2, then 3. And just like that, it's all down to Ambi. In a 1 versus 4, shut down by Souls. FaZe will take down Shopify Rebellion.
The difference was a single step. When Ossa is deploying like that, her elbows are out so wide. And that slug shotgun, the TCSG, is an absolute surgeon's tool. That got rid of Canadian. If he was a step further back, it could be different. But we don't talk about ifs, we don't talk about buts, we don't talk about what could happen. What has happened is FaZe, a meteoric return, a meteoric play back in, and they are able to take a win. But by God, did they have to fight for it?
Oh, let me breathe. Dissect and have a look at things. This is the kind of game, though, I'd love if it was on, like, say, Stream A and we had an analyst desk and they could all break it down, because this is certainly the fitting of it. I feel awful for Shopify, but they probably won't walk away from this too upset. I think that's definitely got to be their mentality. They played some great Siege. They deserved the map that they got. Unfortunately, they don't get the series win, but they did enough, Emmy.
Well, we're throwing to a quick break before we're back with a breakdown of that absolute blinder of a series.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou. Cara, o mesmo que vai perder o giro no Brasil.
Que isso, cara? Que isso, moleque? Caralho, viado. De onde você veio? Caralho, filho da puta, mano. Não acredito, velho. E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara? Boa, tranquilo. Caralho, que isso, mano?
Você achou mesmo que ia perder o giro no Brasil?
Caralho,
12 horas de fusão, pô.
Você pegou?
Peguei, cheguei hoje.
Caralho, que da puta.
Meu nome é Vinícius Merletti, falo aqui de Floripa. Eu sou de São Paulo, né? Sou paulista, mas eu vim aqui para Floripa em 2019 para estudar. Eu passei aqui na UFSC, que é a Universidade Federal aqui de Floripa. Hoje eu tenho grandes amigos no Rainbow Six, que o JP eu já conhecia ele antes, né? A gente estudou juntos bastante tempo. E conheci também o Busta e o Tóquio. São grandes amigos meus que a gente fez dentro do jogo, fiz dentro do jogo. E são amigos que hoje eu levo pra vida. Hoje eu abriria facilmente a porta deles da minha casa. São pessoas de um coração gigante que no momento que a gente tá jogando a gente se diverte muito. Então a gente se esquece às vezes do problema, algum problema do trabalho que possa ter ocorrido. E no momento que a gente tá no jogo a gente tá dando risada, tá focado em ganhar, às vezes dá um rage, mas faz parte.
Ó, do Caio ligando. Olha aí, quer comer, cara, vai comer. Ó, rapel varanda fora. Tomei. Puta caramba. Tomei, velho.
Então eu descobri que o Invi ia ser no Brasil, ali em São Paulo. A gente acabou comprando os ingressos, mas passou um tempo, foi passando os meses, e eu acabei encaixando uma viagem bem num dia. Prometi uma viagem pra minha namorada, falei pra eles que eu não ia mais. Eu tinha falado pra eles que não ia, eles ficaram super irritados, porque a gente comprou bem quando lançou os ingressos, tava um preço um preço excelente ali.
Aproveita muito, cara. Invi no Brasil, vai ter uma atmosfera única. Aproveita bastante lá. Não esquece de mandar muita foto. Você sabe que eu queria muito estar indo aí. E, pô, vacilei contigo. Mas vai ter mais outras oportunidades, tá? Aproveita muito por mim, tá? Falou, mano. É nóis, tamo junto. Pô, ele acredita mesmo que eu não vou.
Faltando poucos dias, decidi ir para São Paulo e ver essa experiência incrível. E ainda eu quero muito ver a cara deles quando eu for fazer essa surpresa. Acho que vai ser maravilhoso, eles vão ficar muito emocionados, assim, vai ser um encontro épico. Presencial Invitational com as pessoas que eu sempre joguei, passei horas do meu tempo jogando, me dedicando ao jogo ali, me divertindo. E estar com eles lá, viver esse momento vai ser muito maravilhoso.
Olhando pra mim, tá? Segura aí. Podem começar a conversar agora entre vocês, trocando ideia.
Na moral, o Uruguai vacilou. Cara, mesmo que vai perder o Envio no Brasil?
Que isso, cara? Que isso, moleque?
Caralho, viado, de onde você veio?
Isso, mano.
Caralho,
que puta, mano. Não acredito, velho. E aí, mano? Como é que você tá, cara? Boa, tranquilo.
Cara, que isso, mano? Você achou mesmo que ia perder o Envio no Brasil?
Caralho,
12 horas de busão, pô.
Você
pegou? Cheguei hoje.
Ai, que da hora, mano. Nós é o caminho inteiro falando, mano. Não acredito que o Uruguai vai perder essa porra, mano.
Não, a gente combinou agora de falar isso. A gente já tinha decidido vir há muito tempo. Desde que lançou, ele mandou mensagem e falou, ó, compra agora. Aí compramos, beleza. Aí ele mandou e falou assim, pô, mano, não vai dar, vou viajar e tal. Eu falei, pô, você vai perder isso aqui, mano. Não sei nem como vai ser a próxima oportunidade que vai ter.
Vim de Floripa, 12 horas de busão. E foi isso, tamo aqui.
Que pilantra, mano.
It's Ventures Pro versus W7M! Contra 3, Casey novamente garante o jogador finalizado.
E pra mim é um sonho realizado. Principalmente por eu estar aqui e estar com meus amigos, meus parceiros do squad e aqueles amigos que a gente nunca viu pessoalmente. Tá tendo essa oportunidade de todos eles virem aqui em São Paulo.
Welcome back here, and we find ourselves at the end of what was a hell of a series. It was everything that we wanted that series to be. And, I mean, you can see two teams that this is far from the last. We'll hear about them throughout this whole tournament.
It's a good start for both teams. I mean, I think for FaZe to be able to get the win in the manner in which the series kind of played out is a really good way for them to be able to start the tournament off in a good footing. For Shopify Rebellion, I feel like I'm about to cry. I'm not even North American. But I really do feel emotional for them because it felt like that was a series they probably should have actually got the resounding win, as in like, you know, the W. And in the end, they kind of just walk away with an honorable loss. You know, you're going to have a lot of people kind of talking about, oh, you know, they played well. And they did. They did play well. They didn't win. Oh, but they had some good moments. Ambi was great. Canadian had some clutches, but they didn't win. And it's like, I think for North America, I look at them as an outsider because obviously I'm from OS. Our region sucks. North America doesn't suck. But sometimes they feel like they suck because they don't have maybe the accolades of like an EU or a Brazil. But they're really good, and they can mix it with those regions. And we've seen that in this series. It's just that next step of like, how do you go from doing well but losing to doing well and then doing really well and winning? That's kind of the next step for that region.
For a lot of people, this was Shopify Rebellion's toughest game this week. They are just as capable of approaching this than the others. Against a lot of other teams, it would have been a win today. They know that as well as anyone. We're devastated they didn't get the win, but remember who they're up against and how sort of heavy that game is. There's still, 3 more games for them to play. There's still some other big teams to get through, sure, but FaZe is FaZe. They were the finalists last time.
They are.
They
Absolutely.
were 1 round away.
And that kind of plays into the honorable loss trope where you can and rightfully should walk away from this, not really looking to blast Shopify and say, oh my God, how did you guys lose? And I think you'll probably see people make comments like regarding maybe the choking ability of starting so well on all 3 maps, but then eventually being overcome. And I can understand some of the criticism in that regard. Like, how do you start 0-3, 0-4, 0-3, and then you find a way to lose 2 of those maps? I understand that criticism. But by and large, Ambi was the statistically best player in the server. Grixer, over 100 EPS. Canadian, maybe not the best kills, but his calling was great. He had some good clutch moments. There's a lot of positives that you can take from this series. Surf was involved in a lot of their opening kills, went 5-7, so he's thereabouts. And unfortunately, they just ran into a FaZe team to begin. I think there's not many other teams that would have beaten Shopify Rebellion today at this tournament.
It's the sort of split of it, right? And, they have to take away that they've had this hard-fought loss, but with the sort of point system as well, they still get, I think, a little bit out of it.
You get a map win.
They still get a map win. They still get a point. But I think they also get the idea of being like, it was FaZe. It was a tournament favorite that we just went toe-to-toe with.
Yeah.
They have other games they got to get their heads back into. They'll be able to keep pushing.
That's where, if you're North America, and I think that for them, it's now got to move past the, but it's FaZe to, we didn't win. That's the growth for the region. Like, they've just got to find a way to be able to say, we don't want to just mix it with these top regions and these top teams. We want to beat them. This is their SI. This is Boston. Who from North America is going to be in Phase 3 for these fans to cheer for? I don't actually know yet. I mean, Dark Zero lost today. SR just lost.
It's the first day.
It's the first day.
Those visiting that want to cheer on an
But what I'm saying is, I think that they're a region that could even... You could have a team that could even win the whole thing.
Yeah, 100%.
If you just have a run, teams can do that. I mean, look at Beast Coast and what they did over in Manchester.
Exactly. I mean, it was... We've had a year of Cinderella stories. We've had a year of some of the best esports stories. When you got to cast, obviously, the last SI final, unbelievable story. Will it ever be topped? I got to do the Manchester Major final, unbelievable story. Will it ever be topped? We will always continue to have
main way to kind of close on this is that for Shopify Rebellion internally, they can't walk away from this series and be like, oh, we did good.
Yeah.
Good's not going to cut it.
Great might.
Great might. And Great probably will. If they were great, they probably would have won this series. And as for FaZe, kind of obviously we've been kind of talking about Shopify. I think for FaZe Clan, it's a weird one. They probably walk away from this actually a little bit disappointed because there were a lot of things that they didn't do well. If you want to kind of give the criticism to Shopify Rebellion regarding like the choking and starting well what about the slow starts from FaZe? That's going to be my takeaway. How do you start all 3 maps so slow, so poor, so many issues? So that's something that for FaZe Clan they've got to work on. They were very much carried by Handy in a lot of aspects of this. He was their top entry. He was their top KPR. He had the top cost, except for maybe KDS, who was around the mark as well. So you had one player that was really the one leading the way. Vidaking, a little bit slow to get going. Cyber, a little bit slow to get going. So ultimately, a tremendous series, but it is back-to-back losses for North America, with Raza Company, of course, defeating Dark Zero earlier. 1 game to go here on the B stream. CAG taking on Furia, and it's going to be a trial by fire for Cyclops.
Oh, I mean, they were always the underdogs in this group. You've got a group of champions. You've got a group of hammer lifters. You've got a group of finalists. you're CAG. We haven't
You are just CAG.
We, you know, but also they're CAG. Over their long storied history, they've
Ever
taken
been
some
cagged
big
before?
games. People have.
People
And
have.
it's terrifying. And that's one of the things where you never know. We've just had this result, but, you know, if CAG starts
I
shaking
know
up
for a
and-
fact I'm going to eat dinner. I'm going to just kind of like go debrief for a little bit. You know, we're going to have
relax,
a break. It's been a long
relax.
day. I'm going to look at my phone and I'm going to see like a Reddit thread and it's going to have like 100 comments and it says CAG v Fury. And I'm like, I know what that scoreline's about to be when I open that thread. CAG
happens.
2-1. No, I think Fury will win that pretty comfortably. I think for CAG, I don't see how they put up too much of a fight, but I'd be very curious. Like I would be wanting to just watch it in terms of the curiosity sake, because this is a CAG roster that has pretty much no actual expectations in that match, and that's when they do their cagging.
Wow. You'll have to wait after a quick break before you get to see if that happens or not. That is all from us for today. You'll have the Canadian sensations, Jesse and Parker, back here in just a moment. But first, a quick break. Go get a breather.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Gets to where he needs to be. Dordes manages to find the entry onto Yoga, and the plant is down again. W7M, they're going to have to maybe not do much.
No, that's unfortunate.
The power of W7M's rush, Des,
Has broken the server.
has done the server. It's had enough.
This now becomes a bit of a sticking point for them as well, because now that they've shown what the game plan is, for the other side, they know what's coming and now can adapt to it. That makes things a little bit sticky because you have to pick the same operators as well, for example, but they can't well employ the same strategy knowing what's going to come at them. So it's, I don't know, a horrible situation to be in there and a bit unfortunate, I guess, for the attackers of W7M. For Oxygen, it might be a little bit of a lifeline, but we will go through a rehost, I believe, to get this one set back up.
Yep, we'll get everybody back in as soon as we can do, and then we will go from there. The admins will square away everything as it should be. But, I mean, like I said, on the face of it, you look at the score, and it feels like, yeah, this one's really close. I'm not sure it's as close as it looks at the minute. Like I said, Oxygen have had two very good rounds down in Kitchen. I'm not going to take that away from them. But overall, they've kind of shown an inability to hold on to W7M anywhere else in the map. W7M have just been consistently better when they've been on the other sides. We don't know what might happen at the switch. I think we're going to see a very good W7M on defense. I think they're going to be able to lock down a couple of sites. I think they're going to make it very difficult for Oxygen. I expect to see W7M getting out in the map and challenging all around on all floors and making it very difficult for OXG to go in there and grab any space realistically. You know, we'll see after the side switch whether that is the case or not. But right now, it's definitely, for me, W7M in the driving seat.
It feels that way, and I look at the numbers for how the stats are looking so far across the series. Volps and Lobin are both really negative, like 12 and 21 for Volps, 10 to 22 for Lobin. These are two players, Volps especially, that we're used to seeing set the world on fire.
Yeah.
Dordes is still having a great performance, as you come to expect, but outside of that, Dots and Dash, they're about break even at this point. So no one is really looking at it and saying, oh yeah, these guys are flying, the team looks fantastic. On the other side, you probably look towards Diaz, Nuers, Yarg, all having great games. But it just goes to show that based on numbers alone, W7M look to be doing, air quotes, worse. And I imagine that is mainly based on the way that Lair played out.
Yeah.
But you would never guess it that they're the ones who feel like they're in the driving seat and the momentum sits with them on Cafe based on those numbers.
And looking at W7M as a whole for the tournament and looking at this performance, I'd say the same as I often do, and that is you don't want your best performance on day one. At a tournament...
I'd have it every day, Tim.
Well, yeah, obviously you want to come in and have your absolute best performance every single day, but the reality is that's not when you want your best performances. When you look at the tournament as a whole, you need that form to be coming at the right time. So if W7M come in here and get a 2-1 win and it's a little bit scrappy at times and OXG put up a good fight, W7M aren't going to mind that because, like I said, you've got to be able to win the hard games and then you have your good days and you win the easy games. And you would much rather that comes in the quarterfinal. You know, you'd much rather
whether that comes in the live stages and gets you to those big games. So, yeah, W7M, I don't think are going to be too concerned overall. It's been pretty solid from both teams. I think that's the important thing to recognise. Both of them have turned up. Both of them have played a good game. Both of them have had their moments. There's a lot, I'm sure, for other teams to look at here and digest and take away. W7M and the amount of rushes that they've played. Is that something that's going to continue? It's certainly something teams are going to have to be prepared for.
Having it in their wheelhouse, I think, is the most important part, right? Knowing that they can bring that out at any moment. You can't get comfortable against them and just assume, oh, they'll play this slow, composed game and we should be ready for that. We're out there extending quite far around the map to know where the main push points are coming from. You do that and they rush you. It's so hard to deal with them. And again, I'll come back to it from earlier. We heard Redeemer mentioning it, being aware of that direct hit from them. They've done it half a dozen times throughout the series now, and I imagine a lot of teams that are watching this or analysing it back will be sat there thinking, yeah, that's definitely one to write down and be aware. They'll pull this out 2-3 times a map if they have to, if we feel that they're seeing a gap to be able to exploit. But that's the beauty of the game. I think is not having a go-to cookie-cutter way that you approach every round. Being able to change things up all the time, try and upset the other side is good stuff.
I think we're going to be getting back in very, very shortly. We can see there Redeemer just clapping the notebook, getting the team energised and ready to load back in and get back into this one. We will be going back in. It was W7M still on the attack, defense.
I think we're not 100% in the clear yet, question mark?
No, I don't think we are. We will get, I think, the reason that I said we've got a screen where we can see the game and it would load it in with W7M on defense, I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure that's not right.
Yeah, other way around.
So we will get that sorted and we will get back in. It will only take 2 seconds to juggle things about and get everybody sorted. But yeah, I think one way or another, I think we're in for a fascinating ending. I've got a feeling that W7M aren't going to have it all their own way on defence. I think that OXG are going to come in and have something to say about that. I just don't know if they'll have enough, but we will see when we get there.
It's ridiculously close, and that's the important part. Quiet time now, children. Is that kind of golden rule in case you weren't aware. During a technical pause, you are not meant to communicate. The only time where you can communicate with your coach, or in that case, it's during attack timeout. The team itself, only when the game is actually active and ongoing, which at the moment it's not, as we work our way through these technical issues. But I can see on my other screen now that everyone is rejoining into the lobby, so give it 30 seconds or so and we should be good to go. Sorry about the delay. I know we're all keen to see how this one wraps up.
It's one of them games where it's like, it really doesn't need any help building the tension, does it? But then you have a break like this and it's like, it puts you right on the edge of your seat, wanting to get back into it. And obviously the impact that it potentially has on the players. W7M had some good momentum building, and now you have this couple of minutes out of the server. You've got to get back into it, and you know, maybe it has an impact. Maybe it just gives Oxygen that little breath of life that they need to get themselves back into things.
People now setting their invites in order. To break it down a bit as well, in case you're curious about why sometimes rehosts can take so long, is players have to rejoin or join the game in a certain order, so it syncs up with player cams and things like that, and the scoreboard lines up right, all that kind of good stuff. So you do have to wait for everyone to join sort of one at a time in the order they're prescribed, rather than all 10 players accepting an invite at once. Delightful slurping sound there. That's really weird.
Perfectly timed off. Thank you for that. Getting in
Brilliant.
on the action.
Absolutely, throw yourself in. Can confirm that W7M are now on the attacking side, so I think we're all good on that point.
I think we should be good to go.
For me, again, come back to what I said earlier. It's a real difficult spot to be in. Look, rehosts are going to happen. It's the nature of a game that there will be technical issues in a game. It happens in every sport at different times. But for me, the real confusing part about this, or no doubt frustrating part, is that W7M had already showed their hand in that round. They'd already rushed. Now Oxygen know that that rush is coming. They can adapt their setup slightly to be able to deal with that. And so W7M have to change their mind about what it is they do in this round. And that could be what looked to be a plank going down and almost certainly a round victory is now back into the mix. And it's a 50-50 once more.
It's just one of them things.
It is, sadly.
It is the nature of video games, unfortunately. You know, these things are going to happen, and as a team, you've got to be able to just roll with the punches, get on with it, and do what you need to do, and that's exactly what W7M will do. They're not going to think over too much on that. It'll just be back to the strat book, back to the plan, which option do we go with, and, you know, we roll again, and we go into round 6, which is exactly where we find ourselves. Last round, before the switch, before Oxygen move on to the attack, like OXG, for me, this is a pretty critical round. They really could do with winning this one, leveling things up 3-3, and it gives them an opportunity at least, if they're able to have a good attack in half, maybe to get something out of this one. If W7M go 4-2 at the half, I think they probably pick up their first defense, because it would be their primary site choice, where they're the most confident. They maybe go 5-2, and at that point, if you're XG, it probably feels like it's slipping away a bit.
It does, and I think the nice thing here is, they've been given that sort of grounds to change out their comp if they want to. Haven't got to stick with the same setup.
That's good.
A couple of things have stayed the same, but no Dokkaebi, for example, no Blitz on side, no Lion, no Blackbeard. The only thing that was consistent was the Thatcher.
And it's the Thatcher that's gone, and that could be a real key component. The Kaid is on site. Got the Tubarão as well to support and prevent any hard breaching that they're going to try to do to move across that top floor. The electric claws have actually been applied to freezer wall into piano and washroom wall into piano. So they are really trying. You can see all the electrification there in front of you. And OXG are just trying to prevent W7M being able to move their way across that top floor and get the verticals above reading again. And taking down the Thatcher, you don't get to choose those early picks when you're looking out of a window, but they could not have picked it any better. The twitch is going to be so important now, but getting a drone into position to clear that electricity is going to be super tough.
Time.
A little bit unlucky there, Newers. He's going to be breathing a sigh of relief to walk away with his life intact.
Very fortunate, and largely now going to ignore this top floor, which means they'll have to keep a player upstairs in piano to watch this hatch if they're making use of train to try and pull and execute off. Honestly, at this point, you probably start looking in towards reading, I'd expect. Get that top floor, and then start looking for an execute on that side, because now trying to push in through the electrified walls of that top floor is going to be really, really tough.
It is. Dots is going to find himself in position now to potentially think about putting this diffuser down. He just creeps on inside the site. The question is, are OXG aware of this? And if they are, is there anything they can do? Because they might find themselves challenged. He's just walked in and put it down. That is a big mistake from OXG there, Des. They've got away with one W7M here. They continue to do it, whether it's the rushers, whether it's the sneak plants. We see one just being downed as well. 4v4, and this is not looking good for the NA side.
Dots is cleaning house here as well. He's the one who's got it all done. Got that diffuser down, crept back out towards Train, and got 3 kills for his time as well. Lobbing on towards Yogg, and bolts with the close. In a way, it feels justified given how things are going before the rehost, but that feels like a big slip up by OXG to let that one go off. And then he identified, oh, they're reinforcing the wall. I could spray the wall and try and kill someone, but why not plant while there's all this noise going off on white stairs? Just a really good read of the situation. And OXG, truthfully, let that one slip through their fingers big time, and they call an attack timeout.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
I don't think that's the tack timeout discussion, Des.
I agree.
I think his headset might not be working.
Then they're going to pause the game and you're going to have to time it.
Okay.
You can like pause and then like...
Yeah.
Put it on time. Let them touch.
I'm sure they'll sort it out in a moment. Basically, let the timer run down, I believe, and then they'll pause the game again so they can have that timeout regardless once that's back in. So it should be all good. They'll still have the time to be able to have the conversation with the team. We'll make up for that, no problem at all. And I imagine here, like we saw this back in our series between G2 and M80, there's a whole conversation about when they take the TAT timeout. It was at the halfway mark, and I was like, it feels like a really strange time to do it. So I'm really curious to know what he's going to say here.
Let me know, let me know, let me know. Check, check, check. Check, check, check.
So far, hello and check, as all I've heard. Maybe not quite the advice the team needs.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Hit a full mental reset. We're really good on attack. The biggest thing that I noted is on all the defenses, bar, basement, and actually just the 3 sites, reading, mining, all that, they hard fight Cigar. So we need to make sure we're just getting fast entry points into like the other, like the bottom part of the map so that we can go for picks, because I don't want us to be sitting outside Christmas because they hard fight it with a zombie and mutant Cigar. So so don't sit outside the map trying to hard fight the entry points. If we're struggling, let's get inside the map, let's just get some picks and then work from there. Does that make sense?
Yep.
For their basement, they have one row. What do I have? They have one row where they're hard fighting up top, and then they have a full bunker. Okay.
Go in the direct.
Listen, we got this. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, come on.
Kind of twofold in a way. One, hard mental reset, like, look, that's it, done. Now we're focusing immediately on how we play out this second half. and jump straight in there with information, right? Like, reminder, here's how they play the half, here's the sites they're going to play and what they're going to do with them as well. I like how it's so focused specifically on, here's the way to adapt, here's how to deal with it, and here's what to focus on as a team. He can't control, of course, what happens in the rounds themselves. It's down to the team and their communication, their focus. But I'm very impressed with Redeemer's timeouts. I've enjoyed what I've heard from him.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think it's, you know, like you say, you've got to let the team play their game, but as a coach, it's about, you know, what can you input, what information can you transfer, and like you say, Redeemer, in that concise amount of time, I think is doing a good job of that. So let's get into this second half. I feel like there's a possibility here that we see W7M, as all champions must, display that they've got that extra gear, that when it really counts, they can just take it up a notch. Yep, you've been kind of close to us, OXG. We'll give you that, but we've got another level to go to, and that's what W7M need to find now.
But I also think on the other side, like, looking at OXG, again, they battled through the LCQ where you're always just a map away from death, from being eliminated and not being able to make it to the biggest tournament of the year. Not many expectations set on them. Again, the NA underdog is how I describe them coming in towards this series.
No pressure.
For themselves, I mean, at this point, the only pressure is on themselves to deliver. So I'm really excited to see how these next 6 rounds play out.
Volps is desperately waiting to go out of this window. You can see it's already 2 hit at the bottom. He's waiting for that repel sound. As soon as he gets it, he's going straight out of there. I'm not sure whether Hat is sort of prepared and aware or not. There's certainly not any claymores or anything down to do any damage. There's none available on the side of Oxygen, so they need to be careful here, because Volps, he could well.
Now they know.
There you go. That is what I wanted to see from OXG. They are playing a good game here. They are paying attention. The due diligence is being done. They're building a good picture of what's going on ahead of them, and they're not going to give W7M anything easily. But the problem is, Lobin, he'll take it the hard way as well. He's going to cut down Gomez. 5 versus 4.
Look at the drones at the top left corner of your screen, Tim. They burn everything trying to figure out what's going on up here on this top floor. This isn't even the site, yet they've been able to unsettle Lobin. They've not got rid of Volts, and now they've got full control to do whatever the hell they like. Not the best start from OXG here. Really going to have to rely on some instincts or a utility jump to make this one work. They've got 4 smokes to play with, 2 flashes. You've got the Sense light screens. There is a lot they can do, but there's a whole map to work through before we can even think about that.
Almost able to find a kill, but no, Dordes cuts down Hat, and again W7M are just able to improve on their situation. Dordes with the trade onto Yoga, who had picked up dots. 4 versus 2, and W7M are in a great spot now. They can just hold their angles. I was going to say hold their angles, but Dordes says, no, I'm going to go looking for more. He manages to find Diaz, and it's all up to Newers. Misses his opportunity on Volts as he strafes across the door. Final kill picked up, and as I suggested it might, W7M get that first defensive round and get the 5-2 scoreline. OXG now really on the ropes.
That looked a little bit too easy, let's be honest as well, right? Just taking away all the drones early on meant that OXG there were really going in on a bit of a hope and a prayer, swinging in, hoping to find players where they thought they might be. And again, that's where it's like intuition is really going to build into this now. So on the ropes, for sure. But these boys have been here before, Tim. A reminder, I know they beat Wildcard in that grand final to make it. They lost to them in the upper bracket semi-final the day before. They were down in the lower bracket. They know what it's like to lose and really be within a map or a few rounds of not being able to make it on through and seeing your dreams dashed. Here it's still day one. It's not the end of the world, but my God, what a statement it would be to bring down the reigning major champions on day one of SI. It's a bit of a climb to go, Tim, but we've seen bigger comebacks than this.
Oh, of course we have. It's absolutely doable. And out of all the teams that I've seen today, I've watched almost all of the games. And OXG, to me, are looking like one of the better performers that we've seen.
Agreed.
Even if they are a losing team, I would still come away and say they're probably one of the best losing teams that we've seen of the day, realistically. You know, a lot of promise there, and I'm sure there is going to be better results to come for them. But right now, they need to dig deep. They need to knuckle down and start fighting back into this one. Honestly, for me, they need the next 2 rounds. They need to force W7M to do what they did on defense and to just go back to kitchen to try and grab another round, because look at it this way. W7M, I think, can reasonably rely on getting 2 kitchen defenses. That puts them on the 6 marker. So they're going to have to find one of the second or third choice sites. And that's what Oxygen need to deny them.
Let's see how it goes for now. I put back to the old days of playing both like a Rooney and Castle on this site and really locking up that double doorway in towards Cigar Shop tight and really dragging a lot of utility out of the other side to get it cleared on through. Here it's a bit easier. Nose up on the rappel, gets it opened up. Still got to deal though with the replaceable gadgetry coming out of Lobin on this Azami. Now, last time round, Oxygen chewed through all their drones. They're down to just 4 left here, Tim, with only 60 seconds being played out. I am concerned that they're leaving themselves with a lot to do without the full resource at their disposal to get the job done. So, a little bit nervous already for them, to be honest.
Yeah, they've not managed to move Lobin as of yet. Still playing around those windows on Piano Gomez and Hat. Just trying to get something going here, Newers, as he moves up red stairs. Going to spray into sight a little bit. Can he apply a little bit of pressure? He's not going to find anybody in there, realistically. Piano is going to be the sticking point. They need to get that full control, be confident. They still haven't moved Lobin away from Pixel's spot. They've got Dash playing inside a Cigar as well. W7M are really fighting them at every single opportunity. We see Gomez dropping off the rappel there. Hat does go in and find a kill onto Dash, but Lobin, the problem, Azami that they never moved, is able to find the trade.
Newers has spent half the round because they're out of drones, staring at the same spot, suspecting a player is there. They don't know. They have to rely again on intuition or just constantly rechecking these angles. It's slowing them down. It's taking his focus away from what could have been a kill inside a Cigar Shop. It's a 4 versus 4, but as I said before, Tim, that clock now starts to become the 6th man here for W7M.
It's not looking bad for OXG at the minute, though. They have got Piano control. All of W7M have been forced away from top floor apart from Dordez. He's not really holding a great angle that's likely to net him much here. Newers manages to find Volps, and that could create a bit of space. Diaz is looking to get himself down and into a position to deliver this diffuser on into sight. Newers is alert to the danger. Dot's taken down, and OXG are starting to pick this defense apart one piece at a time, but W7M are fighting back, and with 15 seconds left to go, OXG are going to have to take a risk, and they do. Newers goes deep into sight. Yoga finds another, and that was really nice from Oxygen. They had a minute. Once they got into Piano, they got the verticals. They forced W7M back to sight, and then they pushed on from there.
The key thing about that attack from me, like, look how stacked and focused they were around red. Because they identified, we're out of drones. We need to play as a team here. If you go off playing one man over here, one man over there, a couple of you can play down towards the south together, for example, you just open yourself up to getting caught out by a player like Dodez, who was up on that new hatch, ready to do a hell of a lot of damage to anyone who rounded off towards paintings, and it would have been round over. You'd have lost players just one at a time, and that is a very unfortunate way to die, fair play. But again, I think just playing so tight as a team here and not really inviting much risk. Like, look, 3 players are all basically on top of each other here because they don't want to invite too much risk. And when risk does get introduced, like it was shown by Lobin here, there's players ready to secure the trade. Really good and smart play from them, identifying what the current limitations they had to their strat and being able to capitalize off the back of it. 5-3 now to W7M, and Oxygen showing it that maybe actually they have got that composure, that discipline to be able to still get this over the line.
Well, if you remember, I said that the 2 rounds were very, very important for OXG. That was the first, this is the next. If they can get themselves back to 5-4, force W7M back down into the kitchen, they might just start feeling like there's a chance that they can do this, maybe take it to overtime, see how it shakes down. It's going to be reading this time. Oxygen last time, what I liked about it was the show that they didn't need much time. Lobin did a great job on the Azami and Piano of burning away 2 minutes, but even with just a minute left on the clock, OXG was super focused on what they needed to do, where they needed to clear, and they got it done. Diaz was then immediately moving with the diffuser towards site. They didn't need it in the end. Newers was able to get most of the kills, but still, everything was ready and prepped. It was like a clockwork attack in that final minute, and it was really, really nice. So they need more of that kind of organisation and focus.
All right, we're in for a double shield setup here, Tim. We've seen a lot of shields so far today. As I mentioned coming into it, we've seen a bit of a mixed meta is the opinion coming out of a lot of teams. You can afford to play shields, you can play no shields if you want. Pretty fair to say, they're still pretty damn powerful. We've seen a lot of them today, Blackbeard especially. I imagine come the end of it will be the most played operator that we've seen on the attacking side of things. But really for OXG, it's about now making use of those. Yogg is, for me at least, going to be the key driver. Of course, a bit quicker than the Blackbeard. Looks to get aggressive and up nice and close. And sure enough, both shields are dropping in here, Tim. They're looking to do what they can, but they've missed out Dash, who was sat under the skylight and has caused so much damage. A 3K for himself. And like that, OXG's attack is over.
We just saw Newers on the player cam there, and I think his expression really said it all, kind of just rubbing his forehead, knowing that that one had fallen apart, that they've made a mistake there, that they've just allowed W7M to slip through the net to Dash there, just in such a lethal position, and he does a great job. He's still holding on to that now. He's going to play the rest of his life there, because why not? Dodes manages to find Dash gets himself another one. It's flawless for W7M, and that's a real danger. They now find themselves on series point, and they're going back to Kitchen, where they absolutely dominated on the first of their defenses.
For me, again, that big trend that's coming in is just the control of information. W7M are picking off drones for fun. It's like Clay Pitchers shooting for them on easy mode. And even in that round there, when it came down to the last few, like here, you can see top left of your screen, 4 drones on field, 3 are in back pocket. They didn't know that Dash was here. They hadn't seen him on a drone, and that's why they paid the price when the drop came on through. And I hate talking about drones all the time, because people are just like, oh, well, drone count doesn't mean everything. It's not just all about that. And I completely agree. There's far more to a round than how many drones you've still got left alive. The frustrating point more than anything is, in that round, it has literally cost them the round because they did not know where Dash was. It's small things that keep on hurting them across the rounds, and for me, at this point, it just feels like W7M have cooked up enough that they can get this one done. Over here, 7-3.
Siege is a game of essentially marginal gains. You gain a little bit from...
It's time for our final matchup of the day here on the B stream, and we saved the best for Blast.
Oh!
I need to put the B in there somehow. And since we're sponsored by Blast, I thought that'd be okay. Oh my God, I was really nervous.
That went through. No, that was good.
Thank you so much. Furia versus CAG. And we're going to play a fun little game. It's called Do the Defending World Champions Know How to Be Defending World Champions?
Do the defending world champions lose to the team that has never not been grouped at an international event? That's the question for today. You've been watching the B stream. You've seen 3 great games throughout the day so far. We started with the Battle of the Birds, Falcons versus PSG Talon. Then we got RC versus Dark Zero. You and I casted that. Great game, I may add. And then we got through FaZe and Shopify, and I know everybody was watching FaZe and Shopify like, get it over with. When do we start the good game? Well, we're here. Furia versus CAG Osaka, the matchup of the day. And I'm sure we're going to have a fantastic series.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you've got CAG active in a match, there's always an unpredictability factor. Now, sometimes that unpredictability factor is good because you never know if they're going to level up their gameplay and finally escape the groups. This is an organization that has been around since basically the beginning of APAC's ascent to Tier 1 region in Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah.
And a lot of these players have been around for quite a while too, and yet they have always struggled to find international success. They are almost always one of the first teams to go home. And yet, they always tend to be a top 2 team in Japan, potentially a top 3 team in all of APAC, and they make more events than quote-unquote better teams in other regions.
And, you know, they're nothing if not consistent. And for Fury on the other side of things, we used to be able to say that they're a very consistent team. But recently, that's not been the case. This team failed to qualify to the Montreal Major. It was the first event they'd missed in literal years. So we've seen them slip up as of recent, and we don't really know what form they're coming into this event with, right? We did get to see them in the BR Premier Finals, but that game, those games didn't have the most on the line. This is by far the most important game that Fury have played in months. So we get to kind of find out today what form they're in. How are they looking? Do they look like the world champions that won in Sao Paulo 1 year ago? Or do they look like the team that couldn't handle the meta, that were falling apart, that had so many issues at the tail end of Stage 2 and got gate-kept by Black Dragons?
And it's a really good question to ask. There are 2 very good questions that we will find an answer to in about an hour and 50 to 2 hours to 3 hours, depending on how deep into these maps, whether we need all 3 maps, whether we just need 2. But Fury has got a ton of tools at their disposal. But despite that, they've said that the meta doesn't suit them well, and they've actually come on record to kind of downplay expectations and say, nah, you know, we're washed. The meta's caught up to us. Other teams have caught up to us. It's really not, it's not our event. And I don't know if that's truthful or just them trying to get themselves into that headspace.
I mean, I definitely think it's at least in part true. It's actually with the meta. They've never been a strong shield team, so that's something that they're going to have to get past, especially against a shield team like CAG, and you know They love their shields. We'll start on Cafe in this BO3, which is the choice of CAG Osaka. This is a map that they have been very good on, 3-0 over the offseason, so it makes a lot of sense that they would choose it. And Furia as well. They're going to a nice and comfortable map. They're on a 5-game win streak here on Chalet. They've not lost on Chalet since Manchester. And we'll see the last couple of bans go through. Consulate taken off the board. We casted that in our game second on the B stream earlier today. And Bank will be the decider. So exciting to see how these teams match up. I will say for the first two as well, both teams are comfortable on both maps. So they've both gone comfort. We want to ease into this tournament, pick something we know we're good with, even if our opponents are comfortable there too.
While we went through a weird period of time where some of these maps were quite well balanced, or at least semi-balanced, there is a very clear meta emerging in regards to where you start on these maps. All three of these teams opting to go as defenders first.
Yeah.
Which obviously, when you don't choose the map, the belief is that you pick the best side for you. And if all of these teams are picking defenders as a starting point, then I think that tells you everything you need to know. We saw that early in our games today. We also saw that on the A stream and on the other games here on the B stream.
I will say, though, there is like a difference in philosophy. Some teams always just prefer to start on the harder side. I know Team Liquid are that way, G2 are that way as well. So there is a mix of opinions. But with these teams, yeah, you expect the start inside to be the first one, to be the strongest. And I think both teams have chosen that way as well. Cafe and our last map of Bank for sure. Chalet can be 50-50 sometimes. We can see it lean towards the attackers at moments. Not earlier today in our match between Dark Zero and RCAC, but it can in certain moments lean towards the attackers. So that one's a bit more up in the air. But I think especially for these teams, if you're coming into a tournament where you're a little bit less sure of yourself, a little bit less confident, you want to ease yourselves into things, starting defense is a huge advantage because attacking is just a more difficult job to accomplish compared to defense, where you can kind of hold your angles and be okay if you're struggling mentally, if you're still warming up into the games. So not mad at that.
A lot of warm-up time for these teams as we are the latest game of the day, and that's credited to our second and third matches where you and I did Raza Company Academy versus DZ. That went all 3 maps. Then we saw that FaZe Shopify matchup, which was, dare I say it, one of the best of the day so far.
It was very good.
You added extra 2 maps, and suddenly we might blow past our expected times. But yeah, first international appearance for this Furia team in over half a year, and they are in a foreign city to them. It's not like Montreal, it's not like in Brazil where they've won before. This is unfamiliar territory for everybody. Will the world champions bounce back and show everybody that they are still one of the best teams in the world despite not making it to the most recent major? Or will CAG get off to a hot start and maybe once and for all escape the group stages in the right direction? Because, I mean, technically, they always escape the group stages, but usually in the wrong direction. Staying power of CAG is really something to behold, but, you know, they are not even the bridesmaid. They're like the person who doesn't get invited to the wedding, not the bride.
That's tough.
The poll right now says 80% of you feel that Furia have the upper hand versus CAG. I think historically that's accurate, but we don't play matches based on history. We play matches based on where we're at right now, and I can see this meta fitting CAG quite well. Jesse, it's time for our very first map of the day. Operator bands rolling out. Furia versus CAG. Map number 1, Cafe.
Old habits die hard. Furia taking out a shield here on Cafe. It'll be Blitz. And of course, CAG have the original shield main, Anaton, who leads this team as their captain in IGL. One of the most experienced players in Japan. Everybody knows who he is, and everybody knows what he does. Furia not excluded from that. For their part, KAG will take out Dokkaebi, which is still an extremely powerful operator. KAG banned a bunch of different ops on this map. Historically, they've actually banned a bit of Blackbeard here as well, but I think they're going to want to lean into the shield meta quite a bit on this map, so it's not surprising to me they're going to leave one of those up. Could see in a zombie ban here. That's been common for CAG, and it's an extremely powerful operator, and it will be our third operator taken off of the board for this first map in the BO3. And then Furia have a couple options. I could see a Valk. I think a Mira would make a lot of sense as well for them to take out of the pool. Some good ops here for KAG for sure, and it will be the Valk.
Valkyrie stronger on the maps that have more open spaces. Think about Bank, probably her best map.
Yeah, great map.
In terms of gaining information, maybe not her best map in the way that teams want to play her. If there's any region that knows Valkyrie, it's Brazil. So Furia opting to remove her from play tells you all you need to know about how they're going to go about their defenses, and more importantly, what they think CAG would rely upon when they get to be defenders. CAG starting on attack as it is their map. Furia will go on what we presume to be the better side here on Cafe, but you did say earlier that sometimes teams want to get the hard part out of the way. Furia is a team that is no stranger to adversity. Maybe they, just like you said, seem to think this is the harder side.
And in the map bans, I told you about how good CAG have been on this map, 3-0 over the course of the offseason. I didn't mention Furia's record, but it's a little bit frightening if you're a fan of the Japanese team. In the last 8 months, Furia are 6-1 on Cafe. They have been pretty dominant here as well. That's 7 plays in 8 months, and they've only lost it once. So you do expect Furia to be coming out of the gates swinging in this matchup. It's safe to say if Furia do lose this series somehow to CAG, they are in big trouble, as this is thought to be the group of death where every team is vying for first, perhaps with the exception of the team in blue on our screens right now. But again, games aren't played on paper. We have yet to see anything as possible in Rainbow Six Siege. We'll start on the top floor for CAG versus Furia. Very kind of anti-nade lineup being brought by Furia. Of course, we've got the Jaeger-Wamai combo. Kind of fallen off in the meta in recent years, but you do see it still on Cafe and Chalet every now and again, so not hugely surprising to hold down that pixel part of the map. And in the meantime, CAG have put Sheeran Echo on the Collie. One of the least played operators in Rainbow Six Siege. I remember BDS used to play Collie on this bomb site years ago, back when they had their old lineup with like Alems and Renshiro. So, be interesting to see if CAG are taking a bit of inspiration from that, or if they're going to do their own thing with this kind of unorthodox operator.
It's a great time. Good old BDS roster.
Oh, yeah. Didn't win as much as the new one.
No, the new roster is objectively better.
Yeah.
It's still a good time.
Still a good time. Still a good team. And Blackray, a good shot to take down our first player in the server. Nade will be removed as the opening death.
Anaton now taking some damage. The pitter-patter of JV92's ump. Bellapox on an operator we don't see much these days. Jaeger running underneath that new hatch over towards Humidor. 2 players from CAG vanquished from the server. Lost the only shield on CAG. Also lost the explosives of Flores. Kali is a bit unorthodox. In fact, most of this lineup tends to be operators we don't see with that much frequency. Brava, Flores, and Kali are 3 operators rather that their pick rates historically have been quite low.
Certainly, they're not the most generalist operators, right? They have their niche, but they can still be quite strong. Fleetbox is a machine. He's going to get 3 kills this round, set up for the 4th as well, leaving just the Collie. We'll get a trade out on Repel into KZ, but in a 1v2, this bolt-action rifle is not the most ideal of weapons.
Oh, so instead, pull out the SMG. It's an excellent sidearm, as we tend to see on those SAS operators that can run the SMG-11, or even the Korean operators that run the SMG-12. +1. Shiraniko. Roach walk his way up. Firing a bit early. Herds just needs to sit in that back bar and wait, as JV92 might have the cross. Unsure. All that matters is that Herds is prepared and waiting. Nice easy play. Despite surrendering the first pick to Blackray, it's Leapox on the flank. Gun down 2 members of CAG, and ultimately tip those dominoes, resulted in Furia winning the round.
That's a bit of a winnable 1v2. The 2 players on Furia were somewhat isolated, playing very far from each other. Probably wasn't going to be a super easy trade, but regardless, it doesn't matter when you lose the fights. And I gotta say, Felipox looked like he came out of nowhere to kill those first 2 players. He certainly shocked Anaton and the rest of CAG. It's going to be really important for Furia throughout this game to get a handle on Anaton. Again, one of the most consistent shield players in the entire world. He was playing it before it was cool. You're going to see him play a lot of shields. And in fact, back in the last chance qualifier to get to this event, Anaton played more than 50% of all rounds on a shield operator, either Blackbeard, Monty, or Blitz. Blitz banned out here, but the other 2 absolutely available for him. Funny enough, he actually had an even 50-50 win rate when he was on those shields. When Anaton had a gun in his hand, he played 17 rounds. He only lost 4. He's actually got an incredible win rate, at least in the last chance qualifier when he wasn't on shields. He's going to keep playing the shields because he's Anderton. That's what he does. But if things start to go bad on these pushes for CAG, keep an eye out to see if he maybe reverts back to holding a gun, because he can shoot. He just often chooses not to.
Seen a number of Cafe today, and every time this map shows up, you see at least one shield operator. This time around, it's just going to be the Blackbeard, as you talked about. Anderton not wanting to use a weapon necessarily, though Blackbeard is a good middle ground between the regular shield ops and your shooty ops.
Yep.
I suppose.
That's what they're called.
Yep. Pretty sure that's in the official Ubisoft
yeah. That's in the game files.
Yeah. Shield ops and the shooty ops.
Yeah. By the way, the hammer op as well. Bit of a new
It's
one.
the slam op.
Yeah, the slammer op. He's not seen very often these days. Ram and Butt kind of stole his place in the meta, but it makes sense when you look at the util on the side of Furia, right? So many Evil Eyes, so many Goyo canisters. Those nades are going to do a ton of work. Castle barricades as well. He's getting a lot on those.
Evil Eye's in a bit of an odd position for this sledge. I don't think he'll be able to handle it right away. I suspect this will be a job for the Twitch drone,
perhaps,
which Chibisu will be piloting on in. We have seen CAG's perspective this whole time, and we have not really seen much out of where these 5 Furia players are. Right now, they're holding down over by Whiskey and Brown Stairs. Herds is in that very popular VIP spot. Oh my, did Nade not get droned out of Main Bakery? He takes down Anaton. There goes the Blackbeard, and Nade is bleeding out. Isn't dead just yet. Chibisu attempting to finish him off with a Twitch drone, loses it to the Evil Eye cam, and now we'll have to watch to see if somebody bothers to walk in. Chibisu, though, shot away at by Felipox, who's downtown. Look at this angle that he holds.
This is a tough spot.
Just going to wander in. Now it's Shuri taking damage. Distracted by that Evil Eye cam. Felipox is not looking for an engagement. Shuri can actually just wander right on into the waiting arms of KZ. Nade has survived this whole time. He'll be dead in a matter of seconds. He'll join KZ. Hilariously, Nade was not the first person to die on the side of Furia.
That's impressive.
CAG are stuck at the moment, Jesse. They tried for a very linear take through Bakery. It did not work out. Now the Ram of Black Ray will cross across JV92.
They have a Nitro.
Nico getting the diffuser down, and Black Ray gives his position away. Nico successful, but a follow-up from the Maestro. He gets the job done, and it's all up to the Capitao, who gets beaten by Hertz. It wasn't just us who didn't see that Furia team. It appears to have been CAG. With how far back the Brazilians played, this Japanese squad walked into their doom.
It was a little scary when they got that fuse kit down, but immediately the swings came out and Furia were responding, so that was good to see. I've noticed an early worrying trend. Anaton down twice immediately as he enters the building, playing on those shield operators. That's got to be something that they will need to fix going forward, because if they don't have that point, man, it's just not going to be successful for CAG on these attacks. Sometimes you go into a round, whether this with a shield or without a shield, but sometimes you go into an attack with a game plan, with a strategy, with an idea of how you want to play it, and something immediately knocks that plan out of focus, right? Immediately, something disrupts you, the defense do something, you walk into a cap can, somebody spawn peeks, whatever it may be, your whole plan falls apart. You've got to kind of make do with what you have, scramble together a plan B. CAG haven't really been able to do that so far. Their plan has never really gone well at this early part of the round, just with Anaton dying so early. They've got to find some way to be able to either keep Anaton alive in these early rounds so that he can be that point man, make the space with the shield, or find a way to adapt without him, right? Win these rounds without bringing the shield over and over again. I talked about how they had quite a good win rate when Anaton didn't bring the shields even to begin with. Maybe that's going to be an answer for them. Maybe they're going to find some other way around it. But for the part of Furia, I mean, they seem to have a great handle on countering these shields, and it's only going to get better. Look at this off lineup, Parker. Not only do you have the Legion, which is your classic standard anti-shield operator, but you also have the Captain, which is very annoying for shields to deal with. As you walk through, you're going to take damage, and also it's hard to shoot those Captans. You got to put your shield down. They've also brought the Oryx, who was recently buffed, I may add, so that now he brings his gun up a little bit faster after he's done dashing, which makes him a bit of a better shield counter and just better at dashing at people in general. We'll see if that comes into play. I don't think I've ever actually seen that ability used in a pro match. I think once or twice. I must have, but it doesn't come to mind. So if we could see that, it's a bit of a rare interaction. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it.
CAG have been swapping their lineups awful lot. Same with Furia.
Not 3 different sites.
I was going to say, but quite a different range of operators.
Yeah.
Warden was brought twice. Castle has been brought twice. That's it. Every other operator has been new through these 3 bomb sites. I think the meta is actually in quite a good place, especially for defenders. There's lots of flexibility, but one of the most popular defenders up to this point has to be Legion. One wonders if that's solely as an answer to the abundance of shields that we see on attack.
It's also just a good gun, right? Able to move around. I think he's just the best all-around roaming operator in the game.
The T5 has next to no recoil. It has a respectable rate of fire. The damage is good. Goo mines do a number of things. They do damage. They do damage over time. They stop you from being able to run. Nice run out, by the way, from KZ as he's gunned down by Shirniko on repel. Herds dies to Black Ray 2. Fury gets the lead off pick, but CAG answers back immediately. This is the exact opposite of what happened in round number 1, where it was Black Ray to get the first kill and Philippox to then follow up with 2 right thereafter to give the advantage back to Furia.
This is a great spot. They've got a man advantage, full top control. They've got a ram up above. That's not great. Capcan's in the game, and Black Ray finds that out the hard way, so he'll go down to a trap. That makes it down to a 3v3, but they've still got Anaton, who can give them a bit of an advantage with this shield, find out some player information, get that safely before anything happens. They think they've got a read on somebody white stairs, but there's nobody there. Instead, they've fallen back to the hallway, and they find that out and convert it to a pick.
Smoke will go as the Monty looks to walk down. Shirniko covering over this. White stairs control very firmly held by CAG at the moment, but I don't think they know that Philippox is there. He's tucked away inside Laundry. Now he's given his position away. It allows JB92 the freedom of movement to escape. Now a drop over towards Pillar, but Shirniko's fighting people who don't even exist. JB92 lines up 2 quick kills, and a third will be his quite easily. Furia back to their old ways, potentially. Not breaking a sweat so far here on Cafe.
3-0. Another day at the office over CAG. Again, countering the shield play pretty well. I mean, we're again seeing Anaton in that 3v3 even stacking up on the white stairs. Didn't really take any space. You know, he looked down the stairs. They thought there was somebody below. They got really fixated on that. There was nobody down below. Maybe there was at some point, but there certainly wasn't when they were going for that 3v3 execute. At that point, though, I mean, with the smoke kind of fading, they really were just sitting at white until one other player was able to vault over the balcony and try to take a gunfight over by Pillar. Not the worst idea, right? Distract with the Monty, have the guy hit the back, but then that kind of pinch play from the back player didn't really materialize into anything. So ultimately, it is another round loss from CAG, and it prompts a tactical timeout being brought out by CAG now. So what can they do to answer this? What can they come up with as a response? Again, I mean, we're looking at the shield. It's always going to be a focus with CAG. Do we start to stray away from it? Do we start to find some other answer? Because Furia are bringing a lot of anti-shield operators, even the Orcs in that last round. So it's being read into, it's not really working. At some point, you might want to make a change here from CAG. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, obviously a worrying sign when you choose the map. Admittedly, your opponent chooses the side, but you still choose the map. You get blanked on a 3-site rotation. You have to call your tactical timeout 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Tactical timeouts are very, very important. Do they change the trajectory of a game? Not always. Are they the make or break for a team? Can be, depending on when it gets called. The way that this matchup has gone, just through these 3 rounds of map number 1, there have been very little good looks for the CAG team. I think that this is a timeout more just to lock in the team and get them centered more than it is a strategic one.
Well, in any case, they've given Anaton a gun, so we'll see how it goes. Once again, 13-4 with a gun in his hands in the last chance qualifier, playing against the other top teams from APAC to try to make it to the 6th Invitational, so we'll see what Anatson can do with this now. Also bringing the utility on the Capitao, and this is one of Anaton's most played non-shield operators. We see him playing Capitao all the time, loves to go for smoke plants, and use those firebolts to great effect, so excited to see what he can run with this new op. They've also kept Shireneko on the Collie, so continuing to want to deal with these castle barricades. No mirror windows this time, but still going to get some decent value out of this. I don't hate it. I don't mind the Collie being brought, especially for a bomb site like top floor. Certainly worse ops to bring on a map like this, so I can respect it. And it did get a pick, although it kind of baited the first round. It did find a frag. Well, that's a crazy yokai. You see that? That's to help Felipox go for a run out, I believe. Also just to keep him safe.
It's the first round, by the way, without any shields for the attackers. As you got 10 seconds to scout with that yokai before...
Here it comes.
Oh. He loses the duel. What? Where was Chibisu this whole time? How was he not spotted at all? They were so concerned with the player on Repel, who KZ eventually ends up getting. They didn't know that one player from CAG was right by the door. I guess when you drone, you can't see it all, Jesse.
No, that's a tough one. Running out with the commando. Wasn't the Roni, so we can't blame it on that, but still. Rare misses from Felipox. KZ trying to equalize. I mean, I like the smokes coming out. And nades as well. Lots of pressure. He still wants that smoke, and he will get it. Not in the way he wanted. Downed now on the window. Shuriep outside. Managed to get that. If they don't pick him up, it'll be a 5v3, and this might be the best advantage they've had.
Numbers now equalized, though. But yeah, with KZ bleeding out, the advantage very decidedly in favor of CAG as they go for the drop. Not a ton of time for them to work with. Close enough that they're in striking distance of this bomb site. KZ picked back up. Nade firing a couple warning shots. Both get away with their lives still intact. No fire arrows remaining for Anaton, who's yet to find a kill through 3 rounds. But he's got smokes in his back pocket. KZ dies moments later. Herds is just waiting for the drop. He's looking elsewhere. Nade will need some help. Nobody will be dropping Skylight. Instead, Capitao has gone over towards Red Hatch. Nade, oh my. No hits whatsoever. Bad ending to that round, despite an okay mid-round for Furia, and CAG finally gets on the board.
I just know that KZ is like, why is he still in the window? He's still there. He downed me once, and they couldn't finish me off, and he's still going to be holding it? Yes, he is. He absolutely is, and that's going to be the first round on the board for CAG, and it came when Anaton wasn't holding a shield. I don't know. The stats are lining up. Maybe Anaton deserves to be a gunner. Maybe he needs to be on these guns more often. The shields just aren't really going his way. Regardless, they're on the board. They've got some life in them, and you can see that kind of powers them up a bit. You can tell CAG that gets the energy flowing a little bit more. Sometimes in a game like this where you're going up against the world champions, you're the heavy underdogs, and don't get me wrong, CAG will be the underdogs in every match they play this tournament. It can really be important to get that first round. You know, believe in yourself. Understand that you can win these rounds. Sure, certainly, some players on Furia went for some aggressive moves, and if they rein that in, I'm not sure if you're going to get those same picks, but a win's a win. You're going to take that. You're going to try to roll with the momentum. It's excellent for CAG. Now they just need to keep lining them up, get more of those as they come through. In the prep phase, by the way, JV92 spent the entire prep phase not helping his team, but instead lying on the floor, and that's a tactical decision, because he doesn't want CAG to know, to drone out, that there is going to be a Kaid this round, and they didn't see it. And Parker, they've got no answers other than maybe a Twitch drone to try to clear out an Electroclaw on the freezer hatch.
Every single round, somebody from Furia has been tasked with hiding. This time it will be KZ tucked in upstairs. Teams will drone out Piano and they'll drone out Cigar, but they don't always check Ticket Booth, which is where KZ will be seated. Shuriep just spotted him though, so the jig is up. This will be a full clear from the top on downwards, and Chibisu was baited in, and JV92, TCSG, flattens him. Shuriep gets run over by KZ, who earlier had been exposed and managed to get out of that position, and now KZ opens up another window for him to see Maybe one more from CAG. Blackbeard is now in. CAG winning the round. They did not bring a shield operator. That's Felipox dropped, and Herds almost died out as well. Herds gets finished off. JV92 with yet another. This is a hectic round, and KZ will reveal himself. Oh my, and get 2 for his trouble. CAG picked up a single round, but outside of that, it's been business as usual for Furia. They look just as strong as ever. 4-1 this first half.
It's a really smart idea to rat there from KZ, because the last time they played Basement, they played it full anchor. They played it very respectfully. They had 5 players sitting on the bottom floor. They were happy to just not play aggressive. So this time they said, okay, well, why don't we pretend like we're playing passive just like last time, but we'll send one guy to the top to try to, sneak past a drone. And they droned him. Credit where credit is due. CAG, they found him out. But it didn't matter because the teammates were there. JV92 pushing up the red stairs, working off of that information that Keg has. He knows his teammate got droned, so he's going to make a play off that information. And then KZ comes back for a second too, because he's KZ. He's an SI MVP. He's kind of good at the game. So it really makes sense. That's that coordination that won Furia a world championship not too long ago. They keep that up. It's going to be very difficult for CAG to convert, even when they have the information, as they did in that previous round. Also another loss where Anaton is on shield. So if he's keeping this swap to Montaigne, it's not looking good.
First Fenrir and first Scopos. Quite a first half for Furia, and their flexibility on these defenders. Through the first 2 rounds, played 8 operators, then they added 5 more to that tally for 13. Added Echo. It's 50. Now 2 more being added. Oh boy. They've almost played 20 different defenders in these 6 rounds, which is honestly quite a carousel. You typically will see maybe 2, 3, 4 operators show up every round. Legion a good option for that. Castle a good option for that. Mute or Smoke a very good option for that.
Yeah.
The only Smoke that was played by Furia was in the previous round. Played 1 time. That's quite remarkable stuff. With how isolated all this action has been, I don't necessarily know if Smoke is the greatest counter to CAG. CAG have had very staggered interactions and have been playing almost as if they're a team of individuals instead of a proper team.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's difficult sometimes, too, when it's the defense that are making all the moves happen. Not this time, though. KZ caught out from the window. Sheeran Echo, the first time he's not playing a Collie in that position, is able to get a frag, and then a second as Nade leaves his head exposed to the top of red stairs, so Blackray's going to be able to find that, and all of a sudden, we've got another man advantage. Can CAG capitalize this time?
The tricky part's going to be dealing with this Montaigne. JV92 going for a big gamble here. Can he get back in?
No.
Oh my, Shurip! And he had a read on Shiraniko as well, but he can't outduel the Ram. Herds was being hounded by that death mark earlier on. Felipox will now have to get closer to his teammate on this middle floor, as Amonte will soon be breathing down their necks on white stairs. They might not know Felipox's whereabouts down on that bottom floor.
Very similar situation to the last time they were on this bomb site, but the man count is better for CAG this time. If they couldn't convert in a 3v3, surely the 4v2 is what they need. Felipox, he knows it's a dire situation, though, and he's about to do something drastic. He pushes up. He might just catch them off guard.
Oh!
Never mind.
Shiraniko's breakdancing on Pixel Spot. Now the Monty inside the site. Herds will challenge him, but there's gunfire above. There's gunfire from the walls. There's gunfire everywhere around him. And he gets beaten out as CAG have a soft landing as they head into that second half. Now, based just on where they started and what sides, Furia should now go on to the harder side.
Yep.
So that's good news for CAG. As the first half goes by the most common scoreline that we see in Rainbow Six, which is 4-2.
Absolutely a good start here for Furia still, though. I mean, you're going to be happy. The only way you were losing rounds through this first half was when you were getting maybe over-aggressive. You were taking risks, and CAG were able to punish that, right? So That's going to be a part of every Rainbow Six Siege game, but it did feel like CAG were struggling to make their own movements, make their own openings in the rounds. That last round, they did find one pick early, so that was something to say for sure. Now as we move to the defense, Anakin keeps up the shields. It'll be Clash that gets brought out for the first round in reading. And this has actually been where Anakin has set himself apart from other shield players. As shields have gotten stronger and stronger in Rainbow Six Siege, initially with Monty and Blitz, and now in the current meta with Blackbeard, a lot of other teams have been bringing more and more of these operators. Obviously, you see it from Secret in Europe. You see it from a bunch of teams like Liquid and FaZe during certain times. In Brazil, a lot of NA teams, including Old Beast Coast, NA team that Canadian's going to be on. You see a lot of shields being brought out, but Clash didn't really see that same boost in popularity. Anaton has been playing so much Clash over the last year of gameplay in Rainbow Six Siege. He's been a real believer in this operator more than anybody else. So I'm excited to see what he can do on this op. I don't think he's actually leading the world in most attacking shield plays, but he is for Clash.
Just based on the operators that Anaton has rocked, by the way, of these 7 rounds, now 7 rounds, the only round he did not play a shield op was when he played the Capital on round number 4. Beyond that, it's been Blackbeard, Monty, and now Clash. Blackbeard will be brought from KZ with 7 kills. He tears through Shuri, finds himself a big opening on that cocktail window, and instead of opting for more, he falls back. Allow the rest of the team to recover. You've killed a minute so far on the clock, and taking care of the smoke, one of the most critical operators for an execute. Fortunately, Shuri is towards the bottom in terms of kills, but he plays support roles just like Anaton. You're not expecting them to get a ton of frags. KZ dies moments later at the hands of Blackray, who's having a great game so far with 7 kills. As long as Anaton could stay alive and guide this team forward, good things could happen, especially when you're Chibisu making shots like that on Grenade. Next one up is the Deimos of JV92, confronted by the shield at the top of White Stairs. Chibisu will stare down JV92, but they already know his position at this point. Deimos will walk on in. Chibisu is picked off by Felipox, and down goes the Clash. Not down. But down. To
the bottom of the sea. No, sorry, to laundry room.
I was going to say. You seem to be mistaken as to where we are.
Yep, no, that was a little brain lapse on my part. 3v3 again. I've seen this one before, Parker, and it didn't go the way of CAG. But now they're on the defense, and they seemingly had a better start on D. 40 seconds to work with. The fuse kit's not in hands, but I believe it's right next to JV92. There he goes. They're going to go for a classic reading plant, but this guy around.
It's in his hands now.
Yeah. And Shiraneko is on Brown Stairs. Watch out for him. He's probably going to win them this round.
They've got the Clash.
Oh, he's being trapped.
On read. Blackray taking out JV92. The shield is still up. Blackray has been down for his trouble, and now finished off by Felipox. Final 10 seconds. It's time for Herds to get into action. Felipox with diffuser in. Herds is the only one watching. He hears a body come up Brown Stairs. The Clash puts the shield away. It's up to Anaton to clutch out the round against 2 players from Furia. And Anaton might have the lineup. He sure does. 1 and then a second will follow. A tight angle that pays off for CAG. They're victorious on their first round as defenders.
That was actually sick from Shiraneko. Obviously great from Anaton as well. I don't know if you caught that. Shiraneko was bottom of Brown Stairs. They had an idea he was there, but they didn't know for sure. So they Deimos tracked him. But he was playing mute, and he kept the jammer in his pocket. So when he got tracked by the Deimos, he put it down at his feet, and that stopped the Deimos from tracking him, and it alleviated that pressure. Now, they did still catch his flank. He came up a little late. If he moved earlier, he wins that round much easier. Instead, made life a little bit difficult for Anaton, but he steps up and he clutches the round regardless. I'm telling you, Anaton can shoot. People talk about him as just a shield player, but he does well with a gun in his hands, and he proved it in the 1v2 post plant. Herds and Felipox both just holding the angle, not able to find the head first. Anaton able to get that done. So, we're in a good spot for CAG. All things considered, it started off like pretty rough. Furia were off to the races on defense, but with just 1 round on defense, now CAG are within striking distance. If they can just string together 2 more or 1 more of these, then they're going to be tied. 2 more, of course, a full site rotation, and they'll take the lead. A 4-2 lead in Siege is often one of the most deceptive leads that you can get in the game, because as soon as that side swaps, it can disappear so quickly.
With a completely different team since they called their timeout. CAG started off 0-3 since the timeout. They have gone 3-1, shoring up some of their weaknesses as defenders, or as attackers, and now turning it around as defenders. It was a great first round on defense, but it's not exactly something you can replicate every time. A clash clutch like that does not happen all that often. Honestly, part of it comes down to the way that CAG played the clash. At the very beginning of the round, when the execute from Furia seemed to be taking shape, the clash was very forefront, at the very forefront of the action, but then kind of fell off a little bit and allowed the remaining players, particularly Black Ray, on the side of CAG to excel. What it did was it kept Anaton hidden for a little bit. He won't replicate that same success on the clash as now. Oh my goodness. He'll play on the Frost. When you're Furia, you hit crazy shots. CAG, I guess they're channeling their inner Furia today. Those have been some disgusting picks.
I can understand why these guys get second in Japan every single stage. They're kind of nasty when it comes down to the mechanics, and I think this is something that's known for a while. Sometimes they haven't been able to put it to work when the pressure is high at big events, but they absolutely are talented players on CAG, and that's going to be a big advantage, taking down that primary hard breach of Herds. Now, the freezer hatch was opened by the defense, so it's not a complete round ender, but it still will be an important operator to take off the board. Still an important player as well, with Herds being one of their best players. Now, with the full top floor control, what are Furia going to be able to get done? They've got a buck, they've got a sledge, but with time starting to tick down, how much are they really going to be able to use off of this? When it comes to the execute, all they've really got are these smokes on Philippox. Otherwise, they're a little bit shoddy.
KZ taken out by a Nitro Cell, and CAG in prime position with a little bit over a minute to go to tie up this match, which might start to sound some alarm bells for Furia. As you and I talked about in our matchup earlier today, and it bears repeating in every game, not just casted by us, but by everybody, is that you don't make it to the 6 Invitational unless you are one of the best teams in the world. And while there might be a difference between the top and the bottom, these best of 3s can really go either way. Another Nitro Cell will connect, the second so far this round. Goodbye, Philippox. Black Ray is the only casualty from CAG. It's Nade and JV92 for Furia, so double the numbers right now for the Japanese team. Down goes Shoe Reap. They were hoping with the sidearm that Warden will be able to prevail over Chibisu. Won't be had. Now it's Nade, frozen out of Brown Stairs, about to move towards Whiskey. And he could use a nice stiff drink after that round. Tie game with Cyclops, picking things up. After those first 3 rounds, they've been a very different team.
Sheeran Echo makes some magic happening for the 2-man advantage, and then in the 3v5 Furia, don't give it really their best shot. They smoked off the Warden player in VIP, which is never a good idea. They were smart enough not to swing it afterwards, but still we saw that the frags coming out and being cleaned up by the Warden there. 4-4 ends up our scoreline. I should say, Furia, in their history, throughout both their time on W7M and now here on Furia, have never in their team's career lost more than 4 rounds to a Japanese team before. They've played Scars on 2 different maps, and they've played CAG on 2 different maps. Their worst result ever was 7-4. That was a loss to Scars, their most recent game. Otherwise, they've lost 7-1 to CAG, 7-1 to Scars, and 7-3 to CAG. So this could be a new beginning for Japan's dominance over Brazil, or it could just be a 4-4 game on Cafe I'm reading too much into. In either case, CAG have a shot.
Furia still have their timeout as well. They were able to talk tail end of round number 3 when Cyclops called theirs, but confidence that we see is really quite something, and Shiraniko misses an opportunity to give a huge lead to his team early on. Shuri doesn't miss, by the way. Down goes Herds, and no more silhouettes seem to be appearing as it's a full court press from Cyclops. Taking no prisoners. Herds on that ram is gone. That's your primary soft destructor. But not all hope is lost. Philippox very likely has the secondary shotgun on Jackal. I assume that KZ has the same. Yep, they're on gridlock. Super Shorty will open things up. So you've still got some shotguns to tear through the floor, but none as effective as a singular boogie drone, let alone a few that Herds has.
Little hacked drone from Chibisu. You can tell on the HUD he's hacked 2 different drones, actually. The other one's in Pillar. You can see on the HUD right now. So lots of information being set up. Okay, and the other one upstairs inside of Cigar. This could be huge for CAG. Fury have no idea where these drones are at. They'll know there are hacked drones somewhere, but not a clue as to their positions. And that could be massive as we look at the lineup with 3 C4s inside of 4 C4s on CAG.
You saw how successful those C4s were in the previous round. 2 casualties on the side of Furia. They lost Herds early. Now they'll lose their main hard destructor on the side of Furia. As Nade is picked off, not a single point of damage has been done to CAG. Both of those kills have been very safe, relative freebies. Telepox and KZ now at this point are on half HP. Finally, some damage has been done to Cyclops. That's Shiraniko on Sentry, but a long run around the building. Almost as if they circled the whole building before finding their way to their destination. The Deathmark will go out, and Philippox gets the very first kill for Furia. They'll need quick action now. 1 minute left, and CAG still having the numbers advantage.
The guy down here, of course, it's Blackray who's lurking alone down on the bottom floor. They know where he's at. They know he's down here at least. I thought they did. Leapbox has got to be very careful of that. If he's not, Blackray is sure to walk up these brown stairs and shoot him in the back. If he goes quick enough, though, it might not end up being a problem. He's got to converge with the rest of these teammates. With the Jackal track now, this could be big, an opportunity.
I almost thought that was a kill through the soft wall. I was going to say, excuse me. Blackray and Chibisu with Anton just before it as a team effort comes out from this CAG squad, and they have their very first lead of the series. A single round is all Furia has to show after CAG called their timeout. Cyclops, well, they've got 5, and it prompts the Brazilian teams, the defending world champions, were absent from our most recent major, but are looking to win once again to call their timeout.
It's often really hard for talent and viewers to judge the skill of coaches. We don't know what they're saying. We don't know what they're talking with their teammates, especially when they don't speak English in tactical timeouts such as this. But I think, given his accomplishments, it is safe to say that Igor, the guy standing behind Furia, is one of the greatest coaches in the world. And it's going to be a tall task for him to get these players back on track. Get them to lock in. They just lost how many rounds in a row to CAG? This was a 4-2 game at one point. It was 4-1 before they started this losing streak. Now it's 5-4. The game has started to slip away from them. And really what it's been over the last couple of rounds is just CAG getting early aggressive picks. They're often disrupting the game plan from Furia, much the same as Furia were doing against CAG in the first half. So they need to be more aware of these aggressive moves that are starting to happen from CAG. Been a lot of spawn peeks. It's been run out sometimes that CAG are going for on a map like Cafe. Those are effective. Like it or not, those are the strategies that prevail often in ranked and in competitive as well. There's no difference. So I want to see them starting to get a little bit more aware of these aggressive plays. We saw a bit of a drone chase there as Chibisu tried to catch another one. If they can manage to stop that aggression, right? If they can manage to slow down CAG in the early round, get their 5-man roster to the bomb site, that might result in some more success. That might result in some better win cons. And what a lineup they're bringing to try to accomplish that fact. Nade, the hard support planter, bringing the Amaru. JV92 hopping on that Blackbeard.
First blood has resulted in a correct conversion in all but 2 rounds. So very, very impactful part of this game. You get first blood. You almost certainly go on to win the remainder of the round.
Okay.
Right now, it's Cyclops drawing first blood 5 times and Furia doing it 4 times, which perfectly mirrors the scoreline, though. If you remember, it was all the way back in round number 1 that it was Cyclops to get the first blood and then ultimately not win the round. The botched Nitro Cell, by the way, that we saw that almost killed JV92. Could have been another spectacular start for CAG.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I'm talking about, right? This early aggression. Furia had to find a way to shut that down. I don't know if that was them shutting it down as much as it was a misplay from Anaton.
What? Where does he get the read to just jump on in? They have commandeered this top floor, and CAG look like sitting ducks as they try desperately to slow down Furia. The Guns might not be able to do it. That's the third Nitro Cell kill in the last couple minutes as KZ guns down Black Ray after the explosive from below was good enough. Smoke will linger, and a 3v3 is what confronts us. Anaton eliminating KZ. Next up is Herds, who walks all the way to the top. Down goes Shureep, who's completely blind. Diffuser will now be retrieved by the Buck. Top floor control is good for Furia with half of the round to go, and a 2v2 presents itself.
And an opportunity to equalize that or get a better man count. Didn't quite find it though from Philippe Hawks. Anaton sprints past the angle. He's got a bit of, he's got the heart scanner, which he can use to get a bit of that information as to where these players are at. The Buck is not exactly being stealthy, so it's not like that's going to be difficult. Probably better to hold the angles. They're going to have to use these Flores drones for some of that soft breach. Here comes the cardiac sensor now from Anaton. See if they're going to drop that hatch. Still 60 seconds. Furia can take their time with this, or they can push anytime they see an opportunity. The bees are out. That must have been a mute chamber that just got destroyed. So the Grim kick up. The Grim's been dead for a long time. Caught me off guard a little bit. They might be able to catch Anderson from above. He's holding the angle, but if he gets shot through the soft wall, the soft floor, the bars, could betray him.
You think the bees could have been hibernating? Maybe they just woke up from a long nap.
I think you're thinking of bears. Bees and bears, very different animals.
Battlestar Galactica. Final 30 seconds, and all that hard work on the top floor will be for naught if Furia cannot get into the bomb site and plant that diffuser. Herds has walked in, and next to the armoire will find some security as Leapox watches from above and maybe pulls trigger a little bit too early on. Herds standing up, and you know what? Maybe he doesn't need Leapox. Maybe he just needs himself as he finds both of the kills to tie the game. And Leapox was somewhere else on the map entirely. Great play by the Brazilians to bounce back and keep this one close. Timeouts apparently meaning an awful lot in this map.
Yeah, it was great from Herds to find that gap. Obviously, they had so much time to work with on that top floor. It was like a minute 30 or something from Furia. And eventually, Herds found a way into the bomb site. And Anaton, he was the guy inside of Laundry. In theory, he should have been the one shutting down Herds from just walking in through the reading door. But he was so obsessed with staring upwards at that hatch. He was convinced, based on the intel he found from that pulse scanner, that there was going to be somebody dropping the hatch to try to make a play or at least contesting the hatch. There never was. Instead, it was the doorway left wide open that Herds walked on in, got the plant down, and then the last two kills beautifully done, as we know that he can. Nice job from Furia. This will go at least 12 rounds on Cafe. Can Furia keep this momentum rolling, start to make things happen? I will say, for their part, Keg, the shield attacks weren't so successful. For Furia, they're 1 for 1, and JV92 is liking those odds. It looks like he's going to stick this up. Okay. Looks like he's not going to stick this up because he doesn't like those odds,
You
Parker.
fell for it again.
I did.
You fell for it again.
A classic caster trap. Well, we'll see what they can do then with the sledge in his hand. Not a common operator you see for the top floor of Cafe, especially with no castle being brought.
The Boss G got nerfed, by the way. It's not as strong as it was. It doesn't stop Shureep or going fishing.
He's on the. Oh, that's insane. JV92 is the first person to ever use that ladder.
The devs were like, I didn't even know they could climb it. We just put it in.
That's crazy.
Unfortunate for Shureep is he's broken double digits, but in the wrong direction. He's the first player to break double digits in deaths. As he hits 10. Vigil could be quite good on this bomb site. Being able to roam on that middle floor, being able to take the stairs. If you want to set up a flank drone, you wouldn't be able to do that. They'd rely an awful lot on the gridlock at this point. No Claymores brought either, so it's just the track stingers that would have kept the Vigil at bay should he play on that main floor or even go for a hop out. Nico seems to be thinking about it, Jesse.
I think it worked.
Go for it.
Now he's looking at it. Now he's looking at it.
Do it. Do it anyway.
No,
do it anyway.
It is staring at the
Do
angle.
it anyway. Go.
He will die.
Go.
10 seconds ago, 15 maybe.
No.
Now
Don't be a
no.
coward. Don't be a coward.
He wasted his moment. It's gone. And he's not
you
wanting
can
to.
reclaim a moment. Go, Nico. Like his intrusive thought. Do it. Uh-oh. GBSU dies to Herds. There's no way he's still looking right. Boo!
The right
I
call
wanted to
was
see
made.
a hop out.
The right call was made.
Wrong call. Calamity, by the way.
Yeah.
Furia seemingly motivated by that most recent round, and this is their game. Nico, who wanted that hop out for so long, instead gets a great shot onto the skylight. He'll have to muster up a lot more than that. Maybe not. Nate gets him on rappel. And Furia moved to map point.
Nate was going to kill Shiraneko that round if it was the last thing he did. He made sure he was going to kill that player. If you're going to jump out, I'll find the frag. If you're not, I'll still find the frag. Beautifully done.
I think he should have jumped out.
It wouldn't have changed the result of the round.
It does not matter. I am here for the violence. That is it.
They wouldn't have lost the round any harder. It still would have been 6-5. So jumping out...
So it's like they always say, you can't jump out of a basement window. Except in this instance, it was a second floor window.
Yeah.
And he could have jumped out of it.
Could have.
So it's actually the exact opposite of what I said.
No, but the
you can't jump out of a
sense.
basement window, but you can jump out, and he should have. But the whole point of the analogy was that it can't get any worse, a.k.a. you can't jump out of a basement window, but I was tying it to the fact that he could have jumped out of a top floor window. See what I did, right?
No, I did. I connected those dots, Parker, and that's why you're a great caster.
This is why they pay me dozens and dozens of dollars a day.
You're getting paid?
I didn't hear what you said. What is that? What's that? Oh, sorry, you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
CAG want to get paid, but to do so, they're going to have to win some games and get out of groups because that's where the prize money does get the highest. There is prize money for finishing last, but not as much. And so they're going to be looking to get a deep run here at the 6th Invitational. And honestly, a 6-5 scoreline is a good place to be if you're KAG, up against the former world champions, reigning world champions even, in Furia. 1 round away from overtime on your own map pick. This is an extremely important round for the KAG fans. They had some hope at the first couple of rounds through the second half. Their defenses were looking strong, but since the TAC timeout, Furia have looked unstoppable. They've been reading into this KAG aggression. They've been shutting it down time after time. In round number 12, we don't see that same aggression. No C4s, no spawn peaks, no jump outs. Feels like KAG have reined things in, whether that's experience and being a bit more cautious or whether that's fear, will likely determine the result of this round.
Real success on the repels for Furia at the moment. Maybe they're fearful of being cautious. To your
well, then they'd
point.
be playing aggressive, and they're not doing that. So I'm gonna say that's unlikely.
Drat. Eat in the free market of ideas yet again. What more could I do? Anderson managing to survive a grenade thrown at his feet, and then a single bullet bouncing off of that ballistic shield. As Furia have been able to force these players out of their positions, but have been unsuccessful in getting a kill while doing so.
This is the longest time we've had a 5v5 in this game so far. Minute 30, everyone's alive. Somewhat rare through the first 11 rounds of this game. There is still one player. It's going to be Shureep, who's up top, protected by a castle barricade inside a piano. Can he make his way back down the white stairs? Yes, he can. Castle barricade, again, protects him on this angle, so he will safely retreat to the 2nd and a half floor.
Oh, my. Oh! Didn't know if Shureep was going to be able to make some serious noise there. Almost gets him as he impacts out that white window, and now there go the magnets, the bees, the track stingers. Oh, God, everything unfolding in front of our very eyes as he will take matters into his own hands. At F90, we're looking intently for Shureep, and he actually pulls it off with the super shorty. JV92 eliminating Shiraneko, and 2 will fall very quickly for CAG. They'll find themselves in a bad spot with 30 seconds left. They still have the clash up, so there will be time that can be bought by this